Chapter 1. The Kaishin Zamasu. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaishin, Zamasu stood poised, his left hand clenched into a fist while his right hand was open, a serene smile gracing his visage. Across from him, Jebbet bore a grave expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Bang! Zamasu delivered a gentle kick, striking Jebbet's ruddy face with precision. Boom! Jebbet tumbled to the ground, a cloud of dust billowing around him. Thank you for the lesson, Zamasu said, inclining his body slightly as he extended a hand to assist Jebbet to his feet. Nearby, the 7th universe's Kaishin, Shin, and the 10th universe's Kaishin, Gaosu, stood side by side, their hands clasped behind their backs. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shin's face, while a smile played upon Gaosu's lips. Wasn't Zamasu originally the North Kaishin of the 10th universe? Shin inquired. Indeed, he is training under my guidance to become the Kaishin of the 10th universe, Gaosu replied with a nod. Even among all the Kaishins, he stands out remarkably, Shin remarked, a slight smile gracing his features. He is my Ancient Millennium disciple, excelling in both martial prowess and character, which fills me with immense pride, Gaosu said, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Having traversed into this realm for several months, Zamasu was acutely aware of his destined fate, realizing the substantial likelihood of being annihilated by Beerus in this timeline. Thus, upon becoming Zamasu, he embarked on a rigorous regimen of training, striving to cultivate a tranquil heart. For it is only with a serene mind that one can better control a body on the brink of chaos, and moreover, a peaceful disposition is a prerequisite for a Saiyans growth in super cells. After months of diligent effort, Zamasu earned Gaosu's trust and even forged a budding friendship with the god of destruction, Rumshur. In the original narrative, Zamasu had slain Gaosu to ascend as the Kaishin of the 10th universe. Here, Zamasu deemed such an act foolish. For the current Zamasu, vanquishing Gaosu would be child's play, however. He understood that such an action would inevitably draw the ire of Beerus and Whis, potentially alarming the Omni King himself. Zamasu believed that only by rightfully inheriting the title of Kaishin of the 10th universe could he more effectively execute his grand designs. Then I shall take my leave, Shin said with a gentle smile. Zamasu, I wish you a swift journey to becoming a Kaishin. Thank you, Zamasu replied, maintaining his composure. Whoosh! With that, Shin and Jebbet departed. Zamasu, your performance today has left me thoroughly impressed, Gaosu remarked, his gaze filled with admiration. It is all thanks to the guidance of Lord Kaishin, Zamasu responded with a modest smile. Subsequently, Gaosu led Zamasu to a chamber containing a viewing sphere and gestured towards one of the orbs. Zamasu, take a look at this planet known as Babari. Gaosu indicated a globe blanketed in lush green forests. Zamasu gazed intently, observing two monstrous figures wielding sticks, engaging in a primal battle, their violent exchanges resulting in a rather gruesome display. Recently, a humanoid species has emerged there, albeit rather ferocious. Gaosu stated solemnly, Zamasu, what do you propose we do? Watch over them. Zamasu replied promptly, it is our duty to safeguard peace. When a planet loses its tranquility or its balance is disrupted, as the Kaishin, we must guide them back onto the right path. In cases like Babari, if a year of watching proves insufficient, then we shall observe them for 1,000 years, even 10,000, assisting them in achieving peace and crafting a harmonious home. Upon hearing Zamasu's words, Gaosu was overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face. After a brief silence, Gaosu trembled as he removed 2 patera earrings from his ears, extending them towards Zamasu with both hands. Zamasu, congratulations on passing the rigorous trials from this day forth. You shall be the new Kaishin of the 10th universe. Gaosu placed the earrings in Zamasu's hands, then retrieved a box containing a time ring, exclaiming, finding a disciple like you has been the greatest joy of my life. Ha ha ha, from today onward, I can retire and enjoy my days. Chapter 2, Beerus arrives. After a series of elaborate ceremonies, Zamasu finally ascended to the rank of Kaishin of the 10th universe. Then I shall return to my hometown, Zamasu. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional Kaishin, Gaosu said, a look of contentment on his face. A subtle smile graced Zamasu's lips, reflecting his inner resolve. From this moment forth, the fate of this world shall rest in my hands. Once Gaosu had departed, Zamasu eagerly donned the time ring. All right, let us commence our endeavors. Zamasu had long awaited this day. His mental fortitude and martial skills had reached an exemplary level. Yet, he soon discovered a disheartening truth. His body was far too weak. No matter how diligently he strived, The prospect of further enhancement seemed exceedingly slim. In his bout with Jebbet, the disciple of the 7th Universe's Kaishin, Zamasu surmised that his strength was, at best, comparable to that of a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level. In an era bustling with divine activity, such a level was woefully inadequate. To grow stronger, the sole path lay in exchanging bodies with the mightiest of Saiyans. Among all the Saiyans, Zamasu held the greatest esteem for Broly. However, in the timeline Zamasu inhabited, Broly had already been vanquished by Goku and others, rendering him non-existent. Fortunately, Zamasu possessed the Time Ring, granting him the ability to traverse timelines, and with his mastery of instant transmission, the search for the Super Dragon Balls would become significantly easier. However, just as Zamasu prepared to utilize instant transmission to seek out an individual, he spotted 2 familiar figures at the entrance of the temple. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the figures were none other than Whis and Beerus, the angel and god of destruction of the 7th universe. Their sudden appearance raised a troubling thought. Had his future self already exchanged bodies with Goku? "Are you Zamasu?" Beerus inquired, his piercing gaze fixated upon him. "Indeed, I am the newly appointed Kaishin. Zamasu, you must be the god of destruction." "Beerus," Zamasu responded, maintaining his composure with a gentle smile. "What? You are the new Kaishin? Where's that old fool Gaosu?" Beerus exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "Lord Gaosu has passed the mantle of Kaishin to me. He is retired, and I just escorted him home." Zamasu replied with a calm demeanor, then inquired, "Are you here to see me, or are you seeking Lord Gaosu?" "Whis, is this true?" Beerus gritted his teeth and asked. "It is indeed true," Whis affirmed with a nod. "According to the records from the Divine Realm, Gaosu has officially transferred the title of Kaishin to Zamasu." "What?" Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer to Whis, lowering his voice. "This is troublesome. He is now the Kaishin, and a legitimate one at that. If I were to destroy him, Rumshire would surely face dire consequences as well. This is indeed a rather vexing predicament," Whis concurred, nodding thoughtfully. "May I inquire what brings you both here?" Zamasu asked with a smile. "Where is Lord Gaosu currently?" Beerus pondered for a moment before asking. "If you're seeking Lord Gaosu, very well. I shall fetch him for you," Zamasu replied with a slight smile. "Please, wait a moment. There is some fine tea over there for you to enjoy." With that, Zamasu waved farewell to Whis and Beerus. Whoosh! In an instant, Zamasu vanished from sight through instant transmission. The next moment, he reappeared in the palace of Rumshire, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. "Ah, Zamasu, the newly appointed Kaishin. How delightful to see you here," Rumshire exclaimed, waving amicably, his elephantine trunk raised slightly in a gesture of welcome. Prior to this, Zamasu had cultivated a good rapport with Rumshire. Their shared life force had drawn them even closer. "Lord Kusu, Lord Rumshire, the angel and god of destruction from the 7th universe have arrived at my Kaishin realm," Zamasu announced, pausing thereafter. Zamasu was aware of the minor grievances between Rumshire and Beerus, and with Beerus now in the 10th universe, it was hardly surprising that Rumshire was on edge. "What? That guy Beerus? What does he want?" Rumshire sprang from his seat, shaking with agitation, his trunk swaying side to side as he scowled. "That wildcat wouldn't dare cause trouble in our universe, would he?" "According to their words, it seems they are looking for Lord Gawas," Zamasu candidly remarked. "What does that old man Gawas want? That wildcat must be lying. We'll go check it out right now." Ramses gritted his teeth and called to Kes behind him. "Let's go." We'll set off immediately to Zamasu's Supreme Kai realm. Kes, the angel of Universe 10, was a rather kawaii girl with long silvery hair and large, bright eyes, exuding an undeniable charm. "Certainly, Lord Ramses," Kes nodded and suggested. "Actually, we could have Zamasu transport us there via instant transmission. It would be much more convenient." "There's no need for that. If we arrive all at once, it would seem as if we are welcoming that old cat. Let him wait a little longer." Ramses scoffed, then proposed to Zamasu. "Zamasu, you needn't summon that old coot Gawas immediately. You can enjoy some tea over there. Let's reconvene at your Supreme Kai realm in 20 minutes. "Understood," Zamasu replied with a smile. "Let's depart." Ramses commanded Kes. "Right," Kes responded, transforming with Ramses into a cascade of radiant colors, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Watching the direction in which they had disappeared, a faint smile crept upon Zamasu's lips. Chapter 3. Arise, Dragon of the Gods. Zamasu refrained from seeking Gawas, as he surmised that since Whis and Beerus had personally come, it was highly probable that some future version of himself had exchanged bodies with Goku. Beerus' visit this time was likely aimed at eliminating him. Zamasu was not foolish with his current strength. Any attempt to confront the god of destruction would be futile. Moreover, Being familiar with the history of Dragon Ball, Zamasu knew that soon, Shin would gather evidence of his future body exchange with Goku and the implementation of the human erasure plan on Earth. Zamasu had to act swiftly. He did not want Beerus to manipulate him. Ramses, my apologies, I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it in the future. Zamasu murmured softly. Whoosh. In the next instant, Zamasu found himself in the palace where Zuno resided. Who are you? One of Zuno's subordinates barked. Supreme Kai, Zamasu replied with a gentle smile. What? Is it Lord Supreme Kai? Zuno's eyes fixated on Zamasu's patara earrings, and he promptly bowed in respect. Zuno's subordinate also knelt immediately. May I inquire what brings you here, Lord Supreme Kai? Zuno asked with deference. I have a few questions for you, and I hope you can respond earnestly. Zamasu stated with a calm demeanor, his expression bearing an air of authority. Please feel free to ask, Lord Supreme Kai. Zuno wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily replying. As for any remarks about kissing for questions, Zuno dared not utter such words in the presence of the Supreme Kai. If I were to exchange bodies with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, would I be able to control him perfectly? Zamasu inquired with a smile. Ah, you wish to exchange bodies with the legendary Super Saiyan? Zuno's face was a canvas of astonishment. Just answer my questions, do not ask what is not permitted. Zamasu's expression turned cold. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly is currently deceased. If Lord Supreme Kai wishes to exchange bodies with him, you need to travel back in time to find the living Broly. Zuno responded truthfully. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses immense energy that far surpasses that of the current Supreme Kai. To perfectly control his body, it would have to be before Broly turned 4, as he was still in a developmental stage, and his energy, temperament, and combat abilities were not yet fully matured. However, if Lord Supreme Kai were to exchange bodies with Broly before he turned 4, your current strength would significantly diminish, as taking on a new body would mean almost starting your training anew, aside from retaining the divine status of your soul. Starting anew. Zamasu pondered, resting his chin on his hand, slightly lost in thought. After a brief silence, Zamasu asked again, after the body exchange, my instant transmission and other skills as Supreme Kai won't be affected, will they? They will not be affected, Lord Supreme Kai. You remain the Supreme Kai, and thus all your skills can be utilized as normal, Zuno replied. Zamasu ceased speaking, reflecting silently for a moment. Zuno observed Zamasu, hesitating to voice his thoughts. The 7 Super Dragon Balls, where are they located? Zamasu suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze. I'm not sure why Lord Supreme Kai is asking about the Super Dragon Balls, Zuno stammered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. It's best not to ask questions that should remain unasked. This is the second warning, Zamasu said coldly. Yes, Zuno replied, his eyes darting, but he complied and revealed the locations of the Super Dragon Balls one by one. Excellent. Thank you, Zamasu said with a slight smile. Lord Supreme Kai, do you truly wish to exchange bodies with Broly? Zuno asked cautiously. Do not ask what should remain unasked. This is the third warning, Zamasu retorted with a cold snort. 3 strikes, and this is of your own making. Smack. In the next moment, Zamasu conjured an energy orb, crackling with light and electric arcs. With a flick of his wrist, the energy orb struck Zuno's planet with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Zuno's planet shattered into cosmic dust in the blink of an eye. 15 minutes later, Zamasu had successfully gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. It must be said that the Supreme Kai's instant transmission was incredibly convenient as long as one knew the precise location. A mere thought would whisk them away in an instant. For Zamasu now, gathering these 7 Super Dragon Balls was astonishingly easy. Arise, Dragon of the Gods, and fulfill my wish. Zamasu invoked the dragon in the divine tongue. Whoosh! A colossal golden dragon, stretching across the cosmos, materialized, exuding an aura of majesty and grandeur. This is the Dragon of the Gods. It is truly magnificent, Zamasu marveled. Chapter 4. Fulfillment of Wishes. Younger Supreme Kai, state your wish. The commanding voice of the dragon resonated from all directions. O Dragon of the Gods, grant me the power to manipulate time, enabling me to traverse the realms of past and future at will, Zamasu proclaimed, articulating his desire. This aspiration had occupied Zamasu for an extended period. Only through the exploration of different timelines could he aspire to loftier ambitions. As for the notion of immortality, Zamasu deemed it unworthy. Immortality, in its literal sense, implies a body that never succumbs to death. However, Zamasu understood well that in the Dragon Ball universe, it is the soul that governs the body. True immortality lies in the eternal existence of the soul. He recalled a statement made by Beerus, the god of destruction. In Dragon Ball Super, seemingly directed at Frieza, warning that should he defy, his soul would be obliterated, rendering even the eternal dragon incapable of reviving him. Hence, it is evident that if the soul truly disintegrates into nothingness, that individual ceases to exist. This mirrors the fate of Zamasu from the original narrative. He had indeed utilized the eternal dragon to achieve his desire for immortality, yet ultimately, he was erased by the Omni King. With a thunderous roar, the eternal dragon emanated a resounding cry. "Young Supreme Kai, your wish has been granted. Farewell." Upon uttering these words, the dragon transformed into 7 streams of radiant light, scattering throughout the cosmos. As the eternal dragon vanished, the Super Dragon Balls dimmed, and the fulfillment of wishes would require a year's wait. Now that I possess the ability to manipulate time, let me first return to Broly's era and behold it anew. A faint smile graced Zamasu's lips as he tilted the corners upward. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, silently invoking the memories of Broly's past. Specifically the time when Broly was around 3 years of age. At the tender age of 3, Broly existed approximately 20 years ago. Suddenly, Zamasu opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his pupils. In the blink of an eye, he perceived the surrounding space warping and compressing, revealing layers of vibrant colors. To his astonishment, Zamasu realized he had returned to the past. With a swift motion, he conjured a crystal ball in his hand. This orb was a unique tool of the Kaishin, capable of revealing the thoughts of his mind and allowing him to view any individual he desired. After traversing through time, Zamasu devoted himself to mastering the various skills inherent to the Kaishin, establishing a foundation far more solid than that of Shin from Universe 7. Such abilities, like the crystal ball, were beyond Shin's grasp, reserved only for the elder Kaishin of Universe 7. Chanting softly, Zamasu watched as the crystal ball revealed Broly's image. At that moment, the diminutive Broly, merely 40 centimeters tall, was curled up in a heap of refuse, his body marred by countless wounds, teetering on the brink of life itself. Beside him lay a lifeless body, unmistakably that of his biological father, Paragus. Zamasu quickly deduced that, due to Broly's overwhelming power, King Vegeta harbored fears and sought to eliminate him to avert future threats. However, the king likely underestimated Broly's latent potential. After Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Broly did not perish. Instead, he displayed remarkable resilience and survived. Zamasu cast a penetrating gaze at Broly, contemplating the body he was soon to inhabit. In the next moment, he began to explore, setting his sights on Earth. In an instant, Zamasu materialized at Korin Tower. Startled, Korin's fur bristled, his expression filled with terror. Upon sensing Zamasu's divine power, Korin was rendered speechless. After a brief silence, he hastily knelt before him. "Young Kami, may I borrow a senzu bean?" Zamasu inquired with a smile. "Senzu bean? Of course, of course," Korin exclaimed, quickly producing a senzu bean and presenting it with utmost reverence. Inquiring with concern, "Great Kami, is one bean sufficient?" "Thank you," Zamasu replied as he took the bean, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Korin slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. In a flash, Zamasu appeared beside Broly. Broly had lost consciousness, his eyes tightly shut, and his body remained utterly still. "Who is it? What are you doing there?" At that moment, a sudden loud shout echoed. In the next instant, 2 young men clad in Saiyan attire appeared before Zamasu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chapter 5. Body swap. "This fellow's attire is quite peculiar. Perhaps he is a tourist?" one remarked. The other smirked coldly. "How convenient. I was just feeling bored and in need of someone to toy with." "That green-skinned lad. Tell me, from which planet do you hail? If I'm in a good mood, I might pay your planet a visit." His companion chuckled lightly, exuding an air of arrogance. "I am a deity. To profane the divine is to invite death." Zamasu narrowed his eyes. In an instant, an invisible energy radiated from Zamasu. Boom! With a resounding thud. Before the 2 Saiyans could comprehend the situation, they were obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. After vanquishing the 2 Saiyans, Zamasu placed his hand atop Broly's head. With a clap, Zamasu summoned divine power, cleansing Broly's body thoroughly and adorning him in a brand new outfit. In the next moment, Zamasu cradled the unconscious Broly in his arms as if he were a cherished child. With a swish, Zamasu executed instant transmission, disappearing from planet Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared on the planet inhabited by Zuno. Although Zamasu had destroyed Zuno's planet in his own era, Zuno had still been alive 20 years prior. I am the Supreme Kai. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the 7 Super Dragon Balls, Zamasu stated directly, unveiling his intent. Supreme Kai? Super Dragon Balls? What do you intend to do? Zuno asked in astonishment. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. This is your first warning. Zamasu replied coldly, his expression flickering with malice. Very well, Zuno complied, divulging the locations of the 7 Super Dragon Balls, cautiously probing. May I ask what wish the Supreme Kai intends to fulfill with the Dragon Balls? This is your second warning. Zamasu's eyes narrowed slightly. Ha ha. The Supreme Kai certainly has a sense of humor. Zuno laughed nervously, his gaze shifting to Broly. Could that 3-year-old be the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? What is his connection to the Supreme Kai? This is your third warning. Zamasu snorted, swiftly conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. Boom. The energy sphere struck Zuno's planet, shattering it and Zuno into cosmic fragments. Zamasu suddenly noticed that Broly in his arms had not improved. Rather, his life force was waning. Zamasu needed to hasten his quest for the 7 Super Dragon Balls. This time, Zamasu managed to locate all 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes in a mere 10 minutes, 5 minutes shorter than before. The Dragon of the Gods appeared once more. Dragon of the Gods, grant me the ability to swap bodies with this child, Zamasu declared, placing a senzu bean in Broly's mouth. Younger Supreme Kai, your wish has been granted. Farewell, the Dragon of the Gods intoned. As the words echoed, Zamasu felt his soul detach from his body, swiftly merging into Broly's form. Simultaneously, Broly's spirit emerged from his own body, entering Zamasu's. In the next moment, Zamasu was engulfed by a wave of weakness and fatigue. His new body had sustained grave injuries, almost leading to its demise. Fortunately, Zamasu's spirit was sufficiently robust. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed instantly. Zamasu quickly bit down on the senzu bean, swallowing it. Immediately, powerful energy coursed through him, revitalizing his spirit and vigor. When Zamasu reopened his eyes, he was astonished to see his previous green-skinned body floating before him, seemingly unconscious. It appeared that Broly's body and soul had endured a dual assault. Despite being the legendary Super Saiyan, his youth rendered him vulnerable. Ignoring Broly, Zamasu quickly assessed his new body. As anticipated, the energy of his former self had dissipated, leaving only the energy intrinsic to this body. Zamasu attempted to unleash his energy, gauging its potency. Thankfully, true to the legend of the Super Saiyan, even at the tender age of 3, the energy he emitted was remarkably formidable. Is it possible for me to transform into a Super Saiyan? Zamasu mused, reigniting the energy within him. Chapter 6. Target. Training. However, Zamasu realized he was merely unleashing a burst of energy without achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps the legendary transformation was contingent on rage? Zamasu decided to set this thought aside for now. He needed to find a suitable place to acclimate to his new body and restore himself to peak condition. At that moment, Zamasu noticed Broly's body, which he now occupied, suddenly lost all vitality, silently drifting in the cosmic void. What is happening? Zamasu approached to examine Broly, only to discover that he had perished. Zamasu shook his head slightly, speculating that Broly's soul was too feeble to withstand the divine power of Zamasu's body, especially after enduring grave injuries. Consequently, he had tragically succumbed. Zamasu felt no sorrow over this. With a flick of his wrist, he obliterated his former body entirely. From this day forth, I am no longer Zamasu. I shall henceforth be known as Broly. Broly clenched his fists tightly. Although the energy of his current form was but a mere fraction of what it once was, he could distinctly sense the boundless potential of the legendary Super Saiyan body. With diligent training, surpassing his former strength would be a trivial pursuit. He resolved to find a suitable location to train diligently for a while, allowing himself to acclimate to this new physique. Determined, Broly attempted to teleport to another planet. However, upon executing the instant transmission, he realized he had only moved a short distance. Alas, this body still felt unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, Broly understood that this was merely a temporary setback. Once he fully adapted to his new form, everything would fall into place. Broly executed 10 consecutive instant transmissions, searching for a planet that would best suit his training. Ideally, this planet would possess a gravity 10 times that of his home, allowing for superior physical conditioning. Moreover, although Broly currently exists as a divine spirit capable of surviving in the cosmos, it would be far more appropriate for him to find a planet with an atmosphere. After all, This corporeal form still requires the inhalation of oxygen to sustain life. In the vast expanse of the universe, amidst the infinite starry sky, Frieza's spaceship hovered in this celestial domain. At that moment, one of Frieza's subordinates hurriedly entered the grand hall where Frieza resided, bowing respectfully. "What is it?" Frieza inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the subordinate while lifting a glass of red wine to his lips. "Lord Frieza, we have spotted a Saiyan with emerald green hair moving through space at remarkable speed," reported the subordinate. "Moving through space? Can Saiyans even survive in the void?" Frieza frowned. The subordinate remained silent. "Is there any information on this Saiyan with green hair?" Frieza asked, momentarily taken aback. "Not yet," the subordinate replied, shaking his head in confusion. With a swift motion, Frieza's eyes emitted two beams of crimson light, incinerating the subordinate on the spot. "Useless fool. If you have no information, why do you come to report?" Frieza's expression darkened, his displeasure palpable as he inhaled sharply. "What are you all waiting for? Divert the visuals immediately and conduct a thorough investigation into this individual," Dodoria commanded the other subordinates. Moments later, the visual feed appeared in the grand hall. Frieza and his subordinates gazed in astonishment at the screen, where indeed, a child Saiyan with emerald green hair flickered in and out of view. Frieza's eyes widened in shock, momentarily freezing in place. "This child is truly a Saiyan. His tail confirms his lineage," exclaimed Sabo, shuddering slightly. "Who is he? I thought Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space," Dodoria muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Have we found any information on this monkey?" Sabo turned to the subordinates, raising his voice. "Lord Frieza, Mr. Sabo, we have located him." One of the subordinates raised a hand and responded, "His name is Broly, and he is currently only 3 years old. Legend has it that he was born with a battle power of 10,000. "Oh? A battle power of 10,000 at birth. I wonder how much it has increased now that he is 3 years old," Frieza inquired with keen interest. "Lord Frieza." Dodoria quickly activated the scouter to assess Broly's battle power, exhaling in relief as he continued, "It remains at 10,000, with no increase." "Is that so? What a pity. I had anticipated a significant rise in his power," Frieza mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he rested his chin on his hand. "In 3 days, all the Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta. Haha, perhaps we shall host a planetary fireworks celebration." "Yes," Sabo and Dodoria responded promptly, bowing deeply. "As for this little monkey, Dodoria, bring him to me. He may prove to be a promising talent if cultivated properly," Frieza remarked with a light chuckle, his tail swaying gently as it tapped against the floor of the spaceship. "Understood," Dodoria replied with a respectful bow. The distance that Broly can traverse with his instant transmission has increasingly expanded, filling his heart with satisfaction. This suggests that his integration with this body has become ever more harmonious. At that moment, a colossal spacecraft suddenly materialized before Broly, followed by the sensation of an immense aura rising from within. What could that be? Broly couldn't help but pause for a moment, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the spacecraft. Broly quickly concluded that this spaceship appeared to be the one used by Frieza. Broly, indifferent to the likes of Frieza, vanished into the starry expanse after a few flickers. Approximately 20 minutes later, he finally discovered a suitable primordial planet and plunged into its terrain. This planet boasted a gravity 10 times that of Earth, accompanied by remarkably fresh air and resilient geology. It was also inhabited by numerous wild, large creatures, making it an excellent locale for cultivation. "From this point onward, I shall commence my training with the fundamentals," Broly declared, clenching his fists. After 2 hours, Broly realized that his soul and body had completely fused, and any discomfort had vanished. "I wonder what my combat power is now. A detector would suffice to ascertain that," Broly mused. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a formidable aura materializing in space. Someone is approaching? Broly lifted his gaze skyward. Soon after, he spotted a miniaturized circular spaceship hurtling towards the planet. With a swift whoosh, the vessel streaked through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of crimson light before crashing onto the ground. The hatch opened, and Dodoria, with his corpulent, pink form, emerged from within. According to the readings from his detector, the little Saiyan monkey had indeed landed on this planet. Dodoria scanned his surroundings and pressed a button on the detector. Beep. The device emitted a mechanical alert, and Dodoria's face lit up with surprise. "Over there, 1,200 kilometers away, combat power of 10,000, he muttered to himself, followed by a cold chuckle as he soared into the air, hastening towards Broly's location. Just then, the detector emitted another warning. Another response. Dodoria paused, turning to glance behind him. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in astonishment. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he stared at Broly. However, upon seeing Broly's combat power reading, Dodoria let out a slight sigh of relief. Little monkey, how did you move so swiftly? How did you appear behind me in the blink of an eye from over 1,000 kilometers away? Dodoria inquired, gazing at Broly. Broly's gaze was fixed intently on Dodoria's scouter, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I almost forgot. You must only be 3 years old, right? A 3-year-old Saiyan seems hardly capable of coherent speech. Suddenly, a thought struck Dodoria, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, you cannot understand my words, can you? Saiyans truly are a primitive race, yet they call themselves a warrior people. What do you wish to say? Broly spoke suddenly, his interest piqued. What? You can speak? Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief as he distinctly heard Broly articulate his words, entirely unlike a mere 3-year-old child. To Dodoria, this 3-year-old Saiyan appeared remarkably mature. Chapter 8. Broly's knife hand excellent. Since you can comprehend my words, that is splendid news. Although Dodoria was astonished, he was not fearful. Instead, he responded with a smile, saying, Lord Frieza holds you in high regard, so if you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to accompany me to meet him. If he wishes to see me, he may come here himself, Broly replied coolly. What did you say? You little monkey have quite the audacity. Who do you think you are to demand Frieza come to see you? Dodoria laughed heartily. A monkey with a mere power level of 10,000 dares to speak so boldly. Is this the nature of Saiyans? Is that so? A power level of 10,000? Broly finally understood his current strength. He then began to raise his energy gradually. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Dodoria finished speaking, he noticed the scouter's readout skyrocketing. What? Power level 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, and still increasing? Dodoria's eyes bulged, and his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Boom. In the next moment, Dodoria's scouter exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke and rendering it useless. Dodoria's pupils were filled with terror and unease as he stared unblinkingly at the monster before him. What is the maximum value your scouter can detect? Broly inquired with curiosity. 50,000, Dodoria stammered, his scalp tingling with dread. Where did this monster emerge from? How can a mere 3-year-old possess such power? Initially, Dodoria suspected a malfunction in the scouter, but witnessing it go off the charts confirmed the authenticity of Broly's power. 50,000. Broly shook his head slightly. The energy he had just unleashed was only half of his potential, meaning his true power level was approximately 100,000. It seemed that exchanging bodies had indeed diminished his strength. Previously, Zamasu's body possessed a power level that defied numerical calculation. Of course, Broly felt no regret. He understood the immense power of this body. Though currently at 100,000, given time, he would undoubtedly surpass his former self with ease. Though somewhat disappointed, it was still acceptable. Broly smiled at Dodoria. Why you? Pardon my intrusion, Dodoria replied with a bitter smile, hastily stammering, I will summon Lord Frieza to meet you immediately. Farewell. Smack. Broly uttered no unnecessary words. A flash of light emanated from his hand, revealing a purplish-red energy blade. This was Zamasu's signature technique, the energy blade. The radiant energy released from his hand could be wielded as a formidable weapon. What is this? The expression on Dodoria's face shifted slightly. Broly's lips curled slightly as he aimed at Dodoria's body, unleashing a surge of crimson-purple flames. With a muffled thud, the violet-hued energy blade pierced through Dodoria's form. A heart-wrenching and tragic scream escaped Dodoria's lips as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Broly slowly withdrew his hand from Dodoria's body. Lord Frieza, please save me. Dodoria's voice was faint. In the next moment, Dodoria's lifeless form plummeted from the sky, landing upon the gray, rocky earth, as if his life was drawing to a close. A sharp crack resounded. Broly extended his fingers into claws, invoking the divine power towards a massive boulder nearby. A sharp crack resonated as the colossal stone, weighing approximately 10 tons, soared into the air. Not bad, he mused. Though manipulating the boulder proved somewhat strenuous, my divine strength remains intact. As Broly struggled to maintain control over the enormous rock, it swayed precariously, indicating that his grasp was not entirely steady. Go. With a swift motion, Broly hurled a massive boulder towards Dodoria, sending it plummeting downwards. Dodoria, sensing an ominous presence, instinctively lifted his gaze. The moment he looked up, he nearly sprang off the ground in shock. What on earth is this stone doing here? However, it was too late for Dodoria to flee. He lacked the strength, having sustained a grievous wound to his abdomen that pierced his heart, causing his life force to rapidly dissipate. With a thunderous crash, the colossal rock landed upon him, producing a muffled thud as it crushed him mercilessly. Chapter 9. The rapidly spinning spaceship. Never in his wildest dreams did Dodoria imagine that he would meet his end beneath a falling stone. With Dodoria eliminated, Broly resumed his earnest training. Broly was acutely aware that his current strength was far from sufficient. With a mere power level of 100,000 and still unable to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, provoking Frieza would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. The vast cosmos stretched endlessly, a sea of stars in the silent abyss. On board Frieza's spaceship, an eerie stillness prevailed. "Oh, you're saying Dodoria is dead?" Frieza's brow furrowed. "That little monkey killed Dodoria?" "We've lost contact with Dodoria, Lord Frieza. It's highly likely he was eliminated by the target," Zarbon responded gravely. "Though surely, it wasn't through sheer strength. Something must have gone wrong. Of course, he didn't overpower Dodoria. A mere 3-year-old monkey, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly reach such heights." Frieza sneered before issuing his command. "Zarbon, go there. No matter what, bring him to me." "As you wish, Lord Frieza." Zarbon bowed in acknowledgement. 3 days later, as Broly immersed himself in training, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy rising once more. Moments later, he detected a miniature spacecraft hurtling toward the planet where he stood. "These pests are truly insufferable," Broly muttered, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Whoosh! In an instant, Broly teleported directly beside the rapidly approaching spacecraft. Snap! Broly directed both hands towards the spacecraft that was hurtling towards the ground, unleashing the power of the gods. With a sharp crack, the rapidly advancing spacecraft came to an abrupt halt in midair under the influence of Broly's divine will. "Turn for me." Broly's hands rotated clockwise in a graceful motion. As his gestures guided the movement, the miniature spacecraft suspended midair began to pirouette elegantly in tandem. "Accelerate." As Broly unleashed his divine aura, the speed of rotation intensified. In an instant, the miniature spacecraft spun rapidly in midair, and as it continued to whirl, friction with the atmosphere caused it to emit smoke. Boom! 10 seconds later, the spacecraft erupted in a violent explosion, and Sabo's body wobbled unsteadily as it plummeted to the ground. Upon examining Sabo, it was evident that the dizzying spin had left him disoriented, lying on the ground and uncontrollably spewing bile. With a thunderous roar directed at Sabo, Broly unleashed his power. Bang! Sabo's body erupted into a violent explosion, limbs shattering, and his head soaring away. Sabo was dead, unequivocally obliterated. After 2 days of rigorous training, Broly discerned that his combat prowess had surged at least twofold, now reaching an impressive height of 200,000. Yet, this level of strength remained woefully inadequate for Broly. Overall, he felt that this body was truly remarkable, brimming with boundless potential energy, truly deserving of the legendary title of Super Saiyan. Moreover, Broly had yet to transform into the fabled Super Saiyan himself. Should he achieve that transformation, his combat power would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Broly speculated that if he were to truly transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, his enhancements would far exceed those of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Broly understands that the transformation into a conventional Super Saiyan amplifies one's base combat power by a factor of 50. However, there is no official data regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, from the various films featuring Broly, it is evident that the legendary Super Saiyan possesses power comparable to that of a Super Saiyan in its third form. Should one add a divine aura to this legendary transformation, surpassing the power of Super Saiyan Blue should not pose much of a challenge. Of course, these are merely Broly's conjectures. Whether his strength can indeed eclipse that of Super Saiyan Blue remains to be substantiated through further exploration. Broly eagerly anticipates the opportunity to engage in battle with Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form, and even with Goku utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique. He seeks to prove that he is the purest Saiyan of them all. Additionally, the rigorous training over the past few days has fully restored Broly's divine power. Now, he can lift the massive stone that crushed Dodoria with ease, no longer swaying as he did 2 days prior. Observing the lifeless form of Zarbon, Broly furrows his brow. This situation cannot persist. If his training continues to be repeatedly interrupted by Frieza's minions, it would lead to considerable complications. Broly pondered for a moment and resolved to confront the Cosmic Emperor, intending to intimidate this individual lest he become bothersome. Shouldn't Frieza be preoccupied with the annihilation of planet Vegeta at this juncture? How dare he intrude upon my affairs? Humph. With a flick of his wrist, Broly conjured a crystal sphere. In the next instant, his thoughts coalesced, and the image of Frieza materialized within the sphere. Chapter 10. Divine Power. A slap across space on Frieza's spaceship, a subordinate hurriedly delivered the news of Sabo's loss of contact, leaving Frieza deep in contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought. Intriguing, indeed. The cold gleam in Frieza's triangular eyes intensified. The sudden communication blackout of two of his closest subordinates irked him greatly, a vexation unbecoming of a galactic emperor. Lord Frieza, aside from a few Saiyans, all others have complied with orders and returned to planet Vegeta, one of his minions reported. Whoosh. Frieza's crimson eyes flared with fury, incinerating the hapless subordinate into nothingness. Humph, did you not notice my displeasure? Frieza inhaled deeply, the act of eliminating a minion somehow alleviating his mood. Is this the extent of your capabilities, Frieza? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the spaceship, laced with disdain and provocation. Who speaks? Frieza glanced around, bewildered, as the voice seemed to echo from all directions, leaving him disoriented. His subordinates, equally astonished, exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes darting about in search of the source. Finding it would indeed be a challenge. The crystal orb of Broly transmits sound through divine thought. These individuals are merely ordinary humans, incapable of sensing the presence of a deity. Who are they? Bring them to me. Frieza, unable to locate his target, wore a grim expression and sternly commanded his subordinates. I am a god, the greatest god in the universe. Broly's voice resonated with authority and gravity. A god? Frieza paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain. You claim to be a god. How amusing. I am the emperor of the universe, and if I so wished, I could make you, a so-called god, vanish in an instant. Broly fell silent. What has happened? God, do speak. Have I frightened you? Frieza smirked disdainfully, meticulously searching for the source of the sound. Suddenly, the void contracted, revealing a dense shroud of inky mist. In an instant, a small hand emerged from that obsidian space. With a resounding clap, the tiny hand struck Frieza's face twice, delivering 2 crisp slaps. In a flash, the hand vanished without a trace. Everyone aboard the spaceship was rendered speechless, their eyes wide in shock as they beheld the slapped Emperor Frieza, a chilling sense of terror and the bizarre enveloping them. Could it be that this figure was indeed a deity? Frieza, caressing his stinging cheek, felt crimson threads of blood seep from his pupils. As the ruler of the cosmos, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, a sense of trepidation gripped him. Perhaps this voice truly belonged to a god. After all, from where else could that hand have emerged? Bang! Just as Frieza was on the verge of losing his composure, a foot suddenly protruded from the dark void, appearing behind him. With a dull thud, the foot made contact with Frieza's rear, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. Slap! In Broly's grasp, a flickering crimson flame danced, and with a swift motion, he severed Frieza's tail. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Frieza's lips, as beads of sweat cascaded down his visage. Frieza, do you still dare to challenge the authority of the divine? Broly's commanding voice resonated from all directions. And no, I dare not, Frieza stammered, hastily kneeling upon the ground, his eyes darting about in frantic search of the dark void, seeking a means to ambush and retaliate against this deity. However, Frieza's furtive maneuvers were entirely transparent to Broly, who observed them unmistakably through the crystal orb. Broly, recognizing the favorable circumstances, refrained from further attacking Frieza. Broly understood that a mere reprimand, wielded by his divine will, would suffice for Frieza. Given his current strength, attempting to eliminate Frieza, whose battle power reached an astonishing 120 million, was rather impractical. Frieza, the one who dared to threaten Broly, a Saiyan under divine protection, must tread carefully, otherwise there would be dire consequences. With a cold snort, Broly's divine consciousness continued to expand. Chapter 11. The Cunning Frieza. Boom. 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 In an instant, the faces of Frieza's underlings turned ashen, their bodies exploding on the spot. Frieza, rendered speechless, stood paralyzed with fear. Take heed, Frieza, Broly proclaimed, falling silent thereafter. The spaceship was engulfed in an eerie silence, stained with the crimson essence of those who had perished, while Frieza's eyes glimmered with a mix of terror and fury. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive stillness. Frieza's visage grew increasingly grotesque as he struggled to comprehend the identity of his unseen assailant. Could it truly be a deity? How infuriating! He gritted his teeth. The few surviving underlings remained mute. Having witnessed their lord being toyed with by a divine entity, they dared not overstep their bounds. Connect me to the Ginyu Force immediately, Frieza commanded with a cold demeanor. My lord Frieza, that individual can perceive your thoughts, a stout underling whispered nervously. Oh, are you fearful of him? Frieza narrowed his eyes at the rotund subordinate. I am not afraid, the stout fellow stammered. What is your name? Frieza inquired, his gaze piercing. Solabe. The stout one replied hastily. In a swift motion, Frieza seized Solabe by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Please spare me, Lord Frieza. Solabe gasped in terror. Thud, thud, thud. Frieza unleashed a trio of punches, each landing squarely on Solb's face, resulting in a scattering of teeth across the floor and leaving his countenance in utter disarray. With a flick of his wrist, Frieza discarded Solabe to the ground, snorting disdainfully. I am not one to be commanded by others. After uttering these words, Frieza cast a glance at the operator. The underling, obediently, had already established a connection with the Ginyu Force during Frieza's assault on Solabe. My lord Frieza, this is Ginyu, came the voice from the other end. Ah, Ginyu. I require your assistance, Frieza said with a slight smile. What can I do for you, my lord? Ginyu responded with utmost respect. On planet 23 in the 432nd region of the Eastern Universe, there is a Saiyan child approximately 3 years of age. I need you to capture him, Frieza ordered, surveying his surroundings with an air of smugness. A 3-year-old Saiyan? Ginyu echoed, his expression one of surprise. Indeed, Frieza responded coldly. You're not jesting, are you, my lord? Ginyu chuckled lightly. Do you think I have time for such frivolities? Frieza's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering within them. Ginyu could feel the chill of Frieza's malice even from the other end of the line, causing him to shudder inwardly. Do you comprehend my words? Frieza inquired icily. Understood. We shall depart immediately and will reach that planet in 2 days, Ginyu replied respectfully. Every move of Frieza was laid bare within Broly's crystal sphere. As Broly was poised to teach Frieza a lesson once more with the power of the gods, he focused his gaze and discerned that Frieza appeared to be fully armed. Observing his stance, with fists clenched and body on high alert, it became evident that Frieza had summoned him with the intent of luring him into an assault. Broly, of course, would not be easily deceived. Currently, his combat power hovers around 200,000, whereas Frieza's first form has already reached 530,000. The earlier encounter where Broly managed to overpower Frieza was primarily due to the latter's unpreparedness and his failure to elevate his energy to its utmost potential. However, Frieza's incessant provocations have left Broly quite displeased. It appears that with a little more training, the Ginyu Force will soon descend upon this planet, which poses a considerable inconvenience. Nevertheless, it is not in Broly's nature to simply let Frieza go. Divine retribution awaits. Broly's authoritative voice resonated within the spacecraft. Boom. In the next moment, Frieza's spaceship erupted into a cacophony of destruction, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Whoosh. Frieza soared into the sky, suspended high in the vastness of space. His expression one of utmost displeasure. How infuriating. Frieza bared his teeth in a grimace. What? Do you still not comprehend the need for repentance? Broly smiled gently, his commanding voice echoing once more. Humph, I finally grasped the truth. You are indeed that Broly, are you not? Frieza squinted, his face cold as he spoke. Recalling how your punches and kicks were rather diminutive when you attacked me, it must be you. Chapter 12. The search for Broly. I must admit, I underestimated your intellect. Broly, however, was not particularly surprised. Just wait. I shall personally descend upon that planet and tear you to shreds. As Frieza uttered these words, he extended 4 fingers, declaring, 4 days, 4 days from now, I shall arrive on your planet. Enjoy the final 4 days of your life to the fullest. Broly paid him no mind. However, he was acutely aware that he could no longer remain on this planet. Soon, Frieza would descend upon it. With Broly's current strength, he was ill-prepared to confront Frieza directly. Thus, the question arose, where would be the most suitable refuge? Earth presented itself as an excellent option, yet the distance to that realm was considerable. Given Broly's present capabilities, he would need to execute a series of instantaneous movements, perhaps a dozen, to reach Earth. Such extensive use of instantaneous movement might inadvertently expose him to Frieza's minions at some cosmic way station, thereby jeopardizing Earth's safety. At this juncture, the optimal course of action would be to seek a planet that he could transport to in a single leap. Broly searched far and wide. After approximately 10 minutes, his eyes gleamed with excitement as they settled upon a crimson-hued planet. It was planet Vegeta. Frieza had currently diverted his attention to Broly's present location, completely neglecting the destruction of planet Vegeta. Thus, it would be wise for Broly to journey to planet Vegeta for his training. Resolute in his decision, Broly realized that the distance from his current position to planet Vegeta could be traversed with just 2 instantaneous teleports. As Broly contemplated teleporting to planet Vegeta, a fleeting glance at his own diminutive physique sparked an alternative notion in his mind. This body, merely 3 years of age, remained insufficiently developed in all aspects. Why should he traverse the cosmos when he possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate time? Broly smiled faintly, then promptly closed his eyes and extended his arms. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the surrounding void was compressed and distorted in shape. In an instant, layers of vibrant, colorful clouds emerged. Swish! Broly has returned directly to a decade ago. Consequently, in this era, there is no one to disturb him. Broly could utilize this time to diligently train and elevate his strength. In the dimension where Frieza resided, 2 days later, 5 miniature spacecraft descended upon Broly's planet. Captain Jinyu and his 4 companions emerged from the vessels, utilizing their scanners to seek out Broly's presence. Strangely, there appeared to be no inhabitants on this planet. Jesus, nearly breaking his scanner in frustration, muttered, "Could it be that Lord Frieza was mistaken?" "There is no error," Captain Jinyu asserted confidently. "Lord Frieza stated that he is on this planet, and he must be here. Let us split up and search. Should we encounter any suspicious individuals, we must alert each other immediately. Remember, this individual possesses formidable power, having slain both Zarbon and Dodoria." However, after a day and night of searching, Jinyu and his team failed to locate Broly. Unbeknownst to them, Broly had already traversed time, returning to this planet a decade earlier. As night fell, Jinyu gazed up at the starry sky, attempting to contact Frieza, who was also in a state of disconnection. Due to Broly's destruction of Frieza's spacecraft and the fact that Frieza typically did not wear a scanner, he was currently navigating the cosmos alone at great speed. "Captain, what shall we do now? We have scoured the entire planet, and if there truly exists an individual capable of vanquishing Zarbon and Dodoria, our scanners should have detected him swiftly," Jesus inquired. "We shall continue our search tomorrow," Jinyu decided after some contemplation. The following day, Jinyu searched tirelessly throughout the daylight hours. As night descended once more, he found himself staring at the stars, his expression tinged with frustration. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from his scanner. "Ah, Lord Frieza. It is Lord Frieza," Jinyu exclaimed with elation. "Jinyu, why the joy? Have you captured that little monkey named Broly?" Frieza questioned. After 2 full days, Frieza had finally reached a location in space, found a spacecraft, and established contact with Jinyu. "Lord Frieza, I was just about to report to you. We arrived on this planet 2 days ago, but regrettably, we have searched every inch and have not found the Saiyan named Broly." "You cannot find him?" Frieza's voice turned cold. "We shall strive harder. We will certainly locate him." Jinyu quickly amended. "Very well, I will personally visit that planet in 2 days. I hope you do not disappoint me," Frieza concluded before severing the communication. At this moment, Frieza's tail had fully regenerated, rhythmically striking the floor of the spacecraft. Those familiar with Frieza understood that this gesture indicated his anger. On the 3rd night, Captain Jinyu once again gazed at the starry expanse, his frustration deepening. 3 days had passed with no results. As the captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate the planet in his exasperation. "Captain, shall we continue searching?" Jesus approached him with concern. "Of course we shall search. Lord Frieza will arrive on this planet tomorrow." Jinyu gritted his teeth and replied, "If I find that little Saiyan, I shall make him pay dearly." "Who dares to make me pay?" Just as Jinyu finished speaking, a voice echoed nearby. Suddenly, the air shimmered and distorted, and a figure emerged from the void before the 5 members of the Jinyu force. The figure, a child with dark green hair, appeared to be around 8 years old and sported a long, furry tail. Jinyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Who are you?" Jisus quickly inquired. I am the very person you seek. My name is Broly. The boy responded with a faint smile. After 5 years of training, Broly had matured into an 8-year-old, and his efforts had led to a remarkable enhancement of his strength. Broly sensed that the moment was ripe. Thus he returned to the current temporal juncture, fortuitously encountering the 5 members of the Ginyu Force. Did not Lord Frieza assert that Broly was merely 3 years old? Yet, he appears to be around 7 or 8. Ginyu remarked with uncertainty. Indeed, Lord Frieza did claim he was only 3. Geese vigorously nodded in agreement. Regardless of his age, this fellow has finally made his appearance. Heh. After 3 days of searching, he is finished. Rikuum sneered, clenching his fists as he approached Broly, his grin menacing. Captain, allow me to teach this monkey a lesson. Ginyu remained silent, a frown creasing his brow. He found the situation peculiar. Lord Frieza was not one to err. So why had Broly suddenly grown so much? Moreover, why had he eluded capture 3 days prior, only to materialize now? The entire scenario bewildered Ginyu. Nevertheless, since Rikuum was eager to confront Broly, it seemed opportune to let him gauge Broly's strength. Rikuum's fists crackled with anticipation. A disdainful smile plastered on his face as he stood before Broly. Today, you shall witness the might of Rikuum, he declared, launching a powerful punch toward Broly. Swish. Broly slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading Lycum's assault. He managed to dodge? The lad possesses quite remarkable agility. Lycum scoffed coldly, quickening the pace of his strikes. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Broly refrained from countering, solely focusing on evasion. Despite undergoing 5 years of training, he had not engaged in combat with anyone during this time, merely enhancing his fighting prowess. He needed to swiftly acclimate to the rhythm of battle. Moreover, Broly harbored a primary objective over these 5 years, to mature expeditiously, reaching an age suitable for combat. Rikuum had spent a considerable duration attempting to land a blow on Broly, yet he had not even grazed the hem of Broly's garment, leaving him panting heavily. Bart, this fellow's speed is rather peculiar. You handle him. Ginyu commanded Bart. Understood, Captain. I shall show him what true speed entails. Bart had been eager to engage, having already discerned Broly's every movement. If he were to attack, he was confident he would land a decisive blow. In an instant, Bart transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind Broly in the blink of an eye. Captain, it's strange. This kid Broly has a power level of merely 2,000 according to the scouter, Geese remarked, astonishment creeping into his voice upon realizing Broly's combat capability. It's nothing. He must be elevating his power in an instant, something the scouter cannot detect. Perhaps he is gathering strength, awaiting the opportunity to challenge Lord Frieza. Ginyu replied with a dismissive snort, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 14. In a mere blink, 90,000 kilometers away, Bart taunted, Saiyan brat. Watch as I shatter your skull. With a derisive laugh, he launched a punch aimed at the back of Broly's head. Just as Bart's fist was about to make contact, Broly's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Bart was left bewildered, searching left and right, completely unable to locate Broly's presence. Even I cannot see where he has moved to, Ginyu exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Beep. Suddenly, the scouters of the 5 warriors illuminated with a signal. Got it. The scouter has pinpointed his location. Geese shouted in excitement. He can't escape, Bart remarked, glancing at the scouter. It's showing a distance of 93,823 kilometers. Cold sweat beaded on Jinyu's forehead as he shouted, Geese, check if my scouter is malfunctioning. It's not a malfunction, Captain. Mine also shows 93,823 kilometers. Geese replied with a wry smile. How is this possible? Why has he appeared at such a distant location in an instant? Ginyu and his comrades exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with shock. Return. You are no match for me. Broly's voice resonated from the skies. The 5 warriors quickly looked up, but Broly's silhouette was nowhere to be found. Additionally, Ginyu and the others discovered through their scouters that Broly remained over 90 kilometers away, not having appeared in the sky at all. What is happening? Who is this individual? Geese rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Beep. Just as Geese finished speaking, the scouter flickered again, and the data vanished in an instant. He's gone. He has vanished. Geese exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Ginyu and the others also noted the changes on their scouters, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. As time ticked by, Broly still did not reappear. Ginyu and his team were puzzled. Why had Broly not initiated any combat after his ghostly appearance? On Frieza's spaceship. A report was delivered. Lord Frieza, we anticipate arrival at Eastern Universe Sector 432, Planet 23 in approximately 8 hours, a subordinate informed. 8 hours, you say? Frieza, having calmed somewhat after days of travel, was no longer as irritable as before. Beep beep. At that moment, a notification chimed on the display. Lord Frieza. It's a call from Captain Jinyu, the subordinate hurriedly explained. Connect the call, Frieza commanded. The call was quickly established. Jinyu, have you located Broly? Frieza inquired. Lord Frieza. We just saw him, Jinyu replied hastily. You saw him? Where is he? Frieza asked, momentarily taken aback. He vanished in an instant, and upon using the scouter, we discovered he had appeared over 90 kilometers away, Jinyu spoke, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Lord Frieza, this guy is elusive. Appearing at such a distance in the blink of an eye, Frieza recalled having seen Broly's movements in a video, so he was not overly surprised. Instead, he commanded, pursue him. He is over 90 kilometers away. With your speed, you should be able to catch him in about 10 minutes. However, Lord Frieza, the scouter has lost his trail, Jinyu replied with a bitter smile. Then head to that location 90 kilometers away and confirm his presence. Frieza barked angrily. Fool. Do you need to report such a simple matter to me? How are you even a captain? Why yes, my subordinate will go immediately, Jinyu stammered, his face paling, yet hesitating to speak further. What? Is there something else? Frieza asked, his expression darkening. One more thing. The Broly we encountered appears to be not 3 years old, but rather around 8. Jinyu gritted his teeth, revealing his concern. 8 years old? Are you certain you did not misjudge? Frieza paused, taken aback. Geese and the others saw him too. He certainly does not resemble a 3-year-old Saiyan, Jinyu replied, steeling himself. I see. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes, momentarily perplexed. Just then, Broly appeared outside Frieza's spaceship, having teleported in an instant. Smack! Broly placed his hand upon Frieza's spacecraft, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Chapter 15. Informing King Bei, Broly has returned. In an instant, Broly activated his instant transmission, and before anyone could blink, he appeared at the very edge of the universe, spacecraft in tow. Inside the ship, Frieza's subordinate, who was monitoring the navigation route, was stunned upon observing the spacecraft's sudden spatial shift. What in the world? This does not seem to be the previous trajectory, he thought, quickly engaging in a series of frantic computations on the console, sweat beading on his forehead as he found himself utterly bewildered. I have a strange feeling that the starlit expanse outside has changed. What is happening? Frieza also sensed the anomaly and turned to inquire. His subordinate, overwhelmed, knelt before him. What is it? Frieza asked, momentarily taken aback. Lord Frieza, I am unsure how this happened, but the spacecraft has suddenly changed its position, the subordinate reported. Get to the point. Where have we been relocated? Frieza frowned. My lord, we are currently at the edge of the universe, the farthest west. It will take approximately 5 years to navigate back to Planet 23 in the Eastern Universe 432 region, the subordinate said, trembling as he delivered the grim news. What did you say? Frieza rose abruptly, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. The other subordinates present shared in the collective bewilderment. How could we have traversed to the western edge of the universe in the blink of an eye? Explain. Frieza's voice grew cold. My lord, our ship is indeed at the far western edge of the universe, and given our current speed, it will take roughly 5 years to reach the Eastern Universe 432. Planet 23. The subordinate nearly wept. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Frieza asked, baring his teeth in irritation. Indeed, I am certain, the subordinate nodded. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Find out what has transpired. Frieza seethed with fury, contemplating the urge to eliminate the subordinate, yet he recognized this individual as an expert in navigation. Losing him could result in far greater delays than the 5 years already anticipated. After a meticulous investigation, the expert concluded that they may have inadvertently entered an invisible black hole, resulting in their current predicament. With his knowledge, he could only speculate in this direction. Who could have imagined that someone could teleport while transporting such a massive spacecraft? Connect me to the Jinyu force. Frieza, though enraged, resigned himself to his misfortune. Meanwhile, he resolved that upon their return, he would have to deal with this expert subordinate for wasting 5 years of his time. My lord, there is no service in this desolate region. We cannot establish communication with the Jinyu force, the subordinate lamented. After depositing Frieza at the barren edge of the universe, Broly smiled, then executed instant transmission once more, appearing directly above the royal palace of planet Vegeta. Who goes there? The sudden arrival of Broly immediately captured the attention of numerous Saiyans. Particularly near the royal palace, many powerful Saiyans were stationed. Whoosh! 3 Saiyans, each possessing a power level around 5,000, soared into the sky, shouting at Broly. However, upon noticing the tail behind Broly, their hostility diminished significantly. Whose child are you? Flying is prohibited above the palace. One tall Saiyan barked at Broly. Tell King Vegeta that Broly has returned. Broly replied with a gentle smile, his tone calm. What, Broly? The 3 were taken aback. They had been involved in the efforts to eliminate Broly, yet wasn't he only 3 years old? He appeared to be around 8 now. Moreover, wasn't he Broly supposed to have been personally dispatched by King Vegeta and discarded as trash? Although skeptical, upon closer inspection, they could discern some resemblance to Broly from 3 years prior. King Vegeta is in that palace, isn't he? Broly smiled slightly, pointing towards the Saiyan royal palace. What do you intend to do? The tall Saiyan asked, momentarily stunned. Since King Vegeta refuses to come out, I will force him to. Broly chuckled softly, launching an energy blast towards the palace. Stop him. How dare you? The faces of the 3 Saiyans paled as they shouted. One of them swiftly pursued the energy blast, attempting to prevent its impact on the palace. However, he was ultimately too late. The blast struck the enormous palace of King Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, the palace collapsed into ruins in an instant. Whoosh! Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a red cloak, with hair standing tall, soared into the sky. Looking quite disheveled, it was none other than King Vegeta himself. He had been resting, utterly unprepared for someone to obliterate his palace, which left him fuming. Upon realizing that the perpetrator was merely a child, he nearly burst into laughter. Whose mischievous child is this? You dare destroy my palace? Bring me your parents. I shall have them executed. King Vegeta exclaimed, covered in dust and grime. Don't you remember me, King Vegeta? Broly said with a beaming smile. King Vegeta? He claims to be Broly. One of the Saiyans quickly relayed. What? Broly? King Vegeta was indeed familiar with that name. This child was the legendary Super Saiyan, whose power level had reached 10,000 at birth and had surged to a staggering figure by the age of 3. King Vegeta had ambushed Broly when he was unsuspecting, gravely injuring him before discarding him like refuse, convinced that he would surely perish. Now, seeing a child resembling Broly standing before him, declaring himself as such, left King Vegeta in a state of confusion. Just days ago, he had thought he had eliminated Broly. Yet, upon closer inspection, the resemblance was undeniable. However, wasn't he Broly only 3 years old? This child appeared to be around 8. From this day forth, abdicate your throne, Broly commanded King Vegeta. What? King Vegeta was momentarily stunned, convinced he had misheard. All Saiyan citizens, listen closely. I am your new king, Broly declared confidently, pointing at 2 Saiyans, you and you. Do not even think about challenging me. You are no match for me. The 2 Saiyans, who had intended to attack Broly, hesitated at King Vegeta's silent command and held back. King Vegeta recognized that they were not strong enough to confront Broly. Meanwhile, more and more Saiyans began to ascend into the sky, drawn by the recent explosion of the palace. Yet, upon discovering that the destroyer was merely a Saiyan child, they found themselves at a loss for words. After Broly's words fell, King Vegeta and the many Saiyans were momentarily stunned before bursting into raucous laughter. Kill him. King Vegeta commanded the 2 Saiyan guards. Yes, these 2 Saiyan warriors possessed battle powers reaching the formidable height of 10,000, placing them among the elite of their race. With lightning speed, the pair charged toward Broly. Body freeze technique. Broly merely glared at the 2 warriors, unleashing an invisible divine force. In the next instant, the Saiyan guards froze mid-air, their bodies rigid as puppets. Who is this child? You don't know? Rumor has it he's the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. His power level was already 10,000 at birth. King Vegeta secretly tried to eliminate him just days ago. The legendary Super Saiyan? Whether it's true or not remains uncertain. Among the onlookers, aside from Saiyans, were numerous aliens, most of whom had been conquered by the Saiyans, their planet seized, and valuable individuals brought to planet Vegeta. The worthless were slaughtered without hesitation. The Saiyans were pragmatic, ruthless, and never reasoned with aliens. Now, more and more gathered near the ruined palace, their gazes fixed on Broly. When they saw the king's 2 guards inexplicably paralyzed, shock rippled through the crowd. Activate your scouters. Observe my power level, Broly sneered, allowing a fraction of his energy to surge forth. Beep. Power level, 80,000. The Saiyans gasped in awe, their expressions reverent. King Vegeta himself inhaled sharply. Such an insane power level was unheard of. Chapter 17. First encounter with Bardock. None could fathom that the energy Broly displayed was but a fraction of his true might. He knew full well that revealing his actual strength would shatter every scouter in existence. Even so, the 80,000 reading was enough to overload older models, causing them to explode. Bow before me. I shall lead you to glory. Broly's voice resonated across the land. Don't get cocky, brat. King Vegeta snarled, though fear not at him. Being humiliated by a child enraged him. Listen well. I, Broly, will not force you. Those willing to follow me, to crown me as your king, gather at the square in 3 days. I will lead you to a new world, to destroy Frieza and dominate this universe. As he spoke, Broly deliberately turned his back to the king. With a furious roar, King Vegeta summoned a colossal energy sphere and hurled it at Broly. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion engulfed Broly in blinding light and flames. I am the Saiyan King. The monarch panted, his voice icy. A mere whelp dares challenge my throne? Yet as his words faded, Broly's silhouette emerged unscathed from the inferno. No injuries. He unharmed. That was the king's full power. If Broly took that attack head-on and remained unharmed, his 80,000 power level must be real. Murmurs of awe spread as the crowd finally grasped Broly's overwhelming strength. How shall I deal with you? Broly mused, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This can't be. King Vegeta paled, panic seizing him. Killing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant, Broly mused. With a flick of his wrist, an unseen force struck the king. Whoosh! King Vegeta's body shot backward like an arrow, smashing through buildings and soaring hundreds of kilometers before crashing into a vast desert. Thud! The king lay unconscious in the golden sands. A mere flick had sent the mightiest Saiyan flying. The crowd trembled in terror. My offer stands. I will not force you. Those who wish to follow me gather in 3 days. Broly's voice was calm. Silence reigned, broken only by the wind rustling through Broly's dark green hair. Good luck to you all, he said, preparing to depart. Will you truly lead us to defeat Frieza? A voice rose from the crowd just as Broly turned to leave. Broly cast a glance towards the speaker, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visage before him. It was Bardock. Indeed, Broly harbored a fondness for Bardock, one of the Saiyans he admired most in the Dragon Ball saga. Prior to his traversal into this realm, he had perused a fanfiction entitled Bardock's Counterattack, which portrayed Bardock in a light he greatly appreciated. It is Bardock, Broly mused with a faint smile, addressing him. You must be aware that, before long, Frieza shall arrive to obliterate this planet. What? How do you know this? Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Broly's words. Frieza himself uttered such a proclamation. Broly replied with a gentle smile. Did he truly say that? Bardock exclaimed, his astonishment giving way to a tremor within him. Fear not, for under my protection Frieza poses no threat, Broly reassured him with a smile. Very well, let us reconvene in 3 days. With that, he vanished. After uttering these words, Broly vanished without a trace. Everyone searched for his presence, unaware that he had already teleported to a distant galaxy, far removed from the planet Vegeta. Over the past 5 years of rigorous training, Broly's foundational combat power had soared to an impressive height of 20 million. Although he had yet to attain the strength of his former body, it is important to note that this remarkable progress had been achieved in merely 5 years. In contrast, after transcending into Zamasu, Zamasu had trained for several millennia, yet this extensive duration had only allowed him to reach the level of a Super Saiyan second stage. Following Broly's occupation of Zamasu's body, the enhancement of that body's power was minimal, as its combat capabilities were already nearing their limit. Broly's current form, however, possessed boundless potential. What thrilled Broly the most was that with each passing birthday, each year marking an increase in his age, it felt as though some force was bestowing upon him a grand gift, significantly elevating his overall combat prowess. Moreover, this was merely his most fundamental state. One could only imagine the extent of his power should he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, it perplexed Broly that no matter how hard he tried, he could never attain the form of the legendary Super Saiyan, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil for some time. Broly initially contemplated traversing to another timeline to inquire with Zuno, but after some reflection, he decided to dismiss that notion. Excessive alterations to the timeline would inevitably attract the attention of the God of Destruction, and with Broly's current strength, he was not yet capable of contending with such a formidable opponent. Broly suddenly realized that throughout the past 5 years, he had been diligently training. To transform into a Super Saiyan, a Saiyan must possess super cells. The primary condition for the emergence of super cells within one's body is to maintain a tranquil heart. After exchanging bodies with Broly, he discovered that his once serene heart had become somewhat agitated. To attain a state of inner peace, Earth seemed to be an excellent choice. Thus, Broly resolved to journey to Earth, where he could cultivate some super cells. Whoosh! Broly, by means of instantaneous movement, materialized high above the Earth. He needed to locate a suitable place on the planet to ascertain whether he could augment the super cells within his body. Whom should he seek? That old geezer. Master Roshi? Or perhaps someone else? It appeared that, for Broly in his current state, neither option was appropriate. Help! Help! Just as Broly was in search of an appropriate dwelling, he was suddenly startled by the cry of a young girl. Broly found the voice of the little girl to be utterly enchanting, compelling him to glance towards the source of the sound. Subsequently, he beheld a plump woman, clutching the small girl under her arm while recklessly speeding on a motorcycle with one hand. It was indeed the very girl she was holding who had just cried out for help. Broly cast a glance and swiftly deduced that this corpulent woman was either a human trafficker or a kidnapper of affluent young ladies. Broly, with idle time on his hands, descended from the heavens, landing beside the plump woman and matching her pace. Who are you? The woman gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing Broly. Fortunately, her driving skills were commendable, preventing her from falling off the motorcycle in her fright. Are you the one calling for help? Broly glanced at the little girl. Ah. Are you flying? The girl looked up, astonished to discover Broly. With her hair styled in 2 braids and a striking blue hue, her large, sparkling eyes radiated innocence and charm. Hello. Broly took a deep breath, tempering his somewhat volatile aura. My name is Bulma. Are you a superhero, big brother? The girl blinked, beaming brightly at Broly. You are Bulma? Broly did not initially recognize her, but upon closer inspection, he discerned traces of Bulma's features. Do you know me? Bulma asked, a hint of surprise crossing her face. Are you not the daughter of the Capsule Corporation? Broly chuckled. And what of this plump woman? Is she a villain? Big brother. Whoa, help me. She wants to sell me. Bulma cried out in distress. Do not worry, I will save you. I will not allow her to harm you. Broly assured her with a gentle smile. Enough noise. The plump woman abruptly slammed the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a halt. She turned her furious gaze upon Broly. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you can fly. The woman sneered, drawing a long-barreled handgun from her coat, its formidable size signaling its power. Big brother, run. That SA-modified gun. It's very powerful. Bulma shouted urgently to Broly. Humph. Even the best of flyers can be taken down with a single shot. The woman scoffed, aiming the gun directly at Broly. Die, flying man. With that, she pulled the trigger. Bang. A streak of light shot forth from the barrel, hurtling towards Broly. Broly was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, just as Bulma had asserted, the power of this handgun was surprisingly formidable. However, it was rather absurd to think that a weapon of such caliber could inflict any harm upon Broly. Bang. Broly merely unleashed a faint wisp of his aura, effortlessly dispersing the incoming crimson laser beam. The corpulent woman stood frozen in shock, her pistol momentarily forgotten in her trembling grasp. So you fancy playing with firearms, do you? Then let us indulge in this little game. Broly's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he extended his divine will, exerting an unseen force upon the weapon. Snap! The pistol tore itself from the woman's grip, spinning through the air in a dizzying whirl, 7,200 revolutions, before its barrel aligned perfectly with the woman's coarse, bloated visage. Aya! She shrieked in terror, her voice shrill with panic. Then, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground in a dead faint. Already unconscious? Broly chuckled darkly, yet showed no intention of mercy. With a single motion, he seized the woman by her collar, hoisting her limp form effortlessly into the air. Thud. Broly unleashed a powerful kick, and with a resounding thud, the rotund woman vanished in a flash of light, leaving no trace behind. Wow, big brother, you are amazing, exclaimed Bulma, her eyes sparkling with delight rather than fear. Let me take you home, Broly offered with a gentle smile. Yes, yes. I can tell you are a good person, Bulma affirmed with unwavering confidence. A good person? Broly echoed the words, pondering their meaning. In truth, he believed himself to be far from virtuous, considering himself rather malevolent. Without hesitation, Broly embraced Bulma and soared towards the Capsule Corporation. Along the way, he learned of the ordeal Bulma endured at the hands of the hefty woman. Bulma, having just graduated from elementary school, was deceived by a plump woman who claimed to be her father's secretary, come to escort her home after school. At the tender age of approximately 6, Bulma was quite naive and believed the woman's words. However, the woman soon deviated from the intended route and began leading Bulma in a different direction altogether. It was at this moment that Bulma realized she had encountered a nefarious individual. "Big brother, you fly so fast," Bulma exclaimed with delight. "Once we get home, I must treat you to a splendid meal. It has been ages since I last savored delicious food." Broly nodded in agreement. Since becoming a god of destruction, he rarely consumed sustenance, for he was not hungry. Even after inhabiting Broly's body, though his divine essence remained intact and he could survive without food. Saiyans possessed a significant craving for nourishment as it enhanced their combat prowess. In truth, during his time on that primitive planet, Broly's diet primarily consisted of roasted meat, as he had neither the skills nor the means to prepare other dishes. "Big brother, why do you have a tail?" Bulma inquired curiously, having noticed Broly's tail long ago. "Yes, I've had it since childhood," Broly replied, offering little explanation. "Let me play with it," Bulma said, grasping Broly's tail with glee, exclaiming, "It's so much fun. It's fluffy and feels so nice in my hands." Upon arriving at Bulma's home, she introduced Broly to her parents. "Look, Mom and Dad, I brought home a handsome big brother." Bulma's mother chuckled warmly. Bulma, were you kidnapped by a bad person?" Her father, Dr. Briefs, adjusted his glasses and inquired. "Dad, Mom, I was just rescued by big brother Broly. How can you not be worried at all?" Bulma protested, placing her hands on her hips in indignation. "But Bulma, you've returned safely now, so there is nothing to fret about," her mother replied with a smile. Bulma glared furiously. Suddenly, it dawned on me that I still had a research project unfinished. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and hastily made his exit. "Mom and Dad, you have truly disappointed me," Bulma exclaimed with indignation. Broly observed quietly, feeling a twinge of sentiment within his heart. Broly could discern that it wasn't that Bulma's parents didn't worry about her, but rather they had already witnessed her safe return, making the pursuit of details insignificant. Naturally, for Bulma's parents, the paramount concern was fostering her courage and confidence, ensuring this incident wouldn't cast shadows upon her future. Shortly after, Broly overheard Dr. Brief rushing into a room to call the elementary school principal, inquiring about the incident's circumstances, and subsequently contacting the police. "Mom and Dad are being utterly unreasonable," Bulma huffed indignantly. "Let's go, big brother Broly. I'll treat you to something delicious." Volume 2. Chapter 20. First encounter with Vegeta. Unbeknownst to him, Broly had already spent 3 days at Bulma's home. On the third day, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily peculiar energy emerging within him, a tranquil force, entirely unlike the volatile energies he had previously known. A thought flickered through Broly's mind. Could it be that this serene energy is the result of the super cells born within him? However, despite his attempts, he remained unable to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Not only was the legendary Super Saiyan beyond his reach, but even the ordinary Super Saiyan eluded him. It appeared that the super cells emerging within him were still insufficient. Noticing that the time was approaching, Broly knew he had to return for the time being. He would not neglect the promise made among the Saiyans. "Bulma, I must leave for a while, but I shall return to see you soon," Broly said to Bulma. "Are you really leaving, big brother?" Bulma gazed at him with reluctance. "This is for you," Broly replied, placing a time-space ring on Bulma's finger. The ring was rather large, given Bulma's youthful stature, but upon contact, it miraculously shrank to fit her perfectly. "You must wear this at all times and never take it off. If you find yourself in danger, simply call my name, and I will appear before you instantly," Broly assured as he gently patted Bulma's head. "Is it really that magical?" Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback as she examined the ring adorning her finger. "Remember, you have only 3 opportunities to use it, and it may only be activated in times of peril," Broly cautioned. "Only 3? That seems rather few," Bulma pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "What if I miss you?" "Big brother? I will return," Broly replied, and without further ado, his form began to blur. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. When Broly materialized above planet Vegeta, he was astonished to discover that his serene energy had doubled. It seemed that this tranquil energy was born from the bonds of kinship and friendship. The brief moment of emotion shared with Bulma had surprisingly generated a considerable amount of serene energy. Broly glanced around and noticed a considerable number of Saiyans congregated in the square. A rough count revealed that there were at least 1,000 individuals present. Snap! Broly descended from the heavens, landing directly before the gathered crowd. Vegeta? To Broly's surprise, Vegeta was among them, naturally standing at the forefront, assuming the role of leader. At this time, Vegeta was merely around 7 years of age, yet his stature was notably diminutive. He donned the distinctive armor of the Saiyans, complemented by a vibrant red cape that flowed behind him. "You must be Broly," Vegeta remarked, his eyes glinting with interest as he gazed in Broly's direction. Are you here to challenge me, or do you wish to acknowledge me as your king? Broly inquired with keen curiosity. If you can withstand my attack, I shall recognize you as my king from this day forth, Vegeta declared, brimming with fierce determination. Broly briefly sensed Vegeta's aura. Indeed, this young lad possessed remarkable strength. Having achieved a combat power of approximately 15,000 at merely 7 years of age, it is noteworthy that among the Saiyans, a power level of 15,000 is considered exceptional. In response to Vegeta's provocation, Broly merely smiled. It mattered not if Vegeta's power were 15,000 or 150,000. Broly could effortlessly disregard any of his assaults. The reason he engaged in conversation with the young Vegeta was that he held a certain fondness for him among the Saiyans. 3 days prior, I had proclaimed that those willing to follow me would be led to a new sanctuary, where together we would vanquish Frieza and become the true masters of this universe. With a gentle smile, Broly surveyed the crowd in the square and declared, "Now, those who wish to follow me, join hands." Of course, I would not compel those who were unwilling. Join hands? Together? A sense of reluctance stirred within several Saiyans. However, the majority recognized Broly's displayed might and thus hesitated no longer, promptly linking hands. This fellow dares to disregard my presence. Vegeta seethed, feeling overlooked, his anger flaring. Your Highness, please calm yourself. This individual's combat power truly hovers around 80,000, and even King Vegeta's full force could not harm him. Hastily advised 2 of Vegeta's companions. What does he mean by having us join hands? Vegeta inquired with a scowl. Why not give it a try, Your Highness? Surely it will amount to nothing, suggested his companions. Although Vegeta was somewhat reluctant, curiosity got the better of him, and he extended his hand, joining it with those of his companions. Broly cast a glance at Vegeta's 2 companions. One was the diminutive bald figure, Nappa, while the other, with flowing locks, appeared to be Raditz. Subsequently, he began to search for Bardock's presence. Where could Bardock be? After a thorough scan, Broly found no trace of him and could not help but inquire aloud. Yet, no one responded. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, glimmering with a fierce brilliance. The King of Broly, Mr. Bardock, has been imprisoned by King Vegeta for initiating a conversation with you. A Saiyan, unable to contain himself, spoke to Bardock. Is that so? Imprisoned? Broly replied with a light smile. Upon uttering these words, Broly waved his right hand gently. In an instant, a crystal orb materialized before him. In the next moment, Bardock's figure flickered within the orb. From the orb's perspective, it was evident that Bardock was indeed confined, trapped in a dark chamber illuminated by a dim light. The onlookers were astounded at Broly's ability to conjure the crystal orb, completely bewildered by the spectacle before them. In a flash, Broly vanished from sight, only to return moments later, accompanied by an unexpected figure. Bardock? Many gasped in astonishment as they recognized Bardock's face, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could he have been extracted from his cell so swiftly? Bardock, still dazed, looked around in confusion until his gaze landed on Broly, his shock evident. Bardock, your grievances are yours to resolve in the future, Broly said with a gentle smile. Now, rejoin your comrades. Very well, Bardock nodded, awestruck by Broly's remarkable ability to rescue him in an instant. This Broly must be a monster, Nappa thought, scratching his bald head in astonishment. Father has been imprisoned? Raditz furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at Vegeta. Mere parlor tricks, simply a technique of super speed deception, Vegeta scoffed. Though curiosity compelled him to join hands with Raditz and Nappa, linking with the others. All right, we shall set forth to planet Broly. Broly smiled faintly, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Broly employed instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized with a vast entourage on the primordial planet where he had once honed his skills. Broly found this planet quite delightful. Its gravity was comparable to that of planet Vegeta, yet its environment was somewhat more favorable. Additionally, the air quality and composition on this planet bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force were in a rather dire predicament. They remained on this planet, which Broly had named Broly Planet, uncertain of what to do next. Most perplexing was the complete absence of any communication from Lord Frieza, leaving them in the dark regarding his whereabouts. The Ginyu Force, unable to leave or stay, floundered about like headless flies on the planet. They had contemplated that perhaps luck might be on their side, and they would encounter Broly again, or that Lord Frieza would make a sudden appearance. On this particular day, the 5 gathered to discuss their future strategies. Captain, it seems we cannot reach Lord Frieza for the time being. Perhaps we should leave this place? It is dreadfully dull here, suggested Jisoo. I concur with Jisoo. Frieza's abrupt disappearance is truly exasperating, Bart agreed, raising both hands in support. Why don't we just destroy this planet? That would save us the trouble of searching for him, Gerudo proposed. With a resounding slap, Jinyu struck Gerudo, sending him sprawling to the ground. Captain, why did you hit me? Gerudo asked, bewildered as he cradled his head. You fool. If we destroy this planet, how will we explain ourselves to Lord Frieza when he returns? Jinyu reprimanded, urging them to think critically. Just as Jinyu finished his admonition, a series of data signals suddenly appeared on the scouters worn by the five. Who is it? Why are there so many signals appearing all at once? Jisoo exclaimed in surprise. It must be Lord Frieza arriving. Jinyu responded with a slight smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Wait, something's amiss. These power levels are clearly stronger than those of the individuals Lord Frieza usually brings, Bart remarked, studying the readings on the scouter. One of them has a power level of 15,000, and there are 3 others around 10,000. What is going on? 15,000 is merely a notable figure. There is no need for alarm. We shall investigate, Jinyu replied with a chuckle. If they are foes, how intriguing that would be. Upon hearing the word foes from Captain Jinyu, excitement flickered in the eyes of Jisoo and the other team members. Life on this planet had been exceedingly dull, and the prospect of encountering others to alleviate their boredom was indeed a welcome development. Broly, accompanied by over 2,000 Saiyans, had all been transported to a new planet. The Saiyans looked around, bewildered and disoriented, utterly perplexed as to how they had suddenly found themselves on this unfamiliar world. Whispers of confusion rippled through the crowd, each Saiyan more astonished than the last. My people, the time for trial has arrived. You are all well aware of the principle of survival of the fittest. Are you not? Broly remarked with a slight smile, addressing the multitude. The forthcoming test of your combat prowess is imminent. Strive hard, my subjects. The Saiyans stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp the meaning behind Broly's words. However, a number of them, utilizing their scouters, detected 5 formidable foes rapidly approaching. 3 of these warriors possessed power levels soaring to 40,000, while another boasted an astonishing 120,000. Who are they? The Saiyans gasped in shock, quickly preparing for battle. Approximately 20 seconds later, the Jinyu force materialized before the bewildered Saiyans. It's the Jinyu force. This is disastrous. How could it be them? As the identity of their adversaries became clear, the faces of the Saiyans drained of color, their shock and fear palpable. Meanwhile, the members of the Jinyu force were equally perplexed. What is going on? They are Saiyans? How could Saiyans suddenly appear on this planet? Jinyu pondered in confusion. Captain, look. That fellow is Broly, Jice exclaimed, pointing out Broly to Jinyu. Ah, that detestable little monkey. Finally, I found him. Jinyu seethed, his teeth gritting as he uttered the command, capture him. In an instant, the speedster Berta surged ahead, darting towards Broly. My subjects, this is a battle for survival. Only those Saiyans who endure will receive my assistance in transforming into Super Saiyans. Give it your all, Broly calmly declared to the assembled Saiyans. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, many Saiyans felt a surge of excitement, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Vegeta, in particular, widened his eyes in astonishment. A Super Saiyan? Could it be that we can also become Super Saiyans? Vegeta questioned, torn between disbelief and the desire to embrace the possibility. Indeed. Every one of you has the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan, provided you survive. Broly asserted, noticing that Berta was now dangerously close. Smack. Broly extended his right hand forward and cast a binding spell. The swiftly moving Buddha was instantly immobilized in midair, unable to move even slightly. Don't bother me, Broly said as he soared upward and delivered a powerful kick straight to Buddha. Whoosh. Buddha shot off like a rocket, disappearing beyond the atmosphere without a trace. Well, I've taken care of one for you. The remaining 4 are up to your fate, Broly said with a slight smile. Witnessing Broly's decisive action against Buddha of the Jinyu Force, the fear many Saiyans held towards the Jinyu Force diminished significantly. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, the Saiyans' eyes gleamed with fervor as they surged towards the Jinyu Force. Buddha was dead? The Jinyu members were still in shock, as Buddha's power was comparable to that of Rikum and Goldo. As Buddha lay defeated by Broly's kick, a sense of dread enveloped Jinyu, whose eyes widened in astonishment as they regarded Broly, their expressions growing grave. As for Goldo, with a combat power of merely 10,000, he had long since hidden at the back, too intimidated to engage. Captain, we can't worry about that now. Let's eliminate these surplus Saiyans first. Jinyu shouted loudly. You're right. These Saiyans are insignificant, Jinyu replied, nodding as he raised his fist and commanded, kill. Under Jinyu's leadership, the Jinyu force charged towards the Saiyans with the ferocity of wolves among sheep. Energy blasts erupted into the sky, illuminating the verdant forest with dazzling light. Boom, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated from above, the ground, and the woods, causing nearby animals to flee in terror. The Ginyu Force, renowned as the most elite team in the universe, swiftly dispatched over 50 Saiyans in less than a minute. After all, their combat powers were evident. Ginyu himself boasted a staggering 120,000, while Rikum and Guldo were at 40,000 and 10,000, respectively. Even Guldo, the weakest member, was formidable among the Saiyans. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the Saiyans were being harvested like wheat by the Ginyu Force, their lives extinguished one by one. 5 minutes later, nearly 500 Saiyans had fallen to the blades of the Ginyu Force. It seemed the Saiyans were sufficiently intimidated, no longer charging recklessly into battle. Bardock, cease fighting. You are no match for him, his comrade Toma shouted. During the initial skirmish, Broly had observed Bardock leading the charge against Rikum in a fierce battle. However, Bardock's power barely exceeded 10,000, while Rikum soared to 40,000. Rikum soon had Bardock on the brink of defeat, his body battered and bruised. Yet, despite this, Bardock refused to yield, clinging to the hope of victory. Not bad, Saiyan, your performance is impressive, Rikum sneered coldly. Panting heavily, Bardock's body swayed, on the verge of collapse. Bardock, we must retreat, Toma urged. Bardock remained silent. What? Do you think you can escape? Don't be ridiculous. I was only toying with you earlier. Now, I will show you my true strength, Rikum said dismissively. Prepare yourself, Bardock. At that moment, a voice rang out. Bardock looked up to see that it was none other than Broly. Stunned, Bardock noticed Broly tossing him a bean. Instinctively, he caught it, confusion etched across his face. Eat it, Broly instructed. Without hesitation, Bardock sensed that consuming this bean would yield miraculous results. Crunch. Bardock immediately placed the bean in his mouth, crushing it and swallowing it whole. In an instant, his previously dull eyes widened, sparkling with vitality and energy. My body is fully restored? Bardock exclaimed, astonished as he examined his hands and felt the surge of power coursing through him. What is happening? Rikum stammered, momentarily bewildered. Boom. As Bardock's power surged. Having been restored from the brink of death, he now approached 30,000. He delivered a powerful punch to Rikum's abdomen, leaving a deep imprint where his fist struck. Nearby, Vegeta and Nappa hid among the trees, silently observing the unfolding events. What is happening? Bardock was moments away from death. How has he recovered? Vegeta noted, now aware of Bardock's situation. Your Highness, Bardock's power has surged to 28,000, Nappa reported, sweat trickling down his forehead. What? 28,000? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly activated his scouter to confirm Bardock's power level. Upon realizing the truth, he clenched his teeth and seized Nappa by the collar, lifting him off the ground. What is it, Your Highness? Nappa inquired innocently. I demand to know what just transpired. Why has Bardock's power escalated so dramatically? Vegeta demanded. I didn't see. Nappa protested, shaking his head vigorously. I saw, my lord, a nearby Saiyan said, bowing towards Vegeta. It was Broly who gave Bardock a mysterious bean. After consuming it, Bardock recovered from the brink of death and then experienced a significant power boost. What? A bean? What is that? Vegeta gazed intently at Broly. To his surprise, Broly was looking back at him, offering a subtle smile. Vegeta felt a sudden sense of foreboding wash over him, panic creeping into his youthful features. Earlier, he had witnessed Broly effortlessly dispatch Buddha with a single kick. As the Prince of the Saiyans, you do not engage in battle but instead watch from the sidelines. You have greatly disappointed me, Broly remarked, shaking his head for all to hear. Vegeta trembled slightly, filled with a sense of unwillingness. However, upon reflecting that his battle power barely exceeded 10,000, he realized that challenging the Ginyu Force would be akin to courting disaster, compelling him to suppress his impulses. At that moment, an increasing number of Saiyans fell victim to the ruthless onslaught of Ginyu and his comrades. Concurrently, more Saiyans transitioned from aggressive assaults to desperate attempts at concealment. Though the Saiyans were a warrior race, they were not fools. Aside from Bardock, none would recklessly charge into a fight they could not win. Bang, bang, bang. Rikum unleashed a series of devastating punches, each one landing heavily upon Bardock. With a thunderous crash, Bardock collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, his life force dwindling. Rikum's flash cannon. With a swift motion, Rikum opened his mouth, unleashing a crescent of crimson energy directed straight at the fallen Bardock. Dad. At this critical juncture, Raditz descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful kick to Rikum's head. Taken by surprise, Rikum's mouth snapped shut. With a comical explosion akin to a damp firecracker, the red energy he had nearly unleashed detonated within his mouth. In the next instant, Rickworm appeared utterly ridiculous, covered in dirt and disheveled. "My father is on the brink. King Broly, I beseech you, save him," Raditz pleaded, kneeling before Broly in desperation. As Broly casually tossed a Senzu bean to Raditz, the latter's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly fed it to Bardock. Instantly, a glimmer of vitality returned to Bardock's eyes, and he leapt into the air, hovering effortlessly. Boom! Bardock's combat power surged dramatically, reaching its zenith. What? A power level of 52,000. Raikum stood in shock, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he realized Bardock's newfound strength. "Thank you, King Broly." Bardock finally acknowledged Broly's royal status. He was acutely aware that, had it not been for Broly's intervention today, he would have met his demise. And his power would never have soared to such heights. In a flash, Bardock appeared directly in front of Raikum, a smile gracing his face as he placed a hand upon the latter's chest. Wait. Raikum's expression morphed into one of alarm. With a brilliant flash, Bardock unleashed a torrent of energy, striking Raikum squarely in the chest. In an instant, Raikum was pierced through, his body floating gently to the ground, blood cascading through the air like a crimson rain. A chorus of cheers erupted among the assembled Saiyans as they witnessed Bardock's triumph over Raikum of the Ginyu Force, as if they had personally vanquished him. Meanwhile, Vegeta's emotions were conflicted, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 25, The Great Ape Monster Raikum has been slain by that Saiyan. Jinyu's expression darkened further. It was that Broly who provided him with a peculiar beam capable of instantly healing his injuries and restoring his energy, Jinyu stated solemnly. That vile creature. His power has exceeded 52,000, surpassing mine by over 10,000. Gritting his teeth, Jinyu declared, "I will eliminate that Saiyan named Bardock first." With that, he propelled himself towards Bardock, his aura intensifying. Bardock, sensing Jinyu's approach, felt a weight settle upon his brow. In an instant, Jinyu hovered above him, his right hand raised menacingly towards Bardock's form. Bang! Jinyu unleashed a radiant blast of energy, striking Bardock with relentless force. Boom! Bardock's body crashed to the ground like a cannonball, feeling as if his bones had shattered into pieces, a sensation of unbearable discomfort washing over him, rendering him nearly immobile. Is this the infamous Captain Jinyu? Truly formidable! Bardock gasped weakly. I expected more from him. Alas, he is merely a one-trick pony, Jinyu taunted, casting a provocative glance at Broly. The Saiyans, filled with terror, could scarcely believe that Bardock's power had risen to such heights yet still fell victim to Jinyu's single devastating blow. What hope do we have? My people, do not fear, Broly said with a gentle smile, conjuring a golden energy sphere that crackled with an otherworldly power. As Broly unleashed this sphere, Jinyu paused, bewildered by its presence. In the next moment, Jinyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the energy sphere ascend into the sky. Within moments, it hung high above, a dazzling orb against the azure backdrop. What is that? Jinyu scratched his head, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Captain, that is an artificial moon, Guys exclaimed. What? An artificial moon? A great ape? Jinyu suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, you are correct. Broly smiled enigmatically at the gathered Saiyans. Witness the revelation of your true power. As he spoke, Broly flung a Senzu bean towards Bardock, who caught it effortlessly and swallowed it whole. Broly had acquired these beans from Korin through instantaneous movement moments prior. Upon hearing Broly's words, the Saiyans turned eagerly towards the artificial moon. No, they are about to transform. Jinyu's face paled. He and Guys understood all too well that upon transforming into great apes, a Saiyans' combat power would multiply tenfold. Even those with power levels exceeding 10,000 would reach heights of 100,000. Among them were two Saiyans with power levels of 15,000 if they transformed. Jinyu would stand no chance against them. And Bardock, whose power had climbed to 52,000, no longer, after consuming the miraculous bean, would surpass 80,000. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jinyu shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Guys, destroy the artificial moon at once, Jinyu commanded. Gathering a massive energy sphere in his hands, pulsating with crimson light and crackling with electrical arcs, the colossal sphere expanded dramatically, hurtling toward the artificial moon like a ferocious beast. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the moon, and at the moment of impact, two contrasting energies clashed, emitting a blinding radiance reminiscent of the sun, threatening to consume everything. The deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and earth as cataclysmic energy surged forth, seemingly eager to obliterate all in its path. As the dust settled and the chaos subsided, the onlookers beheld the artificial moon, enscathed and radiating a soft, ethereal glow. pure and luminous, as though untouched by dust. How is this possible? Jinyu stared in disbelief, his expression contorted in despair. Roars of fury erupted from countless directions. Chapter 26. The Moon of the Gods. Jinyu and Guise exchanged terrified glances, their bodies tensing with fear as they beheld the scene before them. Towering figures of colossal great apes, each over 20 meters tall, filled the skies and ground, beating their chests and roaring ferociously. Some of the great apes wielded broken trees, swinging them with wild abandon. In that moment, every great ape bared its fearsome fangs, seemingly poised to devour Jinyu and Guise whole. The sheer magnitude of the horde sent shivers down their spines. It was an overwhelming sight. As the cacophony of roars reached a fever pitch, a particularly striking great ape, adorned in hues of yellow and green, emerged before all. This magnificent creature, resplendent in its unblemished fur, was none other than Broly in his transformed state. During these 4 years of rigorous training, Broly had contemplated deeply. Since he couldn't grasp the profound essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he resolved to embrace the path of becoming the great ape instead. Broly's base power level has already reached an astonishing 20 million. Upon transforming into the great ape, his combat strength soars to an unprecedented 200 million, rendering him more than capable of handling Frieza with effortless superiority. However, Broly is acutely aware that the celestial moon remains the great ape's most glaring vulnerability. In the Dragon Ball universe where entire planets can be obliterated with trivial ease, even this mighty transformation would dissipate instantly should an adversary destroy the orbiting satellite. To remedy this fatal flaw, Broly has personally harnessed divine abilities to forge a sacred lunar construct. This celestial moon possesses all the transformative properties of its natural counterpart, enabling Saiyan metamorphosis into the great ape, yet remains impervious to destruction by mortal hands. Only those who wield power approaching godhood could hope to shatter this divine celestial body. During Broly's training, he transformed into a great ape and sought to explore the possibility of further evolution. Achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan at its 4th tier would indeed be an exceptional choice. It remains uncertain what the form of a Super Saiyan at this level, imbued with the aura of divinity, would resemble. Although Broly harbored great anticipation in his heart, he was well aware that haste would not yield results. After all, he had only occupied this body for 5 years. It required relentless refinement to attain the desired prowess necessary to contend with the gods and ultimately become the true sovereign of the universe. Upon transforming into a giant ape, Broly unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Jinyu and Guise across from him. A vast aura erupted forth, akin to a dragon coiling in the sky, with a fearsome energy that spread unchecked, distorting the very air around them. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped Jinyu and Guise, leaving them astounded and trembling, their expressions marred by dread. With 2 anguished cries, they were abruptly hurled from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegeta surged forward, his colossal foot descending with tremendous force towards Jinyu. The latter reacted swiftly, rolling across the ground multiple times to narrowly evade Vegeta's impending strike. Bam! Vegeta bent down and seized Jinyu in his grasp, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Release me, Jinyu shouted defiantly. Ho ho ho, Jinyu. I never expected you would meet such a fate, Vegeta replied, his grin widening as he tightened his grip. Crack! Jinyu's body seemed to splinter under the pressure, his bones contorted by Vegeta's strength. Now, to crush you would be as effortless as squashing a grasshopper. Disdain dripped from Vegeta's expression. Jinyu Broly is not a creature of green fur, is he? Furthermore, his hands appear remarkably human in form, entirely unlike those of a great ape. Then, Jinyu once again fixed his gaze and was astonished to find the great ape Broly smiling and staring at him. Did you evade me? Jinyu's eyes widened. Whose body have I swapped into? Captain, how did you exchange bodies with me? Guise's voice exclaimed in disbelief from Jinyu's former mouth. Guise? What is happening? Jinyu was flabbergasted. I do not know. It felt as if I blinked and suddenly my body was under your control. Upon closer inspection, I realized I had assumed your form, Guise replied, equally bewildered. Did you evade me? Jinyu seemed to comprehend something, directing his gaze at Broly. Indeed, you wish to exchange bodies with me? Not a chance. Broly chuckled softly. I have been careless, Jinyu stated gravely. Exchange. Immediately, Jinyu extended his arms once more, unleashing a powerful beam of light directed at Broly. Ha ha ha, did you not anticipate this? Although I have assumed this body, I can still utilize my exchange skill, Jinyu declared with excitement. This time, your body is mine. Bang. The beam struck Broly directly. When Jinyu opened his eyes, he suddenly felt his body had become somewhat cumbersome, and the surroundings had altered. Huff, huff. Just as Jinyu was about to speak, he found himself emitting only panting sounds. He looked down in astonishment to discover his body was quite unwieldy and his agility had significantly diminished. Jinyu raised his gaze in search of Guys. Captain, how did you exchange bodies with a wild boar? Guys asked in shock. Upon hearing Guys' words, Jinyu's eyes turned pale, nearly losing consciousness. Those who relish meat, hurry forth, Broly commanded. Upon hearing Broly's orders, numerous great apes charged forward, promptly tearing the transformed boar-like Jinyu into shreds. Guys was utterly stunned. After a brief silence, he dared not linger any longer and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the northwest. Humph, trying to escape? Great Ape Vegeta sneered, gathering energy in his hands. Whoosh. The overwhelming energy surged towards Guys like an avalanche. Guys let out a shrill scream, utterly obliterated by Vegeta's assault. As for Guys' original body, the one Jinyu had swapped into, it had now become the spirit of a wild boar. Dazedly lingering on the ground, several great apes soon rushed over and trampled it into a mushy pulp. The unfortunate Goldo was also discovered by the great apes and was instantly crushed, once the divine moon in the sky vanished. The numerous Saiyans reverted from their great ape forms. Chapter 28, Rewarding Merits Despite Suffering Significant Casualties, with only over 1,200 Saiyans remaining. They believed this battle would be inscribed in history. Their adversary was none other than the renowned Jinyu Force from across the cosmos. In earlier times, merely hearing the name Jinyu Force would command respect among the Saiyans. Yet, to their astonishment, under Broly's guidance, they had annihilated the Jinyu Force in this confrontation. This was an unprecedented achievement for the Saiyans. After a moment of silence, Bardock was the first to kneel before Broly, bowing in submission. Among them, Bardock had benefited the most. His combat power surged from just over 10,000 to an astounding 80,000 during this battle. Of course, all of this was facilitated by Broly's assistance, and Bardock understood that without Broly, his power would not have reached such heights. 80,000 combat power, Bardock had never imagined his strength could elevate to such a level. Observing Bardock kneel, the other Saiyans promptly followed suit, kneeling before Broly and calling out, King Broly. Broly had long contemplated that rather than pursuing strength in solitude, it would be far more advantageous to empower his fellow Saiyans. Previously, he had brought these Saiyans to this planet, fully aware that many were merely bystanders, lacking genuine loyalty. However, after the confrontation with the Jinyu Force, the majority of the Saiyans had come to recognize his formidable abilities. Rise, henceforth you need not kneel before me, Broly commanded. Yes, King Broly, Bardock replied, rising respectfully before him. Subsequently, the Saiyans behind Bardock also stood in unison. From this moment onward, this planet shall be our sanctuary. I now intend to reward merit. Broly addressed the assembly of Saiyans. Bardock has exhibited exceptional valor in battle, fearlessly confronting adversity. Thus, from today, I shall personally train him to swiftly attain Super Saiyan status. Bardock, overwhelmed with excitement, bowed in gratitude. Following this, Broly commended several other Saiyan warriors. Once he had completed this, he turned his gaze towards Vegeta. Vegeta, as a prince, you merely observed during the battle, which has left me profoundly disappointed. Broly sighed softly. Therefore, I have made my decision. You shall return whence you came. Humph. If I must go, then so be it. I refuse to believe that through my own efforts, I cannot surpass you all. Vegeta retorted defiantly, his pride wounded. Those willing to accompany Vegeta may do so. Otherwise, this opportunity shall soon vanish, Broly proclaimed loudly. If you're true Saiyans, you must understand that I alone am the rightful royalty. Vegeta's youthful visage was etched with a sense of injustice as he shouted at the assembled Saiyans. Yet, the Saiyans were inherently pragmatic. As a warrior race, they revered strength, and with Bardock's battle power already at 80,000, Broly's power was assuredly greater. Far better to align with the new King Broly than with the somewhat weaker King Vegeta. Even Ba had switched allegiances at a critical moment, siding with Broly. Vegeta stood alone at the fringes, his spirit deeply wounded. You will all regret this in time. He gritted his teeth, transforming into a streak of white light as he soared into the distance. Before long, a miniature spacecraft ascended into the sky, piercing the cosmos. In the following period, Broly traversed the universe, acquiring several renowned scientists and bringing them to his planet, Planet Broly. On Planet Broly, a grand construction initiative has commenced. Initially, Broly instructed the scientists to create several gravity training chambers, facilitating the Saiyans training in groups. It must be noted that the enhancement in combat prowess derived from this gravity training has been remarkably significant. Indeed, several Saiyans have witnessed their battle power surge to 20,000 after merely a month of rigorous training. As for Bardock, his strength has soared dramatically. achieving a battle power of 100,000. Just as the multitude of Saiyans on planet Broly intensified their training, Vegeta's spaceship finally returned to planet Vegeta. With a resounding thud, the hatch opened, and Vegeta, fuming with rage, emerged from the vessel, heading straight towards the new royal palace. "Oh, is my brother back?" Upon entering the palace, Vegeta suddenly heard a voice from the side. Chapter 29. The summons of Bulma. Vegeta halted in his tracks. "What has happened to you, brother? I heard you followed Broly to the new Saiyan planet. How could you return in just a month?" The voice inquired once more. "Enough of this nonsense, Nappa," Vegeta retorted with a disdainful snort. Planet Broly. The palace of Broly has been exquisitely constructed, and at this moment, Broly gazes through a crystal ball, observing Vegeta with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing someone refer to Vegeta as a brother, Broly is momentarily taken aback. The image within the crystal ball shifts, revealing a captivating visage. This is a young Saiyan girl, seemingly around 8 years of age. Though her years are few, her beauty is undeniably exceptional. Who is this girl named Norse? Broly beckons Bardock closer and inquires. "Lord Broly, she is Vegeta's elder sister, a year his senior." Bardock replies respectfully after glancing at Norse in the crystal ball. Broly had not anticipated that Vegeta had an elder sister. Broly was aware that Vegeta had a brother named Tarbal, who, due to his exceedingly low battle power at birth, was sent to a distant planet on the outskirts of the universe. Additionally, it seemed that Vegeta had an elder brother named Rigger, whose battle prowess was formidable. However, Rigger was a character from fan-made comics, and his existence remained uncertain. Vegeta's sister was also regarded as a remarkable warrior, having a battle power of 600 upon birth, and she often trained in the outside world. The last time Broly saw her, her battle power had reached around 8,000, as Bardock explained. "How intriguing," Broly chuckled, brushing his hand across the crystal ball, causing the image within to flicker and vanish. Bardock inquired, "It has been quite some time since we heard from Frieza. I wonder where he is now? With my current battle power, can I defeat this cosmic tyrant? Your current strength is only sufficient to contend with the Ginyu Force. You are still far from matching Frieza," Broly replied with a slight smile, patting Bardock's shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not, once Frieza returns, perhaps you will have the opportunity to defeat him." "Frieza will return?" Bardock gaped in astonishment, asking, "Does Broly know Frieza's whereabouts?" "I have sent him to the farthest reaches of the Western universe. Given the speed of his spaceship, it will take him at least 5 years to reach this planet," Broly stated candidly, smiling. "However, if fortune favors him and he encounters a black hole that allows for interstellar travel, he might return sooner." Broly sent Frieza away. Bardock's eyes widened, filled with admiration. "No wonder we have not heard from Frieza for such a long time. So that is the reason. By the way, Bardock, I have heard that you have a child named Kakarot?" Broly inquired. "Indeed, Broly. Frieza summoned the Saiyans back to planet Vegeta on a grand scale, and I sensed that he might intend to annihilate our race. Thus, my wife Jine and I secretly sent Kakarot to a planet in the galaxy called Earth," Bardock explained. Then respectfully asked, "Broly, do you require me to bring Kakarot back?" "That will not be necessary. I believe you will flourish on Earth," Broly replied with a gentle smile. "Ha ha ha, Broly is jesting," Bardock remarked, taken aback, and then awkwardly added, "Kakarot's battle power at birth was merely 2. No matter how hard he tries, he will always be a lowly warrior. Perhaps one day he will surpass me," Broly responded. Bardock was left utterly bewildered. Could it be that his son, that exceedingly weak warrior Kakarot, might one day eclipse the mighty Broly? Broly suddenly furrowed his brow, a slight change of color gracing his face. This was due to the unexpected sensation that Bulma was summoning him. "I shall take my leave for a moment." Broly uttered a few words to Bardock before instantly teleporting to Earth, appearing right beside Bulma. In the next moment, he was both astonished and enraged. Broly discovered that the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation was enveloped by a formidable group of armed individuals, their expressions menacing, with 2 letters emblazoned on their shoulders. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Bulma and her parents had been taken hostage by these assailants. Chapter 30. Bulma in Captivity, 25. Is it the Red Ribbon Army? Broly advanced step by step towards Bulma. "How did you appear here?" exclaimed a woman holding Bulma captive, momentarily stunned by Broly's sudden arrival. As she noticed him approaching, she hastily raised her firearm, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Broly. "If you dare to come any closer, I will shoot," the woman shouted angrily. "Get lost." Broly felt a surge of frustration as he observed the tight grip around Bulma's neck, her face turning a shade of purple from the strain, while she incessantly twisted the time-space ring in her hand. In fact, with Broly's arrival, her consciousness began to waver. Broly narrowed his eyes and strode step by step toward the woman. Bang, bang, bang. She fired her gun, bullets tearing through the void one by one, each striking Broly squarely in the head. Unbeknownst to Broly, he boldly advanced towards the bullets. In an instant, his eyes widened, and a surge of divine energy erupted, enveloping the woman. Consequently, her grip loosened, and Bulma, who had been held captive, collapsed onto the ground, her consciousness fading into oblivion. Bulma. Doctor. Brief shouted his daughter's name with urgency. My Bulma. Bulma's mother wept profusely, both parents fearing the worst for their beloved daughter. Could I have misjudged this boy? He was just shot. One soldier exclaimed, astonished. I witnessed him being struck. How could he remain unscathed? Is it possible the bullet jammed? Seize him. A command echoed among the ranks. The soldiers rushed forward, intent on capturing Broly. Ah, my arm. My arm. The woman screamed in a piercing wail, her limb suddenly raised. A violent sensation of tearing ensued, prompting her to cry out uncontrollably. Crack. At that moment, her arm emitted a sharp sound. In the next instant, her arm, along with her clothing, was violently torn away. Blood gushed forth, a horrifying sight. Even the soldiers of the Crimson Ribbon Army, who had taken many lives, turned pale upon witnessing her gruesome state. Ah! The woman shrieked, overwhelmed by terror. Do not allow your blood to tarnish this home, Broly scoffed, using his divine power to control her blood, ensuring it did not touch the ground. He then seized her by the hair and flung her away. Whoosh! In an instant, she was launched into the air. Broly had never experienced such intense anger before. He could not comprehend the reason, particularly upon witnessing Bulma faint. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. It felt as though a peculiar energy surged violently within his being. However, after vanquishing the instigator of his turmoil, this strange energy gradually began to be subdued. No, no, no. Don't come any closer. At that moment, a timid voice echoed. Broly cast a glance at the other party, only to find a soldier aiming his gun at Bulma's mother's head. If you dare take one step closer, I'll kill this girl's mother right now. The soldier's gun-wielding hand trembled visibly. Red Ribbon Army, every single one of you must die today. Broly's fury was palpable as he roared with chilling intensity. Click. The soldier holding Bulma's mother hostage seemed utterly terrified. His hand shook uncontrollably, and the pistol slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Bang. The moment the gun hit the floor, the trigger was inadvertently pulled. A bullet streaked through the air like a deadly thread, only to strike the soldier squarely in the groin. Clutching his wounded manhood, the soldier crumpled to the ground, writhing in excruciating agony. Broly was already consumed by an overwhelming rage. But he never anticipated that such an outrageous incident would occur with this soldier. The surging violent energy that suddenly manifested began to gradually dissipate. Broly moved with astonishing speed, swiftly traversing the ranks of over 50 soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army. In the blink of an eye, these soldiers collapsed to the ground, rendered completely unconscious. Dr. Briefs, are you all right? Broly hurried over to support Dr. Briefs. I'm fine, but please check on Bulma, Dr. Briefs replied, concern etched on his face as he glanced towards Bulma. Chapter 31, The God of Earth, 35, Broly approached, cradling Bulma in his arms, and administered a senza bean to her. Upon consuming the bean, Bulma finally regained consciousness. As she recognized her parents and her elder brother beside her, she burst into tears. It's all right now. Everything is fine, Broly reassured her. For reasons unknown, Broly suddenly felt an increase in his super cells upon hearing Bulma's cries. I thought I was going to die. Bulma wiped her tears, relieved that Broly had come to her aid. Broly, I never expected you to be so formidable. Thank you so much. Dr. Brief sincerely expressed his gratitude to Broly. Oh. Doctor, just look at how well Bulma and Broly complement each other. Why not arrange a betrothal for them? Bulma's mother remarked, eyeing Broly with a smile. I think that's a splendid idea. Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. Mom, Dad, is this really the right time for such jokes? Bulma exclaimed. Laughter erupted, and Bulma blushed at the playful banter. After the robot tidied the yard, Broly inquired of Dr. Brief why the Red Ribbon Army had come seeking him. This is a long story. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and sighed. The Red Ribbon Army has committed numerous misdeeds over the years and has been researching advanced weaponry to dominate the world. They intend to achieve this through android technology. Under the leadership of Dr. Gero, they have developed androids 1 to 7, but due to their lack of maturity, these 7 androids have essentially failed and are incapable of combat. I understand. The 7 failures led Dr. Gero to lose confidence, prompting him to seek your assistance. Broly mused with a smile. Indeed, Dr. Brief nodded, and I opposed him. which is why he sent his men. I know what must be done, Broly declared, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Had he arrived even a moment later, Bulma's family could have faced dire consequences. In Broly's eyes, the Red Ribbon Army was doomed. I shall return shortly, he stated, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Broly appeared atop the Earth's godly temple. The Earth's deity was taken aback upon witnessing Broly's sudden manifestation. The sensation of Broly's divine power left the deity utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. Greetings, Earth's God. Broly offered a faint smile. The deity, whose skin was a deep green and face lined with wrinkles, held a staff in his hand. Behind him, Mr. Popo, cloaked in dark attire, was equally astonished. Great deity, your presence graces our humble abode. How may I assist you? After a brief hesitation, the deity knelt before Broly, recognizing the vast disparity in their divine powers. Although the Earth's deity governs only this planet, Broly is a supreme Kai, overseeing the entire universe. Of course, Broly belongs to Universe 10, which has no connection to Universe 7, but the deity is unaware of this. Witnessing the deities kneeling, Mr. Popo hastily followed suit. The Red Ribbon Army has been a source of great evil. What do you intend to do about it? Broly inquired directly. The deity wiped his brow, unprepared for such a question. I have observed the Red Ribbon Army for some time. Though they frequently engage in nefarious deeds, their impact on the world's functioning is minimal. I plan to continue monitoring them before making a decision. Minimal impact on the world? Broly narrowed his eyes and reprimanded sternly. Do you not realize that today they almost annihilated the Capsule Corporation? What? Such a thing occurred? The deity's expression changed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You were unaware? Broly's voice turned cold. This was my oversight. I have been preoccupied with another organization and failed to monitor the Red Ribbon Army's activities. I beg for your forgiveness, great deity. Another organization? Who? Broly pressed. It is a group involving Master Roshi and his brother, Turtle Hermit, whose existence could potentially stir significant upheaval in this world, the deity lamented. Very well. Now that you are aware, how do you plan to punish the Red Ribbon Army? Broly dismissed any concern regarding Master Roshi and Turtle Hermit. Their affairs were of no consequence to him. The deity hesitated, perplexed by Broly's inquiry. Great deity, what punishment do you intend to impose? It was rare for the deity to punish humans on Earth unless they were truly wicked. Thus, he found himself at a loss when it came to punishing an entire army. Since you are uncertain, allow me to enlighten you, Broly said with a gentle smile, as an energy sphere suddenly materialized in his hand. The crimson energy ball glowed with a bloodthirsty flame, causing Mr. Popo's eyes to widen in astonishment. Great deity, do you intend to obliterate the entire Red Ribbon Army? The deity stammered. This is the light of retribution. Broly corrected a statement and then hurled the energy sphere downward. With a sharp whistling sound, the crimson energy orb shot forth like an arrow, producing a piercing explosion as it sliced through the air. Whoosh! Like a fireball. The energy projectile descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the energy orb struck the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The earth seemed to be torn asunder, sending forth towering waves of chaos. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, wreaking havoc across the area. When the dust finally settled, the entire Red Ribbon Army headquarters lay in ruins. The Supreme Kai stood in stunned silence, utterly aghast at the terrifying spectacle. How fearsome! This great deity possesses unimaginable strength. You now understand what you should do next, do you not? Broly smiled faintly. I understand, the Supreme Kai replied, kneeling humbly. Furthermore, in 3 days, you are to gather 621 women and 325 men. These individuals must possess kind hearts and a peaceful spirit. As I wish to take them to a new world for enlightenment, Broly commanded the Supreme Kai. Mr. Popo, make a note of this promptly. The Supreme Kai instructed urgently. Yes. Mr. Popo quickly produced paper and pen to record the details. Additionally, the women must be under the age of 20, while the men may be slightly older, but no more than 30. Broly continued, and these individuals must willingly accompany me to the new world. For now, that will suffice. Understood, great deity. Rest assured. I shall make the arrangements swiftly, the Supreme Kai assured, before cautiously inquiring, may I ask where you intend to take these individuals? Do not ask what you should not. For you have no right to know, Broly retorted coldly. Yes. The Supreme Kai bowed in submission. Swish. Broly, having traversed the realms through instantaneous movement, returned to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the abode of Bulma. At that very moment, the household was captivated by the flickering images upon a 100-inch television screen, which depicted a fireball descending from the heavens, obliterating the Red Ribbon Army. It was said that the nefarious deeds of the Red Ribbon Army in recent years had provoked the wrath of the divine, resulting in the annihilation of their headquarters by a punitive light from above. The broadcaster's voice resonated, accompanied by a subtle smile, pondering the existence of deities in our world. A jest, a mere jest. Regardless, the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army was indeed a cause for nationwide celebration. Broly, dear brother, could it be your doing? Bulma inquired, unable to contain her curiosity upon his arrival. Nay, it was the work of the divine, Broly replied with a gentle smile. God? Does such a being truly exist in this world? Bulma pondered, momentarily taken aback. After partaking in dinner at Bulma's residence, Broly expressed his intention to take his leave. Broly seeks to find a suitable region on Earth where his people can reside for a period of time. Ideally, he envisions the establishment of a new city within a specific area of the planet, allowing both Saiyans and Earthlings to coexist and thrive together, fostering future generations. Initially, Broly contemplated relocating the Earthlings to planet Broly. However, the gravity there is tenfold that of Earth, which would prove fatal to any Earthling who ventured there. Even with his current status as a Supreme Kai, Broly finds himself unable to resolve the gravitational challenges posed by his home planet. Chapter 33, The Super Saiyan Plan, 55, Broly intends to establish a city on Earth, a sanctuary for the Saiyans to dwell for a time, nurturing their hearts towards tranquility. A peaceful heart is indeed the key to enhancing the dormant super cells within them, which are a prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyans. As he circled the Earth, Broly discovered a wild island, spanning nearly 10 square kilometers. This island, situated near the Antarctic, is characterized by its frigid climate, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. With temperatures plummeting to approximately -60 degrees, survival here is exceedingly challenging. However, such conditions pose no obstacle for Broly. He promptly returned to Broly Planet, summoned scientists, and commissioned the creation of a temperature-regulating device, which was then installed on the island. Subsequently, Broly journeyed to other planets to procure suitable flora and fauna for this new habitat. Thus, a radiant island, embodying eternal spring, was born. 3 days later, Broly appeared in the temple. The great deity had already selected the individuals, and Mr. Popo was arranging their reception. The divine being knelt before Broly, speaking with utmost reverence. Broly nodded gently, his right hand gliding effortlessly through the air, conjuring a shimmering crystal sphere. In an instant, the sphere illuminated with the images of nearly 1,000 Earth inhabitants. The celestial being widened his eyes in astonishment, taken aback by such a display of power. "Let us go and witness this together," Broly said with a faint smile, lightly resting his hand upon the celestial's arm. With a swift motion, they embarked on their journey. Broly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before nearly 1,000 individuals, accompanied by the deity. These over 1,000 Earthlings had initially harbored skepticism regarding the existence of divine beings. However, upon witnessing Broly's sudden appearance, many began to embrace the truth, promptly kneeling on the ground to pay homage to him with reverent gestures. Broly swept through one by one. The dichotomy of good and evil within each person's heart was laid bare before him. This ability to discern virtue from vice was as simple as breathing for Broly. By merely releasing his divine power, he could glimpse into their inner worlds. Simultaneously, he could instantly detect any malevolent aura lurking within them. To his satisfaction, they all possessed kind hearts and tranquil spirits. "Thank you for your efforts, Earth's divine guardian," Broly expressed gratefully. "Not at all," the guardian bowed humbly. "Please rise," Broly commanded, channeling his divine energy, which enveloped the over 1,000 humans present. Instantly, they found themselves rising from the ground, their faces reflecting shock and adoration. "You are all chosen by the divine. I shall lead you to a new place to dwell. I trust Mr. Popo has informed you of this?" Broly proclaimed. "Indeed. We are willing to follow the divine," the crowd nodded eagerly. "Good. Now hold hands tightly," Broly instructed. In a flash, he executed an instantaneous teleportation, transporting the multitude to a small island near the South Pole in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Broly returned to his planet, summoning some single Saiyan men and women to relay his experiences on Earth. Earth? Many Saiyans were perplexed as to why Broly mentioned such a primitive civilization. When Broly clarified his intentions, the assembled Saiyans were even more bewildered. Was Broly truly suggesting that they coexist with Earthlings? "Earthlings are weak. You could easily slay them," Broly stated sternly. "What I require of you is to live harmoniously with them, even to marry and bear children. In that realm, there will be no racial discrimination. Should anyone dare to harm an innocent earthling, my penalty shall be death. At this proclamation, the Saiyans felt a chill and their expressions shifted dramatically. You are presented with a choice, to remain here or to experience life on Earth for a time, Broly said with a slight smile, elaborating that should they choose Earth, they must abide by its rules, no indiscriminate killing, and no leaving the 10 square kilometer island. Only a 10 square kilometer island. This option left many Saiyans deeply unsettled. They were Saiyans. They could fly, and that small area felt akin to a prison. Chapter 34, Princess Nors of the Bee King. I wish to go. Broly. Bardock was the first to volunteer. However, Broly, I already have a wife. Can I not have an Earthwoman instead? Yes, Broly nodded. I too shall go. I desire to live among Earthlings. He exclaimed. Haha, the women of Earth cannot be too unattractive, can they? Regardless, it is best to go and see. With Bardock leading the charge, the vast majority of Saiyans eagerly signed up. In the end, only a handful remained, preferring to stay on Broly's planet for gravity training. Broly, of course, did not impose any demands upon them. Instead, he promptly relocated the remaining Saiyans to a small island near the Antarctic on Earth. On that very day, Broly instituted certain regulations for the island. Without rules, there can be no order. It is only through such constraints that the Saiyans can thrive and evolve. Once these matters were settled, the Saiyans, motivated by their fear of Broly and the presence of Bardock, quickly adapted to coexistence with the inhabitants of Earth. After ensuring the safety of the Saiyans and Earthlings on the small island, Broly returned to Bulma's residence to cultivate his tranquil heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually grown accustomed to the myriad details of life on Earth. After all, in his previous life, Broly was indeed a genuine Earthling. However, the blood coursing through his veins constantly urged him to train, to battle, and to become stronger. Thus, he did not forsake his training. He had Bulma construct a gravity training chamber tailored for his use. Starting with 300 times Earth's gravity, through diligent effort, he had now managed to endure 800 times that weight. On the occasion of Broly's birthday, yet another substantial energy boost descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon him. Goodness, this body is extraordinarily formidable. Even without training, the annual influx of this energy would suffice for Broly to enjoy a lifetime of strength. 4 months later, a Saiyan spaceship descended from the sky, landing on planet Vegeta. As the hatch opened, a young female Saiyan, approximately 8 years of age, floated into view. Broly, this princess has come to find you, she declared, making her way towards Broly's palace. However, upon her arrival at the palace, she discovered that Broly was not present. After inquiring a bit, she learned that Broly had actually gone to Earth. What on earth is he doing there? The young Saiyan furrowed her brow and questioned. Your Highness, King Broly has taken many of our Saiyans to Earth, stating that he wishes to live alongside the Earthlings. As for the reason behind this, we are unaware. A respectful Saiyan responded. This young female Saiyan was none other than Nors, the elder sister of Vegeta. What a peculiar fellow. Nors mused, perplexed. Nevertheless, having arrived on Broly's planet, she decided to explore. Soon, Nors encountered the gravity training chamber crafted by Broly's scientists. Out of curiosity, she could not resist entering the chamber to give it a try. After a rigorous training session, she was astonished to discover that weighted training significantly enhanced her combat prowess. Nors felt fortunate to have arrived on Broly's planet. No wonder Broly is so powerful. This is how he trains. She gritted her teeth and spent her days in the gravity training chamber, undertaking stringent training. Broly, on the other hand, was informed by his subjects about Nors's arrival. As long as she does not cause any destruction, let her be, Broly instructed. Chapter 35, The Return of Frieza, 26. 5 years had swiftly passed. Through the annual energy growth bonanzas and his diligent training, Broly's foundational combat power has ascended to an astounding height of 200 million. Over the course of these 5 years, on a small island near Antarctica, the Saiyans and Earthlings, under Broly's vigilant supervision, have gradually embarked on a path of harmony. In fact, there are already 13 pairs of Saiyans and Earthlings that have united and welcomed hybrid offspring. Broly discovered that among the Saiyans brought to Earth, most had developed a peaceful heart through their interactions with humans, significantly tempering their once brutal natures. However, there was one Saiyan who inadvertently killed a human, and in accordance with the established rules, Broly personally executed him. From that moment forth, no Saiyan harmed or killed a human again. Additionally, a year prior, scientists on planet Broly finally devised an anti-gravity device, which was deployed in the southern region of the planet. Consequently, the gravity in that southern area became identical to that of Earth. Broly subsequently relocated all inhabitants from a small island in that region to the southern area of planet Broly. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space, a spacecraft was racing through the cosmos. On board, Frieza, with his triangular eyes and long tail swaying, could not suppress the tears cascading from his eyes. After 5 long years, Frieza had finally returned. Overwhelmed with emotion, his body trembled. The small subordinate accompanying him sighed in relief. Suddenly, a glint of red light flashed in Frieza's eyes as he unleashed a devastating blast upon this subordinate, reducing him to ashes in an instant. I have tolerated you for far too long. Out of gratitude for your labor in bringing me back, I spared you. Frieza gritted his teeth and commanded his remaining subordinates. Connect me to the Ginyu Force at once. 1 minute later, the subordinate responsible for contacting the Ginyu Force, drenched in sweat and kneeling, reported, Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force has completely vanished and cannot be reached. Oh, unreachable? Frieza narrowed his eyes and inquired, is the planet they occupied still intact? It still exists, my lord. But it will take us at least a month to reach it, the subordinate replied with a pained expression. What? A month? Frieza clenched his fists and pressed. Which space station or planet is nearest to us? According to the data, we are closest to planet Vegeta, which we can reach in just 1 day. A subordinate quickly answered. Oh, planet Vegeta? Frieza's eyes sparkled with interest as he smiled softly. The subordinates understood Frieza's intent and immediately altered the spacecraft's course toward planet Vegeta. A day later, Frieza's spacecraft landed on planet Vegeta. As if the Grim Reaper had arrived, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were left in shock at Frieza's hovering figure. Subsequently, many Saiyans and aliens knelt before him, offering their respects. Meanwhile, numerous whispers filled the air. How could Frieza suddenly appear? Is he not dead? It's Frieza. You're still alive. King Vegeta hastily arrived on the scene, astonished at Frieza but stood tall without kneeling. Many must have thought I was dead, Frieza chuckled, narrowing his eyes. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. I assure you, I cannot die. Is that so? It's wonderful that you're alive, King Vegeta replied, a hint of confidence on his face. Oh, King Vegeta, you seem quite pleased, Frieza remarked, intrigued. What brings you such joy? Frieza. I have been waiting for you for a long time. King Vegeta clenched his fists, eagerly addressing Frieza. You say you've been waiting for me? From the tone of your words, it seems you wish to challenge me? Frieza asked with a smile. Frieza, take a good look at my battle power. Once you do, you will regret it. King Vegeta confidently declared. Is that so? Frieza turned to one of his subordinates. Lord Frieza, King Vegeta's battle power has already reached 100,000. The subordinate exclaimed in shock as he reported the figure. What? 100,000? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. So how does it feel, Frieza? I am no longer the King Vegeta of old. King Vegeta laughed heartily, proclaiming himself the strongest warrior among the Saiyans, a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Frieza scoffed, snorting disdainfully. I expected more from you. It turns out you merely possess a battle power of 100,000. Not just 100,000. King Vegeta retorted, rallying the Saiyans with a commanding voice. Saiyans, the time for battle has come. Yes. Instantly, thousands of Saiyans surged forth, each conjuring energy spheres that radiated a golden hue, shimmering with a sacred light. In the subsequent moment, the energy spheres soared into the sky, gathering in the crimson heavens. In an instant, the golden energies merged, forming a colossal artificial full moon. Frieza, you will regret coming to planet Vegeta. King Vegeta laughed heartily, gazing at the artificial moon above. It's a full moon. Frieza inhaled sharply, his expression turning icy. Roaring, thousands of Saiyans transformed into great apes, surrounding Frieza in the blood-red sky. The scene gradually zoomed out, revealing the confrontation between King Vegeta and the multitude of Saiyans against Frieza on the large monitoring screen of planet Broly. King Broly, Frieza has appeared, Bardock bowed before Broly. After 5 years of growth, Broly had matured to the stature of an adult. As a warrior race, Saiyans reached adulthood in their youth, maintaining this appearance for over 300 years. Now, Broly stood slightly taller than Bardock. He has truly endured much, Broly smiled, then turned to Bardock and inquired, how many individuals on our planet can transform into Super Saiyans? Including myself, there are 6 Super Saiyans now, Bardock responded with a bow. Only 6. That is still too few, Broly gently shook his head. After a brief silence, he commanded, bring those 5 to me. Understood, Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, The 6 individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, including Bardock, were brought before Broly. Broly swept his gaze across the 5 unfamiliar faces capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. However, one of them piqued his interest. "Are you not Norse? The daughter of King Vegeta, am I right?" Broly inquired, observing a beautiful female Saiyan, reminiscent of a blooming flower. After 5 years of growth, Norse had blossomed into a lovely young woman, exuding a freshness characteristic of her tender age, which compelled Broly to steal another glance. As for the other Saiyans, he could hardly recall their names. "Humph, did you just figure that out?" Norse retorted, her eyes narrowing. "Norse, show some respect," Bardock bellowed. "TCH, I am a princess, the princess of the Saiyans. You ought to respect me." Norse huffed defiantly. "You." Bardock was about to erupt in anger, but was halted by Broly's silent intervention, forcing him to relent. "The princess of the Saiyans. I presume you are aware of Frieza's appearance on planet Vegeta?" Broly inquired with a smile. "Indeed, Frieza possesses a mere combat power of over 500,000. My father will obliterate him," Norse replied with unwavering confidence. "Is that so? Then let us observe the spectacle," Broly said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he conjured a crystal ball, which flickered to life, revealing the figures of Frieza and King Vegeta. At that moment, King Vegeta had transformed into a great ape. Not only King Vegeta, but all Saiyans had undergone the transformation. Their colossal forms unleashed thunderous roars that sent ripples through the crystal ball, causing planet Vegeta to tremble. "Quite impressive, King Vegeta. I never anticipated you would resort to such a tactic against me," Frieza remarked with a sniff, gazing at the multitude of great apes with a grin. "Frieza, your demise is imminent. The title of Universe Emperor belongs to us Saiyans." King Vegeta's massive frame radiated boundless energy, his voice growing rough and powerful. "Intriguing. This band of wild monkeys should have perished 5 years ago. I always knew you would rebel against me," Frieza sneered coldly, then continued with interest. "The great ape transformation indeed amplifies your combat power tenfold, does it not? This means your current strength has reached 1 million. Quite impressive. Frieza, prepare to meet your end," King Vegeta declared fiercely, launching himself like a beam of light towards Frieza. "Wait, there's no need to rush. We have all the time in the universe." Frieza extended his hand, speaking nonchalantly to King Vegeta. King Vegeta paused, a dismissive smile on his face. "What? Frieza, do you wish to pen your last words? I can grant you the time you need." "King Vegeta, your laughter seems a tad premature," Frieza chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing. "Perhaps my next revelation will pique your interest." "Oh, is that so?" King Vegeta scoffed. "I am all ears." "Humph, allow me to enlighten you," Frieza said with a smile. "Do not presume that only you Saiyans can transform. I, Frieza, possess the ability to transform as well. Now, allow me to showcase the terrifying transformation of the Universe Emperor." With that, Frieza's form expanded dramatically in an instant, his height soaring to approximately 2 meters and 60 centimeters. Simultaneously, his aura grew immensely stronger. "How about that? It has been quite some time since my last transformation. I felt as if my body were rusting," Frieza proclaimed with a triumphant grin. "Now my combat power exceeds 1 million. This is becoming quite entertaining." "What? He can also transform?" King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. As Frieza's transformation doubled his strength to over 1 million, the expressions of the surrounding great ape Saiyans turned grave, their nostrils flaring as they exhaled white vapor. "Humph. We all possess 1 million in combat power. It will be a battle of endurance." King Vegeta scoffed, opening his mouth wide. Whoosh! A beam of crimson energy surged towards Frieza at remarkable speed. The red energy, crackling with arcs of electricity, distorted the sky and created vacuums in its wake. Seeing the oncoming energy, Frieza merely smiled, his form shifting effortlessly to evade the attack. In an instant, he appeared behind one of the great apes. Bang! Frieza delivered a powerful kick, sending the great ape soaring into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one sending a great ape flying. Within 10 seconds, nearly 100 great apes had been sent tumbling like balls. "This bastard is treating my father like a plaything." Norse trembled slightly, her teeth clenched in outrage. Aside from Bardock, the foundational combat powers of the other 4 of you are below 1 million. Even in your Super Saiyan forms, you remain no match for Frieza, Broly remarked to Norse and the others. Nonetheless, Frieza's emergence presents an excellent opportunity for you to elevate your strength. Indeed, The remaining three, aside from Princess Norse, responded with respectful expressions. TCH, Frieza only has a combat power of 1 million, does he not? Norse challenged defiantly. My base combat power has already reached 600,000. If I transform into a Super Saiyan, my strength will soar to 30 million. Humph. Annihilating Frieza will be no challenge. Broly, you underestimate us. Then I wish you the best of luck, Your Highness, Broly replied with a subtle smile. In the next moment, Broly placed his hand on Norse's shoulder. Broly activated instant transmission, transporting himself along with Nose, Bardock, and 3 others, instantly arriving above the battlefield on planet Vegeta. At this moment, Frieza was growing increasingly formidable in battle, while the Saiyans were utterly terrified by his might. Many had already been slain by his merciless strikes. Observing King Vegeta, it was evident he was constantly chasing after Frieza, yet no matter how desperately he tried, he could never land a single blow. Exhaustion wreathed his body, his nostrils flaring with ragged breaths, his crimson eyes burning with fury and frustration. A Super Saiyan? Merely a common great ape transformation. I expected something far more impressive. With just a fraction of my true power, you all tremble before me. Frieza's expression dripped with disdain. Then, raising his right hand toward the colossal artificial moon hanging in the sky, he gathered a searing white energy blast. With a flick of his wrist, the beam tore through the void, hurtling toward the artificial moon. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens as the artificial moon erupted in a dazzling display of light, swelling several times its original size before disintegrating into nothingness. Shing! King Vegeta and the others reverted from their great ape forms, their faces contorted in horror. That artificial moon was forged from the combined energy of thousands of Saiyans, and Frieza destroyed it with a single strike? Chapter 38, King Vegeta's Despair, 56. King Vegeta, what other tricks do you have? By all means, show me. I, Frieza, would be delighted to indulge you. Frieza smirked, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. And no, this can't be. Impossible. King Vegeta trembled violently, his rage and despair threatening to consume his sanity. Frieza, a commanding voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of every warrior present. The Saiyans' eyes widened in recognition. Broly had arrived. Frieza's gaze snapped toward the source of the voice, his own eyes widening in shock upon seeing Broly. You're still alive? Frieza snarled, darting toward him. Long time no see, Frieza. Broly replied with a faint smile. Humph, you've grown quite a bit. You don't look like an 8-year-old anymore. So, the Ginyu Force wasn't mistaken after all. How was your 5-year trip across the cosmos? Enjoyable? Broly inquired casually. What? How do you know about that? Frieza's eyes bulged in disbelief. I was the one who sent you there. Why you, what? You sent me. Don't mock me, you wretched monkey. I was dragged into an invisible wormhole. That's how I ended up at the edge of the universe. Believe what you will. Broly chuckled before nodding to Bardock and the other 4. Let's go? Bardock roared. Crack. Golden light erupted from the 5 warriors as their hair spiked upward, transforming into a radiant gold. Their pupils shimmered with an emerald brilliance, sharp and piercing. What is this transformation? Frieza's voice wavered in disbelief. Even King Vegeta stood frozen, his mind reeling at the sight. The other Saiyans gaped in awe, their expressions a mix of shock and envy. This is the Super Saiyan, Frieza. You'd best be careful, Broly remarked with amusement. Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils dilated in alarm. I'll go first, Nose declared, darting forward in a golden blur. Wham! Her foot collided with Frieza's face, distorting his features and leaving a deep imprint. Splat! 2 teeth flew from Frieza's mouth as his body rocketed downward, crashing into the earth with devastating force. The Saiyans gasped. How could a single kick reduce Frieza to such a state? King Vegeta, in particular, stared in stunned silence. Father, what do you think? I've become a Super Saiyan, Nose grinned triumphantly. He's still alive, King Vegeta muttered grimly. Good. After all the suffering he's inflicted upon our race. I'll be the one to end him today, Nose declared. Rayraf. A furious roar echoed as Frieza erupted from the crater, his body wreathed in an ominous aura. He hovered in the sky, locking eyes with Nose. Still alive? You really are durable, Nose taunted, sticking out her tongue. Filthy monkey. Frieza's veins bulged as his rage reached its peak. Today, every last Saiyan will perish. I will make you regret defying me. TCH. Your power barely scrapes past 1 million. What can you possibly do to us now? Nose scoffed. Foolish female, Frieza sneered. What did you just call me? Nose's fury ignited as she lunged forward. Frieza's eyes narrowed as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body. A spherical force field of white energy expanded outward, engulfing him. What's happening? Nose halted mid-flight, her eyes widening. Then Frieza's form began to shift, his massive frame compacted, his skin smoothing into an eerie, flawless white. Frieza, Fourth Form. Chapter 39, Frieza. Fourth Form, 66, He transformed. Again? Nose gasped. Skipping his third form entirely, Frieza raised a single finger in his perfected state. Zing! A crimson beam lanced from his fingertip, piercing King Vegeta's chest in an instant. Thud! The Saiyan King's body stiffened before plummeting lifelessly from the sky. Father! Nose screamed. Norse was utterly shocked and swiftly dashed towards King Vegeta's direction, intending to rescue him. Whoosh! However, at that very moment, Frieza's figure flickered, suddenly appearing right in front of Norse, grinning as he taunted, "Mother monkey, before you worry about your father, you'll have to get past me first. You despicable bastard." Norse gritted her teeth and lashed out with a fierce kick aimed directly at Frieza. Thud! With a dull impact, Norse's foot struck Frieza squarely in the chest. Yet Frieza didn't even bother dodging, simply allowing the blow to land. Then, with an amused smirk, he brushed off the dust from his body and remarked, "Mother monkey. Aren't you a Super Saiyan? Is this all you've got? This monster." Norse clenched her teeth, uncertainty creeping into her resolve. Bam! Frieza retaliated with a single punch, slamming into Norse's abdomen. Cough! Norse's face paled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Begone! Frieza followed up with a powerful kick, sending Norse hurtling through the air like a shooting star before she crashed violently into the surface of planet Vegeta. Crack! The golden aura around Norse shattered, her head lolling to the side as she lost consciousness. The gathered Saiyans gasped in horror. Even Princess Norse, a Super Saiyan, had been effortlessly defeated by Frieza. This Frieza, he is terrifying. Let us go. Bardock tightened his fists, barking orders to the three warriors beside him. Yes. Whoosh. In an instant, Bardock and his three companions transformed into Super Saiyans, charging towards Frieza. What? More Super Saiyans? Frieza's expression darkened slightly as he observed Bardock's group. Internally, Frieza calculated, if these monkeys can all become Super Saiyans, my reign might be in jeopardy. No. Today, I must deliver a crushing blow. Swish. 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 Facing the onslaught of Bardock and his comrades, Frieza merely sneered, effortlessly evading their relentless assaults. Whoosh! In the next moment, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing hundreds of meters behind them before they could react. It was no surprise Bardock and his team stood no chance. Their base power levels were far too low. Among them, Bardock was the strongest, with a base power level of 1.2 million. Norse followed at 600,000, while Toma, Dodoria, and Nappa barely reached 400,000. Even Bardock's power, amplified by his Super Saiyan transformation, only reached 60 million. Frieza's fourth form, however, boasted a base power level of 3 million. But knowing this wouldn't suffice, he unleashed over 60 of his energy, elevating his combat strength to 80 million, 20 million higher than Bardock's. No matter how fiercely Bardock fought, landing a hit on Frieza was impossible. Swish, swish, swish. Frieza raised his right hand, golden light flickering at his fingertips as four crimson energy beams shot towards Bardock's group. Thud, thud, thud. 3 of the Super Saiyans were struck, their golden auras shattering as they plummeted from the sky. Only Bardock narrowly dodged, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fool, behind you. Frieza's voice echoed from behind Bardock. Bam! A brutal kick slammed into Bardock's back, sending him crashing into the ground like a golden comet. Crack! Bardock's aura dispersed, blood gushing from his mouth as he struggled to even move. All the trash have been dealt with. Now, little monkey Broly, shall we dance? Frieza smirked, his eyes gleaming with challenge. You're no match for me, Broly stated calmly. Oh, is that so? Frieza scoffed. Then allow me to demonstrate just how I, Frieza, will dismantle you. With that, Frieza raised his hand, aiming directly at Broly. King Broly, watch out. A Saiyan cried out in warning. Zing! A crimson energy blast tore through the void, hurtling towards Broly with terrifying force. As the attack closed in, Broly's eyes flashed with intensity. Snap! Then, something astonishing happened. The red energy beam froze in place, mere centimeters from Broly's body, as if encased in ice. leaving a suspended scarlet spear in the sky. Broly smiled faintly, gently tapping a seemingly stick-like energy with his finger. With a resounding crack, the crimson energy rod dissipated into thin air. All present were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld this bizarre spectacle. Intriguingly, no one could fathom why the red beam emitted by Frieza appeared to be immobilized, only to be shattered by Broly's touch. Even Frieza himself was momentarily bewildered, having never witnessed such a remarkable ability before. What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them, Broly beckoned with a grin. That scoundrel, that devious fiend. Frieza bared his teeth, his arms suddenly extending outward. Whoosh! In an instant, massive boulders rose from the ground, soaring into the sky and hovering around Frieza. Attack! He commanded, and the stones he controlled surged forth like a barrage of arrows, hurtling towards Broly in a relentless onslaught. Whoosh! Broly merely extended his hand forward. In an instant, the stones hurtling towards him were forcibly suspended in midair. This was no jest. Broly was a supreme Kai, and to compare his telekinetic prowess to that of a mere deity was to invite folly. What? He has immobilized my stones. This is inconceivable. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling with rage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Broly flicked his wrist, sending the hovering boulders hurtling toward Frieza at breakneck speed. Frieza's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, his expression etched with disbelief. You damn monkey, he roared, lashing out with furious punches and kicks against the incoming projectiles. Thud, thud, with his indomitable metallic physique. Shattering these rocks was child's play for Frieza. In fact, the more he destroyed, the more exhilarated he became. The stones burst apart like raindrops, filling the air with the acrid scent of pulverized earth. Crash! Yet just as Frieza reveled in his destruction, an enormous black cube materialized directly above him. Gah! His scream was cut short as the monolithic structure slammed down upon him with crushing force. Boom! Frieza was flattened beneath the obsidian behemoth, blood spurting from his lips as his face blanched and eyes bulged grotesquely. Every spectator stood frozen. None had witnessed the cube's sudden apparition, as though it had manifested from the void itself. Damn you, Frieza! Princess Naz, now revived by the Saiyans, gnashed her teeth as she fixed her gaze on Broly. Have faith, Your Highness. Broly will defeat him, a Saiyan reassured. Naz exhaled sharply, her golden aura flickering weakly before dissipating entirely, her energy nearly depleted. Apologies for bringing the universe's most indestructible alloy. In your current state, destroying it might prove troublesome, Broly remarked with a faint smirk, alighting upon the black cube. His energy surged into the structure, amplifying its crushing weight upon Frieza. Gush! Frieza vomited another mouthful of blood, veins throbbing crimson in his eyes. Rayraf, enraged beyond measure, he unleashed his full power in a cataclysmic outburst. The overwhelming energy devoured the cube in an instant, reducing it to mere particles. Humph! Worthy of the Emperor of the Universe, melting even the toughest alloy, Broly conceded. You've signed your death warrant, monkey. Frieza trembled with fury, lunging at Broly in a blur of motion. Swish, swish, swish. His attacks came in relentless, calculated flurries, yet despite his ferocity, not a single blow found its mark. Broly remained untouchable. Broly effortlessly evaded Frieza's assault, a mocking expression gracing his visage. Little monkey, aside from dodging, what else can you do? Do you dare to confront me head-on? Frieza gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as he struggled to land a hit on his opponent. Just as Frieza finished speaking, a pitch-black square suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! The square promptly descended, pinning Frieza down with force. With a whoosh, Frieza found himself once again pressed into the ground by the ominous square. This time feeling its weight significantly more oppressive, he felt as if his very insides were about to burst. Apologies, but in your haste to attack me, you neglected to observe what was above, Broly remarked with a slight smile. Frieza, seething with rage, erupted with energy once more, melting away the weighty square. Yet this time, he was visibly fatigued, gasping for breath, his form becoming increasingly disheveled. I told you, extinguishing you is a trivial task, Broly chuckled, watching Frieza with keen interest. What other signature techniques do you possess? Do unveil them for my amusement. Little monkey, cease your arrogance. Frieza's eyes blazed with fury, the relentless mockery from Broly stripping away his dignity. It seems you are quite agitated. Were you perhaps contemplating that instead of allowing so many to witness your humiliation, It would be better to obliterate this planet along with yourself? Broly grinned, articulating Frieza's innermost thoughts. How do you know? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily distracted from the planet-destroying blast he had been gathering. With such thoughts, it is unnecessary to guess. They are plainly etched upon your face, Broly replied with a smirk. Very well. Frieza's body trembled violently, and soon a vivid crimson flame flickered in his hand. In an instant, a fiery orb materialized, its center dark and crackling with arcs of electricity. Broly, let us perish together with this planet, Frieza bellowed, hurling the assembled planet-destroying blast toward the earth below. The Saiyans stood aghast, their expressions turning grim. Humph, the warrior race of Saiyans, unable to survive in the cosmos, are you? Frieza's voice pierced through, striking deep into the hearts of the Saiyans, their faces etched with despair. The truth weighed heavily upon them. Saiyans could not endure in the vastness of space, a reality all too clear to them. With a sudden and forceful extension of his arms, Broly unleashed the power of the divine. Instantly, the planet-destroying energy sphere, which was descending rapidly, trembled violently in midair before gradually coming to a halt. Away! Broly abruptly raised his hand skyward. Whoosh! Frieza's planet-destroying blast soared swiftly into the heavens. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the projectile, utterly beyond his control, evoking a fleeting sense of despair within him. Ah, that is mine. Frieza extended his hand, seemingly attempting to seize the blast that had ventured into the cosmos. This devastating attack had harnessed a considerable amount of Frieza's energy, and he could hardly fathom its departure. Wishing to obliterate a planet? You are mistaken if you believe you possess that privilege. Broly smiled faintly. You. Frieza's fists clenched tightly in rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face. Chapter 42. The humiliated Frieza, 34. At this stage of the battle, it was evident to all that Broly held an overwhelming advantage. Humph. Frieza sniffled, gritting his teeth in a sardonic grin. Broly, I have yet to unleash my full power. As he spoke, Frieza's aura surged dramatically. In the next moment, his physique expanded, muscles rippling with newfound mass. Behold my 100% energy. Frieza bellowed triumphantly. Bang! Just as Frieza finished his declaration, a black cube descended from the sky. Howl! Frieza was once again pinned beneath the ominous square. Spectators were left speechless, unable to comprehend the misfortune of this cosmic tyrant, who had now been crushed by the black cube 3 times. My apologies, but you seem to have neglected what lies above. Broly shook his head. Wah! Frieza, consumed by rage, unleashed a series of roars as his energy flared, instantly engulfing the black cube. Broly, I shall not forgive you. Frieza lunged ferociously toward Broly, claws outstretched. Swish, swish, swish. Broly effortlessly evaded Frieza's assault, gracefully leaping into the air. With a powerful sweep of his tail, he struck Frieza squarely in the face. Bang! Broly delivered a powerful kick to the back of Frieza's head, sending him hurtling through the air, his body scraping against the ground and leaving a human-shaped trench on the surface of planet Vegeta. With a resounding thud, Frieza struggled to his feet, his expression increasingly grim. If you plead for mercy, I might spare you, Broly remarked with a playful smile directed at Frieza. How dare you insult me, Frieza? I shall end your life. Frieza seethed with rage, channeling nearly all his energy as he charged swiftly toward Broly. Frieza, cease this at once. A cold voice suddenly echoed from above, interrupting the confrontation. As the voice resonated, an alien figure strikingly similar to Frieza materialized before the onlookers. The upper half of his body was predominantly white, while his arms and thighs bore a deep crimson hue. Cooler? What brings you here? Frieza inquired, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing his brother. If I did not come, you would surely disgrace our Frost Demon clan, Cooler replied icily, his piercing gaze fixing upon Broly. So, it is Frieza's brother who has arrived. Broly mused with a faint smile, having previously been engrossed in his playful skirmish with Frieza, momentarily neglecting Cooler's presence. Broly recalls that in the original narrative, Cooler's ultimate form boasted a combat power of 490 million, far surpassing that of Frieza. Currently, Broly's combat power hovers around 220 million. Based on this fundamental strength, he remains significantly unprepared to confront Cooler. Nevertheless, Broly merely chuckled dismissively. After all, he did not regard Cooler as a formidable opponent. Even without transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, simply becoming a great ape would suffice to thoroughly torment him. Broly, I have been observing you for quite some time. Cooler remarked darkly, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Everything you have done over the years has been meticulously tracked. Impressive, Broly replied with a smile. Then suddenly added, you have arrived at an inopportune moment. You should bid farewell to your brother Frieza. What? What do you mean? Cooler was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the statement. Because you will soon part ways with your brother. And it is likely that your next encounter will not occur for 5 years, or perhaps even longer, Broly stated with a grin. What are you plotting? Cooler furrowed his brow. Frieza, too, had readied himself for battle, his fists clenched tightly. Humph, you shall not succeed. I, Frieza, shall not concede easily. Frieza trembled slightly, his face etched with gravity. Originally, I exiled you to the fringes of the Western Galaxy in hopes that you would refine your skills. Yet here you remain so restless. Broly sighed, shaking his head. Very well, I shall grant you an additional 5 years. Once your strength has increased, come find me. In an instant, Broly materialized behind Frieza and patted him on the shoulder. What? Frieza's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment as he sensed the movement behind him. Broly, accompanied by Frieza, employed instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the Western universe. Frieza looked around, his expression one of astonishment. Is this truly the Western universe of your? His speech faltered slightly. Chapter 43. Frieza's fortuitous encounter. 44. Farewell, Frieza, and may fortune favor you. Broly waved his hand, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. Wait a moment. Despair filled Frieza's eyes. This was the farthest reaches of the universe, and unlike before, there was not even a spaceship in sight. Frieza realized that returning to his own domain from such a remote location would be a monumental task, requiring at least 10 years, if not longer. Moreover, this estimate presupposed a mastery of the navigation routes. A miscalculation could lead to an even more protracted journey. Savor this splendid time, Broly thought, as he wasted no time and executed instant transmission, vanishing without a trace. Hey! Frieza shouted loudly, but Broly had already disappeared. Oh no! Frieza's body erupted with layers of immense energy, distorting the surrounding starfield. Suddenly, he noticed a dark barrier emerging in the starry expanse ahead, resembling a grand door. Frieza paused, gazing towards it, and discovered that this door emitted a mesmerizing deep blue light, shrouded in mystery. What is this place? Where does it lead? Frieza pondered. After a brief moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the deep blue portal. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of light, Frieza's figure vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst an entirely new starry backdrop. Where am I? Frieza wondered, rubbing his eyes before gathering his resolve, transforming into a streak of white light that left a trail in the cosmos. After transporting Frieza to the edge of the Western universe, Broly returned directly to planet Vegeta. Wouldn't it have been better to flee outright? With your speed, I could never catch you, Cooler remarked with a slight smile, casting a cold glance at Broly. All right, let them emerge now, Broly replied with a smile. Cooler's expression shifted slightly, then he chuckled softly, saying, I didn't expect you to be aware. I truly underestimated you. Following Cooler's words, 2 figures materialized in the starry sky. Broly fixed his gaze intently, recognizing the figures descending from above, none other than King Cold, father of Frieza and Cooler. Alongside Frost, Frieza's son, the pair descended gracefully, alighting beside Cooler with deliberate poise. The Saiyan warriors present tensed visibly as 2 more beings bearing Frieza's likeness emerged, unease flickering across their faces. Yet, the mere presence of Broly steadied their resolve, as though an unshakable pillar had been erected amidst the storm. So, this is the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly? King Cold's voice dripped with thinly veiled malice, his laughter laced with predatory intent. Doesn't seem all that impressive to me, Frost interjected, cracking his knuckles with restless anticipation, a fierce battle lust igniting in his eyes. Uncle Cooler, why not let me test him? Cooler responded with a measured warning, his tone low. Very well, but do not underestimate him. He has already bested your father. A smirk curled Frost's lips. No need for concern, Uncle. My power has long surpassed my father's. With that, he stepped forward, locking eyes with Broly in open defiance. Broly cast a glance at Azer, who now bore a striking resemblance to the character depicted in Dragon Ball AF, notably similar to Frieza's 4th form. However, upon sensing Azer's aura, Broly momentarily hesitated. This individual, known as Azer, possessed a combat power that had surged to approximately 250 million. Broly, I believe our ages are quite similar, aren't they? Heh. I am eager to see whether the legendary Super Saiyan is truly formidable, or if our Ice Clan holds superiority. Azer remarked with a grin, exuding confidence as he felt his energy swell to its peak. In an instant, just as Azer finished speaking, Broly smiled and vanished without a trace. What? Where did he go? Azer exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in search of Broly's presence. Yet, given his race's reliance solely on visual detection, their ability to perceive targets could not match the speed of instantaneous movement. Not only Azer, but even Cooler had heightened his vigilance, ever watchful for a potential ambush from Broly. Behind you, Azer. He's behind you. Cooler urgently shouted, having finally spotted Broly. Humph, the same trick will not work on me. I anticipated your arrival behind me. Azer sneered, unleashing a preformed energy blast with a swift motion. The next moment, it seemed as though a figure had been struck directly by Azer's energy blast, engulfed in its power. Humph, this is the consequence of provoking me. Azer reveled in triumph, having foreseen this very tactic and prepared his energy essence in advance. It was indeed a case of self-inflicted retribution. All the Saiyans stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the explosive display in the sky, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Could it be that Broly had truly been struck by Azer? Uncle Cooler, it seems you won't need to intervene, Azer chuckled. The energy essence I just unleashed must have dealt him considerable harm. Ouch! Azer's words were abruptly interrupted by a pained cry emanating from the smoke. That's Grandpa. That voice belongs to Grandpa Kurter. Azer's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned toward the source of the explosion. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Kurter's robust figure emerged, albeit looking somewhat disheveled and injured. You scoundrel! You dare to strike my grandfather. Are you attempting to rebel? Kurter seethed, glaring furiously at Azer. Observers soon realized that Kurter's left arm had been obliterated, his appearance a rather comical sight given his condition. Grandpa? How could it be you? Azer exclaimed, bewildered. How could it be me? Clearly, you ambushed me, seeking to seize control of my territory, right? Kurter retorted, his face darkening, his body trembling with rage. Grandpa Kurter, you are mistaken. I intended to attack Broly. I have no desire to dominate the entire universe. Azer swore, explaining, I merely saw Broly vanish in an instant. And then Uncle Cooler informed me that he had appeared behind me. Kurter turned to Cooler, suspicion etched across his face. What does this have to do with me? Cooler shot back. Cooler, I understand your feelings of imbalance. I have indeed favored Frieza and neglected you, Kurter lamented. Father, now is not the time for this. Cooler interjected, gritting his teeth. Broly is the one instigating this conflict, attempting to pit us against one another. I believe he was the one who misled Father to Azer's rear. What? Broly? I nearly fell for it. Kurter realized, his understanding dawning. Where is he? Azer urgently scanned his surroundings, straining to locate Broly. However, Broly had long since vanished from sight. He must have fled in fear. In that case, let us obliterate this planet without hesitation, Kurter commanded, baring his teeth after a hasty bandaging of his wounds. Very well, Cooler nodded, gathering energy for an attack. However, just as the energy orb coalesced in Cooler's hand, a muffled sound resonated from a short distance behind him. Following that, Cooler heard a pained groan escape from his father's lips. Both Cooler and Azer turned in unison toward Kurter, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and dread. In midair, Broly materialized a violet handblade, which pierced through Kurter's heart, blood cascading down the blade only to evaporate into steam upon contact. Kurter's vitality waned, his expression growing increasingly feeble. Broly gradually withdrew his handblade from Cooled's body. With a sharp crack, he then delivered a fierce downward strike, cleaving Cooled in two. Although Cooled had already lost most of his consciousness, in that moment of dismemberment, his pupils were distinctly laced with crimson veins, and his expression was one of utter despair and terror. Swish, swish, swish. Broly swung his handblade, and with a few swift motions, he sliced Frieza into dozens of pieces. Boom. The next instant, Broly unleashed a devastating energy wave, reducing Frieza to mere dust. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Retracting his handblade, Broly turned his gaze toward Cooler and Eyes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 45. Eyes, I admire you. 24. Everyone stood frozen in shock. No one had anticipated Broly would actually kill Frieza. Over the years, Broly had rarely taken lives. The last time was 4 years prior, when he personally executed a Saiyan for defying orders and slaughtering Earthlings. Even during his earlier confrontation with Frieza, Broly had merely disciplined him, never intending to kill. Now, witnessing Broly obliterate Frieza without hesitation, the entire assembly was left speechless. Yet moments later, the Saiyans erupted into thunderous cheers. What a terrifying being, to annihilate Frieza's father so effortlessly. King Vegeta wiped cold sweat from his brow. Father, I warned you, Broly is beyond formidable. Never oppose him. Nos whispered urgently. You're right, Nos. Had it not been for you, I might have foolishly challenged him. King Vegeta admitted through gritted teeth. Humph. My approach was merely to study him further, Nos replied coolly. By the way, that golden transformation earlier, was that truly the legendary Super Saiyan? King Vegeta inquired. Indeed. Nos confirmed with a faint smile. How did you achieve it? It's complicated. One must possess super cells within their body. I doubt you have them, father. What? I am the king of Saiyans. How could I lack super cells? King Vegeta gasped in disbelief. On Broly's side, Gula and Azer wore expressions of grave concern. They were utterly unprepared for Broly's ruthless decision to eliminate Cooled, which disrupted their plans. You see, my actions are ultimately for your benefit. This way, no one will reprimand you in a commanding tone anymore. The universe ruled by Cooled is now yours to share. Broly remarked with a subtle smile directed at both of them. You scoundrel. Azer gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. Azer, do not succumb to anger. He is deliberately provoking us. Gula quickly regained his composure after a moment of shock. Understood. Azer nodded, striving to maintain his calm demeanor. He took a deep breath and said, Uncle Gula, let us fight side by side. No need. I wish to engage him one-on-one. Gula smirked. A hint of cunning evident in his expression. Very well, Uncle, I comprehend. Azer gravely nodded, exchanging glances with Gula. Broly observed their subtle exchanges with keen insight. In truth, he needed no mental probe to discern their intentions. Gula's claim of a one-on-one duel was merely a ruse to allow Azer to launch a surprise attack and inflict significant harm upon him. The Ice Demon race was notorious for such cunning schemes. Since you wish to challenge me alone, then this Azer fellow is no longer necessary. Broly said with a gentle smile, his figure becoming indistinct. Azer's face was etched with dread and trepidation. In a mere blink, Broly appeared behind Azer. That same trick will not work on me, Azer declared without hesitation, unleashing a burst of energy towards Broly. Is that so? Broly's smile widened. Azer clearly saw the row of pristine white teeth as he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his concentrated energy dissipating in an instant. Suddenly, Azer found himself in a drastically altered environment. He was now amidst the vast cosmos, devoid of the previous chaotic scene. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Broly hovering at a diagonal from him. Furious, Azer manifested a faint white aura, preparing to strike Broly. It would be wise not to attack, otherwise. You may meet the same fate as your father, left on the edge of the universe, a desolate place with scarcely any life. It could take you 10 years or more to return to your rightful domain, Broly cautioned lightly. What? The edge of the universe? Azer was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. In a hurry, he retracted the energy he had just released, fearing the prospect of being stranded in such a place for a decade before returning to his territory. What do you intend to do? Azer bit his lip, questioning with anger. Azer, I hold you in high regard, Broly replied with a smile. Azer felt compelled to curse. How could he be esteemed and yet be cast into this forsaken corner of the universe? Had it not been for your father Frieza's provocation, I would not have bothered with you, Broly remarked with a slight smile, gazing at Azer. What exactly are you implying? Azer pressed for clarity. Do you see that door over there? Broly pointed to a distant shimmering door of deep blue hue. Azer glanced over, perplexed by Broly's intentions. The deep blue door did not particularly astonish him, as he understood the universe's vastness. Traversing it with the most advanced spacecraft would require at least a decade. Within the cosmos, myriad strange phenomena existed. To Azer, the flickering blue portal resembled a black hole, capable of transporting one to another star system. That is the cosmic gate, leading to the 10th universe, Broly explained patiently. The 10th universe? What is that? Azer was momentarily stunned, having never encountered the term before. There are a total of 12 universes. The one we currently inhabit is the 7th universe, and passing through this blue cosmic gate will take you to the 10th universe. Broly elucidated. Is there any distinction? Azer inquired, his expression one of confusion. The 10th universe houses a planet known as Icebound. You can encase yourself in ice for 10, 20, or even 30 years, and your power will significantly increase. Broly smiled slightly. How did you know I could enhance my strength through such a method? Azer's complexion shifted slightly. Broly chuckled, offering no explanation. Humph, Broly, what exactly are you planning? Tell me. Azer shouted. You have too many questions, Broly scoffed, launching a kick that struck Azer squarely in the lower back. Whoosh. In an instant, Azer transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the blue cosmic portal. Swish. When Azer opened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself in a rather unfamiliar star domain. He scanned his surroundings and soon spotted his father, Frieza, wandering aimlessly among the stars, seemingly lost. Dad. Azer rushed towards him. Azer, you've come too? Frieza paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. So, father is here as well. Azer scratched his head, furrowing his brow. What exactly is Broly up to? Realizing that it was Broly who had sent them here, Azer's resolve hardened. That scoundrel, I shall not forgive him. Frieza trembled with rage. Dad, Broly just told me we are in the 10th universe. Do you know what that means? Azer recounted Broly's question. The 10th universe? Frieza shook his head in bewilderment. He had no knowledge of the 10th universe, let alone that they had previously been in the 7th universe. Indeed, he mentioned there are 12 universes in total. And we came from the 7th universe through that blue portal to arrive at the 10th universe, Azer explained, also mentioning the matter of the frozen planet. The father and son fell into deep contemplation, utterly perplexed by Broly's intentions. We must have been played for fools. Frieza gritted his teeth, his body trembling with fury. In that case, Dad, let us search the area. Perhaps we might discover the frozen planet suitable for my training, Azer suggested. Very well, Frieza replied, narrowing his eyes in agreement. Azer chose not to mention the news of Cooler S' demise at Broly's hands, deeming it unnecessary. After depositing Azer and Frieza into the 10th universe, Broly returned to planet Vegeta. Let me ponder, should I spare you or eliminate you? Broly gazed intently at Cooler, then shook his head in disappointment. I can see through your potential. A battle power of 2 billion is your limit. What did you say? What do you mean? Cooler asked, taken aback. Though a battle power of 2 billion was impressive, in the grand scheme of things, it was insignificant for the future. Broly smiled faintly, having made up his mind. Very well, let us play together for a while. Humph, don't get too cocky. Let us begin. Cooler sneered, beckoning Broly with a wave of his hand. I assure you, should I make a move, your annihilation is inevitable, Broly replied, shaking his head slightly. Broly, I have studied you for many years. I know you inside and out, Cooler remarked coldly. I have even comprehended your recent battle with Frieza. You may take Frieza and Azer away, but you shall not take me. Then let me show you this move, Broly chuckled. In an instant, a series of black holes materialized in the void. What is this? Cooler stared in shock. Haven't you studied me for years? You do not even recognize this. Broly shook his head in disappointment. Stop gloating, Cooler shouted, unleashing a beam of light towards the black holes. Boom. The light struck the black holes, producing a thunderous sound. Cooler's face was marked with triumph. However, just as he reveled in his victory, a hand suddenly emerged from a black hole, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Slap. Slap. 2 crisp sounds echoed as 5 crimson handprints appeared on both sides of Cooler's face. Curse you, Cooler roared, gathering a powerful beam of light to strike the black void once more. As the light was about to collide with the black void, it suddenly vanished. The blue beam that Cooler had fired traced an arc across the red sky, fading into the vast starry expanse. Huffing and puffing, Cooler was unsure if his breathlessness was due to exhaustion or rage. Behind you, came a voice from behind. What? Cooler's expression changed dramatically. Bang. In an instant, a leg emerged from the black void behind Cooler, delivering a swift kick to his lower region. The sound of impact echoed as Cooler's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching himself. This cannot be. Aren't you hermaphroditic? How do you possess male anatomy? Broly inquired curiously. I am indeed hermaphroditic, but I require this for reproduction. Cooler yelled defiantly. Ah, my apologies. I almost caught you off guard, Broly said with a hint of regret. I will not spare you. You have thoroughly enraged me. Cooler growled, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain as he stood up resolutely. Show me your true abilities. Broly smirked nonchalantly. As Broly effortlessly toyed with Cooler, the surrounding Saiyans wore expressions of exhilaration. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan was effortlessly toying with the brother of the Universe Emperor. Just then, a brilliant light erupted from Cooler's form. A blinding white flame illuminating planet Vegeta as if it were day. In the blink of an eye, Cooler underwent a tremendous transformation, morphing into his 5th form. After this transformation, Cooler's battle power surged to an astounding 470 million. Without hesitation, Cooler unleashed a fierce red beam towards Broly. Swish! The figure of Broly shimmered slightly, and a brilliant crimson flame pierced through his body, tearing through the void and soaring away. "Oh, your speed is quite impressive. You managed to evade it," Gula remarked with a cold snort, a smug smile gracing his lips. "However, I have always been confident in my own swiftness." As he spoke, Gula's form began to blur, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Broly. Broly distinctly sensed a distortion in the void behind him. "Behind you," echoed Gula's voice, as he launched a powerful kick aimed at Broly's lower back. However, to Gula's astonishment, his foot met nothing but empty air. In the following moment, Gula's eyes caught sight of Broly's swiftly moving figure, seemingly reappearing behind him once more. "I see you," Gula bellowed, forcefully kicking backwards. In an instant, Broly's figure flickered. In the next moment, he had rapidly appeared hundreds of meters away. Over there, Gula's eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly charged towards Broly. Chapter 48. The Doom of Planet Vegeta. 14. Whoosh. Broly smiled faintly, his figure flickering once more before vanishing entirely. Gula glanced around anxiously, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had completely disappeared. Gula's expression turned to one of astonishment. Even I could not discern his whereabouts. Just then, Gula suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from above. Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that, at some point, Broly had appeared directly above him, looking down with an imposing presence. However, Gula could distinctly sense the malevolent glint in Broly's eyes. "This is not good." Gula's complexion shifted. The great cosmic shift. With a fierce roar, Broly unleashed his divine power, enveloping Cooler in its grasp. Subsequently, Broly slowly rotated his hands through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Cooler, suspended midair, began mirroring Broly's movements, tracing the same arc with eerie synchronization. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Broly accelerated his spinning speed, and Cooler matched his pace with increasing velocity. After a mere 10 seconds, the rapid rotation generated terrifying layers of swirling air currents. These currents compressed the atmosphere of planet Vegeta at an alarming rate, creating a vast vacuum in their wake. In the next moment, a towering, serpentine tornado manifested upon the planet's surface, wreaking havoc with merciless force. Instantly, several Saiyans of lesser strength were caught off guard and swept into the maelstrom, helplessly spinning alongside Cooler in the vortex of destruction. Broly smiled faintly, silently observing the rapidly spinning Cooler, a hint of mockery gracing his features. With a thunderous sound, Cooler, disoriented from the relentless rotation, gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful surge of energy, gradually coming to a halt. He retched, expelling a mouthful of bile, his head spinning and an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. "How shall I resolve this?" Broly remarked, his gaze still fixed on Cooler with a teasing demeanor. "I will not spare you." Cooler erupted in fury, suddenly conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and viciously hurling it towards the surface of the planet. Not good. The onlookers' expressions turned grim upon witnessing such a scene. "Let this planet perish alongside you, Broly," Cooler proclaimed loudly, his face alight with triumph. As the energy sphere hurtled towards the surface of planet Vegeta, Broly remained unfazed, merely casting a casual glance in its direction. "What? Are you intending to abandon the salvation of planet Vegeta?" Cooler asked, momentarily taken aback. "Did I ever claim I would protect this planet? What a farce." Broly replied with an indifferent smile. "What?" The expressions of the gathered inhabitants of planet Vegeta morphed into shock, their faces paling in disbelief. "Broly, is it not your purpose to safeguard this planet?" The energy sphere unleashed by Gula, imbued with immense power, hurtled towards the surface of planet Vegeta. All gazes were transfixed upon that orb of energy, the harbinger of destruction capable of obliterating the world. Yet, resistance seemed futile at this juncture, for the majority possessed insufficient combat prowess. As for Bardock and his companions, they were rendered powerless by the depletion of their energy reserves. Boom. In the next moment, the energy projectile struck the planet's surface with a cataclysmic force. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, enveloping planet Vegeta in an apocalyptic scene. Rivers and mountains surged chaotically. The earth fractured, and the cries of creatures echoed in despair. Those capable of flight ascended into the skies, seeking refuge from the impending doom. In an instant, planet Vegeta became a maelstrom of dust and debris, as rocks soared through the air amidst landslides and fissures. Many Saiyans were tragically consumed by the overwhelming force, meeting their demise in the chaos. Boom! Another deafening explosion resonated, cleaving the earth in two and creating a long, gaping chasm. The structures upon the planet crumbled instantaneously, with none surviving the devastation. King Vegeta, under the protection of Nos and a few subordinates, narrowly escaped the calamity. However, upon witnessing the planet's ruin, he was left speechless in shock. "Oh, I did not genuinely intend to annihilate the planet. I merely sought to instill fear," Gula remarked with a slight smile, intrigued. "What I did not anticipate was Broly's indifference to your fate. That truly surprises me. 5 years ago, I proclaimed that those who remain must fend for themselves. I bear no obligation to protect every Saiyan. My duty lies solely with my own people," Broly replied with a serene smile. Upon hearing these words, the assembled Saiyans were struck with astonishment, regretting their decision not to follow Broly to his planet. His promise from years past was now fulfilled. Chapter 49. Immediately destroy planet Broly. 24. I did not foresee your unique approach to matters, Gula chuckled. Nevertheless, this planet will explode in 5 minutes. Will you be sending your 5 subjects back to your world? Indeed, I cannot abandon my people, Broly affirmed with earnest nods. Very well. Since you choose not to protect the Saiyans on this planet, I shall target your subjects. Gula sneered, directing his hand towards King Vegeta and Nos. That princess, your subject. Shall I extinguish her first? As Gula aimed towards them, Nos's complexion paled. King Vegeta, filled with terror, managed a bitter smile and solemnly remarked, "How absurd. As the king of the Saiyans, I find myself utterly powerless. Their strength surpasses our wildest imaginations. Hey, Broly, can you truly bear to let him slay the delicate me?" Nos exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Delicate, you say? Broly glanced at Nos, acknowledging her beauty, which had only blossomed with time, rendering her self-description not without merit. Broly had already come to regard Nors as one of his own subjects, and he certainly would not allow Gula to succeed. However, just as Broly was about to make his move, he heard Gula's voice. "Do not move. It would be best if you didn't." Gula sneered. "What do you wish to say?" Broly replied with a faint smile. "Perhaps you are unaware. Before I arrived here, I dispatched my elite forces to surround your Broly planet completely," Gula said with a grin. "I know that the Saiyans on your Broly planet are formidable. Even my 3 elite members of the Gula Mech squad would find it challenging to contend with you. However, I will not allow them to engage you directly. With a simple command, your Broly planet will be obliterated." "I see. You are indeed clever, using my planet to coerce me," Broly acknowledged solemnly. "Indeed. 2 choices lie before you," Gula said, his face adorned with a hint of provocation and an air of arrogance. "First, allow me to slay the 5 Super Saiyans left on Vegeta planet. Second, witness the destruction of your Broly planet." Choose. "Let me ponder this," Broly responded. "No matter how you deliberate, once I give the order, your Broly planet will be annihilated." Gula smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned. "Moreover, I know that with your current abilities, your combat power pales in comparison to mine. You cannot inflict substantial harm upon me. Aside from your remarkable speed and some peculiar techniques, you possess little else." Gula was not mistaken. At this moment, Broly's combat power was approximately 220 million, making it indeed difficult for him to extinguish Gula. "Bardock, what is your opinion?" Broly turned to Bardock, seeking his counsel. "I would rather die than allow Broly planet to be destroyed." Bardock gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. "And you, my delicate princess?" Broly asked Nors again. Now you present me with such a trivial dilemma." Nors glared. "And you all? Will you opt for his death or the destruction of your homeland?" Broly inquired of the other 3. "We will abide by King Broly's decision without a hint of complaint," the other 3 Super Saiyans replied. "You are all my exceptional subjects," Broly commended. "Ha ha, Broly. I never imagined you would find yourself in this position." Gula laughed heartily, his voice brimming with self-satisfaction. "Gula, you understand me far too little," Broly gently shook his head. "What?" Gula smirked coldly. "Choose quickly. Will you let them die, or shall your planet be destroyed? If you choose their demise, I hope you will do it with your own hands. They shall not die, and my planet will not be destroyed." Broly narrowed his eyes. "Oh, is that so? Are you indicating a refusal to engage in this dilemma?" Gula chuckled derisively. Suddenly, to Gula's astonishment, Broly flicked his hand, and a crystal ball appeared in his grasp. In an instant, The crystal ball illuminated with an image, revealing the spaceships Gula had stationed near Broly planet. What is that? Gula was taken aback. Do you understand what it means to strike from afar? Broly smiled lightly. What? Gula was perplexed. Watch closely, Broly beamed, and in the next moment, he thrust his hand into the crystal ball. No. Immediately destroy Broly planet. Gula's face paled as he urgently shouted into the communicator, directing his voice to a distant location. Let us rewind a few seconds. In the outer reaches of Broly planet, a spaceship had been hovering for quite some time. However, this vessel boasted advanced cloaking technology, rendering it undetectable to the inhabitants of Broly planet. On board were 3 individuals, led by the Gula mech squad as Frieza. The trio, consisting of Frieza, Nez, and Dre, were quite renowned in the Eastern Universe, albeit somewhat low-key in this region. Their combat powers had each reached approximately 180,000, surpassing even that of Jinyu. At this moment, the 3 were intently watching the distant, crystalline blue planet. With over 90% of its surface covered by oceans, Broly planet appeared even bluer than Earth. This is so dull. Lord Gula should simply annihilate Broly planet without all this fuss, Dre sighed. Do not complain. Heed Lord Gula's orders. Frieza retorted. Very well, Dre conceded. I wonder how the battle between Lord Gula and Broly is unfolding, Nez mused, gazing at the distant Broly planet. Beneath Nez was a device featuring a red button, the spaceship's weapon activation mechanism. Should Nez press that button, the vessel would unleash energy personally infused by Gula to obliterate Broly planet and turn Broly into cosmic dust. Just then, a voice traveled from the far-off Vegeta planet. No. Immediately destroy Broly planet. Upon hearing this, the 3 instantly became alert, their eyes wide with anticipation. Quickly, Nez, press the weapon launch button. Frieza commanded. Ha ha ha. It seems Lord Gula is in a tough battle. This Broly fellow appears to be quite formidable, Nez remarked as he raised his hand to press the red button. However, just as Nez was about to do so, an unseen hand reached out. Smack. The hand seized Nez's arm. What is this? Nez's face turned pale. Frieza and Dre were equally stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Crack. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed, and Nez's arm was brutally wrenched from his body. Ah! Nez screamed, his face contorting in agony. Frieza and Dre looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces drained of color, utterly astounded. Where did that hand come from? How could it possess such immense strength? On Vegeta planet, the world was nearing its end, with volcanoes erupting and smoke billowing across the landscape, signifying the planet's demise. What is that? Gula exclaimed as he beheld the crystal ball in Broly's hand and witnessed Nez's severed limb, utterly stunned. There is even more to behold. Broly smiled faintly, channeling divine power through the crystal ball to extend far beyond. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the heads of the 3 warriors near planet Broly, Frieza and his companions, exploded instantly, meeting their demise. What? Frieza's face twisted into an expression of sheer horror. He had never imagined Broly could be this overwhelmingly powerful, capable of such a devastating long-range attack. Now you realize my terror, but it's far too late. Broly remarked with a faint, chilling smile. I despise being given choices. Now, is my planet Broly secure? Bardock and Nas stared at Broly with awestruck reverence. Divine, they whispered in unison. Frieza gnashed his teeth, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. How shall I deal with you? Broly mused, his gaze drifting across the surface of planet Vegeta. Narrowing his eyes, he added, in 4 minutes, this planet will be reduced to cosmic dust. Very well, I shall grant you a glimpse of my true power. What are you planning? Frieza demanded, bewildered. For before him, Broly was conjuring a radiant sphere of energy in his palm, a luminous, golden orb pulsating with dazzling brilliance. The divine moon. Broly smiled and, with a swift motion of his hand, propelled the gathered divine moon towards the heavens. Chapter 51. The Dread from the Future, 44. In the blink of an eye, the divine moon ascended high, suspended in the crimson and dim sky, radiating a sacred glow outward. Broly lifted his gaze towards the artificial moon suspended high in the sky. In the next instant, his nose and mouth protruded outward, sprouting yellow-green fur. Simultaneously, Broly's physique began to enlarge incrementally. In less than 2 seconds, he had transformed into a colossal ape adorned with vibrant yellow-green fur. With a resounding thud, Broly pounded his chest, as if this primal gesture was an irresistible impulse following his transformation. At that moment, numerous Saiyans, upon witnessing the artificial full moon, had also undergone their own transformations into giant apes. The atmosphere was filled with chaos, as the cacophony of roars reverberated throughout the land. It appears to be a transformation into a giant ape. I had anticipated a Super Saiyan, Guldo remarked, exhaling in relief while observing Broly with keen interest. Tell me, is it true that this new Saiyan King cannot achieve the Super Saiyan form? I fear that transforming into a Super Saiyan would render your defeat rather effortless. Broly smiled subtly, declaring, this transformation into a giant ape is already sufficient to obliterate you effortlessly. Not necessarily, Guldo retorted with a scoff. My base combat power is approximately 200 million, and thus, upon transforming into a giant ape, my power has soared to 2 billion. Your combat power, if I recall correctly, is barely 500 million, is it not? Broly, grinning, acknowledged the disparity. I am well aware of that difference. With a dismissive snort, Guldo continued. But are you not aware? Such an artificial moon can be easily destroyed. With that, Guldo conjured a massive red energy sphere in his palm, directing it towards the divine moon of Broly. Begone, moon, he proclaimed with exaggerated fervor. Boom. In the next moment, Guldo's energy sphere collided with the artificial moon, erupting in a dazzling crimson blaze that was almost blinding. As the dust settled and the echoes faded, Guldo looked up, his expression turning grim. To his astonishment, the artificial moon remained unscathed, still gracefully floating in the scarlet sky, radiating a divine glow. How is this possible? Why is the moon unharmed? This artificial moon should have been easily destroyed. Guldo's face reflected a plethora of emotions. My moon is not so easily vanquished, Broly said with a gentle smile. And in an instant, his massive form appeared directly before Guldo. Boom. Broly's fists were as massive as Cooler's entire body. With a mighty swing, his colossal fist collided with Cooler's frame, sending the tyrant soaring through the air. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from Cooler's mouth as the devastating impact left him disoriented and reeling. Broly pursued relentlessly, delivering yet another devastating punch. Boom. Cooler was sent soaring into the air once more, blood spraying violently from his wounds mid-flight. For the next 10 seconds or so, Broly treated him like a mere plaything, pummeling him mercilessly with his fists. Just as Broly prepared to deliver the final blow, a sudden, inexplicable tremor seized his heart. His pulse accelerated wildly. What was happening? A chilling dread gripped Broly, as though his very life force teetered on the brink of annihilation. Why? Broly released his senses, attuning to the surroundings. There was not a hint of anomaly. In the vicinity of planet Vegeta, apart from Cooler and those Saiyans, there was no one else present. Currently, Cooler had been thoroughly beaten, and the battle prowess of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta was exceedingly low, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. So why did he experience such an intense feeling? Broly furrowed his brow, his heart racing ever faster. Could it be that he suddenly contemplated a possibility? Indeed, it seemed that there was an issue within the timeline he inhabited. Yes, precisely. For Broly was the god of destruction of Universe 10, a title that had remained unchanged. However, he was the god of destruction from 35 years into the future, rather than the one from the present timeline. Presently, the only conceivable cause for this intense sense of impending crisis within Broly could be the god of destruction, Ramses, from the future Universe 10, whose life appeared to be nearing its end. As the god of destruction, Broly's existence was intrinsically linked to Ramses. Should Ramses perish, he too would inevitably cease to exist. Chapter 52, Ramses's Plight, 13. How could such a formidable being as Ramses be faced with death? Who could possibly bring about his demise? Broly furrowed his brow again. No, he must urgently venture into the future to ascertain the situation. Otherwise, an unsettling anxiety would consume him. Whoosh. Broly retrieved the divine moon, and his body returned to its normal state. In the next moment, the space surrounding Broly began to twist and transform, while layers of iridescent flames materialized around him. What do you intend to do? Gula asked, his expression dark and his voice laced with fatigue. Broly cast a fleeting glance at Cooler, lacking the time to engage with him. In an instant, Broly's form began to dissolve into an ethereal state. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in his rightful temporal domain, precisely 35 years into the future. Broly took a deep breath and instantly materialized in the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 through instantaneous movement. Observing that the divine realm remained unchanged from his memories, he allowed himself a faint sigh of relief. Now, it was time to visit Rumshi in Universe 10. However, Broly was acutely aware that with his current level of power, his presence there would be of limited significance. Truth be told, his physical prowess had only just reached the level that Zamasu once possessed in the past. Broly exercised caution, fully aware that utilizing a crystal ball would alert Beerus to his actions. Hence, he refrained from employing such a method for observation. Swish. Broly employed instant transmission. Appearing in an instant above the realm of the destroyer of Universe 10, silently surveying the land below. As he gazed down, he beheld the scene of the destroyer of Universe 10, Rumshi, being subdued by Beerus, his body marred with countless wounds. Upon closer inspection, Broly was astounded to find that Beerus was standing upon the very heart of Ramzi, rendering Ramzi's breaths increasingly labored. Broly finally comprehended the reason behind the threat he felt to his very essence. That detestable Beerus. A sense of displeasure welled up within him as he squinted down at Beerus below. However, Broly found himself perplexed, despite having spent 5 long years in the past realm. It felt as though nothing more than a day had elapsed in the primary timeline. Just as Broly was grappling with this confusion, a sudden chill coursed through him, as he sensed a murderous aura emanating from below. Zamasu, get away quickly. Do not approach. The voice of Ramzi echoed upwards in haste. Swish. Broly observed as Beerus transformed into a streak of light, swiftly approaching him. With a mere thought, Broly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing instantaneously by Ramzi's side. In the next moment, Broly grasped Ramzi's shoulder and once again employed the art of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Broly transported Ramzi to a distant galaxy, a place that would take even Beerus nearly 20 minutes to reach. Broly cast a profound glance at Rangsisi and retrieved a mystical bean from Master Karen. Consume this, Rangsisi. Broly instructed. Are you Zamasu? Rangsisi momentarily hesitated, but without further ado, he bit into the bean, crunching it with vigor. Instantly, Rangsisi's vitality and energy were fully restored. What an extraordinary bean, he exclaimed, leaping from the ground, his trunk swaying excitedly. After a brief moment of astonishment, he scrutinized Broly once more and, with a wry smile, inquired, Zamasu, how did you end up in this body? What transpired between you and Beerus? Broly refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question of his own. He intends to lure you out through me. You should not have returned. Rangsisi sighed. You ought to leave. He dares not harm me. It must be because I killed Zuno that he is so enraged. Broly chuckled and remarked, it seems so. After all, from what I gather, you have caused your fair share of mischief in the 7th universe. Ha ha ha. As Rangsisi spoke, he gave a thumbs up and patted Broly's shoulder, adding, however, I admire you. Your turmoil in the 7th universe has avenged us in the 10th universe. How so? Broly was momentarily taken aback. You are unaware, I presume? 3,000 years ago, Beerus lost a bet to me and, in a fit of rage, wreaked havoc across our 10th universe. It nearly eradicated our high-caliber warriors. That despicable fiend. Just thinking about it incenses me. Rangsisi waved his trunk, eyes wide with fury. Now Lord Zeno is about to host the Universal Power Tournament. The universe that loses may be obliterated on the spot. We lack sufficient warriors as it is. Yet, this matter is merely passed down among gods. Its veracity remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it seems all but assured. Both uncertainty and assurance swirled in Broly's mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Regardless, you should return for now. Rangsisi urged Broly. Beerus will soon return, and thanks to the bean you gave me, my body is fully restored. This time, I may not be defeated. No rush. Now that I have returned, I must present him with a token of our meeting, Broly replied with a gentle smile. No need. You are no match for him. Rangsisi shook his head slightly, gazing earnestly at Broly. Return immediately. I believe that with this body, your strength will ultimately surpass his. Go forth. With those words, Rangsisi transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Beerus's direction. After careful contemplation, Broly realized that with his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to inflict any harm upon Beerus. Even if he were to administer a slight punishment, it would be utterly inconsequential to the god of destruction. Thus, he concluded that it would be best to return and diligently train, waiting until his power had sufficiently increased before confronting this formidable deity once more. The space around Broly twisted and contorted as iridescent clouds of energy swirled into existence. In the next instant, Broly found himself transported to another dimension, one where the oracle fish, Zuno, existed. Without hesitation, Broly utilized instant transmission to materialize upon the planet where Zuno resided. From Zuno, Broly learned the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Much like before, this timeline's Zuno proved to be an inquisitive nuisance, pushing Broly's patience to its limits. With no other choice, Broly obliterated both Zuno and his planet, then gathered all 7 Super Dragon Balls. "Arise, Divine Dragon, and grant my wish," Broly summoned. The boundless golden form of the Divine Dragon manifested, its voice resonating across the cosmos. "Young Supreme Kai, speak your desire. I shall fulfill any one wish. Divine Dragon, I wish to sever the bond that ties my life to that of the God of Destruction," Broly declared. Originally, Broly had believed that Rumshi, as the God of Destruction, was nearly invulnerable, making the shared life constraint a minor concern. However, the events of this day had forced Broly to act sooner than anticipated. Beerus' overwhelming power far surpassed Rumshi's, making it imperative to break the shared life restriction. Should the Omni King ever decide to erase Universe 10 from existence, Broly would not risk vanishing alongside Rumshi. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," the Divine Dragon intoned, its golden eyes gleaming with celestial radiance as it unleashed a mighty roar that echoed through the void. In an instant, the Divine Dragon dispersed, transforming back into 7 planet-sized orbs that scattered across the cosmos of Universes 6 and 7. Broly exhaled deeply, a subtle smile gracing his lips. No one could inflict harm upon him due to Ramses any longer. In an instant, he altered the fabric of time and space, returning to the moment just before the destruction of planet Vegeta. To the onlookers, Broly seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear mysteriously a second or two later. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had ventured into the future, fulfilled a wish, and then returned. Notably, the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon bestowed upon Broly the ability to manipulate time freely, allowing him to traverse both past and future, with the capacity to select specific moments. On planet Vegeta, chaos reigned, with clouds of dust swirling and colossal waves crashing, ever teetering on the brink of annihilation. Cooler, too, was nearing the end of his strength, as if life itself was slipping away. Nevertheless, he remained conscious. It was time to conclude this ordeal, Broly declared, gathering a sphere of energy to completely obliterate Cooler. Cooler's expression darkened. He longed to resist, yet his energy had reached its limits. Even at his peak, he was certain that defeating Broly in his great ape form would be an insurmountable challenge. Just then, Broly abruptly turned his gaze toward the northwest, his demeanor shifting slightly. "Oh, has this fellow awakened so soon?" Broly murmured to himself, contemplating whether his temporal distortion upon returning to the future had alerted this individual. "What are you saying?" Cooler was utterly baffled by Broly's actions, wishing instead that Broly would simply eliminate him, sparing him from the agony of existence. "Come forth, Beerus. Let me discern whether you stand as my foe or ally in this timeline," Broly stated with a grave tone. Cooler, battered and on the verge of collapse, let out a series of furious roars. However, he found it perplexing that Broly had suddenly ceased his assault. Why was that? Moreover, Broly remained fixated on the northwest, his expression imbued with a sense of gravity. Was he awaiting someone? It appeared that it would take another 3 minutes for that entity to arrive. "Very well. I shall first escort Bardock and the others back," Broly mused, casting a glance toward Bardock and nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Bardock grasped the implication and, in the next moment, joined hands with the other 3. As for Princess Nos, Bardock hesitated to take her hand, aware that King Broly might hold some interest in her. Once Bardock and his 3 companions were connected, they swiftly materialized beside Princess Nos. In the blink of an eye, Broly appeared before them. "Father, what are you doing? Hurry and come with me to planet Broly. This planet is about to explode," Nos exclaimed to King Vegeta. "I want to go, that is your planet." King Vegeta stubbornly shook his head, then smiled, saying, "I wish to perish alongside planet Vegeta." "Father, please don't say that. What do you mean by yours and mine? We are all Saiyans," Nos shouted vehemently. "Go ahead, Nos," King Vegeta replied with a calm smile, showing no intention of agreeing. "Hey, Broly, persuade my father," Nos implored Broly. "This is his own choice," Broly replied without hesitation. He had no time to persuade King Vegeta. He immediately grasped Nos' hand and placed his other hand on Bardock's shoulder. Whoosh! Broly executed a swift instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on planet Broly. "You all should tend to your injuries," he urged, preparing to return to planet Vegeta. Hey! However, Noth suddenly leaped into Broly's embrace, exclaiming, I don't care. I want you to bring my father back. I have already told you. This is your father's own choice. Broly gently shook his head. I cannot persuade a Saiyan who seeks to end their own life. How can you say such a thing? Noth's body trembled slightly. Noth, do not be so pathetic. At that moment, a voice floated over from the side. Noth paused, turning her head to see, and her eyes instantly sparkled. Brother? Where have you been all these years? Why have I not heard from you? Noth hurriedly inquired. What else could I do? I trained to surpass him, came the reply from none other than Vegeta, who had appeared near Noth. Since Vegeta departed from planet Broly, he had almost vanished without a trace. Some said he had been deeply affected and had gone to another planet to train, and he had been doing so for several years. I have seen it. Our father refuses to leave planet Vegeta. Let him be, Vegeta scoffed. Broly remained silent, his mood far too somber for idle chatter with Vegeta and the others. An ominous presence was soon to descend upon planet Vegeta. This formidable being was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7. In theory, during this era, Beerus would remain in slumber until Goku had grandchildren of his own before awakening. Broly speculated that his arrival might have instigated a monumental transformation in this era, compelling him to awaken prematurely. Whoosh! The silhouette of Broly once again loomed over the skies of planet Vegeta. At this moment, Cooler was utterly exhausted and devoid of strength, his countenance reflecting a state of despondency, as if life itself was slipping away. Meanwhile, the explosions on planet Vegeta grew increasingly intense, with certain areas erupting violently from time to time. The planet was on the brink of collapse, teetering dangerously close to annihilation. A number of Saiyans had already boarded a relatively intact spacecraft, ascending into the heavens in a desperate attempt to escape the disaster-stricken world. As for King Vegeta, he hovered defiantly above the planet, wearing an expression of calm resignation. Suddenly, Broly's gaze fixed on the northwestern horizon. In that instant, a radiant streak of multicolored light surged toward him. The next moment, wrapped in a cascade of vibrant luminescence, the figures of Whis and Beerus materialized before Broly. Beerus silently scrutinized Broly, his lips sealed in contemplation. Is there something you wish to discuss? Broly inquired with a serene smile, directing his gaze toward Beerus. I sense a divine aura emanating from you. What is the meaning of this? Beerus asked coldly. If you seek answers, I am as much in the dark as you are, Broly shrugged. Perhaps I was simply born a deity. Chapter 55. The Revelation of Identity. You choose to remain silent. Do you? Fear not, for I shall uncover the truth regardless. Beerus remarked with a slight smile, turning his attention to Whis. Whis, you must be aware of the situation. Yes? 5 years ago, the planet inhabited by Sage Zuno suddenly exploded. Not long after, the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes were gathered, and the Dragon of the Gods was summoned as a consequence, Whis explained, maintaining his ever-present smile. I suspect someone learned of the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls through Zuno and summoned the dragon to fulfill their wishes. With that, Whis cast a knowing smile at Broly. Still unwilling to confess? Beerus inquired icily. Confess to what? Broly replied nonchalantly. I have discerned your true identity, Supreme Kai? Beerus declared sternly. Ah, your sources are quite reliable. I thought I could keep my secrets concealed. Broly responded with a gentle smile. Broly had long contemplated his course of action. Since he had obliterated Zeno in this era, it was certain that Whis, with his extraordinary abilities, would be aware of everything. However, Broly was acutely aware that his actions in this timeline were not as extreme as those of Black Goku. Upon his transformation into Zamasu, he diligently perused the regulations of the Divine Realm, understanding that merely eliminating Zeno would not warrant the attention of the Grand Minister or the Omni King. After all, Zeno merely claimed to be a sage and lacked the qualifications of a true deity. The extermination of humanity by a god is akin to a destroyer annihilating a planet. It is a rather commonplace occurrence. The reason Black Goku became the target of ire, eventually prompting Goku to summon the Omni King, was primarily due to his eradication of the Supreme Kais and destroyers of the 12 universes, coupled with his transformation of Earth into a hellish realm. What? Is he truly a god? Gula's expression darkened, and upon noticing Beerus's arrival, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he hurriedly approached. Lord Beerus, please intercede on my behalf. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Gula, his demeanor a mix of confusion and recognition. Do you not remember me, Lord Beerus? I am Gula, Frieza's brother, the most distinguished warrior of the Frost Demon clan. Gula hastily introduced himself. I recall now. Before my slumber, I entrusted Frieza with the task of destroying planets. And you were indeed by his side, were you not? And your father, as well? Beerus mused thoughtfully. Yes, exactly that, Lord Beerus, Gula eagerly affirmed. However, Broly's existence has impeded our mission of planetary destruction. Planet Vegeta still exists. You crafty miscreant, I instructed you and Frieza to annihilate planets. Yet you paraded around as galactic conquerors, sowing chaos in the universe. Did you think I was unaware? Beerus retorted coldly. Huh. Gula was momentarily bewildered. You are no longer necessary, Beerus declared, slowly extending his hand towards Gula. Lord Beerus, spare me. Gula gasped in horror. Destruction. A sphere of dark purple energy erupted from Beerus's hand, striking Gula directly. In an instant, Gula's form disintegrated like quicksand, vanishing without a trace. Reduced to cosmic dust in the blink of an eye. All present were left in shock, utterly unaware of the identity of this seemingly feline figure who effortlessly dispatched Gula. The manner of this cat's lethal action was particularly striking. It felt as though Gula were a fragile porcelain piece, shattered to pieces without leaving a remnant. After effortlessly eliminating Gula, Beerus turned his gaze to Broly, a smirk playing upon his lips, his eyes reflecting disdain along with a hint of a warning. Broly discerned that Beerus's annihilation of Cooler was merely a spectacle for his own amusement, a means for him to ascertain his own formidable strength. The Saiyans, brimming with arrogance and innate ferocity, are a race that arguably ought not to exist. Beerus, with a chilling smile, directed his hand towards the planet Vegeta. The expressions of the gathered Saiyans shifted dramatically, as many remained suspended in the sky above the planet, gripped by sheer terror at Beerus's ominous demeanor. Though the planet's destruction was imminent, Beerus insisted on personally overseeing its obliteration. Upon uttering this, he coldly pronounced a single word: destruction. A violet-black sphere of annihilation materialized, crashing into planet Vegeta with devastating force. Chapter 56. Confrontation with Beerus. In an instant, planet Vegeta was reduced to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Its demise as silent and unceremonious as a soap bubble popping. The Saiyans who were floating above struggled desperately in the void of space. However, the Saiyans were ultimately incapable of surviving in the cosmos. Within mere seconds, they succumbed to unconsciousness, suffocating in the vacuum of space. Next, it is your turn. The one who killed the sage Zuno, the god of destruction, intoned coldly. Naturally, in this airless expanse, sound could not propagate. However, both Broly and Beerus, being gods, communicated through divine means, their words audible even to the Saiyans aboard the nearby spaceship. Beerus, do you wish to become my adversary? Broly retorted darkly. What is it you wish to convey? Beerus inquired with genuine curiosity. You will regret opposing me, Broly replied with a smile. In truth, we could be amicable allies. Regret? Beerus mused, then suddenly chuckled. I, Beerus, never regret my actions. While I remain uncertain of which universe's Kaishin you hail from, your ostentatious presence in my universe cannot go unchallenged. I am merely attempting to cultivate talent. Should you refuse my goodwill, then I shall take my leave. Broly dismissed the notion with a laugh. Unnecessary. Beerus scoffed, turning to Whis and asking, which universe does this fellow belong to? Have we uncovered the truth? It appears he belongs to none, yet is indeed a Kaishin, Whis responded. Perhaps he arrived in our era via the time ring. Ah, that explains the unfamiliar visage. Beerus realized, since he does not belong to our time, rather hailing from a parallel world, my destruction of him should have no repercussions for our timeline, correct? That seems to be the case. Whis nodded, yet could not resist asking, but Lord Beerus, why seek to destroy him? I cannot say for certain. His demeanor simply irks me, Beerus grumbled. It is likely that Lord Beerus perceives boundless potential in him, fearing that this Kaishin might someday surpass you. Whis speculated with a smile. Nonsense, he is merely a Kaishin. How could he possibly surpass a god of destruction? Beerus proclaimed loudly. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis chuckled, neither dissuading nor encouraging the notion. This Kaishin, you heard what I said, did you not? Even should I destroy you, it would not affect our timeline in the slightest. Beerus remarked with a grin, the reasoning is quite simple. You hail from a parallel timeline. Broly remained silent, a notion he had not contemplated. After a brief analysis, Broly conceded to Beerus's assertion that there is virtually no connection between various timelines, or the so-called parallel worlds. If Broly were to be destroyed in this timeline, it would not impact the current realm in any significant way. Given my present strength, it is impossible for me to be your opponent. Broly's expression grew somber. However, if you grant me 5 years, you may not be able to defeat me. 5 years, you say? Beerus paused slightly, incredulous that you believe you could surpass me in such a time frame. I can, Broly affirmed with a nod. Ha. Beerus burst into laughter, then let out a dismissive snort. Yet I shall not afford you that time. It appears you are frightened, lacking even the confidence to fight. Is that so? Broly replied with a subtle smile. Then I shall demonstrate my true power to you. Oh, I am quite pleased that you are challenging me. Beerus chuckled with satisfaction, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. In the next moment, Broly was enveloped in a shimmering glow, a vibrant yellow-green radiance emanating forth. As bolts of yellow-green lightning cascaded from the starry heavens, crackling and bursting around him. Broly's hair is styled high, transforming into a vibrant blend of yellow and green. Broly has finally transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 57, Transformation, the legendary Super Saiyan. However, Broly's transformation differs significantly from the authentic transformation of Broly. The true Broly, upon transforming into the Super Saiyan form, experiences a considerable expansion of his physique, his eyes turning white, resulting in a loss of rationality. In contrast, the current Broly, upon achieving this transformation, only undergoes a slight increase in size, with his eyes taking on a vibrant green hue. His entire being is under exquisite control, devoid of any signs of berserk behavior. The transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan is a change Broly underwent 2 years ago. Broly's conjecture was not erroneous. Possessing a tranquil heart is indeed a prerequisite for transformation, even for the legendary Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, Broly discerned that Zuno had not disclosed the complete truth, or rather, it appeared that he himself was unaware of what the true essence of Broly might entail. Broly can envision that without a tranquil heart, even with divine powers, the consequences of transforming under the influence of such volatile energy would be dire. Fortunately, after residing with Bulma's family for several years, his peaceful heart has grown increasingly serene, allowing the super cells within him to gradually surpass the ferocious ones. 2 years ago, Broly was able to flawlessly transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. What astonished Broly was the sheer magnitude of the legendary Super Saiyan's prowess. The increase in energy was indeed beyond measure. Broly estimated that after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, his combat power had increased a staggering 500-fold, rendering him 10 times more powerful than an ordinary Super Saiyan. Even at the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, one would only achieve 300 times the strength of their base form, which pales in comparison to the legendary Super Saiyan. It is no wonder that before his journey across dimensions, Broly, upon witnessing the uncontrollable version of himself, could effortlessly overpower Goku. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, Broly was acutely aware that despite his overall strength being 500 times that of his base state, his combat power was merely 100 billion. Beerus, a deity of destruction of such caliber, possessed a power that transcended numerical representation, and it seemed even Golden Frieza surpassed his current might. From a distant, hovering spaceship, numerous Saiyans were left utterly speechless upon witnessing Broly's transformation. What is that change? Why is it yellow-green? One exclaimed in astonishment. Is King Broly the legendary Super Saiyan? His transformation must differ from that of Bardock and the others. It felt as though the very cosmos trembled in response, truly terrifying. For such a legendary Super Saiyan is said to emerge only once in a millennium. After a brief discussion, silence enveloped them. It was evident to all that the feline figure seemed even stronger than Broly, and significantly so. Who is that cat? Someone could not help but inquire. King Beerus was originally meant to share the fate of planet Vegeta, yet due to the multitude of his subjects, some Saiyans had forcibly pulled him aboard the spaceship. Thus, King Beerus narrowly evaded calamity. He is a deity of destruction, the mightiest warrior in this universe. No matter how powerful Broly becomes, he could never stand against him. King Beerus scoffed. What? A deity of destruction? This is the first I've heard of such a title. It seems that the deity of destruction mentioned Broly as a god too. Something about Kaishin. Do you know what that is? Someone curiously asked. I do not know. I have never heard of Kaishin, King Beerus replied, shaking his head. At his level, he was unaware of the existence of Kaishin. The only reason he knew about deities of destruction was due to Beerus' visit to planet Vegeta a year prior, where he had prepared an array of delicacies to entertain him. Unfortunately, the deity's discerning palate did not find anything to his liking, resulting in a rather unpleasant encounter for King Beerus. What a powerful aura. Is this truly all your strength? Beerus paused for a moment, then smiled gently, seemingly unfazed, even gesturing to Broly to indicate that he could make his move. Broly was enveloped in a shimmering aura of yellow-green light, silently gazing at his opponent. Humph. A mere facade, he thought. Come on, I shall bring your destruction. Beerus provocatively beckoned Broly once more. Very well, I shall not hold back, Broly replied with a grin, transforming into a streak of yellow-green light, hurtling towards Beerus. Boom. With an inexhaustible surge of energy, Broly unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Beerus's head. Unperturbed, Beerus casually extended a finger. In an instant, Broly's fist collided with Beerus's outstretched index finger. The explosive energy dissipated abruptly upon contact. Humph, I expected something more formidable. It seems you are capable of little more than this, Beerus scoffed, asserting that a mere finger could withstand all of Broly's onslaught. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Chapter 58. The legendary Super Saiyan in Crimson, is that so? Broly replied with a grin. Suddenly, his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. With renewed vigor, Broly delivered a heavy punch that overwhelmed Beerus's finger and advanced towards his face. Broly's fist struck firmly against Beerus's nose, causing a slight indentation and distortion in his head. In an instant, Beerus's body was sent hurtling backward, his face etched with astonishment and confusion. Even Whis, who was observing from the sidelines, appeared taken aback, scrutinizing Broly with an intense gaze, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his being. As Broly's hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Beerus flying. Shortly thereafter, his hair reverted to a vibrant greenish yellow. Meanwhile, Beerus, having been propelled back thousands of meters, gradually regained his composure. With a disdainful snort, he squinted at Broly and rubbed the spot where he had been struck. Not bad, God of Destruction, he remarked. The fact that you managed to land a punch on my face speaks to your considerable strength, though it is merely a slight degree of power. By the way, he added with a slight smirk, that transformation with the dark red hair looked quite impressive. Why not utilize it again? Broly remained silent. Could it be that you still cannot master this divine transformation? It appears to be merely a fleeting change. Beerus smirked coldly. Say what you will. Broly disregarded him, the aura enveloping him suddenly dissipating. What? You reverted back? Beerus's voice was icy. I won't fight anymore. Broly shook his head, stating, I have told you. Grant me 5 more years, and I shall defeat you. My foundation is not yet stable. What? Do you believe you can escape? Beerus scoffed. What do you think? I am the Kaishin. I can teleport at will. If I wish to depart, no one can hold me back. Broly smiled lightly. Beerus fell silent, suddenly recalling that Kaishin possesses the ability of instant transmission, while he, as a god of destruction, does not wield such a skill. As Broly had stated, Beerus would never be able to capture him. With a mere instant transmission, Broly could vanish beyond his reach. It seems you do not welcome me. Thus, I shall take my leave from Universe 7. Broly chuckled softly. Indeed, we do not welcome you in Universe 7, Beerus replied flatly. Do not attempt to cause me trouble. As Kaishin, I am well aware that should you eliminate the Kaishin of this universe, you too shall cease to exist. I may not be able to defeat you, but I possess the capability to annihilate Kaishin Shin. Do you not believe I have that strength? Broly spoke calmly, the smile at the corner of his eye growing ever deeper. As anticipated, upon hearing Broly's words, Beerus's expression soured considerably. He understood all too well that for Broly, eliminating Kaishin Shin would be an effortless task. Furthermore, what vexed Beerus the most was Broly's ability to teleport, allowing him to appear instantaneously behind Shin and deliver a fatal blow. Tread carefully, and farewell. Broly smiled faintly, knowing that Beerus would never dare to target him again. After all, Kaishin Shin was Beerus's Achilles heel. Broly vanished in the blink of an eye, utilizing instantaneous movement, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, Broly returned to planet Broly and entered his royal palace, lost in contemplation. He had not anticipated that Beerus would awaken so soon. He had hoped to cultivate in this era of Beerus's slumber. However, the unexpected awakening of Beerus disrupted Broly's plans, necessitating a re-evaluation of his future trajectory. Fortunately, Broly had already been strategizing a new plan, making its implementation quite timely. Upon noticing Broly's sudden disappearance, Beerus's face was etched with fear. He genuinely feared that Broly might attempt to ambush Shin. Whis, quickly, let us go to the Supreme Kai's realm, Beerus commanded, only to immediately change his mind. No. You must inform Shin to teleport here at once. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Broly has returned to his planet and has not gone to the Supreme Kai's realm. Whis replied with a smile. Beerus exhaled a sigh of relief, but then solemnly stated, regardless, it is best to inform Shin promptly. I do not wish to vanish inexplicably due to that fellow's demise. After uttering these words, Beerus cast a glance at the spaceship occupied by the Saiyans. Inside the spaceship, King Vegeta and the others turned pale upon witnessing the terrifying gaze of Beerus. Not good. Quickly, we must flee. He has noticed us. Someone shouted. Hurry. Activate the acceleration mode. Whoosh. The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, racing into the depths of space. Boom. Yet, just as the spaceship had barely made any distance, a tremendous explosion erupted. The next moment, Beerus smiled lightly and withdrew his hand. Why does Lord Beerus unleash his wrath upon innocent beings? Whis inquired with a smile. Are they truly innocent? How many planets have they Saiyans conquered? It is fortunate that their race has not been entirely eradicated, Beerus snorted. It seems it was Lord Beerus who allowed them to wreak havoc, was it not? Whis replied, still smiling. Enough, Whis. Spare me your useless chatter and contact Shin. Beerus urged. Very well, I shall notify the Supreme Kai at once. Whis nodded, and the staff in his hand shimmered with light, shortly revealing the figure of Supreme Kai Shin. Is it you, Lord Whis? Are you searching for me? Shin inquired politely. Supreme Kai, please come to my location immediately. Lord Beerus has important matters to discuss with you, Whis stated. Understood, I shall arrive shortly. The Supreme Kai utilized instant transmission, appearing beside Beerus in the blink of an eye. Still somewhat bewildered, Shin looked around, noticing no outsiders present. Smack. Beerus grasped the collar of the Supreme Kai's robe, lifting him high. Lord Beerus, what is the meaning of this? What is happening? Shin asked, perplexed. You must survive, Beerus declared with fervor. What do you mean? Shin's face was filled with confusion. First, go to your Supreme Kai realm, and then I shall explain, Beerus instructed. Shin did not object, promptly taking Beerus and Whis back to his realm via instant transmission. Thereupon, Beerus recounted the situation regarding Broly in detail to Shin. Such events transpired? Shin scratched his head, his expression somewhat dazed. You fool. How could you be unaware of such a significant occurrence? Beerus chastised. My apologies. I have been engrossed in a novel set in our parallel world, titled Dragon Ball, Bardock's Counterattack. I was so captivated that I failed to notice Broly's presence. Shin admitted with a wry smile, producing an electronic reader resembling a mobile phone and handing it to Beerus. You irresponsible individual, Beerus exclaimed, seething with anger as he snatched the electronic reader and flipped through its pages furiously. I truly apologize, Shin said with a bitter smile. What nonsensical drivel is this? Soon, I shall annihilate this Saiyan named Bardock, Beerus exclaimed with disdain after glancing through the content. Half an hour later, Beerus, now engrossed in the electronic book, occasionally expressed his astonishment. Ahem, what was it that Lord Beerus just mentioned? Whis inquired playfully. I have accepted this book, Beerus suddenly realized, frowning. Moreover, this book is merely 110,000 words long. Even if you were captivated, you could have finished it within a week. What have you been doing with the rest of your time? I was merely urging the author to expedite his writing, Shin explained, and besides, Frieza is not Lord Beerus's subordinate. Therefore, I did not pay much attention to matters concerning Frieza and the Saiyans. Furthermore, their existence has not severely impacted the balance of our universe. What have you been focusing on lately? Beerus asked, exasperated. There is a planet called Balu, where intelligent beings resembling humans have suddenly begun to emerge. For the past few years, I have been observing this planet, Shin explained with a faint smile. Due to the emergence of intelligent life on Balu, surrounding star regions have begun to change, resulting in the subsequent birth of life. I have traveled to a world 1,000 years in the future, where the proliferation of intelligent beings from Balu will lead to an interstellar war of enormous scale. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall remain by your side to prevent Broly from ambushing you, Beerus huffed. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Shin scratched his head, contemplating that Broly did not seem as malicious as Beerus suggested. If he intended to kill you, he would have come to find me long ago. What do you know? Keep a close watch on him. Beerus barked. Fine, Shin conceded, nodding helplessly. About an hour later, Shin suddenly beckoned Beerus, stating that Broly had begun to make his move. Is he coming here? Beerus heightened his vigilance, positioning himself protectively behind Shin. Let him come. No, Lord Beerus. It seems he has teleported to another universe, Shin clarified, shaking his head. To which universe? Beerus inquired hastily. To Universe 10, Shin replied. Universe 10? So, he is the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Beerus remarked with a disdainful snort. Whis, what is the name of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10? Lord Beerus, the current Supreme Kai of Universe 10 is Gauss. Whis responded. Yes, that old fellow Gauss. Beerus nodded thoughtfully, and then pondered. Could it be that the past version of Gauss has traversed into our present timeline? Judging by the temperaments of Broly and Gauss, they are likely not the same individual. Whis shook his head. Perhaps it is the former Supreme Kai of the universe. Let us set that aside for now and observe what this young lad intends to do. Beerus contemplated, genuinely reluctant to delve into such a troubling matter. Universe 10. The realm of the god of destruction. The sudden appearance of Broly startled the god of destruction, Ramushi, and the angel, Kaishin, from Universe 10, as they scrutinized him from head to toe. Upon sensing the divine energy emanating from Broly, Ramushi, seated previously, could not help but rise, a look of astonishment crossing his face. I do not recognize you, he remarked, though I perceive a faint trace of the Kaishin's essence within you. You are not the Kaishin I know. Ramushi flicked his trunk and gazed at Broly, demanding, reveal your origins. Ramushi, Broly replied, I am Broly, the Kaishin from the future of Universe 10. Broly candidly expressed, I have a profound affinity for cultivation and a desire to possess formidable strength. However, my physical aptitude is woefully inadequate. No matter how diligently I train, I remain shackled by the limitations of my own body. Thus, I arrived in this era and exchanged bodies with one named Broly. Upon hearing this, Ramses chuckled heartily and nodded, saying, Your visit to me is not merely to share this revelation, is it? Surely, you must be facing some troubles. Do not hesitate to confide in me. For regardless of the circumstances, the future me and you share a singular existence. Broly felt a sense of contemplation. This was the god of destruction of Universe 10, Rumshur, who chose not to delve into the depths of inquiry, but rather to extend his trust. Were it to be Beerus in his stead, he would undoubtedly interrogate Broly, questioning how he had traversed to this era when the time rings could only lead to the future. However, Rumshur refrained from such inquiries. He opted instead to place his faith in Broly, believing that he must be facing some formidable challenges. My body originally belonged to the 7th universe, and now that Beerus has awakened, it seems he is not particularly welcoming of my presence. Broly smiled faintly as he gazed at Ramsey. It's that fellow Beerus. Upon mentioning Beerus's name, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. That scoundrel had been sound asleep in a rather secluded spot during the Great King's hide-and-seek tournament, slumbering for 20 years. The Great King was furious and nearly erased our 10th universe. Such an incident is truly outrageous. Broly, you are most welcome here. You may reside in my realm of destruction. Ramses extends his hand, and his elephantine trunk affectionately pats Broly's shoulder. Of course, I could not have come alone. I have also brought a gift for Ramses. Broly smiled mysteriously. What gifts? Such politeness seems unnecessary. Ramsey laughed heartily, then curiously inquired. What delightful delicacy is so abundant that it cannot be consumed? Please grant me a moment to fetch the gift, he added. Broly smiled and said, all right. Ramses readily agreed. Yet in his heart, he pondered, what treasures might this future god of destruction bring to him? In an instant, Broly vanished from sight. Hey, Kess, what do you think he will bring us as a gift? Ramsey turned to Kess, unable to suppress his curiosity. Kess cast a glance at Ramsey, but remained silent. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Ramsey inquired. It seems you have chosen to trust him unconditionally, Kess responded. Indeed, I can sense it. He appears very amiable and bears no hostility towards me, Ramsey affirmed with a nod. Is that so? Kess refrained from saying more. Whoosh. 5 minutes later, Broly's figure reappeared in the realm of destruction. However, this time, he was not alone. Behind him followed over 3,000 individuals, a significant portion of whom possessed tails. Broly transported all the inhabitants of planet Broly to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 10. The inhabitants of planet Broly were utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss to comprehend their surroundings, each glancing about, as if Lu Lao Lao had stumbled into the Grand View Garden. Broly, what does this signify? Ramsey, witnessing the multitude that Broly had brought along, found himself equally perplexed. Ramsey, perhaps you currently regard these individuals as insignificant, their combat prowess seeming trivial in your eyes. However, in 35 years hence, they shall present our universe with a chance for survival. Broly smiled as he elucidated. In 35 years hence, the prospects for survival appear increasingly obscure. Ramses, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What exactly do you mean? I fail to comprehend." He continued, "Currently, we have a total of 12 universes. However, in 35 years, the Omni King may suddenly perceive the abundance of universes as burdensome and decide to retain only 5 universes, erasing the remaining 7. Consequently, aside from the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes, the other 8 universes will participate in a competition known as the Universal Power Tournament. The universe that loses will be personally obliterated by the Omni King." Broly elucidated that the 8 universes participating in the competition would engage in combat in the form of a tournament. "Is such a thing truly possible?" exclaimed Ramsey, visibly moved. "It is noteworthy that besides the angels, not only the gods of destruction but also the Kais would be obliterated along with the erased universes." Broly has once again unleashed a tremendous revelation. Ramsey's expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially believed that the Omni King would merely erase the universe, naively assuming that the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai would be spared. To his astonishment, the Omni King intended to obliterate even the Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction. Chapter 61. The New Broly Planet. 2:15. "Surely, you jest. You cannot be serious." Ramsey forced a bitter smile, yet his demeanor betrayed a burgeoning belief in the dire truth. "Do I strike you as one who trifles?" Broly responded earnestly. Unlike Ramsey shook his head, yet he believed, for he was well aware that Broly had come from the future, and he comprehended the events that had transpired there. Subsequently, Ramsey cast a glance behind Broly and could not help but inquire, "Broly, do you mean to say that the individuals you have brought will be pivotal contenders in the tournament?" "Indeed," Broly affirmed. "They will participate in the competition and assist us in securing ultimate victory." Broly smiled and said, "So, you will be personally training them?" Ramsey inquired. "Not only will I train them, but if Kess has the time, she should lend a hand as well." Broly addressed Kess, stating, "All right." Kess blinked and lightly tapped her chin. "Now, I must find a planet for them, to settle them down first." Broly proposed, "Feel free to choose any planet from our 10th universe. Residing in the Divine Realm is also perfectly acceptable." Ramusi replied with great enthusiasm. Broly found Ramsey to be genuinely amiable. At the very least, he felt a strong affinity with him. Therefore, he embraced a sense of camaraderie and set out to search the cosmos for planets suitable for both Saiyans and Earthlings to inhabit. Ideally, he hoped to discover a planet reminiscent of Planet Broly in the 7th universe, as this would facilitate the swift reconstruction of their homeland. The individuals Broly brought along this time had all willingly chosen to follow him. As for those who were reluctant, Broly did not force them. Though many now recognized Broly as a deity, an even greater number were aware that there existed gods far more powerful than him. Consequently, certain talents like scientists opted to remain on planet Broly. Broly harbored no concerns over this, for scientists were abundant across the cosmos, and he was confident the 10th universe would yield no shortage of them. After scouring the 10th universe for over 2 hours, Broly finally discovered a planet relatively suitable for habitation. This world was dotted with thousands of islands, both large and small, its oceans spanning more than 95% of the planetary surface, an even greater expanse of water than planet Broly possessed. Given that the Saiyans were a minority race, and Broly had only brought back slightly over 3,000 individuals, this planet proved just right. Moreover, the planet's size was 6 times that of Earth, and though its islands were numerous, each was still vast in its own right. After transporting over 3,000 Saiyans and Earthlings to the planet, Broly sought out various scientists and architects from different worlds to construct a brand new Broly planet. This time, Broly had a clear vision to create a truly habitable Broly planet, one that would be graced by the presence of divine beings. Furthermore, to guard against any malicious attempts to destroy the planet, Broly extended a special invitation to Kess, who fortified the entire planet. With these reinforcements, Broly planet has become remarkably robust. Even a cosmic overlord of Frieza Excalibur would find it nearly impossible to annihilate this world. "Thank you, Kess." Brock expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome," she replied. Kess winked at Broly. Broly cast a lingering glance at Kess, the enchanting angel who had flirtatiously winked at him more than once. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? However, Broly found himself in no mood to engage in romantic banter with an angel, so he feigned ignorance. Kess rolled her eyes at him, let out a huff, and expressed her intention to take her leave. "Allow me to escort you back," he offered. Broly remarked, "No need." Kess retorted with a huff, transforming into a radiant spectrum of colors, vanishing into the cosmos in an instant. In truth, this angel named Kess possessed a rather endearing appearance. Her large eyes, alluring lips, and graceful figure were captivating, and although her skin tone differed from Broly's, it did not detract from her beauty. However, Broly found himself bereft of the leisure to engage with the angel. He was acutely aware of his limited strength and the considerable time he needed to devote to training. Moreover, it seemed that beings of such divine stature as angels were unlikely to easily develop affections for a mere man. By the way, what of Bardock? Vegeta did not follow. Did he? Broly inquired of Bardock. No. Bardock shook his head, followed by a faint smile. Broly thought to himself, he will surely come to regret this. Let it be. Broly chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, and then cast a glance toward Norse. At that moment, Norse was meticulously scrutinizing Broly. Upon meeting his gaze, she did not shy away but continued her detailed examination of his visage. "Why are you looking at me?" Broly inquired. "If you do not gaze upon me, how can you ascertain that I am observing you?" Norse responded with a huff. "You are indeed correct." Broly chuckled, finding the girl rather intriguing. "Humph," Norse pouted, glaring as she spoke. "It seems I haven't provoked you, have I?" Broly, unaware of where he had offended Norse, could not help but ask with keen interest. It seemed that Broly's very nature, which had refrained from provoking Princess Norse, was the very reason for her ire, as Bardock interjected with a remark from the side. "What?" Broly feigned incomprehension. Indeed, since arriving in the 10th universe, he had scarcely exchanged words with Nos, at most offering a silent nod of acknowledgement when their paths crossed. After all, with the fledgling planet still under construction, his responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. "Bardock, if you continue spouting nonsense, don't blame me for losing my temper." Nos's voice rang out, sharp yet melodious. "I said nothing at all," Bardock replied, muffling a chuckle behind his hand. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must take my leave. The 7th universe awaits." Broly chuckled, his form becoming ethereal. "Wait, I'm coming too." Norse hastily stepped forward to grasp Broly's hand. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained." Broly shook his head. "You cannot survive in the vacuum of space. I did not teleport directly onto the planet. Then just teleport onto the planet." Nose pouted. "What business do you have in the 7th universe?" Broly inquired. "I merely wish to return and see where my brother has gone." "Perhaps another time," Norse replied. Broly did not acquiesce. For him, bringing along Nox was akin to carrying a cumbersome burden, rendering any endeavor inconvenient. Furthermore, Broly intended to return to visit Bulma, making it even more inappropriate to have Nox by his side. Broly performed instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared amidst the starry expanse of the 7th universe. In the realm of the Kaishin, Kaishin Shin's eyes lit up, his expression turning grave as he hurriedly called out to the drowsy Beerus beside him. "Lord Beerus, it's Broly. He has arrived in the 7th universe." Beerus, startled awake, immediately scanned his surroundings with a wary gaze. "Where is he?" he demanded angrily. "He hasn't come here. It seems he has gone to a planet called Earth," Shin explained. "Earth? That planet with a notably low level of civilization?" Beerus questioned, perplexed by Broly's intentions for visiting Earth. "Yes, indeed. Earth," Shin nodded. "Whis. Do you know why Broly has gone to Earth?" Beerus inquired. "Broly has a dear friend there named Bulma. Furthermore, there were quite a few Earthlings on his former home planet, Planet Vegeta," Whis replied with a smile. "Also, Broly aims to combine Saiyans and Earthlings to propagate their lineage." "Oh, is that so? Why pursue such a course?" Beerus asked, puzzled. "It is possible that the union of Saiyans and Earthlings might yield warriors of exceptional potential," Whis speculated. "Warriors of exceptional potential? Could they possibly surpass me?" Beerus questioned. "Of course, they cannot compare to Lord Beerus," Whis chuckled lightly. "Shin, keep a close watch on Broly. If he dares to wreak havoc in our universe, teleport me behind him, and I shall obliterate him while he is unaware," Beerus commanded. "Ah." Shin managed a wry smile. "Ah, what?" "It is settled," Beerus declared. "Very well." Shin reluctantly acquiesced. However, several days passed, and Broly did not cause any disturbances on Earth. Instead, he enjoyed a leisurely life accompanying Bulma to school, traveling, and shopping. Upon hearing Shin's report, Beerus was at a loss for words. I told you Broly is not a villain, Shin remarked with a grin. What do you know? Beerus retorted, instructing Shin to continue monitoring Broly's every move. Another week went by, and Broly remained on the planet, engaging in familiar activities with Bulma. Beerus yawned, feeling drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. Whis, do you think Broly might attempt a surprise attack on Shin? Beerus asked. Not at all, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile. Are you certain? Beerus persisted, still uneasy. Broly is the type who will not trouble you if you do not provoke him, Whis reassured him. Very well, in that case. I shall return home for a nap, Beerus said, yawning once more as his drowsiness intensified. That day, Beerus and Whis returned to the realm of destruction, overwhelmed by sleepiness. Beerus quickly succumbed to slumber upon their return. Broly smiled faintly, accompanying Bulma to watch a film, and then, through instantaneous movement, he suddenly appeared on Namek. In the next moment, Broly directly teleported to stand before the Grand Elder of Namek. Who are you? Exclaimed Nail, the Grand Elder's companion, his expression shifting with alarm as he urgently shouted at Broly. Broly smiled quietly, remaining silent. Nero, please step aside, the Grand Elder commanded. Yes. Nero responded respectfully. Great deity. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Namek? The Grand Elder gazed at Broly and asked. At his advanced age, the Grand Elder was unable to stand. He sat in his seat, his large and corpulent figure appearing somewhat cumbersome. However, it is indeed remarkable that the Grand Elder, through his own might, has spawned so many offspring and perpetuated an entire race. O Grand Elder of Namek, I foresee a cataclysmic disaster befalling your planet. I strongly advise you to relocate to another planet and commence a new life forthwith. Broly speaks the truth. It is not Broly who deceives the Grand Elder. Even in the absence of Frieza's destructive arrival, planet Namek was already nearing the end of its existence. The climate on Namek has deteriorated day by day. Although their efforts have revitalized some aspects of the planet, it is ultimately in a state of irreversible decline. As the Supreme Kai, Broly can discern the planet's condition and the remnants of its vitality with a mere glance. How much time remains? The Grand Elder inquired. Planet Namek has but 50 years left to live. Broly spoke in a low voice. Has it truly only been 50 years? The Grand Elder let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. Is this truly the case, Grand Elder? Nero inquired in astonishment from the side. I can sense that the planet is heading towards destruction. I have been urging our people to save this world that has nurtured us. But I did not anticipate that it had already reached the brink of demise. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. 50 years is but a fleeting moment for the Namekians. Nero fell silent, casting a deep glance at Broly. Great God, do you have a suitable place in mind? The Grand Elder asked. I have come to find you, and it is with the intent of seeking a way to rescue you. I will find a suitable planet for you to inhabit. Broly nodded. Then I shall entrust this to the great deity. The Elder agreed with a nod, offering no opposition. Now, summon all your kin to gather here with their cherished possessions. Broly spoke. Very well, no problem, the Grand Elder acquiesced. Approximately an hour later, all the Namekians had gathered outside the Grand Elder's dwelling, their faces etched with solemnity. Listen, everyone, the Grand Elder began, his voice somber as he addressed the assembled crowd. Though we have strived for years to improve Namek's climate, as I once foretold, this planet is still destined for ruin. At most, within 50 years, it shall meet its end. His words sent waves of shock and unease rippling through the gathered Namekians. The thought that their homeworld had but half a century left weighed heavily upon their hearts. Grand Elder, is there any way to prolong Namek's lifespan? One inquired. Grand Elder. Perhaps we could use the Dragon Balls to make Namek endure forever, another suggested. Porunga cannot grant such a wish, nor would it be possible, someone countered, shaking their head in dissent. Then let us ask Porunga to find us a new planet, one suited for our people, proposed another. The Namekians murmured among themselves, each voicing their own ideas. Peace, all of you, the Grand Elder interjected, and the crowd fell silent at once, listening reverently. The friend standing beside me is a divine being of this universe, capable of leading us to a new home. Now, join hands, and we shall depart this world together. A god? The Namekians turned their gaze upon Broly, whom they had noticed earlier but dared not question. To their astonishment, this unassuming figure with a tail was, in fact, a deity. Though odd, they obeyed without hesitation, clasping hands in unity. Let us depart. Broly placed his hand upon the Elder's arm and executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The vast expanse of Namek lay deserted, save for the whispering winds that caressed the landscape, leaving behind only the remnants of ancient structures. Broly directly transported the Namekians to the 10th universe, specifically to the new Broly planet. For the Namekians, the concept of different universes, such as the 7th or 10th, was entirely foreign. To them, simply having a suitable planet to inhabit was already a remarkable fortune. You may explore this planet freely for now, he said, while I seek out another planet that closely resembles Namek, and I will relocate you there. Broly remarked, thank you. Great deity. The Grand Elder respectfully replied. Broly swiftly departed from the scene, leaving numerous Namekians still in a state of bewilderment as they embarked on a quest for a suitable planet to inhabit. 2 hours later, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, Broly indeed discovered a planet that bore a striking resemblance to Namek from the 7th universe. And he brought all the Namekians to this new world. We are immensely grateful, great deity. In the future, should there be any requests, we shall never hesitate to assist. To the best of our abilities, the Grand Elder pledged. Very well, Broly replied. Broly nodded with a smile. Upon returning to planet Broly, he began to scour for talent from Universe 7 during his training sessions. Broly suddenly had a whimsical thought. What if the entire Earth could be transferred to the 10th universe? In such a scenario, the 7th universe would essentially be left barren. It could be said that if Earth were to be relocated to the 10th universe, the 7th universe would largely lack any formidable warriors. What remained would merely be a few remnants of Frieza, whose combat prowess would be so meager that they would appear as insignificant as ants before the Saiyans. Broly desires to act upon his whims. What, do you wish to relocate a certain planet from the 7th universe to the 10th? Upon hearing Broly's audacious notion, Ramsey's trunk began to sway with heightened intensity. Indeed, do you possess the means to accomplish this? Broly inquired with a smile. Well, if it were an ordinary planet, I could transport it. Ramsey elucidated. However, when it comes to a planet teeming with life, the procedures become considerably intricate. After all, if a living planet were to alter its celestial surroundings or orbit, or even distance itself from its original star, it could inflict fatal harm upon ordinary humans. Upon concluding his statement, Ramsey vigorously shook his head, deeming Broly's aspirations exceedingly outlandish. Thus, it appears that the only feasible solution is to invoke the Dragon of God. Broly pondered. What is the Dragon of the Gods? Ramsey inquired. The 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. I wonder if you have heard of them, Ramsey. Broly responded with a smile. The Super Dragon Shinron, Ramusi, brightened with excitement, seemingly struck by a thought, exclaiming, is it true that a Dragon of the Gods truly exists? I had thought it merely a legend. If it does exist, the Dragon of the Gods must surely be able to grant our wishes. Very well, I shall make another journey to the 7th universe. Broly smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Broly, Ramsey said, gently holding Broly's hand. Broly, resolute in his actions, reappeared on Earth and sought out Bulma. Prior to meeting her, Broly had gathered a Dragon Ball. Bulma, take a look at this. Broly handed the Dragon Balls from Earth to Bulma. Is this a gift from your brother Broly to me? Upon encountering the Dragon Ball, Bulma's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She eagerly picked it up, examining it with great affection, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Isn't it splendid? Broly intends for Bulma to utilize this Dragon Ball in an attempt to create a radar capable of detecting the Super Dragon Balls. Currently, Zuno has been vanquished by Broly, and seeking the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes through the Dragon Ball radar presents itself as a commendable option. Indeed, it is quite visually appealing. Shimmering like a gem, with a singular 5-pointed star at its center, Bulma's complexion has become even more radiant. Today is Valentine's Day. With such a delightful gift from my dear brother Broly, I shall cherish it with utmost care. Valentine's Day. Broly suddenly realized why Bulma's lovely face was so flushed. It was indeed because of Valentine's Day. Observing the entranced expression on Bulma's face, Broly found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of silence, he finally spoke to Bulma, saying, Bulma, you are still quite young, merely 12 years old. When we grow older, I shall present you with even more splendid gifts. Big brother Broly, will you give me gifts every Valentine's Day from now on? Bulma raised her head and gazed at Broly, saying, all right, I will. Broly pondered for a moment before accompanying Bulma on a leisurely stroll and subsequently embarked on a quest to procure a Dragon Ball from Earth. Upon witnessing the second Dragon Ball in Broly's possession, Bulma's enchanting gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment. What is this, dear Broly? This orb contains 7 stars within it. Bulma was quite astonished as she carefully examined Broly's 7-star Dragon Ball. This did not seem to be a mere gemstone. Bulma had heard that this object was known as a Dragon Ball, with a total of 7 scattered across various corners of the Earth. Broly explained, 7 of them. That truly is quite a number. Bulma stuck out her tongue. If one were to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, they could summon the eternal dragon and fulfill any wish. Broly continued, is that truly the case? Bulma paused for a moment, her eyes glimmering with brilliance. Then, lowering her head, she murmured softly, I am the richest girl in the world. What wish should I fulfill? Bulma lifted her head and stealthily cast a glance at Broly, as if she had made up her mind. Brother Broly, let us gather the 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma proposed. However, these 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across various corners of the earth. I was fortunate enough to have found 2, but the remaining 5 will prove to be much more elusive. Broly shook his head and spoke to Bulma. The reason Broly was able to effortlessly locate the 2 Dragon Balls was primarily due to the guidance of Earth's deity, who provided him with a general idea of their whereabouts. In truth, even the deity responsible for creating the Dragon Balls only possesses a vague understanding of their locations, lacking precise coordinates. Brother Broly, I am indeed a genius. Bulma beamed with a delightful smile, exclaiming, Broly, look at these 2 Dragon Balls, radiating a golden glow. I believe that this golden luminescence must possess a frequency band, and if we can locate the data signal of that band, we will be able to create a Dragon Ball detection radar. Truly, Broly feigned surprise. Of course, it would take approximately 3 hours to complete. Bulma confidently patted her still-developing bosom. Excellent, Broly nodded. After more than 3 hours of diligent work, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar was finally completed. Bulma joyfully waved the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, providing a demonstration to Broly. Look, big brother. The 7 shimmering dots on the radar indicate the locations of the Dragon Balls. The 2 at the center are the ones we have gathered so far, while the remaining Dragon Balls are indeed quite distant. Bulma pointed at the Dragon Ball radar and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, said to Broly, let me take a look. The farthest Dragon Ball is over 30,000 kilometers away from us. It's nothing to worry about. As long as I know its location, I can teleport and gather them in no time. Broly smiled gently. Indeed. I had almost forgotten that Brother Broly possesses the ability to teleport instantly. Bulma exclaimed with joy, well then, big brother, let us immediately set off to search for the Dragon Balls. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. It seems that today we might actually gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Broly nodded, acknowledging that were it not for the genius Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, even with the ability to teleport instantaneously, it would be impossible to gather all the Dragon Balls in a single day. He chuckled softly. Bulma stuck out her tongue. Whoosh. Broly first transported Bulma to a location 30,000 kilometers away, near the most distant Dragon Ball. After a brief search, the 3rd Dragon Ball was effortlessly discovered. It is the 3-star Dragon Ball. Bulma held the Dragon Ball with exuberance, her delight evident in her every gesture. Let us embark on a quest for the next Dragon Ball. Broly chuckled. In an instant, he teleported outside a quaint, square-shaped cottage. Was this someone else's home? Upon beholding the quaint little house, the narrative unfolds. Oh dear, oh dear. Just as the conversation commenced, a sound approached from afar. Who might you be? Are you a fairy? With that utterance, a child adorned with a tail and wielding a stick sprang forth from the adjacent thicket, observing Broly and Bulma with caution. Brother Broly, he possesses a tail as well. Could he possibly be a Saiyan? Bulma immediately spotted the child's tail. Indeed, he was a Saiyan, named Kakarot, the offspring of Bardock. Broly remarked, Bardock, I have encountered him. Brother Broly, now that you mention it, they do bear a striking resemblance to one another. Bulma nodded. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you a fairy? Little Goku gazed at Bulma, having never encountered a woman before, instinctively believing that she was a fairy. Big brother. What should I do? Bulma inquired. Simply knock them out and seize the Dragon Balls. Broly smiled faintly and slowly approached little Goku. What are you planning? A sense of vigilance arose within little Goku. Bang! Broly gently struck little Goku with a single punch. Instantly, little Goku collapsed softly to the ground, losing consciousness. Big brother. You are truly wicked. Bulma smiled helplessly. Finding the Dragon Balls is of utmost importance. After Broly finished speaking, he entered Goku's room, picked up the 4-star Dragon Ball that was placed on the table, and tossed it to Bulma. Ah, it is the 4-star Dragon Ball. How wonderful. Bulma had long forgotten the incident where Goku fainted, and with great excitement, she tucked the Dragon Ball into her small bag. We set off in search of the next Dragon Ball. Broly spoke as he teleported with Bulma to a vast desert. The howling wind swept across the golden dunes, sending swirls of sand dancing through the air. Suddenly, a young man wielding a long blade appeared before Broly and Bulma, riding atop a hovering motorcycle. Broly fixed his gaze, recognizing the figure before him as Lepin. However, Lepin's pet cat, Purr, was conspicuously absent, suggesting that at this age, Lepin might not yet be acquainted with Purr. You have arrived just in time. Surrender your possessions, or else. He let out a sinister chuckle. Lepin flashed a grin, his youthful face adorned with a hint of malevolence as he slowly raised his long blade. Are you certain you wish to rob us? Broly inquired with a faint tone. Enough with the prattle. Hand over all your valuables, or I shall take your lives. Lepin shouted loudly, I am quite formidable. This territory is under my dominion. As he spoke, Lepin cast a glance at Bulma, yet he did not feel the slightest embarrassment. After all, Bulma was merely 12 years old, yet to mature. Or perhaps Lepin simply had little interest in girls at this stage. You might meet a most dreadful fate. Broly shook his head slightly. What did you say? Yamcha's nose twisted in anger. Having grown up in these lands, running with hyenas, his combat skills were nothing to scoff at. Come on then, show me your finest technique. Broly waved at Lepin, a smug grin on his face. I shall demonstrate my formidable strength. Lepin, enraged, surged towards Broly with lightning speed, his great sword descending mercilessly upon him. Observing this spectacle, Bulma shook her head slightly, deeming the man utterly overconfident. Did he truly not realize the immense power of his elder brother? Bulma was not afraid. She was well aware that Broly would undoubtedly protect her. Broly furrowed his brow. If this were an ordinary person, they would surely have been struck down by Lepin's blade. It seems that before he encountered Goku, this individual was already stained with blood. Snap! Broly merely released a faint flicker of his aura, effortlessly countering the descent of the long blade. Trembling slightly, Lepin exerted all his strength, yet remained utterly immobile. With such limited prowess, he dared to engage in robbery. Broly smiled faintly, seizing Leping's arm and effortlessly tossing him into the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, Leping ascended, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Broly clapped his hands. Big brother, with you by my side, I feel an immense sense of security. Boar smiled mischievously at Broly. The Dragon Balls are in that cave. I shall retrieve them. Broly remarked as he entered the cave where Lepin resided, discovering the coveted Dragon Ball number 55. It must surely have been seized by this nefarious individual from another. Bulma speculated quietly. However, unbeknownst to her, had it not been for Broly's presence, she and this villain might have shared a fateful connection. Subsequently, under Broly's instantaneous movement, the two effortlessly gathered the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Earth. How swift it was. It felt as though the assembly of these 7 orbs occurred in the blink of an eye. Bulma chuckled with delight. Bulma quickly summoned the dragon. Broly gently pats Bulma's head. Bulma nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with excitement as she called out to the 7 Dragon Balls, urging the eternal dragon to emerge and grant their wishes. No sooner had she spoken than the dragon manifested its verdant form, winding gracefully through the sky and emanating a celestial glow. The assembled wishers gazed in awe, and the great dragon, upon noticing Broly, adopted a tone of reverence. Bulma, speak your desire, the dragon intoned. Broly paid no heed to the astonished and reverent gaze of the dragon. What did the divine dragon just say? Bulma is perplexed. It may be the incantation of the dragon Shenron. Broly chuckled softly. Indeed, that is my iconic line. The dragon, astute as ever, immediately comprehended that this illustrious deity preferred to keep his identity concealed from the girl. I see. May I now articulate my wish? Bulma did not pursue the inquiry further and, filled with excitement, proclaimed, Indeed, I can grant any wish. The voice of the dragon took on a tone of authority. O dragon, please make me the wife of Broly, that we may be together for all eternity, never to part. Bulma made her wish, and the eternal dragon was momentarily taken aback. Broly was also taken aback. He had not anticipated Bulma's intentions towards him. Unable to contain himself, Broly felt a twinge of vulnerability. Previously, Broly was a deity who, alongside Bulma, sought to cultivate a serene heart in order to mitigate the brutality associated with his transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, he was taken aback to find that Bulma had already harbored such intentions towards him. The dragon had just begun to articulate that this desire could not be fulfilled, for Broly's power had long surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of compelling Broly to develop feelings for Bulma. Broly lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixed upon the dragon. Your wish has been granted. The dragon hastily corrected itself. Ah, it has been fulfilled. Bulma paused for a moment, expressing her astonishment as she remarked. But I don't seem to feel anything particularly special. You two will undoubtedly be together, the dragon elaborated, offering his blessing. I can grant you another wish. In truth, the dragon had not yet fulfilled a wish, which was why he made such a statement. The prospect of receiving an additional wish was simply delightful. Bulma, filled with joy, turned to Broly and inquired, "Dear brother, do you have any wishes? By the way, Shinron, do you know the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls?" Broly inquired. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout the cosmos of the 6th and 7th universes, shimmering like stars with golden radiance. The dragon responded, "I seek to ascertain the precise locations of each Super Dragon Ball." Broly spoke. "Is this your wish?" inquired the dragon. "Indeed. Your wish has been granted, Great One. Farewell." The dragon cast down a map and transformed into 7 streams of light, dispersing across the world. The sky was restored to its brilliance. Broly swiftly glanced at the map, discovering the coordinates of each Super Dragon Ball marked upon it. A sense of relief washed over him. He had not anticipated that an ordinary Shinron could pinpoint the locations of the Super Dragon Balls. This would undoubtedly simplify the quest for the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the future. Poor Zuno, it appeared his utility was rather limited. "Ah, dear brother. What wish have you fulfilled?" Bulma inquired with confusion. "I am searching for a certain item. You see, it is this." Broly showed Bulma the map, which appeared to be a celestial distribution chart. "How wondrous." Bulma cast a glance, her delicate countenance suffused with astonishment. "Bulma, shall we return home now?" As Broly spoke, he took Bulma back home. As Broly and Bulma departed, a trio appeared, gazing silently at the sky in contemplation. "What was that just now, King Pilaf?" "I heard it was the Eternal Dragon," Pilaf remarked, analyzing the situation. "Did you notice? Those two had previously gathered 7 shimmering orbs, and then summoned the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. King Pilaf, does that mean if we also locate those 7 Dragon Balls, we can fulfill any wish?" asked Shawu. After escorting Bulma home, Broly commenced his own plan to gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the 6th and 7th universes. With the Earth's Eternal Dragon providing precise coordinates, Broly effortlessly collected the 7 Super Dragon Balls using his instantaneous movement. "Mr. Whis, is Lord Beerus still asleep?" Kaishin inquired of Whis. "Indeed," Whis nodded. "Hurry and wake him up. Broly has already gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls. And we do not know what wish he intends to make," Shin urged anxiously. "It is quite challenging to rouse Lord Beerus from slumber, particularly now that he has entered a deep sleep," Whis explained. "What shall we do?" Shin, at a loss, clenched his teeth and declared, "I must go and see. Perhaps I can still prevent him." "Your Grace, it would be unwise to go. If Broly harbors sinister intentions, you may be in danger," Whis cautioned, shaking his head. "Then we can only watch as he makes his wish." Shin tightened his fists and questioned. "Let us first ascertain what wish he intends to fulfill," Whis pondered. In the vast expanse of the 7th universe, the colossal Eternal Dragon was summoned once more by Broly. "Young deity, speak your wish." The resounding voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed from all directions. "Can the Earth of the 7th universe be relocated to the 10th universe, provided that the inhabitants remain largely unaware, including the nearby sun, moon, 5 major planets, and the Milky Way, all of which must not be affected?" Broly articulated his desire, which was rather simple, to replicate the galaxy of Universe 7 in a certain star region of Universe 10. The Dragon of the Gods inquired about the duration required for such a monumental endeavor. Broly paused for a moment, taken aback by the grandiosity of it all. It seemed as though the Dragon of the Gods intended to replicate the entire galaxy. It was as effortless as a human pressing cut and paste on a computer. The dragon proclaimed, "Young deity, your wish has been granted. Farewell." Upon uttering these words, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, swiftly vanishing without a trace. For a brief moment, Broly felt a twinge of emotion. Truly, the Dragon of the Gods was remarkable, accomplishing such a complex feat with such ease. Broly immediately gazed towards the direction of Earth, only to be astonished to discover that the entire planet was devoid of any life. Broly hastily returned to the 10th universe, in search of the galaxy replicated by the Dragon of God. The galaxy, by all accounts, is quite substantial. And Broly effortlessly located the familiar galaxy within a relatively remote star field, along with the Earth, which appeared no larger than a sesame seed within its vastness. Broly appeared directly in the skies above Earth, silently observing the inhabitants below. Indeed, the people of Earth remained oblivious to the fact that they had transitioned from the 7th universe to the 10th universe, behaving as though nothing had transpired, as if all was unchanged. Broly inquired once more with Bulma, asking if she had sensed anything amiss. "Not at all. What's the matter, big brother?" Bulma paused for a moment, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing." Broly smiled faintly. "In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. Shin scratched his head, his expression revealing perplexity. It was strange. What significance did this wish fulfilled by Broly hold for him? Shin pondered aloud. "Lord Supreme Kai, Have you not noticed that there are very few talents left in Universe 7? Whis contemplated for a moment, gazing at the distant starry sky as he spoke. What do you mean by talent? Shin retorted. It is nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking, Whis replied with a subtle smile, showing little concern. Now, with Earth and Namek appearing in Universe 10, Broly could finally devote himself to his training with peace of mind. Broly understood that in order to surpass himself and transcend his limits, the most effective approach would be to seek guidance from Kes. Kes, the angel of Universe 10. Although appearing as a delicate young girl, possessed strength far exceeding that of Rumshire. Moreover, Broly speculated that Kes might have some understanding of the Ultra Instinct technique. Broly, do you wish to learn the Ultra Instinct? Kes inquired, somewhat astonished upon hearing Broly's intent. Yes, he replied. Broly nodded earnestly. The Ultra Instinct technique is a skill so profound that even the gods of destruction find it challenging to master. As a supreme Kai, one can only imagine the difficulty. Kes shook her head slightly, casting a deep gaze at Broly. However, given that you have exchanged bodies with a Saiyan and this new form possesses boundless potential, it may indeed hold the possibility of comprehending Ultra Instinct. Broly smiled faintly. However, Broly, you have distinctly separated the powers of a deity from the energy of a mortal, which has resulted in your transformation only achieving the legendary Super Saiyan state. To imbue this legendary form with the radiance of a god is somewhat challenging for you. Kes remarked to Broly once more. You are correct. I too wish to swiftly grant the Super Saiyan form the brilliance of divinity. Broly nodded earnestly. Yet no matter how hard I tried, it remained somewhat challenging to blend the divine radiance into the energy. As I mentioned earlier, it was you, Broly, who distinctly separated energy from divine power, Chris elucidated. Just tell me how to accomplish it. Broly inquired, shall we engage in battle? Yes, let us fight, Kes pondered. To battle. Broly paused momentarily. Indeed, Kes slightly nodded, stating that there had been too few battles belonging to him in Volume 71. It is during combat that a Saiyan truly experiences breakthroughs and transcends their limitations. Battle? Huh. Broly fell into a brief reverie. In this present age, whom should he engage in battle? Should he confront the god of destruction, Rumshire, or Beerus? The might of these two beings is overwhelmingly formidable, and with Broly's current strength, he is far from being their match. To put it plainly, despite Broly's ability to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, his fundamental combat prowess remains somewhat lacking. His overall strength is merely on par with that of the fully realized Cell. Certainly, Broly's Super Saiyan Crimson transformation allows him to effortlessly vanquish Cell. Yet such a transformation is fleeting, lasting but a brief moment. In this era, with neither Cell nor the androids having come into existence, Broly finds himself devoid of suitable adversaries for a worthy fight. He yearns for a genuine battle, yet there are no fitting opponents to be found. Broly shook his head. Are you not a Supreme Kai? Since you possess the ability to traverse time and space at will, why not venture into other realms to find a worthy individual? Perfect your Super Saiyan Crimson form to its utmost potential, and then return to fully comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique? Suggested Crest. Venture into other realms, you say? Broly felt a stir within his heart. Indeed, this was quite an admirable approach. Ah, how could I nearly overlook this? There is yet another matter of great significance. I wonder, Broly, would you be interested? Kes inquired with a playful grin. What is it? Broly inquired, by suppressing the energy within me. Venturing into other dimensions for training could indeed be a commendable choice. Kes pondered, in that case, the new energy you acquired during battles can gradually accumulate. And at a critical moment, it can merge with the suppressed energy, leading to a significant outburst that would greatly aid your breakthrough. Chapter 67, Suppressing Energy, Temporal Training. Broly inquired whether this method could swiftly enhance his strength. This particular approach is effective solely for the legendary Super Saiyan, capable of significantly amplifying your energy. Moreover, as you accumulate experience through combat, the synergy between your divine power and energy will deepen. Consequently, when you transform into the legendary Super Saiyan radiating divine brilliance, the transformation will stabilize. Kes provided a thorough explanation and earnestly stated that he believed this experience would greatly elevate Broly's prowess. He then asked how to suppress the energy within. Broly inquired, shall I proceed? As Kes spoke, her staff shimmered with radiant light. In an instant, an invisible force penetrated the crown of Broly's head. Broly understood that Kes harbored no malicious intent, and thus he offered no resistance. Otherwise, he would never allow an unfamiliar energy to be infused into his body. Shortly thereafter, Broly realized that this intangible energy had seized control of his own power, leaving only a fraction of it accessible. Now, Broly, your strength has been restrained to merely 1% of its original capacity. You might consider testing this out on a relatively weaker opponent, perhaps someone from this particular space-time. As Kes spoke, an image flickered atop the staff in her hand. Broly cast a glance at the scepter and couldn't help but chuckle. It's Frieza. Let's forget about him. Broly. Judging by your current energy, you are evenly matched with this fellow. Kes smiled and winked, stating that he is indeed your best option. As for Frieza, I have already brought him to our universe. Broly pondered. Then there is no need to traverse through time any longer. I have already devised my course of action. Very well. Best of luck, Kes replied, winking at Broly. Broly nodded solemnly. In the days that followed, he prepared himself for a journey to a certain dimension. Naturally, Broly intended to cultivate in that realm for an extended period, so before his departure, he had already informed Bulma, Bardock, and the others. I want to go too. Take me with you, Nors implored Broly. Broly shook his head in refusal, unwilling to bear the burden of a liability. After all, Nors's current strength was far too feeble. She required considerable training. I implore you, Broly, my king. I will do anything you ask, just take me with you to train, please. Nors clung to Broly, her voice laced with a playful lilt, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Under the relentless persuasion of Nors, Broly reluctantly acquiesced. Splendid, Nors exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, he cautioned, I will take you along. But should you meet your demise, I shall not come to your rescue. Broly gazed at Nors and acknowledged, understood. Once everything was prepared, Nors patted his chest, and Broly's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Suddenly, the air around Broly began to warp and contort, revealing a mesmerizing array of iridescent clouds. Whoosh! Broly discovered a realm where he could hone his skills, grasping Princess Nos by the hand. In a fleeting moment, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing upon solid ground. Is this Earth? Nos swiftly ascended into the sky, surveying the surroundings with keen observation before gracefully descending beside Broly. Indeed, this is Earth, in a parallel universe, during the very era when your brother Vegeta has just arrived on this planet. Broly spoke, my brother, Vegeta. Nos was momentarily taken aback and inquired with curiosity, then who shall we seek to battle this time? Is it my brother? Your current combat prowess is far too overwhelming. As Broly spoke, the divine power enveloped Nors in an instant. What are you doing? Nors exclaimed. I have suppressed your combat power to approximately 20,000. Be sure to listen to me carefully from now on. Broly commanded, 20,000 is excessive. Nos was on the verge of tears. Her previous combat power had exceeded 600,000. Subsequently, Nos endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, with this attempt, tears nearly streamed down her face. Broly, this isn't fair. I can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. Nos pouted, feeling disheartened. If you can easily defeat the next opponent, then why bring you along at all? Broly smiled, patting Nos on the shoulder. Let us depart. If we linger any longer, your brother may be in grave danger. Nos, momentarily bewildered, then extended his senses and pointed toward the southwest. I can sense that there are individuals engaged in combat over there. In an instant, Broly and Nos materialized at the scene of the conflict. Upon surveying the area, they beheld Vegeta locked in a fierce battle with another individual. However, it was evident that Vegeta's combat prowess was significantly superior, firmly subduing his opponent. Is that Bardock? Nos exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the figure battling against her brother. Vegeta. She scrutinized the scene closely. Broly smiled faintly. No, it is not Bardock. He bears a resemblance to Bardock, yet there exists a significant distinction. Nors pondered thoughtfully. He is Bardock's son, having grown up on Earth since childhood. Broly remarked, so he is Bardock's son. No wonder they bear such a striking resemblance. Nors nodded in agreement. Those two are quite feeble, particularly that bald one. I dare say a mere touch would suffice to extinguish his life. Broly was aware that the two individuals mentioned by Nos were none other than Gohan and Krillin. Nearby, Piccolo and the others had already met their demise. This era marked the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa on Earth. At this moment, aside from Goku, Gohan, and Krillin, all other warriors had perished at the hands of Nappa or the cultivators. Vegeta had slain Nappa and had officially engaged Goku in battle. Kakarot. Let me demonstrate the prowess of a genius warrior you shall never surpass. Vegeta laughed arrogantly, his aura erupting as he instantly appeared behind Goku, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Bang! Following that, Vegeta landed a heavy punch on Goku's abdomen. Goku coughed up blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Good job, brother. Nos exclaimed excitedly. Her shout drew the attention of everyone present. Upon seeing this, the faces of Vegeta and Goku simultaneously shifted in color. Thank you, Chaos Martial Arts, for the generous donation of 300, adding 3 more chapters. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Gohan, did you see their tails behind them? They are also Saiyans. Is that so? Gohan trembled in fear. This is disastrous. There were only 2 Saiyans before, but now 2 more have appeared. Krillin clutched his bald head, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave and anxious, initially shocked by Vegeta's formidable fighting prowess. The emergence of 2 additional Saiyans plunged his heart into despair. At Nasa's shout, Vegeta and Goku had already ceased their battle. Vegeta, wide-eyed and bewildered, gazed at Nas, his face etched with confusion. Why you? Are you Nas? Vegeta stammered uncertainly. Kiki, brother, you recognized me. Nas giggled. Upon hearing the exchange between Vegeta and Nas, the expressions of Goku and the others darkened further. This is bad. This is really bad. They are siblings. Krillin sighed heavily, wishing he could flee. Krillin, Gohan, you must run, as far away as possible, Goku urged, moving closer to Krillin and Gohan. Goku, don't joke around. Can we even escape? Besides, if we run. What about you? Krillin felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, speaking solemnly. That Saiyan named Vegeta is stronger than Goku, and I saw that female Saiyan. She seems even more powerful than Vegeta. I have a plan, Goku replied gravely. What kind of plan? Krillin inquired. Don't ask too much. Just run, Goku commanded. Then gently patted Gohan's head. Gohan, listen to me. Quickly leave here and protect your mother. All right, Dad, I will obey. Gohan nodded. The next moment, Gohan and Krillin transformed into 2 streaks of light, vanishing from the scene. Nas observed that Broly did not compel her to eliminate the 2, so she paid them no mind. As for Vegeta, he bore a hint of disdain on his face, seemingly disinterested in killing such weaklings. Aren't you dead? When Planet Vegeta was destroyed, you and Father perished, didn't you? Vegeta questioned in confusion. Brother, do you wish for my demise so fervently? Nas glared fiercely at Vegeta. Look, I am alive and well, but you appear to be merely 12 or 13 years old. How can you be younger than me? Who on earth are you? Vegeta suddenly noticed something, eyeing Nas warily while glancing at Broly. However, upon seeing that Broly was also not particularly old, Vegeta dismissed him entirely, assuming Broly was merely Nas's lackey. This situation is rather complicated. When Planet Vegeta exploded, I was caught in a peculiar wormhole with Broly, which preserved my age at 12. Hence, I appear younger than you, Nas explained mysteriously. Nonetheless, I am your sister, that is indisputable. I recall when you were 4. You frequently challenged me and I soundly defeated you, causing you to cry. Silence. There's no need to revisit the past, Vegeta shouted angrily at Nas. However, he had already realized that the girl before him was indeed his sister, Nas. Vegeta had not anticipated that Nas was still alive, but for him, the existence of family was of little significance at this point. Nas, since you are alive and have come to Earth to find me, let me tell you. Go back from whence you came. You are not welcome here. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Why? Nas asked, puzzled. If you are here to assist me, it is unnecessary. If you are here to cause trouble, you are not my match. Vegeta retorted coldly. Broly, what do you think? Nas turned to Broly. We should assist which side? I find my brother rather irritating. Let him and Goku fight properly first. Broly spoke, and Norse fell silent. Vegeta cast a curious glance at both Broly and Norse, suddenly realizing that his sister seemed to heed the words of this Saiyan named Broly. As for who Broly was, Vegeta had long forgotten. In this parallel universe, when King Vegeta clandestinely eliminated Broly, Vegeta was not present, and he had also forgotten that there existed a Saiyan by that name. Vegeta did not ponder too deeply. At present, he harbored no animosity towards his sister Norse or Broly. His visit to Earth was twofold: to search for the Dragon Balls and to engage in some combat with Kakarot, that inferior warrior. Hey, Kakarot, let us continue, Vegeta said with a slight smile, addressing Goku. Goku glanced silently at Broly and Norse, noticing that neither seemed inclined to engage in battle, which eased his mind somewhat. Kaioken. Goku's expression turned serious as a radiant white aura enveloped him, his energy surging to its peak in an instant. Why do I feel his power has increased significantly? Vegeta was taken aback. Although he lacked the ability to sense ki, he could discern that Kakarot's battle prowess had undeniably escalated. Bang! After unleashing the Kaioken, Goku swung his fist, landing a solid blow to Vegeta's face, immediately following up with a barrage of fierce attacks. In terms of both speed and strength, Goku now held the upper hand, instilling a sense of fear in Vegeta. Energy wave. Vegeta's eyes widened in fury as he gathered energy into a wave, launching it towards Goku. Kamehameha. Goku gritted his teeth, meeting the attack head-on with the Kamehameha. Why does it resemble my energy wave so closely? Vegeta's expression shifted again as he intensified his energy output. Triple Kaioken. Goku, giving it his all, unleashed the triple Kaioken, further overpowering Vegeta. Before long, the energy wave that had been descending was swiftly repelled by Goku's Kamehameha. Bang! In the next moment, Vegeta was struck directly by the Kamehameha, releasing a cry of despair. Subsequently, the Kamehameha propelled Vegeta skyward, disappearing from sight within a few blinks. Norse, concerned for Vegeta's safety, was about to rush forward to find him. Broly, however, restrained Norse with a smile, assuring, Vegeta will be fine. You should attend to that Saiyan named Goku. But remember, do not kill him. Norse, having been displeased by Goku's bullying of Vegeta, immediately soared towards him, landing with an imposing demeanor directly opposite Goku. At that moment, Goku felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his face betraying a mixture of vigilance and unease. He had just unleashed the Kaioken X3, depleting his stamina nearly to its limit, and the immense pressure from the technique had begun to strain his body. Now, not only Norse, but even a moderately powerful opponent could easily vanquish him. You have injured my brother. Now witness how I deal with you, Norse declared with a cold scoff. Upon finishing her words, she raised her pristine hand, pointing her index finger at Goku. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 golden beams surged toward Goku. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 dull thuds, Goku's body instantly bore 3 new wounds. Crack. Overwhelmed by the agony of his injuries, Goku collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Where did the techniques you used to defeat my brother go? How is it that you now appear so feeble? Norse was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover that her opponent was already gravely injured. The Kaioken could amplify one's strength, yet it exacted a severe toll on the body. Broly descended beside Norse, casting a faint glance at Goku. How did you know? Goku struggled to lift his head, gazing at Broly with a hint of astonishment. Broly chuckled lightly. As for how he came to know this, it was exceedingly simple for him. Setting aside the fact that Broly had traversed dimensions and was well acquainted with the narrative of Dragon Ball, his previous identity as a Supreme Kai naturally endowed him with the knowledge of the Kaioken technique. However, Broly deemed this technique to be of little utility. While it could infinitely amplify energy, it imposed a significant strain on his body. Moreover, after ascending to the status of a god of destruction, the enhancement of his divine abilities rendered the Kaioken unnecessary. Broly, shall I eliminate him? Norse inquired. It is still too early, he replied. Broly offered a faint smile, showing no intention of ending Goku's life. Broly arrived with Norse for training, but now that he has vanquished Goku, how can he continue his cultivation? At that moment, Vegeta descended from the heavens, positioning himself beside Broly and Norse. Having been defeated by the lowly warrior Kakarot, Vegeta's face flushed with rage, his entire body trembling with fury. His eyes ablaze. Norse, step aside. I shall take him on. Vegeta commanded, addressing Norse. Brother, I mean no offense, but what have you been doing all these years? I recall that at the age of 5, your battle power was already over 10,000. Over 2 decades have passed, and yet your strength has barely increased to around 20,000, Norse inquired, shaking his head in confusion. Mind your own business, Vegeta retorted, his pride wounded. During these years, Vegeta had been serving under Frieza, attacking planets inhabited by beings of exceedingly low power, individuals whom he could easily crush with a mere finger. It was no wonder he had made little progress. Broly chuckled and said, I see. Norse understood. Humph, you two are a Saiyan. It would be wise for you to refrain from directing your comments at me. Once I have dealt with Kakarot, I shall rectify you properly. Vegeta shouted furiously. Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? Norse exclaimed in astonishment, fearing that provoking Broly might lead to her brother being eliminated on the spot. Let it be. Broly remained unfazed. There was little merit in angering an insignificant ant. Kakarot, I shall not forgive you. Vegeta redirected his attention to Goku with a menacing grin, declaring, now, let me showcase the terrifying techniques of our Saiyan lineage. With a crack, an energy sphere materialized in Vegeta's hand. Goku widened his eyes, perplexed. What is this fellow scheming? He unleashed such an energy blast, significantly depleting his own stamina. Watch closely, Kakarot, Vegeta sneered, flinging the energy sphere into the sky. Subsequently, he clenched his right fist, With another crack, the heavens erupted in brilliance, emanating a divine light. You wretched cockroach, do you think extinguishing the moon prevents my transformation into a great ape? Huh. I can conjure a moon of my own. Vegeta cackled, gazing upward at the artificial moon he had created. What on earth is this moon? Goku pondered in confusion. Suddenly, dark fur sprouted from Vegeta's body, his lips and nose protruding outward as he expanded in size. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta transformed into a colossal beast. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation into such a massive creature, Goku's expression was one of sheer astonishment. The great ape monster. Could it be that my grandfather was trampled to death by me? Goku felt a pang of guilt. Oh, I forgot to mention, Kakarot. Once a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, their battle power increases tenfold. Vegeta grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. What? Goku's face turned ashen. Die, Kakarot. Vegeta swung a colossal hand toward Goku. Boom. However, just as Vegeta made his move, a thunderous sound resonated from the sky. Vegeta suddenly felt his internal energy dissipating at an alarming rate. In the next moment, he was astonished to find himself reverting from the great ape back to his normal state. Consequently, Vegeta's strike carried little force, and Goku barely managed to evade it. What is happening? Vegeta looked up to the heavens, only to discover that the artificial moon had been obliterated. His eyes widened as he turned to Broly, realizing through his peripheral vision that it was indeed Broly who had destroyed his moon. You insolent brat. Vegeta seethed with rage. After painstakingly creating an artificial moon and exhausting his energy, it was destroyed by this impudent youth. Fuming, Vegeta soared toward Broly. Bang! Broly delivered a resounding slap to Vegeta's back. Thud! Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, his mouth meeting the earth in an intimate embrace. You bastard! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of dirt, glaring fiercely at Broly. Your movements are far too sluggish. Broly smiled faintly. Unforgivable. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. Yet he was aware that his energy reserves were dwindling, and he was certainly no match for this individual. To defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Broly shook his head. Slap, slap, slap. After uttering those words, Broly proceeded to strike Vegeta repeatedly from both sides. Several resounding slaps later, Vegeta's face had swollen grotesquely. Oh, my apologies. I may have been a tad overzealous with my strikes. You don't mind, do you? Broly smiled faintly. Do you dare to wait until I've healed before we engage in battle once more? Vegeta ground his teeth and exclaimed in anger. Vegeta, hurry and apologize to Broly. Norris reprimanded, delivering a swift kick to him. What God? Vegeta was left bewildered, clutching his cheek, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let today's events conclude here. Son Goku, take care of your injuries. Broly smiled faintly, then swiftly grasped Vegeta's hair with one hand while seizing Nor's with the other. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Broly vanished along with two companions. Merely an instant later, he reappeared on planet Frieza 79, accompanied by Vegeta and Nos. Bang! Broly soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. He turned to the personnel on the planet and commanded, "He is on the brink of collapse. Hasten to provide him with medical assistance." "Why yes, my lord Vegeta." The staff stammered, their faces pale with concern. "The rest is in your hands, Nos." Broly turned his gaze towards Nor's. "What is it?" Nor's blinked. "I shall return for you once your strength surpasses Frieza." As Broly prepared to depart from this location, he found little amusement in the current presence of Frieza. He intended to seek out more formidable adversaries. However, bringing Nor's along seemed beneficial. At the very least, it would provide her with valuable experience, which might prove advantageous in the future. Just as Broly was about to leave, a brash and jarring voice echoed from a distance. "Is that you, Vegeta? I truly feel sorry for you." Following this taunt, a frog-faced alien approached with a swagger, hurling verbal insults at the injured Vegeta. Yet, this frog-faced creature soon noticed Broly and Nor's, along with the tails that trailed behind them. "Oh, so you two are also Saiyans," the alien exclaimed, his eyes widening in bewilderment. "I thought all Saiyans had been eradicated by Lord Frieza. How is it that two unfamiliar faces have emerged?" "I recognize him. His name is Chio-E," Nor's replied coldly. "Is that so?" Broly smiled faintly. This fellow had once visited planet Vegeta long ago, and his arrogant demeanor as a subordinate of Dodoria had greatly displeased her. "Humph," Norris scoffed. You are you not Princess Norris?" Chio-E was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. This girl, it seemed, was indeed supposed to be Vegeta's sister. Yet, upon closer inspection, Choi noticed that she appeared quite young, around 12 years of age. While Vegeta was nearly 30 now, she could not possibly be his sister. You actually remember me, Norris smiled softly. What? You truly are Princess Norris? Did you not perish with planet Vegeta's destruction? Choi inquired, puzzled. Norris let out a light laugh. Of course, she would not divulge the truth to the toad-faced one. Though I am unaware of the circumstances, your existence, humph, will surely astonish Lord Frieza. Choi responded coldly. After stating this, he pressed a button on the scouter affixed to his eye to assess the battle power levels of Broly and Norris. Upon scanning, Choi couldn't help but exhale in relief. You two monkeys dare to appear on this planet with such meager battle power? Choi declared with pride, oblivious to the fact that Broly and Norris had long since concealed their true power. With a swift motion, Broly unleashed a beam of light that pierced through Choi's forehead. Choi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that this Saiyan would strike without warning, leaving him utterly unprepared. Norse, the battlefield now belongs to you. Once you surpass Frieza, I shall return to retrieve you. As Broly spoke, the surrounding void began to warp and twist. Swish. In an instant, Broly's figure vanished without a trace, leaving the personnel on the planet wide-eyed in astonishment, huddling together in disbelief. My battlefield? Norris cast a glance at the bewildered workers and coldly remarked, well then, let me indulge myself. Thunderous roars erupted as a cataclysmic explosion shook planet Frieza 79, enveloping the world in a thick shroud of smoke and chaos, with torrents of energy rampaging uncontrollably. In that very moment, Broly's silhouette materialized in an alternate dimension. Swoosh! Broly's form transformed into a brilliant flame, leaving a radiant trail across the horizon. Before long, he manifested atop a steep cliff. Atop this precipice stood a grand metallic gate, its bronze surface dulled by the passage of time, exuding an air of antiquity. Bang! Broly approached, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door with a resounding impact. In the next moment, he strolled in with a cheerful smile. However, scarcely had Broly crossed the threshold when an enraged voice thundered from nearby. Broly smiled gently as he noticed a man with an onion-shaped head, his piercing gaze fixed upon him. It was Android 19. Broly smiled and addressed the man before him. Upon hearing Broly reveal his identity, the expression on the onion-headed man's face was one of shock and unease. How do you know? Number 1 inquired warily. What about Dr. Gero? Broly disregarded the inquiry and, narrowing his eyes, posed a question. What do you intend to do? The tension was palpable as Number 1 felt his heart leap into his throat. I have no desire for idle conversation. Should you utter words I find unwelcome, I shall take your life. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent emerging. Humph, who kills whom remains uncertain. Number 1 endeavored to calm himself. Having just had his identity revealed by Broly left him somewhat flustered. Now, with the internal detector assessing Broly's combat data, Number 19 felt he was not much of a threat. Oh, is that so? Broly let out a light chuckle, unleashing his divine abilities. Instantly, an invisible divine power enveloped Number 19, rendering him motionless on the spot. Fear and unease filled Number 1's triangular eyes, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. Who on earth is this individual? Why is it so difficult for me to even move in his presence? The more Number 1 struggled, the more he perspired profusely, overwhelmed and increasingly gripped by terror. Although Broly's combat power was merely 2 million, his divine ability remained undiminished. The suppression exerted by Kess was limited to the energy within Broly. Even Kess could not restrain his divine power. Currently, Broly's divine strength surpassed that of Xian from Universe 7 by an immeasurable magnitude. The first encounter between Xian and Goku's group occurred during the World Martial Arts Tournament when Gohan was 16. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 2nd level. Yet he was briefly subdued by Xian's divine powers. Thus, for Broly, to confine Number 19's movements with his divine strength was an exceedingly simple task. However, Kess advised Broly to refrain from excessively utilizing his divine abilities, as it would not contribute significantly to the development of his physical form. Only through continual combat and challenging higher-level opponents could he experience substantial advancement in his overall strength. Broly has arrived in the era of the androids with a specific purpose. Annihilating Android 19 would be a matter of mere moments. Now, can you answer my question? Broly squinted and inquired, well, I shall speak. The individual trembled in fear, immobilized by a mere glance from Broly, who would not be frightened in such a situation. Broly smiled gently, retracting the divine power from the being known as Number 19. Suddenly liberated, Number 19 fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with terror. However, in an instant, his expression darkened ominously. "I shall kill you," he exclaimed, his form flickering as he abruptly materialized before Broly, seizing his arms with a fierce grip. Broly furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased at being ensnared by such a repulsive machine. "Ha ha ha, I've got you now. You're finished," Number 1 exclaimed with exhilaration, a mocking expression directed at Broly. "In my grasp is a device capable of absorbing energy. As long as I hold on to you, I shall gradually drain your energy completely. You foolishly missed your chance to eliminate me. Now, it seems your energy is unable to be unleashed, is it not?" Broly, with a squint and a smile, inquired with a sense of triumph. "Have you not noticed your energy waning? You truly have absorbed my power." Broly inquired with a smile. "Indeed. I can sense that the energy within me is being replenished rapidly." Number 1 laughed heartily. "It seems your sensor is malfunctioning as well." Broly shook his head. In the next moment, he unleashed the power of the gods upon the arms of Android 19. A series of agonizing cries escaped 19, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Before long, 19 involuntarily released his grip on Broly and knelt before him in sheer terror. "I recall that you seemed to be impervious to pain. When did Dr. Gero enhance your nervous system as well?" Broly inquired with a smile. "Ah, yes, indeed. Dr. Goro has augmented me with neural reflex elements." Number 1 exclaimed eagerly. "Now, we can surely ascertain Dr. Goro's whereabouts." Broly inquired with a smile. I say, he is inside, within the laboratory." Number 1 replied in anguish, pointing towards the room. "Lead the way, do not attempt any tricks." Broly commanded. Yes, of course. I wouldn't dare." The first little chick nodded repeatedly. Under the guidance of Number 19, Broly beheld Dr. Gero lying upon the apparatus, undergoing modifications. This was indeed Dr. Gero. Number 19 wiped his brow and explained. "Dr. Gero desires to attain eternal life. Hence he has instructed me to transform him into an android." "Has the transformation been completed?" Broly inquired. "There is only the supplemental energy left. I was in the midst of replenishing energy for Dr. Gero when you suddenly barged in and startled me," Number 1 explained, filled with trepidation. Just as these words left his lips, arcs of blue electricity began to flicker across Dr. Gero's body, who lay upon the apparatus. Instantly, Dr. Gero began to convulse violently, and white foam trickled from the corners of his mouth. With a resounding bang, a rupture emanated from Dr. Gero's heart, releasing a plume of smoke, and his head slumped to one side, rendering him utterly silent. "Dr. Gero, Number 20, Number 1 exclaimed, rushing forward with a loud cry, hastily performing a series of actions on the apparatus housing Dr. Gero. Alas, it was clear that Dr. Gero was irrevocably lost. Even Broly could not revive him, let alone Number 19. What happened? How did he die? Broly furrowed his brow in displeasure, for he still had matters to discuss with Dr. Gero. Who could have anticipated the fellow would perish so abruptly? Yes. It was your sudden interference that caused me to make an error during the modification process for Dr. Gero. Otherwise, he would have awakened swiftly." Number 1 clenched his teeth, his face contorted with resentment as he glared at Broly. "Ah, I see," Broly murmured. Broly chuckled softly. After a brief silence, Number 19 realized that Dr. Gero would never return, prompting him to inquire about Broly's true intentions. Initially, he had sought Dr. Gero's assistance in enhancing the artificial being cell, but with the doctor's demise, it seemed rather unfortunate. Broly shook his head with a hint of regret, then turned to Android 19 and inquired, "By the way, do you possess the ability to enhance Cell?" "Who is Cell?" Android 16 retorted. "It seems you were merely created by Dr. Gero to assist in his own enhancement. Your capabilities beyond that are rather limited." Broly shook his head, directing his hand towards the body of Number 19. Number 1 was taken aback, his expression darkening. "You are no longer of any use." Broly chuckled coldly. Spare me. I will heed your every command." Number 1 was petrified. "No, I've reconsidered. You possess a modicum of usefulness, albeit just a smidgen." Broly smiled faintly and gave a gentle flick of his hand. In an instant, Number 19's body soared through the roof like a rocket, ascending into the azure sky. With a thunderous boom, the body erupted, producing a sound that reverberated through the air. Approximately 1,000 kilometers away, in a small town, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien had been waiting patiently for quite some time. Meanwhile, Vegeta had sought refuge in a hidden spot. According to the future warrior Trunks, this day would witness the emergence of two formidable androids, and all the fighters would fall in battle. However, after an extensive wait, they had not detected any anomalies in the town. Just then, the explosion from number 19 changed the expressions of Goku and the others. Over there. Look, Goku. It seems a surge of energy has exploded, Piccolo remarked solemnly. But the future warrior mentioned that androids would appear in this area, Krillin countered. Perhaps the future and the present have shifted. There must be something amiss at that location. Goku furrowed his brow, remaining silent. What should we do, Goku? Should we go and investigate? Krillin inquired. How about this, Goku? Let the two of us check it out while Gohan and the others stay behind. If anything happens, we can provide support, Piccolo quickly proposed. All right, let's do that. Goku agreed, finding the plan agreeable. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Liu Ping, if you encounter the androids, signal us immediately. You are no match for them, Piccolo cautioned. How do we signal? Liu Ping asked. Release your energy. We will return at once, Piccolo instructed. Gohan, Krillin, stay safe, Goku said, patting Gohan on the shoulder. In the next moment, Goku and Piccolo transformed into two streaks of white light, rapidly darting toward the site of number 19's explosion. After Broly eliminated Android 19, he wandered through Dr. Gero's laboratory and effortlessly discovered Androids 17 and 18 lying within the apparatus, along with Android 16. Broly smiled faintly and promptly pressed the buttons for Android 17 and 18. He then found a vacant spot and reclined within. With a snap, the lids opened, and the androids 17 and 18 gradually regained consciousness. They exchanged bewildered glances, each feeling a sense of confusion. What happened? Who activated us? Android 17 inquired, gazing at 18. I have no idea. Could it not be Dr. Gero? Android 18 replied, brushing her golden hair aside, revealing her cold yet enchanting demeanor. However, Android 17 felt no inclination towards 18, as they were twins and shared a blood relation before their transformation into androids. Where is Dr. Gero? Android 17 looked around but did not see him. This is peculiar, he murmured, glancing about until he discovered Dr. Gero's lifeless body in a nearby room. The sight deepened his bewilderment. Dr. Gero is dead. What does this mean? And who activated both of us? The two androids stood in stunned silence for a moment before deciding to disregard the matter. Well, the demise of that old man Gero does simplify things. Otherwise, we would have remained in eternal slumber under his control, Android 17 contemplated. You're right, Android 18 agreed, nodding in affirmation. Perhaps the machines that kept us dormant automatically awakened us after a certain period. That's the only explanation. A slight smile crossed Android 17's face. Let us proceed. Since our primary objective is to eliminate Son Goku, we should focus on completing our mission first. That makes sense, Android 18 nodded quietly. The two ambled towards the exit. And as they passed by the apparatus housing Android 16, 18 could not help but glance down. Hey, 17. This fellow seems to be Android 16, she remarked. Oh, judging by his appearance, he appears quite formidable, 17 responded, leaning closer for a better look before smiling slightly and instructing, activate him. Very well, 17 replied, pressing the activation button for Android 16. Just then, 18 caught sight of Broly lying within another machine. Curiosity piqued, 17 approached and glanced at Broly. Hey, 17. There's another android here, and he looks rather striking, 18 noted, admiring Broly's features. Indeed, 17 agreed, also stepping closer to inspect Broly. He is an android I have never encountered before, and his machine lacks any identifying number. Why concern ourselves with such details? Just activate him, 17 replied, pressing the button on Broly's apparatus. Snap! Broly opened his eyes and gently lifted the cover of the apparatus, emerging from within. At that precise moment, Android 16 had also successfully activated. Android 1 cast a glance towards Broly, his gaze tinged with a hint of bewilderment, for he had never encountered Broly before. You are also an artificial being, are you not? Android 1 inquired with a smile directed at Broly. Indeed, Broly replied. Broly nodded. What is your number? It is not indicated here. Number 1 pointed to Broly's instrument cabin. I am number 100. Broly spoke. Upon hearing this, both Android 17 and Android 18 fell into silence, their eyes wide open, momentarily at a loss for words. Is there truly such an android? Unable to contain herself, A sheen of perspiration trickled down Android 18's delicate face. You must be deceiving us, Android 17 expressed his disbelief. I am an android designed to be activated many years into the future. You have prematurely awakened me, leaving my energy unable to replenish. I am currently in a weakened state. Broly remarked, what an extraordinary being you are. Chapter 73. As you embrace me, I shall take you to new heights. Android number 1, still somewhat skeptical, inched closer to Broly, inhaling his scent with a delicate nose. Before Broly could respond, he continued, you appear to be human. Were you also enhanced from a human? Broly replied, indeed, my being is infused with Saiyan cells. I am a transformation of a Saiyan. Broly smiled faintly and jested, your sense of smell is quite acute. Even I, a product of human modification, can be detected. The Saiyan Dr. Gero was puzzled about where the Saiyan number 1 originated. I am uncertain. My previous memories have faded away. Broly chuckled. And what about you? Number 1 disregarded the question, turning his gaze towards number 16. I am a robot conjured from thin air, number 1 replied expressionlessly, casting a deep glance at Broly. Meanwhile, number 16 pondered, wondering why there was no data on this individual known as number 100 in his database. Since we are all creations, and I am the mightiest among them, number 17 declared, from this moment forth, you shall obey my commands. Number 1 replied with a smile, his sharp eyes fixed upon Broly and number 16. I have no objections. Broly readily acquiesced. Although number 1 remained silent, the expression on his face indicated tacit approval. Our Red Ribbon Army was annihilated by Son Goku in the past, and Dr. Gero created us with the sole purpose of eliminating Son Goku. Therefore, I have resolved that our foremost objective must be to eradicate Son Goku. You do not oppose this, do you? Number 1 stated. That is precisely my intention. Broly nodded in agreement, and number 1 also silently acquiesced. Just as the four of them reached this point in their discussion, 2 figures suddenly materialized in the sky above. Broly and Android 18 gazed upward through the opening in the laboratory above. This very aperture had been created when Broly forcefully ejected Android 19. How splendid that Son Goku has come to us. He did not even wait for us to seek him out, remarked number 1 with a cheerful grin. Shall we go and meet him? Number 1 added, her enchanting smile radiating an alluring, icy demeanor. Very well, let us set forth, she declared, leaping through the opening and soaring toward the cerulean sky. Number 1 followed closely behind, offering no further words, merely trailing after Android 18. Meanwhile, Broly remained motionless, casting a silent glance at the 3 of them. Hey, number 10, what are you dawdling about for? Hurry up and catch up, number 1 chided, glancing down at Broly. I am merely calibrating my energy. Did I not mention that your premature release has significantly diminished my power? Broly explained, his words meandering. Number 1, please assist him. Number 1 furrowed his brow, yet with a gentle smile, responded, we cannot abandon our comrades, can we? Number 1 nodded in agreement, descending gracefully to Broly's side. You hold on to me, and I shall take you there, number 1 said to Broly. That feels rather awkward, Broly stated. Stop the idle chatter and hurry up. Number 1 was becoming somewhat impatient. Consequently, Broly stepped forward and embraced Android 18. If your hands continue to wander inappropriately, I shall ensure you remain in eternal slumber. Number 1's expression turned cold, a flicker of anger surfacing on his face. I apologize for the unintended advance. Please do not take offense. I am a cyborg of Saiyan origin and possess no particular notions regarding matters between men and women. Broly spoke as number 1 cast a penetrating glance at him, choosing silence and allowing Broly to embrace him. With a sudden surge, they soared into the azure sky. At that moment, in the heavens above, number 17 had made his initial encounter with Goku and Piccolo. He exuded no palpable aura, suggesting he was indeed an android. If presumption held any truth, Piccolo grimly declared, this is dire. They are not alone. There are 4 of them. Goku silently regarded number 16, Broly, and number 18, withholding his words. The arrival of Trunks might have altered the course of our era. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face as he gritted his teeth. This is troublesome. Goku, exercise caution. I cannot sense their energy. Their strength remains unknown. Goku murmured, Piccolo, promise me, do not act recklessly. If you perish, the Guardian will vanish, and the Dragon Balls will follow suit. Son Goku. Number 1 finally broke his silence, addressing Goku. What, you know me? Goku responded, momentarily taken aback. Piccolo, too, was slightly astonished, his expression betraying surprise. Are you unaware? You annihilated the entire Red Ribbon Army, yet Dr. Gero still lives. He has been tirelessly researching androids to defeat you, Number 1 stated with a slight smile. Now, the most formidable android in history has been born. It is I, Android 17. Goku, do you feel confident? Piccolo inquired softly. Let us give it a try. I hope the last 3 years of training bear fruit. Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With a crack, Goku's body radiated golden light, his hair spiking upward, and his pupils transforming to a vivid green. What is this transformation? It certainly possesses a unique flair, Number 1 remarked with a chuckle, unimpressed. Come, face us all at once. Goku clenched his fists, readying himself. Son Goku, you overestimate your capabilities. To deal with you, not only I, but even number 18 can effortlessly defeat you, Number 1 scoffed. Then turned to number 16, suggesting, Number 16, let us first witness your strength. Number 16 slightly nodded, showing no dissent. Number 1 had been created solely to eliminate Goku. His objective and ambition remained unchanged. Hey, Number 10, can't you fly? Number 1 glanced at Broly, who was still embracing number 18, unable to suppress his curiosity. You activated me prematurely. My strength is significantly diminished, so it is only natural that I cannot fly. Broly declared, rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress. Number 1 refrained from further commentary, as activating this number 100 was indeed his own suggestion. Goku, today marks your end. Number 1 uttered coldly. Let us descend and engage in battle. Fighting on the ground is relatively advantageous for us, proposed Piccolo. Goku nodded gently in agreement. Both parties descended simultaneously to the earth below. Now, we can release. Number 100 was about to address Broly, only to find that Broly had already taken the initiative to let go of him. Once again, gratitude is extended to Chaos Marshal for the generous support, resulting in an additional 2 updates today, bringing the total to 22. For an unformatted version of the novel, please refer to Chapter 74, Goku in Critical Condition, 1522. Whoosh. 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 Shortly after both sides touched down, several figures swiftly darted across the sky. It was Gohan, Krillin, and others. Goku had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and that overwhelming energy had drawn them in. Upon encountering 4 unfamiliar faces simultaneously, Gohan and Krillin were taken aback. Weren't there only 2 androids? Why are there 4? Krillin inquired of Piccolo. Piccolo remained silent. Hey, did you see that? That android has a tail. Liu Ping suddenly pointed at Broly, exclaiming to his comrades. All eyes turned towards Broly. Even Goku cast a glance in Broly's direction, his expression reflecting mild astonishment. Are you a Saiyan? Goku asked. I am a Saiyan, and I am also a god. You may refer to me as a god-level Saiyan. Broly spoke with utmost seriousness. The godly Saiyan Goku and the others were momentarily taken aback, rendered somewhat bewildered. Could you refrain from boasting? Number 18 chastised Broly, her voice barely above a whisper, mindful of their team dynamics. You cannot even perform the instant transmission technique, yet you claim to be a godly Saiyan. Broly chuckled, offering no explanation. Goku, are you ready? Number 1 inquired with a stoic expression. All right, let's go. Goku nodded, preparing for battle. Number 1 swiftly directed his fist toward Goku's body, his demeanor indifferent. What does this guy intend to do? Krillin was taken aback. Can he really strike from this distance? Yamcha pondered. He might be attempting to unleash an energy wave. Tien Shinhan speculated. Bang! In the next moment, number 16's fist abruptly detached from his arm, hurtling toward Goku at an alarming speed. Not good. Goku's expression shifted slightly, but his reflexes were quick. He immediately crossed his arms in an attempt to block the incoming attack. Bang! However, Goku soon felt an immense force charging toward him, the pressure from number 16's fist constricting his breath. With a thunderous impact, Goku was sent crashing to the ground, his body carving a deep trench into the earth. As the dust settled, Goku coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Piccolo stood in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment and concern as he watched the injured Goku. What just happened? Number 16 struck him with a single punch, and he was hurt. These androids are incredibly powerful. Goku slowly rose from the ground, gasping for air, his face pale. Number 1, however, cast a lingering gaze at Goku, refraining from attacking him immediately. Something's not right with Goku, Krillin exclaimed. Could it be the viral heart disease the future boy mentioned? Piccolo conjectured. But didn't Goku take the antidote for heart disease? Krillin frowned, pulling out a senzu bean and tossing it to Goku, shouting, "Goku, eat the Senzu bean quickly." Goku offered no opposition and promptly bit into the bean, swallowing it whole. Yet, Goku showed no signs of improvement. He continued to struggle for breath, his complexion growing even more ashen. Indeed, it is viral heart disease. The expressions of Krillin and Piccolo darkened significantly. "Oh, viral heart disease," Number 1 remarked, suddenly appearing in front of Krillin, his interest piqued. "Baldy, enlighten me about this situation with Son Goku." Krillin stammered, unsure of how to respond, his body trembling with fear. "Krillin, tell him," Piccolo urged. "Goku has contracted viral heart disease, and soon he may perish. There is no cure for his ailment." Krillin gritted his teeth, speaking loudly. "Is that so?" Number 1's expression soured slightly, as if disappointed. "We had hoped to personally eliminate Son Goku upon awakening, yet he suffers from this affliction. Such cruel fate." With that, Number 1 turned away, no longer concerning himself with Krillin. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others felt an impending sense of dread. Goku's sudden illness caught them completely off guard. At that moment, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku's condition had worsened, and the active cells associated with his transformation had exacerbated the viral presence within him. It was clear that in his current state, Goku could pose a threat even to ordinary humans, let alone androids. "Arg, this feels terrible. What is happening to me?" Goku gasped, the pain in his heart intensifying. "Goten, you must take Goku back immediately. Administer the antidote left by the future boy. Do you understand?" Piccolo lowered his voice, urgently instructing Goten. "Yes." Goten nodded solemnly, promptly hoisting Goku onto his back. Suddenly, Piccolo stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of Number 16, discarding his cape with a swift motion. The sound of the cape hitting the ground resonated, cracking the stones beneath it. "Come on, let me have a go at you," Piccolo said with a slight smile, his gaze fierce as he confronted Number 16. Number 1 merely glanced at Piccolo, and after a brief silence, shook his head. "I have no interest." In that instant, Piccolo unleashed his formidable energy, turning to glance at Goten. Goten understood the unspoken message and transformed into a streak of white light, soaring away with Goku toward the horizon. "Huh, let me show you what I've got," Piccolo shouted, releasing his energy to the fullest as he charged at Number 16. In the blink of an eye, however, Number 1 vanished from sight. Piccolo's punch met only air, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. What just happened? This guy is incredibly fast. As he looked at Number 16, who had retreated several dozen meters, Piccolo's expression grew grim. "All right, the game ends here. Son Goku has been taken away by his son, and we hold no interest in someone who is gravely ill." Number 1 smiled faintly, stating, "I hope Son Goku recovers. When that time comes, we shall engage him in battle once more." What did you just say?" Piccolo was perplexed by Number 17's words. Wasn't the future boy Trunks saying that the androids in his time were ruthless, wreaking havoc and leaving Earth in ruins? Yet, it seems that these 4 androids have not caused any destruction. "Let us depart," Number 1 called to Broly and Number 18. "All right," he added with a slight smile. Immediately, Number 17 soared into the sky. Just as they were about to leave, a flash of light appeared above, blocking their path. It was Vegeta. Krillin and the others were momentarily stunned. "I have come to challenge you," Vegeta declared confidently. "Oh, it's Vegeta. I thought it was someone else." Number 1 replied with a slight smile, reflecting on how disappointing Goku's performance had been. "I hope you do not follow in Goku's footsteps. TCH. I am the genius warrior of the Saiyans. Do not compare me to that inferior warrior Kakarot." Vegeta expressed his displeasure, remarking, "It seems you were not satisfied with your recent battle against Goku." Number 1, smiling, suggested to Number 16, "How about we engage in a contest with this Saiyan prince?" "Vegeta? I decline," was the curt reply. Suddenly, Number 1's attention was captivated by a small bird perched on a branch. "What a peculiar fellow. To refuse," he mused. Shaking his head, turning to Broly, he inquired, "And what about you, Number 100? Let us witness your prowess." "Very well," Broly responded. Broly nodded. "Although my strength has significantly diminished, the prospect of battling Vegeta is indeed a commendable choice." After uttering these words, Broly stepped forward. Upon witnessing Broly sway his tail and emerge, Vegeta couldn't help but momentarily pause, his expression reflecting a hint of astonishment. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta inquired, scrutinizing Broly. "Indeed. I am a Saiyan," Broly affirmed. Broly nodded slightly and offered a faint smile. "Since you are a Saiyan, why have you allied yourself with the androids? Surely, You must be aware of my identity, Vegeta inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. It is because they are far too weak. I have come to assist them. Broly chuckled. Upon hearing this, even number 17 appeared somewhat bewildered. The assertion that they were too weak, necessitating assistance from number 100, clearly implied that it was Vegeta's side that was lacking in strength. However, it didn't take long for number 17 and the others to conclude that Broly's words were merely frivolous banter, devoid of any genuine significance. What is your name? Vegeta inquired again. I am android number 100. Broly slightly narrowed his eyes. What, number 100? He widened his gaze once more. Indeed, number 10, the ultimate android, is I. Broly chuckled. What an audacious fellow. I shall make you aware of my formidable prowess, Vegeta. As Vegeta proclaimed this, he soared rapidly towards Broly. His fist, akin to a colossal mountain, crashed down upon Broly with tremendous force. Broly crossed his arms to withstand Vegeta's assault. With a resounding thud, Broly was violently propelled backward by the immense force, his feet scraping against the ground, leaving 2 deep furrows upon the earth. In that moment, a layer of pristine white energy enveloped Broly, swirling and wreaking havoc throughout the area. I expected you to be more formidable, yet this is all you can muster, Vegeta remarked, noticing that his punch had sent Broly nearly flying. His confidence swelled further, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Broly. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched a fierce kick aimed at Broly's lower back. Due to the suppression of his energy, Broly's eyes and senses effortlessly detected Vegeta's movements. Yet his body did not respond immediately. However, in a moment of urgency, Broly crouched down and then launched himself forward with a powerful kick. Bang! With a single kick, Broly struck Vegeta's chin. Instantly, Vegeta's head tilted slightly upwards, his face adorned with disdain and mockery. Clearly, given Broly's current combat prowess, he posed little threat to Vegeta during this period. However, should Broly desire to inflict some torment upon Vegeta, he could effortlessly employ his divine abilities. Yet, frequent reliance on such powers would yield minimal benefits in terms of energy enhancement. It would be far more advantageous to return to his own timeline. Broly arrived in this realm for the purpose of honing his skills. According to Chris, by suppressing his own energy to a certain degree before unleashing it, he can achieve a more harmonious fusion of his divine abilities and energy, thereby elevating his power to new heights. This method of energy suppression is akin to a gas being released in a confined space, culminating in a tremendous explosion once the critical point is reached. I had thought you were truly remarkable, but it seems you are merely at this level, Vegeta scoffed, shaking his head with an expression of disdain. Once more, Broly feigned a ferocious roar as he charged at Vegeta, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, effortlessly absorbing all of Broly's assaults. A look of disdain etched upon his features. With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch that struck Broly's palm, sending him sliding several hundred meters away. However, in an instant, Broly soared back, seemingly unscathed. Excellent, this bodes well for Vegeta, exclaimed Lepin with delight. He turned to find Krillin and Piccolo wearing expressions of grave concern, prompting him to inquire, "Am I mistaken?" If only it were that simple, Piccolo replied somberly. Let us not forget the 3 formidable androids still lurking. This self-proclaimed android 100 is far more menacing than we anticipated. What do you mean? Lepin asked, bewildered. Haven't you noticed? Krillin murmured through clenched teeth. Despite Vegeta's overwhelming advantage in energy and aura throughout this battle, he has inflicted no damage upon android 100. Every lethal strike has either been evaded or defended against. Moreover, no matter how forceful the attack, it seems to have little effect on android 100. Indeed, Tien Shinhan added. And there's another crucial matter. Android 100's energy has not diminished. It is, in fact, gradually increasing. As Piccolo spoke, his complexion darkened considerably. The intensity of the aura now nearly matched Vegeta's. What manner of android is this? Lepin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. But after such a lengthy fight, can Vegeta truly be oblivious? Tien Shinhan questioned, perplexed. Perhaps he is aware but feels powerless to change the outcome, Piccolo replied grimly, which means Vegeta is destined for a grueling struggle. Should we assist him? Krillin inquired. The 3 androids have yet to engage. We should refrain from intervening, lest we provoke them, Piccolo said through gritted teeth. You must understand, that strikingly handsome youth, Android 17, is the leader among them. Even the formidable Android 16 abides by his commands, indicating his strength is undoubtedly profound. The group fell silent. However, little did they know that the true powerhouse in their midst was neither Android 16 nor 17, but Broly, Android 100. Unbeknownst to them, Broly was currently suppressing his energy while battling Vegeta, and had yet to unleash his divine power. Were he to do so, vanquishing all would be a trivial matter. As the combat persisted, Broly found himself invigorated, as Kex had suggested. Restraining his energy allowed for a more exhilarating battle and accelerated his growth and strength. In less than 10 minutes of sparring with Vegeta, Broly felt he had gained immensely. Particularly, the divine energy within him was harmonizing and intertwining. Previously, Broly's energy and divine power existed separately. The legendary Super Saiyan God form required maintaining the transformation while enveloping it with a layer of divine aura, which would deplete his divine energy. However, should his divine power and energy fuse, merging seamlessly, the legendary Super Saiyan God transformation could be sustained without the risk of exhausting his divine energy. According to Kex, the complexity of his transformation stemmed from the distinctive nature of the legendary Super Saiyan, which would not be the case for an ordinary Saiyan. Indeed, the transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan was tenfold that of a typical Super Saiyan. Broly would certainly not regret his choice due to any troubles. Broly is aware that his body is undoubtedly a reservoir of untapped potential, and surpassing the Grand Minister in the future will pose no significant challenge. Bang, bang, bang. Broly grew increasingly formidable, reaching a point where his basic combat power was on par with Vegeta's. Vegeta, though astonished, wore an expression filled with confidence. Bang! Broly launched a powerful kick, sending Taga sprawling to the ground, and with a grin, inquired, "Will you continue to fight?" With a swift leap, Vegeta rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face alight with a triumphant smile. "Transform, Vegeta." Broly smiled. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had just suggested to Vegeta to transform. What does that mean? Does Vegeta possess other transformations? Krillin scratched his bald head, somewhat perplexed. Piccolo furrowed his brow, equally bewildered. "Isn't it true that Vegeta can become a great ape?" Yamcha remarked. However, that artificial moon would likely be easily destroyed by Android 17. Tien Shinhan observed as he glanced up at the sky. "You mentioned transformation. Do you truly understand what that entails?" Vegeta, however, directed his gaze toward Broly and inquired. "Super Saiyan, hurry up and transform." Broly remarked with a smile. "How do you know I can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta suddenly felt a strange sense of discomfort in his heart. The reason he had refrained from transforming until now was that he wanted to bring forth a golden light when Piccolo and the others were at their most desperate, hoping to make them bow before him. Unexpectedly, Broly directly spoke of the transformation, leaving Vegeta somewhat flustered. "You impertinent fool. Your words are quite irksome." Vegeta gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced to Broly's suggestion. A radiant golden aura enveloped him, and his hair stood tall as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although Vegeta's transformation left Piccolo and the others in shock, Broly's prior mention of it had surprisingly calmed their spirits. It was as if Vegeta's metamorphosis had failed to stir even the slightest ripple. "Humph, though I am uncertain how you came to know of my transformation. As per your desire, I have indeed become a Super Saiyan. Now, I shall take great pleasure in administering a thorough lesson to you." Vegeta smirked coldly, his face brimming with confidence. "I am more than willing to oblige." Broly chuckled. "Final flash," Vegeta declared, as his hands coalesced two orbs of golden flame, pulsating with energy that dazzled the senses. In the next instant, with a cold smirk, Vegeta forcefully merged the two golden flames and aimed them at Broly. Whoosh! A beam of golden light hurtled towards Broly at breakneck speed. In his current state, Broly was merely on par with Vegeta's base form and stood no chance against Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, which amplified his power 50-fold. Certainly, Broly could ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan form, but that would result in a 500-fold increase, rendering the contest rather meaningless. Swish! Faced with Vegeta's onslaught, Broly realized he could not withstand the attack head-on. In an instant, he employed instant transmission, vanishing and reappearing behind Vegeta. Bang! With a powerful punch, Broly struck Vegeta in the lower back. A pain cry escaped Vegeta's lips as he lunged forward, performing a comical faceplant into the ground, inadvertently biting into a chunk of stone. "Apologies, but despite your transformation into a Super Saiyan, your speed remains woefully inadequate." Broly smiled lightly. That despicable fellow. Vegeta, filled with rage, had an expression on his face that seemed as if it would ignite. Following this, Vegeta executed a splendid turn and, in the blink of an eye, appeared directly in front of Broly at an astonishing speed. Just as Vegeta believed he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt as though his body had been immobilized by some unseen force, resulting in a brief moment of stillness. Broly unleashed a powerful kick, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. Instantly, a deep shoe print marred the left side of Vegeta's visage. In this critical moment, Broly had no choice but to invoke his divine abilities. Otherwise, it would prove exceedingly difficult to contend with this adversary while suppressing his energy to such an extent. Of course, relying solely on his divine power would only hinder the acceleration of Broly's energy, a prospect he was none too pleased with. Having arrived in this era, Broly sought to hone his skills. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the moment when Vegeta was momentarily immobilized by divine power, Broly charged forward, unleashing a barrage of fists and kicks upon him. Approximately 10 seconds later, Vegeta let out a sinister laugh and, with a sudden burst of energy, delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Broly's face. The blow, infused with golden energy, created an aura that enveloped Broly, akin to the fierce gust of a tempest. Bang! At a crucial moment, Broly's hair was tied up high, radiating a flickering glow of yellow and green. Broly has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Bang! Broly delivered a swift kick, striking Vegeta in the abdomen. A sharp cry escaped Vegeta as he doubled over in pain, clutching his midsection and collapsing to the ground, his body trembling. With just one gentle blow, the Super Saiyan Vegeta was vanquished. The expressions on Piccolo and the others shifted to one of grave concern, and their vigilance heightened. Whoosh! Broly returned to his usual state, a smile gracing his face. So, how shall we deal with them? Broly inquired with keen interest. Shall we proceed? They are rather fragile. Let us wait until they have honed their skills before engaging with them properly. However, Number 1 displayed little interest in Vegeta and the others. Very well. Broly did not object and turned to fly beside Android 18. So you can fly? Remarked Number 1 with a scowl, glaring at Broly. I didn't used to be able to, but I am the type who grows stronger with each battle. Through my recent skirmish with Vegeta, my strength is gradually returning. Broly smiled and said, So, that green-hued form was indeed your true power? Number 1 inquired suddenly. I suppose so, but that form consumes an excessive amount of energy, allowing me to maintain it only for a fleeting moment. Broly smiled, while Piccolo and Krillin exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the fallen, convulsing Vegeta, who had now returned to his normal state, along with the distant Broly and the 3 androids. In that moment, the faces of Piccolo and his companions were etched with vigilance and gravity. Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, had been defeated, and Goku had succumbed to a heart condition at a critical juncture. Was this world on the brink of destruction, father? Just as Broly and the others prepared to depart, a frantic cry pierced the air, followed by the arrival of a young warrior, wielding a longsword, his golden hair and azure eyes shimmering. He descended from the heavens, sword in hand, and struck down towards Android 18. Android 17 furrowed his brow, raising an arm with measured intent. Clang! The longsword clashed against Android 18's arm, producing a resounding metallic sound. Crack! In the next moment, with a slight movement of her arm, the sword was rendered with a notch. The young swordsman's face morphed into shock, his expression darkening as he realized the stranger was not cataloged in his database. Android 17 narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the youth. This boy was none other than Trunks, a warrior from the future. Trunks had arrived later than anticipated, just in time to witness Vegeta's collapse, convulsing on the ground, and immediately deduced that Android 18 was the culprit. After all, in his timeline, she had been the murderer of Vegeta. However, Trunks was taken aback to discover that his full-powered strike had no effect on Android 18, and instead, it had damaged his own sword. Bang! Android 17 smirked, delivering a swift kick that sent Trunks staggering to the ground with a resounding thud. With a sudden flash, the golden aura surrounding Trunks dissipated, restoring him to his regular state. It's Trunks! Piccolo exclaimed in shock. It's that boy from the future. Krillin realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Both he and Vegeta are in peril. As Piccolo spoke, he surged forward, rushing toward the fray. Tien Han followed suit without hesitation, while Yamcha gritted his teeth and joined the charge. Krillin hesitated, acutely aware of his own limitations. He knew that joining the fray would only invite further misery. After all, even as Super Saiyan had been felled in a single blow, what could he possibly contribute? As he watched Piccolo dart towards Android 18, Android 17's irritation flared, ready to retaliate, only to find Broly had already positioned himself before Piccolo. Bang! Broly delivered a powerful punch to Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to bend over. His chest pressed against his back as he spewed forth a mouthful of bile. In the next moment, Broly soared into the air and unleashed a kick to Tien's face. A thunderous crash echoed as Tien fell to the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, Yamcha also charged into the fray. With a swift motion, Broly summoned a fierce gust of wind that struck Lepin, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably backward for several hundred meters. He crashed violently into a towering tree, its trunk snapping with a resounding crack. The once mighty branches collapsed, startling the woodland creatures into a frantic retreat. Damn it! Unforgivable! Vegeta, having regained a portion of his energy, soared toward Broly with determination. Trunks, gritting his teeth, also rose to his feet and charged at Broly. Broly smiled faintly and delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's chest. Bang! Vegeta and Trunks collided head-on, leaving them both dizzy and disoriented. Aren't you going to join the battle, Bald One? Broly gazed at Krillin with keen interest, smiling as he inquired. Krillin trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Never mind, let us depart, Number One said with a satisfied grin, addressing Krillin. Do you not possess some senza beans? Feed them to your companions. They are still alive. Once you have honed your skills, you may come to find us. Krillin's face turned pale with fright, and he was soon astonished to witness Broly and the others ascend into the sky. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pursued them. Wait. Please wait. Krillin gathered his courage to call out while hovering in the air. Is there something else? Number One asked with a smile. Could you divulge your intentions? Krillin asked through gritted teeth. What a curious question, Number One chuckled. We were originally created to eliminate Son Goku, but now that he seems on the verge of death, we find ourselves rather bored. As for our ultimate goal, we have yet to determine it. We shall inform you once we have. With that, under Number 17's lead, the four of them departed the scene. Krillin fell into deep contemplation, momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, he soon regained his composure and hurriedly distributed the senza beans to Vegeta and the others, relaying Number 17's earlier remarks. These androids are clearly toying with us. Vegeta exclaimed in anger. The group fell silent. Just give me a little more time, and I will surely annihilate them all. Vegeta's body trembled with fury. Piccolo and the others exchanged helpless glances with Vegeta. I believe we should wait until Goku awakens before making any plans, Krillin suggested. No one spoke, all feeling dejected over their defeat that day. There is no need to wait for Kakarot. I will make the androids understand the might of me, Vegeta, fueled by rage. Vegeta's aura shimmered as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty leap, Vegeta soared into the distance. Mr. Vegeta, Trunks, filled with anxiety, attempted to follow Vegeta but was intercepted by Krillin. Do not worry, Trunks, Vegeta will not confront the androids, Krillin reassured. Trunks remained silent. Trunks, did you not say there were only 2 androids in the future? Yamcha asked, puzzled. I do not know why. Perhaps my presence has altered history. I have never encountered those 2 androids, Trunks replied, shaking his head solemnly. Moreover, even the androids 17 and 18 are now far more powerful than the ones from my future. In my timeline, I could at least take on android 18 alone. That android 100 seems to be a Saiyan modification, is it not? Krillin inquired. From their words, it should be a Saiyan, Piccolo nodded slightly. But aren't there only 4 Saiyans left, including you, Trunks? How can there be others? Krillin questioned, perplexed. That is a matter for Vegeta to address, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. The group lapsed into silence once more. Piccolo, do you have any plans? Krillin asked, noticing Piccolo gazing skyward. Piccolo hesitated. Aren't you our ally? Do you not have any good ideas? Krillin probed. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, his face contorting with rage. I am your ally. Yet you take me for granted. Piccolo retorted coldly. Do not forget that I am Piccolo Daimao. My goal is to conquer the world. I have merely allied with you temporarily to combat these foes. With that, Piccolo shot into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. I nearly forgot that Piccolo is indeed the Demon King, intent on ruling the world, Tianjin Han remarked solemnly. That is merely Piccolo's rhetoric, Krillin chuckled, for in truth, he, like Goku and Vegeta, desired to become stronger than others. Do you know which direction he went? Is it a place we are familiar with? Yamcha inquired. That is the palace of the gods, Krillin explained. I have heard from the elder of Namek that if Piccolo and the god were to merge once more, he would certainly surpass a Super Saiyan. Is there such a training method? Tianjin Han expressed his surprise. Piccolo must be seeking to reunite with the god. This world no longer requires deities, Krillin sighed. The group fell silent again. I wonder, how is Mr. Vegeta faring now? Trunks pondered, still concerned about Vegeta's well-being. We already know you are Vegeta's son, Trunks, Krillin smiled. Oh, my apologies. Trunks sheepishly scratched his head. Trunks, what are your plans? Krillin asked with concern. I will go find my father, Trunks declared, immediately taking flight. Perhaps my father has a way to defeat them. With that, Trunks waved goodbye to Krillin and the others, transforming into a streak of white light as he vanished into the horizon. After flying for a while, number 17 descended from the sky, landing beside a vehicle. What are you going to do? Number 18 inquired, puzzled. Let's drive. It's been ages since I've had the chance to play with a car. Number 17 replied with a smile. You certainly seem to have a lot of free time, number 18 remarked, but she did not object. The four of them climbed into the van. Due to number 16's considerable size, he could only sit at the back, while Broly settled beside number 18. As the vehicle roared to life, the driver of the car behind them erupted in fury, shouting loudly. By the way, number 17, what type of robot are you? Are you also a permanent energy model? Number 18 asked with curiosity. No, came the simple response. Broly shook his head. That is number 1 again. I am of the ever-increasing energy type. Broly smiled, his energy continuously surging. Number 1 was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. My energy will perpetually elevate during the battle, reaching the same level as my opponent and even surpassing them. Broly explained, thus, the more formidable my opponent, the more rapidly my energy escalates. With a smile, number 1 inquired, if you were to battle with me, would you not ultimately surpass me? Your energy is inexhaustible, while mine begins at a modest level. However, as the battle continues, I shall be able to surpass you. Broly nodded. Number 1 and number 18 remained silent. After a brief pause, number 18 cast an exasperated glance at Broly. Broly, however, turned a blind eye. I perceive that you do not exhibit an increase in energy. Number 1 smiled faintly. Oh, what is that? Broly retorted, you are the boastful type. Number 1 chuckled. Broly did not refute. He was here for training. To see the icy beauty of Android 18 smile, albeit rarely, was indeed a precious moment. A smile from such a beauty could topple kingdoms. As they continued along the winding country roads, Android 17 meandered aimlessly. In his own words, they had all the time in the world. As artificial beings, they would not age and possessed eternal life. Broly was reluctant to engage in combat, for he understood that the androids did not possess eternal life. They too would age, albeit at a slower rate than ordinary humans. In contrast, Broly, endowed with the essence of a deity, was impervious to the ravages of time, blessed with immortality and capable of living for millions of years without concern. Creak. The van came to a halt at the edge of a precipice. Number 1. Evidently their leader, nonchalantly descended from the vehicle and stood at the cliff's edge, gazing silently into the distance. How dull. Do you have any interesting places in mind? Number 1 inquired. I feel like shopping, perhaps purchasing a few garments. Number 1 pondered aloud. Women are always so demanding, he remarked, shaking his head. Clearly, as a man, he held little interest in the matter of buying clothes. He promptly instructed Broly, accompany number 18 on her shopping excursion. Very well. Broly nodded as he sensed the aura of Goku, who remained in deep slumber, with Goku still unconscious. The training of Vegeta and Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber would inevitably be postponed. Consequently, there seemed to be no worthy adversaries to engage in battle for the time being. However, there was one individual whose presence had been utterly concealed, making it exceedingly difficult for even Broly to detect his whereabouts. And what about you, number 17? Inquired number 1. After a moment of contemplation, number 17 declared, I have resolved to eliminate Goku myself. It is far more fitting to do it with my own hands. Number 1 chuckled, suit yourself. With a shrug. Number 1 appeared to exhibit little interest. Very well, you and Broly should procure some attire and then convene at Goku's residence, he instructed. All right, number 17 replied. As number 1 winked, let us be off, number 1 beckoned. Indeed, number 17 nodded, his words sparse throughout their journey, having spoken no more than 10 sentences in total. The two parties then proceeded to carry out their separate missions. Broly accompanied Android 18 to a nearby bustling town, making their way directly to a clothing store. She selected a dozen outfits before finally settling on a denim skirt paired with a top adorned with black accents. Do I look good? She inquired, twirling gracefully before Broly with a smile. You look splendid, he replied. Broly nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, The icy beauty of Android 18, adorned in such attire, exudes an aura reminiscent of a descending goddess. Furthermore, 18's figure captivated Broly, who could not help but swallow hard at the sight of her. In the realm of Dragon Ball, she is one of the most enchanting women. It is unfortunate that in the original narrative, such a stunning beauty ended up marrying the short, bald Krillin, which left Broly in a state of bemusement. However, having found himself in this timeline, it was evident that Krillin would no longer be a concern. Android 18 changed into a striking ensemble of a purple-black top paired with an ultra-short skirt. Although Broly finds the current outfit quite pleasing to the eye, he disapproves of Android 18 wandering about dressed in such a manner, and thus suggests that the previous ensemble was more suitable for her. As you wish, then, let me have 10 sets of that, he concedes. The first customer has a penchant for the same style, wearing it until she grows weary of it. The attendant hastily packages the garments. This is a globally recognized fashion brand, renowned for its high prices. Each of Android 18's outfits costs over 10,000. Thus, the total for these 10 sets amounts to over 100,000. Goodbye. The first customer casually tosses the packaged clothes to Broly and strides gracefully towards the exit. Excuse me, miss, you haven't paid yet, the attendant stammers, quickly pursuing her. I have no money, she replies without turning back. Sir, the attendant glances at Broly. Get lost. Broly exhaled a single word, leaving the attendant utterly bewildered. Just as Broly and Android 18 were departing from the clothing store, a chorus of startled gasps erupted nearby. What was that sound? Android 1 turned to gaze in the direction of the commotion. Shortly thereafter, Broly and Android 18 were met with a cacophony of desperate cries, punctuated by the escalating shouts of despair. The attendant, initially intent on pursuing them for payment, widened her eyes in confusion upon hearing these alarming sounds. At that moment, a large crowd suddenly appeared not far away, frantically fleeing as if they had encountered something horrifying. Android 1 instinctively grabbed a woman rushing past, inquiring about the cause of the chaos. There's a green monster. Run, run, the woman exclaimed in sheer panic. Where is the green monster? Android 1 asked, suddenly intrigued. Meanwhile, Android 18, feeling rather bored, found the prospect of a monster to torment quite appealing. It's over there, he is coming. The woman glanced back, her face draining of color, and with a sudden surge of fear. She broke free from Android 18's grip and fled in terror. Following her gaze, Android 1 beheld the creature, a grotesque monster, entirely clad in green. It possessed a long tail, a triangular head, and a pair of black wings resembling those of a cicada. The monster's tail, akin to a vacuum cleaner, lashed out and ensnared a slower human. In less than a second, the unfortunate victim was reduced to a mere skin. Sweat dripped from Android 1's brow, although she wielded formidable power. This was her first encounter with such a creature. Broly immediately recognized the origin of this creature. It was none other than the android Cell. To his astonishment, he encountered Cell here. Do you seek money for your attire, or do you wish to be absorbed by this monstrosity? Broly smiled as he inquired of the shop assistant. Oh my, a monster. The assistant, overwhelmed with fear, immediately fled the scene. In a swift motion, Cell appeared before the panicking crowd, resuming his frenzied absorption of these unfortunate humans. Within a mere 3 minutes, the once bustling town was left with only a handful of survivors. The wind held coldly. Thanks to Chaos Martial Arts for generously donating 500 book coins, resulting in 5 additional chapters. Today we have 27 updates. As for the humans, Broly and Android 18 made no effort to intervene. The inhabitants of this place were not Broly's kin. He was merely here to hone his skills in this dimension, not to be a savior. Android 18, too, lacked any inclination to assist. Suddenly, someone arrived. It seemed to be Piccolo, and an intense battle was on the horizon. Broly suddenly sensed a formidable aura rapidly approaching. From the intensity of this energy, he deduced that the newcomer must be Piccolo, who had merged with the Supreme Kai. At this moment, Piccolo's power had surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, nearly rivaling that of Android 17. With a decisive thud, Piccolo descended from the heavens, landing directly opposite Cell, his expression one of cold indifference. Cell, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated Piccolo's appearance and narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. Meanwhile, Cell grasped a plump middle-aged man who bore an expression of despair and terror, flailing in midair as if desperately seeking salvation. Upon seeing Piccolo's arrival, the middle-aged man frantically called out, "Help me. Please save me. I have a wealth of riches. If you rescue me, I can make you a millionaire. Perhaps my words are lost on you. Kindly release him," Piccolo said to Cell with a detached demeanor. Cell smirked slightly and tossed the middle-aged man forward. With a dull thud, the man tumbled to the ground, landing about 6 meters in front of Piccolo. Relieved, he hastily crawled toward Piccolo. Just then, Cell's tail shot forward with alarming speed. With a sickening thrust, it pierced the middle-aged man's back right before Piccolo's eyes. Piccolo froze, his eyes widening in shock. Gurgling sounds emanated from Cell's tail as it absorbed its prey. In mere moments, the middle-aged man's visage contorted grotesquely, leaving nothing but a mere layer of skin. The bones having vanished entirely. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his expression one of utter horror. Next, it shall be your turn, Piccolo the Demon King. Cell suddenly spoke, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Piccolo stood momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at this terrifying creature. The sheer strength radiating from Cell left him utterly flabbergasted. Broly and Android 18, observing from a distance, exchanged silent glances. However, Broly found it somewhat amusing that Cell had failed to notice his and 18's presence all along. It was not that Cell was particularly dim, rather, 18's position was relatively concealed, and she emitted no detectable energy signature. Broly naturally did not release his aura, so it was entirely normal for Cell not to notice them. The fact that this creature could speak left number one wide-eyed, staring in astonishment at Cell in the distance. Let's observe for now. Broly smiled faintly. That fellow named Piccolo is in for some misfortune. He is likely no match for that monster, whispered number one. Piccolo's strength has increased significantly, so dealing with that creature should pose no problem. Broly stated that the monster's strength is rather feeble. The reasoning of Subject 1 is quite commendable. Broly remained silent, quietly extending his senses to perceive every trace of energy emanating from Cell. Subsequently, Broly exhaled softly. Having discerned that Cell did not harbor his own energy, instead, he detected the auras of Goku, Vegeta, and the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Who are you? Piccolo asked, baring his teeth in a wary demeanor. I'm your brother. Cell retorted with a cold laugh, swiftly darting toward Piccolo. Swish, swish, swish. Cell's tail, a formidable weapon, lunged toward Piccolo with remarkable speed. Piccolo evaded to the sides, unleashing a wave of energy. Bang! Cell slapped the energy wave, sending it soaring into the clouds, where it erupted in a brilliant display of colors. Just as Cell's expression turned smug, Piccolo rapidly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to Cell's face, leaving a deep imprint and a look of shock upon Cell's features. Bang! Seizing the moment, Piccolo followed up with a swift kick to Cell's abdomen, sending him flying, skimming along the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. You've mistaken me. I am not the Demon King Piccolo, Piccolo replied coolly with a smirk. It is impossible for you not to be the Demon King Piccolo. Who are you? Cell stammered, his expression one of confusion. With a gentle smile, Piccolo suddenly radiated an extraordinarily potent aura. Upon sensing Piccolo's energy, Cell was taken aback. However, he soon smirked derisively. Addressing Piccolo, you will be astonished by my next move. Piccolo remained silent, for he observed Cell preparing to unleash an energy wave. After a brief silence, Piccolo's eyes widened. This is the Kamehameha. Piccolo murmured to himself. Indeed, you are correct. Cell laughed heartily, directing the Kamehameha toward Piccolo. Piccolo was more astonished than intimidated. The power of the energy wave did not particularly concern him. As the Kamehameha surged toward him, Piccolo instinctively dodged to the side. Whoosh! Cell's figure flickered and suddenly appeared behind Piccolo, wrapping his arms around him. Demon King Piccolo, your life essence is now mine. Cell cackled, and as he spoke, his tail lunged toward Piccolo's heart. In alarm, Piccolo swiftly maneuvered to the side. Thud! Cell's tail pierced Piccolo's left arm. Missed, but it matters not. I can still drain your life force, Cell sneered, his tone laced with arrogance. Gurgle, gurgle. Cell began to absorb the life essence from within Piccolo. Piccolo screamed in agony, violently slamming his head backward, breaking free from Cell's grasp and creating distance between them. Upon inspection, Piccolo's left arm appeared shriveled and desiccated. Piccolo gritted his teeth, tearing off his left arm. What a pity. You have transitioned from a position of advantage to one of disadvantage, Demon King Piccolo, Cell taunted. I must admit, I have lost. I am no longer your opponent, Piccolo replied, his voice laced with bitterness. Good, then let us hasten to absorb you. I require the energy of life, Cell said with a subtle smile, advancing step by step toward Piccolo. Wait, Piccolo shouted. Do you have any final words? Cell inquired with a grin. Who are you truly? Piccolo demanded. Cell remained silent. Regardless, I am no longer your adversary. Please enlighten me, Piccolo implored. After a brief silence, Cell regarded Piccolo thoughtfully, finally nodding gently, and with a smile said, Very well, since you exhibit sincerity, I shall reveal it to you. Cell proceeded to disclose his identity to Piccolo. Upon hearing Cell's introduction, Android 18, standing beside Broly, widened her eyes in disbelief. Is it possible that our research facility below has manufactured such a being? Android 17 exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I recall Dr. Gero mentioning that he created an android named Cell long ago, but the project was so extensive that he ultimately entrusted the construction of Cell to the computer. Broly explained. I see. So that means he is also our friend. Number 1 inquired. Indeed, he will be. Broly smiled broadly. What does that mean? Number 1 was perplexed. Well, I have said what I needed to say. Now obediently allow me to absorb you. Piccolo, Cell remarked with a grin directed at Piccolo. One last question. Piccolo exclaimed loudly. Why did you travel through time to this era? And why do you wish to absorb these humans? Cell gazed deeply at Piccolo. And after a brief silence, he finally disclosed his answer. Humph. These humans will not only provide me with the essence of life but also grant me immense power. Cell replied with a smirk. However, merely absorbing these humans is insufficient. The computer informed me that to attain a complete form, I must absorb 2 individuals. Who are they? Piccolo inquired urgently. Number 1 suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, beads of cold sweat trickling down his ice-cold visage. These 2 individuals are the androids. Number 17 and number 18, created by Dr. Gero. Cell smiled subtly as he revealed the answer. Number 1's eyes widened in alarm, anxiety etched across her face. I was born many years in the future, seeking out androids number 17 and 18, Cell stated nonchalantly. Yet, I searched the entirety of Earth and found no trace of them. I suspect they were likely killed by that brat Trunks. Fortunately, Trunks possessed a time machine. So I eliminated him and utilized his time machine to arrive in this era. Upon hearing this revelation, Number 1's expression grew even more astonished. Trunks, who is that? She muttered softly. He's the boy with the sword. Broly smiled faintly. Is he from the future? Number 1 has finally grasped it. It must be so. Broly nodded. Why have you come to this era and transformed into a cocoon? Piccolo inquired hastily. You certainly have a plethora of questions, Cell scoffed. Then added with a smirk, it's not much of a question. My body is simply too large. I can only encase myself as a cocoon to fit within the time machine. As for why I arrived in this era, it was Trunks who adjusted the settings. I merely pressed the button and was automatically transported here. All right, I understand now, Piccolo replied with a gentle smile. Since we are clear, allow me to absorb you. Cell gazed greedily at Piccolo. Humph, you've made a grave miscalculation. Piccolo's lips curled into a smug smile as he suddenly unleashed his severed arm. Cell was left dumbfounded. Although your body carries my cells, you were unaware that I possess regenerative abilities, Piccolo said with a cheerful demeanor. You scoundrel! Cell exclaimed in shock, gritting his teeth as he retorted, You villain, your mind is filled with devious schemes, truly befitting of the Demon King Piccolo. Ah, you're mistaken. That idea was not mine, but rather that of the past Supreme Kai. I have amalgamated with the Supreme Kai. So that's why you are so powerful. I see now, Cell paused, realizing. This means the Dragon Balls no longer exist, right? Cell, I shall not allow your plans to succeed. Piccolo declared sternly. Is that so? It seems your companions are arriving. I might find it difficult to deal with them now. Cell looked up towards the distance. At that moment, Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, sensing the immense energy emanating from this direction, rushed over. Instantly, Cell's situation became precarious. However, Cell remained unfazed, simply chuckling as he called out to Piccolo, Wait here. Once I absorb enough humans and surpass Android 17, I shall attain my perfect form. With that, Cell pressed his hands to his cheeks and began chanting, Solar Flare. Suddenly, an intensely blinding light erupted from Cell's head. Piccolo, caught off guard, had his pupils dilate as he fell victim to the attack. Likewise, Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, flying towards them, were also blinded by the brilliance of the solar flare, each shielding their eyes. Until we meet again, Piccolo, Cell smiled softly, concealing his energy, and vanished in a flash. Once Piccolo and the others regained their vision, Cell had long since departed. They searched frantically, but there was no trace of Cell. That scoundrel. I was too careless. Cursed fiend. Piccolo fumed, his immense energy radiating outward, causing the ground to tremble. Vegeta, sensing Piccolo's overwhelming aura, looked astonished. Who are you? Are you Piccolo? He asked urgently. I am not Piccolo. I am merely a Namekian who has forgotten his name, Piccolo replied nonchalantly. What is happening? Why is his aura so formidable? Vegeta pondered, feeling disgruntled. He has merged with the Supreme Kai, Krillin explained. Is it really that simple? Vegeta was taken aback, his astonishment deepening. Subsequently, Piccolo recounted all the details regarding Cell to everyone present. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of Vegeta and the others grew increasingly grave. This grotesque creature has absorbed my noble cells. Vegeta seethed, his body trembling slightly. No, we Saiyans are the strongest warrior race. I must surpass him. I must exceed Super Saiyan. With that declaration, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed the scene. Trunks widened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "The thought of surpassing Super Saiyan. I have never considered that before. Krillin, Trunks, you two must head to Dr. Gero's laboratory and find a way to locate the computer that created Cell and destroy it. This way, Cell will not be born in our era," Piccolo instructed. Understood. The two took flight towards Dr. Gero's lab. Tien, Yamcha, we will split up to search for Cell. You two, being less powerful, must immediately unleash your energy upon finding him, but do not engage in battle, Piccolo cautioned. Understood. The three dispersed. Broly, we must inform Android 17 of this matter at once, Number 1 remarked, his expression shifting slightly as he recognized the severity of the situation. What do we need to inform 17 about? Just capture Cell and keep him as a pet. Broly chuckled. What are you joking about? Number 1 paused for a moment. I am not jesting. I have always desired to raise a dog. Upon careful consideration, I believe that Shara would be a rather suitable spirit beast. Broly pondered. Very well. Say what you will, but Cell has vanished. How shall we locate him? Number 1 shot Broly an irritated glance. Finding him is not as difficult as you might think. Broly smiled faintly. Oh, do you have a solution? Number 1 inquired with curiosity. Close your eyes. Broly spoke. Number 1, though puzzled, obediently closed his eyes. Soon after, Number 18 felt a warmth in her hand, realizing that Broly was holding it. She did not resist, rather. She was curious to see what Broly intended by having her close her eyes. Just then, she suddenly heard a voice, evidently indicating that her current location had been discovered by Piccolo and the others. It's the androids Number 18 and Number 100. Following this, she heard the voices of Piccolo and the others resonating in succession. Number 1 paid little mind, as these individuals were no match for her. Thus, she was too lazy to even open her eyes to look. In the next moment, Number 18 felt a sudden shift in her body, inducing a slight sensation of dizziness. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes. Instantly, her icy, beautiful gaze met that of Cell, who wore an expression of astonishment. Why you? You are Number 18. Cell stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief, surprise, joy, confusion, and wonder. After a brief moment of shock, Cell felt as though he had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. Number 1 had suddenly appeared right in front of him. A stroke of fortune that seemed to bestow experience upon him. Cell was overwhelmed with joy, feeling that his fate was incredibly fortunate. At that moment, Number 1 also suddenly realized, glancing around, that she had inexplicably found herself in an unfamiliar area. What is happening? Number 1 pondered, bewildered. Didn't he want to see Cell? Now you have. Broly chuckled. I inquired how you managed to bring me here, Number 1, in a state of confusion. This is known as instant transmission. I can transfer you to another location in the blink of an eye. Broly smiled faintly, as long as I can see it. Ah. This hardly seems fair. Why am I not Number 1? Number 1 pouted, casting a glance of envy at Broly. Humph. Number 18, your timing is impeccable. Cell was overjoyed, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. Subsequently, he glanced at Broly, pondering. From Number 18's words, it seems this individual is also an android. Is he perhaps Android 100? What on earth is this? Is there such a thing as Android 100? Never mind, it must be some product for experimentation, Cell speculated silently. Then dismissed Broly from his mind. In Cell's view, absorbing Number 18 would bring him closer to achieving a complete body. It is truly wonderful that you could arrive here. After uttering this, Cell suddenly realized. How do you know me? Just how did you come to this knowledge? With your grotesque appearance. You think you can absorb me? Number 1 scoffed, then swiftly darted towards Cell. Bang. Number 1 delivered a swift kick, striking Cell squarely on the nose. With a dull thud, Cell collapsed to the ground. Humph. Yet, Cell merely grunted coldly, leaping back to his feet, while his long tail quickly lunged toward Number 18. Number 1, quick-witted, seized Cell's tail. Hey, she exclaimed, forcefully throwing Cell to the ground. Die, you repulsive monster. Number 1's hand shimmered with energy, and a powerful ki blast struck Cell fiercely. Instantly, dust swirled around the area, creating a cloud of obscurity. Trash. Number 1 huffed disdainfully. Just as she finished speaking, a chill ran down her spine, as if something ominous were approaching. Humph. Number 18, Soon you shall join me in this refuse. We will share one body. Cell proclaimed with delight. In the dimness, Cell's form loomed behind number 18, and his tail's tip suddenly expanded immensely, resembling a colossal bell capable of enveloping her. In the next moment, Cell's tail descended upon number 18, his face alight with joy. In truth, Cell's overall strength was not vastly superior to number 18's. Perhaps even slightly weaker. However, possessing the cells of Goku, Frieza, and others endowed Cell with a plethora of techniques, and his regenerative abilities were formidable. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to appear unexpectedly behind number 18. Unbeknownst to her, Shina Veli believed herself to be the second strongest android, aside from number 17. Little did she realize that among all the androids, she was the weakest. Number 1 raised her head to behold an enormous hole, its depths cloaked in darkness, exuding a noxious gas that made her pale. Number 1. In her moment of peril, she called out Broly's name. Just then, Cell sensed a light tap on his shoulder. Instinctively, he turned to the side, only to be met by a smiling visage. Bang! Broly delivered a powerful strike to Cell's head, sending him tumbling across the ground several times. Once Cell regained his composure, the tip of his once extended tail returned to its normal state, akin to a stretched elastic band. You have disrupted my plans, and I shall make you pay dearly for it. Cell glared furiously at Broly. This wretch, it was my negligence. Number 1 sighed in relief and nodded gratefully at Broly. Thank you, number 10. Will you handle him, or shall I? Broly inquired with a smile. I shall take the lead. Of course, it is I who shall step forth. Number 1 declared with unwavering confidence, acknowledging, I was merely too careless before, but this time I shall show him no mercy. Go forth. Broly smiled faintly, offering no objections. In a flash, Cell surged forward. Noticing Broly's lack of intent to engage, Cell felt a flicker of relief. He truly did not have the luxury of time to deal with Broly at the moment. His priority was to absorb Android 18, thereby augmenting his own power. However, how to absorb her effectively? A hint of impatience stirred within Cell, for he was acutely aware that his current strength paled in comparison to that of 18, who possessed an inexhaustible energy reserve. Clearly, a protracted battle was ill-suited for Cell at this juncture. Eureka! A grin spread across Cell's face as he observed the advancing 18. Rather than confront her directly, he positioned his hands beside his cheeks. Solar flare. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted from Cell's head, dazzlingly bright, akin to the midday sun, but indeed, several times brighter. Resembling a thrown flashbang, Android 18, caught unawares, was unable to anticipate such a tactic. Her pupils dilated in shock as she struggled to regain her vision. Haha, Android 18, you are mine now, Cell laughed heartily, as the tip of his tail expanded exponentially, descending upon 18. Just then, Cell felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. His eyes narrowed instinctively, and with a cold smirk, he unleashed a blast of energy to the side without hesitation. The ensuing roar was earth-shattering, as Cell's energy wave struck a nearby hill, obliterating it in an instant. Humph, the same trick 1T work on me. Number 10, this is your own doing. Cell sneered coldly, subconsciously believing he had vanquished Broly. However, immediately after uttering those words, he felt a sudden grip on his tail. In a swift motion, Cell sensed a chill run through his tail as something separated from his body. All right, I have severed your tail. Now you are incapable of absorbing Android 18. Broly smiled as a flash of light erupted from his hand, instantly reducing Cell's tail to mere dust. This detestable little fellow certainly possesses remarkable agility. Cell bared his teeth in frustration, having been interrupted by Broly for the second time in his attempt to absorb Android 18, his anger intensifying. Moreover, that rascal had even severed his own tail. Observing that Cell's tail had been severed, Android 18 sighed in relief, placed a hand on her chest, and cast a grateful glance at Broly, saying, Thank you, number 100. I was on the verge of being absorbed by this monster. From this moment onward, he will no longer be able to absorb either you or number 17. Broly smiled and said, Young man, you're celebrating too soon. Cell sneered coldly, Don't you know? My body contains Piccolo's cells. He can regenerate, and so can I. Upon hearing this, Android 18 suddenly recalled the moment when Piccolo's severed arm had instantly regrown, and her expression darkened slightly. At that moment, Cell's face grew solemn as he activated his regenerative cells, attempting to regrow his severed tail. After straining for a long time, all Cell managed was a flatulent sound. His tail showed no signs of regeneration. What is going on? Why can't I regenerate? Cell's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Perhaps your cells aren't pure enough. Android 17 remarked with a faint smile. Broly, however, remained silent with a smile. The reason Cell could not regenerate was quite simple. Broly, utilizing divine powers, had sealed Cell's tail, the very source of his regeneration, rendering it impossible for him to grow it back. Such a method of sealing, executed through divine abilities, was exceedingly effortless for an exceptional Kaishin. Moreover, Cell's current strength was rather mediocre, even inferior to that of the fused Piccolo. How outrageous! Cell bellowed, his energy erupting as he attempted to restore his severed tail. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, there was no sign of response from the place where his tail had once been. This is impossible. This is impossible. Cell roared in frustration. It was no wonder that he was driven to madness. For him, the appearance of Android 18 was akin to a delectable feast. Yet just as he sought to indulge, he found his mouth rendered incapable of tasting. Boy, what have you done to me? Cell questioned Broly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Broly merely smiled faintly. I will kill you. The aura around Cell grew increasingly formidable as he lunged toward Broly with menacing ferocity. Let me handle this. No. One dashed forward first, delivering a sharp kick to Cell's face. Upon spotting number 18, Cell's eyes brimmed with a mix of exhilaration and complex emotions. Without his tail, he could no longer absorb her, left only to gaze helplessly in yearning. Disgusting creature, daring to leer at me like that. Number 1 seethed with irritation, launching into a relentless assault on Cell. 5 minutes later, Cell lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, his vigor thoroughly drained. At this moment, he resembled a spent recluse, overwhelmed by desire yet utterly incapable of acting upon it. By the way, number 100, what was it you said earlier? No. One pressed a foot against Cell's chest and turned to Broly for clarification. What? Broly inquired. Ah, I recall now. You mentioned training him like a dog. I shall leave that to you. Number 1 declared as she delivered a swift kick to Cell. Instantly, Cell's body was propelled towards Broly. At that moment, Cell suddenly flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with malice. As he approached Broly, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy directed at him. This immense power encapsulated all the resentment he harbored within. He aimed to annihilate Broly to quell his inner turmoil. Cell bore no significant animosity towards Android 18, and even harbored hopes of one day growing a tail to absorb her energy. Thus, he allowed her to bully him. Feigning weakness, seemingly on the brink of collapse, Cell awaited this moment, to exact his revenge, to slay this so-called number 100, and then seize the opportunity to escape from Android 18's grasp. Die, number 10. This is your just dessert. Cell chuckled with self-satisfaction. Number 1's complexion paled as she had not anticipated Cell's sudden ambush, a wave of regret washing over her. It was her carelessness that had led to this, surely. Number 100 would be injured by Cell's attack. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Broly's figure vanished entirely. Below, a bottomless pit emerged, shrouded in swirling mist, with arcs of electricity leaping intermittently, producing crackling sounds. Ha ha ha, gone, vanished. Cell laughed heartily, brimming with triumph. What a weakling, this number 100, so easily reduced to dust. Number 1's expression shifted as she too had not expected Broly to be so effortlessly obliterated by Cell. Recalling the 3 hours spent with Broly, Android 18 found him quite agreeable, striking a chord with her. Unable to suppress her anger, she prepared to confront Cell. Yet, just as Android 18 was about to act, a familiar voice resonated nearby. Sorry to disappoint you, I'm still alive. Cell, taken aback as if he had seen a ghost, turned to discover Broly seated upon a stone, grinning at him. How is this possible? You dodged? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I evaded your attack. Your speed was simply too sluggish. Broly smiled faintly, glancing at Android 18. Upon discovering that Broly was unscathed, a subtle smile graced her beautiful face, and for reasons unknown, she could not help but exhale in relief. I shall find a suitable place to discipline him, training him like a dog before I return to you. Upon uttering these words, Broly swiftly appeared behind Cell before 18 could react. He then placed his hand upon Cell's shoulder. In an instant, Broly transported both himself and Cell to an unfamiliar location. Cell glanced around, surveying this strange realm. Where is this? Why is the gravity so weak and the temperature so low? Cell murmured to himself, turning his head. He suddenly beheld the blue planet suspended in space. His astonishment grew, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Isn't that Earth? Cell stammered in disbelief. Indeed, you are on the moon. Broly smiled. What a peculiar moon. A shiver ran through Cell's heart. His fear did not stem from any inherent danger posed by the moon, but rather from the sheer strangeness of the situation. In the blink of an eye, this android, designated as number 100, had inexplicably transported him from Earth to the moon. Who exactly is this android, and how does he possess such astonishing speed? What are your intentions? Cell felt a twinge of apprehension. Broly's uncanny velocity instilled a sense of trepidation within him. However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Cell managed to regain his composure. He contemplated that this individual might merely be exceptionally fast, a type of android renowned for speed. When it came to an actual confrontation, he mused. He might not be at a disadvantage. You would do well to return me to Earth. Otherwise, despite your remarkable ability to teleport, you will find it futile against me. Cell's confidence gradually solidified as he fixed his gaze upon Broly. Snap! Broly's hair was tied up high, shimmering with a yellow-green luminescence, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. What is this transformation? Cell pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a tempest of blows rained down upon Cell. After barely fending off 2 punches, he could unmistakably ascertain that he was no match for this number 100. Consequently, for the time that followed, Cell found himself helplessly enduring Broly's onslaught, utterly unable to resist. Moreover, Cell distinctly sensed that the aura of this artificial human, number 100, was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond anything he could aspire to. I strike you. Do you yield? Broly ceased his assault and squinted towards Cell. I concede, I yield. Cell gritted his teeth. Though the words escaped his lips, his heart remained unconvinced. It seems you are still unconvinced. Then I shall strike you once more. Broly spoke as he continued to rain down punches and kicks upon Cell. On Earth, number 18 was astonished at the whereabouts of Broly and Cell when she suddenly noticed several figures appearing before her. In the next moment, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha emerged on the scene, landing directly opposite number 18. This is splendid. She is alone, Yamcha exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone. Strange. I distinctly sensed 2 incredibly powerful auras here just moments ago. One was Cell, and the other should have been number 17. Piccolo mused quietly. Yet now, only number 18 remains. I suspect Cell intends to absorb her, and perhaps he and number 17 have perished in battle. Yamcha's imagination ran wild as he shared his thoughts. Let us hope so. Piccolo replied, nodding. You two must refrain from intervening. I shall handle this. I will eliminate her with utmost speed, ensuring that even if Cell survives, he cannot achieve his complete form. Good luck. Yamcha and Tien nodded in agreement. Humph, a defeated foe dares to seek death. Number 18 was unaware that Piccolo's power had surpassed that of a Super Saiyan, lacking any energy detection radar. However, she was astute enough to recognize that while dealing with Cell was challenging, Piccolo would effortlessly overpower him, indicating his superior strength. With a tremendous surge of energy, Piccolo radiated a powerful aura, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at number 18. Her expression turned serious. Android, Piccolo shouted, propelling himself rapidly towards her. Yet, just as he was about to close in on number 18, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from the sky. Startled, Piccolo halted mid-flight and looked upwards. To his astonishment, the formidable energy seemed to be descending from the moon. Not only Piccolo but also Yamcha and Tien shared bewildered expressions as they lifted their gazes skyward. Upon realizing that the source of the energy was the moon, they exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. When did a presence emerge from the moon? And such a powerful one at that? It's terrifying. What in the world is happening? Piccolo's eyes widened as he momentarily forgot his intent to attack number 18. There's someone on the moon. Yamcha shouted in alarm. How dreadful. Tien remarked gravely, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Number 18, however, was oblivious to the events transpiring on the moon, unaware of the energy fluctuations. What are you all talking about? She inquired, puzzled. The three exchanged glances but remained silent. Meanwhile, approximately 300 kilometers away in the mountains, Vegeta stood quietly, struggling to regain his composure. He felt humiliated by his defeats at the hands of number 18. Number 17, and Piccolo. Vegeta had resolved to surpass the Super Saiyan level. Trunks observed Vegeta silently, gazing at the father he barely recognized. Suddenly, two figures appeared near them in a flash. Mr. Goku. Mr. Gohan. Trunks greeted them hurriedly. How's your father, Vegeta? Goku asked with a slight smile. My father regards me as a nuisance. He has stood here motionless for quite some time, Trunks replied, a touch of grievance in his voice. I see. Goku chuckled softly, realizing the pride of the Saiyan prince had taken a significant blow from the androids. By the way, Trunks, how is your father's heart condition? He's completely recovered. Thank you, Trunks. Had it not been for your arrival, I might not have made it. Goku laughed heartily. You're too modest, Mr. Goku, Trunks said. Scratching his head, Goku then approached Vegeta from behind. Kakarot, stop bothering me, Vegeta retorted coldly. I didn't expect these androids to be so formidable. You've suffered a setback. And I too have been impacted, Goku said with a slight smile directed at Vegeta. But I will not concede defeat, and I believe you won't either. Humph, I will never concede. One day, I shall crush all these androids beneath my feet, Vegeta scoffed. Let us go, Vegeta. Aren't you aiming to surpass the Super Saiyan level? Goku nodded. I'll take you to a special place where a year of training equals a day outside. However, only 2 can enter at a time. You and Trunks should go first. I hope you surpass the Super Saiyan level soon. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned to look at Goku. At that moment, all 4 sensed a sudden chill, their eyes widening in alarm as they gazed skyward. What is this presence? Vegeta shouted, his expression darkening. From the moon. Trunks pointed at the barely visible moon, astonished. How can such a powerful aura emanate from the moon? Goku pondered, sweat beading on his forehead. Gohan remained silent, trembling at the overwhelming energy. After a brief silence, Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, where is this training location you mentioned? I must surpass him. I must become more powerful than a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Bao Mountains number 1 and number 17 had arrived at Wukong's residence, only to find that Wukong had long since departed, leaving them with nothing but disappointment. The room was devoid of any presence, prompting no one to ponder aloud where Sun Wukong could have ventured. He may have gone to Master Roshi's island, number 1 speculated. Do you know the location of Turtle Island? He inquired further. Number 1 nodded in affirmation. However, following this exchange, number 16's expression shifted slightly as he glanced skyward, fixating on the moon and the vastness of space. After a brief silence, he exhaled with a sense of relief, for he perceived that although the energy emanating from the moon was formidable, it seemed comparable to his own. Should it be an adversary, he felt confident in his ability to confront them. Nonetheless, number 16's demeanor remained serious, as he could not fathom how such a powerful aura could exist upon the moon. What do you see? Number 1 asked, puzzled, as he too looked up, but discerned nothing. There is an exceedingly powerful presence on the moon that surpasses yours, number 1 replied. Taken aback, no. 1 fell into a brief silence before number 17 burst into laughter, dismissively addressing number 16. I am the most formidable artificial being in history. No one can rival my strength. You are truly foolish, number 16. Number 1 merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Above the moon, Broly, having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, experienced a significant surge in power, delivering a brutal thrashing to Cell. I will slay you as one would a mere insect. Broly said softly, Yes, 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 I am but an insignificant insect. Cell nodded vigorously. The pain was excruciating. You have indeed submitted. Broly inquired, I am truly defeated. I can no longer muster the courage. I am utterly terrified. Sharu, resembling a timid chick pecking at grains, nodded in agreement, genuinely fearful. Should he fail to concede any further, he would only face a more merciless punishment. Whoosh. Broly has returned to his normal state. Broly, the Supreme Kai, possesses the ability to read the thoughts of Cell, discerning that the latter is already 50% compliant. The reason Cell remains obstinate lies in the fact that he is not yet in his complete form. In his perspective, once he attains his full physique, there would be no adversary capable of rivaling him. Do you wish to become a complete being? Broly inquired with a smile. What do you mean? Sharu, taken aback for a moment, cautiously asked, have you decided to allow me to absorb Android 18? Bang. Broly delivered a powerful kick to Cell's forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground. Cell, taken aback, thought, weren't you supposed to grant me a complete form? Why are you attacking me when I merely wish to absorb Android 18? Though a sense of displeasure simmered within him, Cell dared not voice it. The recent thrashing he endured had imparted to him the true essence of hell on the moon. Should he ever entertain the idea of absorbing Android 18 again, he would ensure that Broly would experience a fate worse than death. Broly let out a chilling smile. Do you know why my punches hurt so much? Cell shook his head, pondering the impossibility of such pain given his physical constitution. Every individual possesses a soul, and what I strike is your very essence. Broly said with a smile. What? Cell widened his eyes. All right, let me ask you one more question. Do you wish to attain a complete form? Broly smirked and inquired. Have you thought about it? Of course, I have. Sharon nodded vigorously. I can assist you in realizing this desire. Broly chuckled softly. What? Do you have a plan? Cell inquired, puzzled. Whoosh. Broly gently pulled outward with both hands, and instantly, a black collar adorned with bells came into existence. This collar was materialized through Broly's divine ability to summon objects from afar, crafted from the most resilient material in the entire universe. Come, place this around your neck. Broly tossed the collar to Cell, issuing a command. Cell bared his teeth, feeling a sense of humiliation, as if he were to be treated like a mere pet. However, he dared not resist. After all, he was no match for this formidable opponent, especially when it came to enduring punishment. It was far wiser to comply. Humph. Just wait until I attain my perfect form. Then, I shall have my revenge. With that thought in mind, Cell reluctantly secured the collar around his neck. Broly conjured another one, fastening it to the collar, and then nodded in satisfaction. Call out a couple of times. Let me hear. Broly chuckled. You have gone too far. Cell, gritting his metallic teeth, glared furiously. However, in the next moment, Cell was met with a pair of frigid eyes, radiating a terrifying brilliance. The recollection of the tremor that had shaken him to his core surged back, causing him to kneel in fear and plead for mercy. Woof, woof, woof. Cell barked vehemently, his severed tail wagging feebly from side to side, indeed exhibiting the potential of a loyal hound. In time, you shall understand. Serving me, you will achieve greatness. Broly's gaze was profound. Cell was exasperated. As a remarkable artificial being, he found himself reduced to being a mere pawn for another android. It was a state of affairs that hardly suggested success. Yet, unbeknownst to Cell, the true identity of Broly remained a mystery. Very well. I can assist you in achieving your desire for a complete form. Broly smiled slightly, and, in an instant, transported himself and Cell to another planet through teleportation. Cell looked around in confusion, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Broly smiled faintly, leading Sheru as they leisurely soared into the distance. In less than 5 minutes, Broly gently descended with Sheru into a quaint village. Is this the hometown of Piccolo? Why are there so many Namekians here? Sheru pondered momentarily. Broly paid no heed and immediately recognized the new Grand Elder Muley from Namek. Who are these two, and what brings them to Namek? Muley inquired, furrowing his brow with a sense of unease. The Namekians behind Muley remained silent, their voices hushed in apprehension. Broly remained silent, directly unleashing the aura of divinity. Mori was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly shifting. What astonished Mori was the peculiar combination before him. One radiated divine light, while the other harbored malevolent energy. What kind of pairing was this? However, Mori soon discerned that the monstrous entity imbued with dark energy was being restrained by the one who emanated divine brilliance. Great God, may I inquire about your directives? Upon sensing Broly's divine aura, Mori instantly transformed his demeanor, adopting a tone of utmost reverence. The enigmatic god, Cell, cast a perplexed glance at Broly, utterly bewildered by the remarks of this Namekian. Was he not Android 100? How was it that this Namekian referred to him as the great god? What was the meaning of this situation? Cell felt somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, he was merely slightly surprised, and soon quelled his astonishment. In Cell's perspective, even if one were a deity, what significance did it hold? As long as he possessed a complete form. Slaying gods was an effortless endeavor. Broly effortlessly discerned the thoughts within Cell's mind through telepathy. This being, who has slain deities, truly underestimates the terror of the divine. To speak of other matters, even the most lackluster Kaishin of the 7th universe, Shin, if he were to engage earnestly, could indeed defeat the complete form of Cell. Were it a god of destruction instead, a mere finger would suffice to obliterate Cell. I have come in search of the Dragon Balls, specifically the Grand Elder of Namek. Broly articulated his intentions clearly. Immediately present the Dragon Balls you have gathered to this great deity. Without a trace of hesitation, Muley commanded the elders from several villages. Yes, the elders promptly complied, each placing their collected Dragon Balls on the ground at Broly's behest. Sheru's eyes widened as he finally grasped Broly's true meaning. Thus, it was revealed that Broly sought to utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire for a complete body. Consequently, there was no longer any need to absorb androids 17 and 18. Thank you, Grand Elder of Namek, he added. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I would be willing to assist you once. Broly made a solemn promise. The great deity courteously replied, Please, grant your wish. Elder Muley slightly nodded, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The dragon emerged, ready to fulfill my desire. Broly directly employed the language of Namek to summon the Dragon Purunga. As a supreme Kai, He only needed a rudimentary understanding of this tongue to master it. Upon hearing Broly articulate the Namekian language, Elder Muley and the others present were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting an even greater admiration. As Broly's voice faded, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted radiant beams of golden light, which swiftly intertwined and coalesced into a magnificent golden flame, approximately 2 meters in diameter. The flames soared skyward, piercing the heavens. The sky abruptly transformed into a deep shade of black. A colossal dragon materialized against the obsidian backdrop, shimmering with an ethereal green glow, exuding a sense of sanctity and majesty. Those who gathered the Dragon Balls uttered, "Oh, great deity, please reveal your wishes. I am capable of fulfilling any 3 desires." Upon encountering Broly, the demeanor of Shinron Porunga underwent a complete transformation. "For my first wish, let the being beside me, Cell, be transformed into a spiritual beast." "Is that within your power?" Broly inquired in the Namekian tongue. "I deeply apologize, great deity. His energy has far surpassed my own, rendering me incapable of fulfilling this wish," responded Shinron Porunga, somewhat bashfully. Of course, Porunga also spoke in the Namekian language, which made it sound like an incomprehensible script to the nearby Cell. "This is easily resolved. I can suppress his energy to a level even lower than yours, which should alleviate any concerns, correct?" Broly inquired, "Is this satisfactory?" To which Porunga nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Elder Muley and the other Namekians, upon learning of Broly's wish, refrained from expressing any opinions. In their eyes, Broly was a deity of unparalleled stature, an inviolable god. This perception was further reinforced by the fact that the Namekians had long been gathering the fragments of the Super Dragon Balls, and some of the elders had already developed the ability to sense divine energy. Broly smiled faintly and immediately unleashed his divine powers, a tremendous pressure enveloping Cell. Instantly, Cell's expression darkened as he hastily adjusted his internal energy to resist. However, no matter how fervently Cell exerted himself, he remained unable to withstand the onslaught of Broly's divine strength. Within moments, Cell found himself on his knees, gasping for breath. At this juncture, Broly had suppressed Cell's energy to an exceedingly low level. To what extent? Currently, Cell's fighting power was reduced to approximately 200. This method of energy suppression was learned by Broly from Kakarot. When Kakarot suppressed Broly's energy, it was because Broly had offered no resistance. Conversely, as Broly suppressed Cell's energy, Cell's attempts to resist proved utterly futile, for even in his perfected form, he was utterly helpless before the divine power. "What do you intend to do? You promised to make me whole," Cell exclaimed vehemently. "Now, Broly, can you fulfill my earlier wish?" Broly paid no heed to Cell, instead fixing his gaze upon Porunga and inquiring. "No problem," Porunga nodded, the dragon's eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow. A resonant draconic roar reverberated across heaven and earth. In the next moment, before the astonished eyes of all present, Cell's body contorted violently as agonized wails escaped his lips. Within moments, he had transformed into a cicada-like spirit beast, prostrate upon the ground. The collar around his neck seemed peculiarly well-suited to his new form. When Cell attempted to speak, only the bestial growl of a spirit creature emerged. His eyes widened in dawning realization he had been thoroughly deceived. The second wish. Came the command, awaken his latent potential, endowing him with the full power of his original form. Broly addressed Porunga very well. Just as Porunga was about to grant the wish, his expression shifted slightly upon discovering Cell's immense potential. He hastily turned to Broly, the great deity, and remarked, "This individual's latent energy is extraordinarily vast, especially after achieving his complete form, surpassing even your own in terms of energy intensity." "No matter," Broly replied. Broly chuckled. In truth, he harbored no fear of the fully formed Cell, even though a significant portion of his power was suppressed. Nonetheless, handling Cell would still prove to be an effortless endeavor. Certainly, if he were to unleash all of his energy, Broly would surpass Cell in sheer power. Yet, Porunga remained somewhat uneasy. Broly nodded slightly. A resonant dragon roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, simultaneously enveloping Cell in an invisible energy. Suddenly, an immense force erupted from Cell, sending nearby Namekians soaring into the sky, utterly astonished. The third wish was to assist in removing the bombs from the bodies of androids 16, 17, and 18. Broly chose to disregard Cell, instead addressing Porunga. "Very well, great deity." Porunga nodded, his eyes shimmering with a radiant glow. "Your wish has been granted, farewell." With that, Porunga transformed into 7 golden lights, soaring in all directions. Instantly, the sky brightened anew, the darkness swiftly devoured. However, The Namekians present wore solemn expressions, clearly shaken by Cell's formidable aura. I apologize for the disturbance, Elder Muri. Broly waved at Muley and the others before abruptly tugging at the rope that bound Cell. In an instant, with a swift motion, Broly utilized instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Cell, looking around in confusion, soon realized he had materialized on a desolate crimson planet, its surface barren and devoid of even a single plant. There was no need for further contemplation. This was Mars. Broly chuckled, a woo, a woo, a woo. Cell attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet all that emerged were the cries of a beast. It is clear to me now. You wish to convey that I have deceived you, is that not so? Broly smiled faintly. Cell nodded with frustration. How do you perceive your current strength? Broly inquired with a smile. Shara was momentarily taken aback, then bellowed several times, indicating that his strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement. However, the current appearance he possessed was quite displeasing to him. If one wishes to possess formidable power while also desiring a beautiful visage, perhaps one should consider imploring the dragon to transform them into a stunning beauty instead. Broly smiled slightly and inquired with keen interest. Cell vigorously waved his claw, expressing his preference for his current form over becoming a woman. In truth, this form you currently possess is indeed a complete body. There is no need for you to feel constrained, for Dr. Gero designed it precisely this way. Broly chuckled softly. Woo-woo. Cell let out a furious roar, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as he stared intently at Broly, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you wish to challenge me? Broly chuckled, while Cell let out a long, piercing howl towards the sky. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson beam erupted from Cell's mouth, hurtling towards Broly with the swiftness of lightning. With a swift motion, Broly unleashed a powerful slap, sending the crimson flames soaring away. In that very moment, he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and charged towards Cell. The two engaged in a fierce battle upon the surface of Mars, creating a tumultuous storm of dust and debris, as an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire area. At present, Cell's overall strength was nearly indistinguishable from his complete form, while Broly, initially hindered by suppressed energy, found himself struggling to cope, occasionally resorting to his divine abilities to navigate through the crises. However, as the battle progressed, the repressed energy within Broly began to surge forth gradually. Concurrently, the newly birthed energy within him, when intertwined with the suppressed energy, significantly augmented his overall power. After approximately 10 minutes of relentless combat, Cell was left panting heavily, beads of sweat streaming down his face. In stark contrast, Broly appeared composed, seemingly more invigorated than before. Cell's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess exhibited by Broly. Letting out a primal roar, Cell howled defiantly towards the heavens. Yet, just as he voiced his protest, Broly casually flicked his index finger forward. A piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by an invisible flame striking the surface of Saturn. In an instant, the planet was cleaved in two as effortlessly as slicing an apple. Cell stood dumbfounded, his body trembling uncontrollably. Had that beam struck him, he would have been reduced to mere scraps. No, I am not mere fodder. I am Cell. He shook his head vigorously. You may have reached your complete form, but the chasm between us is insurmountable. I could vanquish you in an instant. Broly smiled softly. Cell let out a roar of protest, his eyes filled with skepticism. Whoosh. In an instant, Broly appeared directly opposite Cell, directing his palm towards the creature's head. Boom. Broly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, which swiftly engulfed Cell's entire being. In the blink of an eye, only Cell's head remained, rolling helplessly on the ground. With a glance of dismay, Cell appeared utterly defeated. I grant you a chance for rebirth. Broly spoke in a calm tone. Cell hurriedly attempted to utilize his regeneration abilities to restore his body. To his astonishment and delight, he realized that regeneration was indeed so simple. It seemed he had previously employed a similar method for his tail's regrowth, yet it had proven ineffective then. However, Cell did not dwell on this inconsistency. Once restored, he sprang back to life, feeling as though even if his head were severed, he could regenerate. Just as this thought emerged in Cell's mind, a purple blade materialized in Broly's hand. In an instant, Broly executed a swift strike, severing all 4 of Cell's legs. With a thud, Cell's abdomen hit the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. Confused and curious about Broly's intentions, Cell sensed a foreboding feeling arise within him, as if something within his body had gone awry. Now, let's see how effective your regeneration abilities truly are. Broly smiled. Upon hearing this, Cell immediately widened his eyes and activated his regeneration technique. However, to Cell's astonishment, no matter how hard he tried, the 4 severed legs would not grow back. He decided to give it another attempt. Broly retracted the divine power that was affixed to Cell. Instantly, Cell's limbs blossomed forth. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Broly. "Why yes, you can control my regenerative abilities," Cell suddenly articulated. After uttering these words, he appeared taken aback, using his claw to scratch at his own mouth. "I can speak?" Cell was momentarily stunned. Had he not just moments ago sounded like a beast howling? How could he now articulate human speech? "Let me try saying it again." Broly chuckled, for the divine power had also taken hold of the very throat of Cell. A howl escaped Cell, an anguished cry that rendered him incapable of uttering any semblance of human language. All of this is under your control." Cell finally grasped the truth of the matter, his eyes brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. His body trembled slightly as he stammered, You are not a mere android. Dr. Gero could never have created a being such as you." "You are correct, I am a god." Broly chuckled softly. Cell's eyes widened once more, yet this time he understood the truth in Broly's words. "If not a deity, then what could he be? Would you be willing to be my subordinate?" In Broly's eyes flickered a glimmer of lethal intent as he narrowed his gaze upon Cell. It appeared that Cell was utterly unnerved by Broly's terrifying stare, trembling violently before hastily dropping to his knees in a gesture of submission. "Very well," Broly declared. "Since you are willing to be my servant, from this moment forth, you shall obey my commands without question." Broly squinted and smiled slightly, warning, "Should you dare to defy me, I shall present you with 100 ways to meet your demise." Indeed, Cell was genuinely terrified. In truth, Cell did not fear Broly's formidable power. Rather, he was apprehensive of Broly's terrifying divine abilities. For it was Broly's divine power that could render him incapable of regeneration, silencing him completely. "If you heed my words and exhibit exemplary behavior, I shall bestow upon you even greater strength, allowing you to transcend your current limitations with ease." Broly said, "Yes, master." Cell finally conceded, realizing that he was in the presence of a deity, a formidable one at that. Before such a magnificent god, Cell found himself devoid of any thoughts of vengeance. "Well, since you have genuinely submitted to me, I shall not treat you unfairly." Broly smiled with satisfaction. "Master, what are your plans next?" Sheru inquired cautiously. With a single, sweeping motion, Broly unleashed a verdant flame that struck the surface of Saturn. Cell, startled, initially believed Broly intended to punish him, only to realize that he sought to obliterate the planet instead. The destruction of such a celestial body held little significance for Cell. After all, it was merely an inconspicuous orb within the solar system, one he could easily extinguish himself. Moreover, the planet had already been cleaved in two by Broly, rendering it practically useless. What perplexed Cell, however, was that logic dictated a planet, once severed and its core compromised, would erupt into a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, the planet known as Saturn did not detonate. The bifurcated halves continued their celestial dance around the sun without a moment's pause. In the next instant, a remarkable event unfolded before Cell's astonished gaze. The green flame emitted by Broly, upon striking Saturn's surface, astonishingly fused the severed halves back together. Before Cell's incredulous eyes, the two hemispheres melded seamlessly, their fissures entirely mended. Saturn had been restored to its original form. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a tapestry of astonishment. As he turned his gaze toward Broly, it brimmed with admiration and reverence. At Cell's level, to destroy a planet was but a fleeting gesture. However, to mend one was a fantastical notion. He had not anticipated that Broly could simply emit a green beam to reassemble the fractured world. This individual was truly divine. The ability to restore a planet was a skill unique to the Supreme Kai, the deity of creation in the universe, possessing the power to both create and restore with ease. Naturally, such abilities required profound study, much like Broly's diligent training within Zamasu's body, which led to his current prowess. In contrast, the Supreme Kai of the Seventh Universe, Shin, was rather unremarkable and had yet to master the art of planetary restoration effectively. Broly smiled faintly, confident that the divine techniques he showcased to Cell today would be sufficient to earn Cell's unwavering allegiance. On Earth, upon sensing the disappearance of the aura from the moon, Piccolo's expression turned grave. However, he soon cast a cold, murderous glance at Android 18, as if challenging her. "Are you ready to confront me?" Android 17 was also prepared for battle. Indeed, it would be more beneficial to eliminate you than to allow Cell to absorb you, Piccolo affirmed, his energy surging. Yet, just as he was about to strike at Android 18, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Is that you, Android 18? Have you finished shopping? Piccolo paused, then looked up, his expression shifting slightly. Not good, it's Android 17 and 16. Krillin's face also darkened. How did they arrive here? The fear in Yamcha's eyes was palpable. This complicates matters. There are 3 of them. Tien Shinhan remarked solemnly. We missed our best opportunity. Piccolo gritted his teeth, murmuring in frustration. With a thud, Android 17 and 16 descended near Android 18. They had intended to fly to Kame House, but happened to pass through this area and spotted Android 18 and Piccolo. Have you not endured enough suffering from your previous encounters with Android 18? Android 17 observed Piccolo with interest. Humph, since you are here, let's make it a group effort. Piccolo retorted through gritted teeth. You truly dare to challenge me? Android 17 shrugged, positioning himself at the forefront. Oh, are you requesting a one-on-one duel? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Of course, against someone of your caliber, there is no need for more than one, Android 17 replied with a confident smile. Piccolo chuckled inwardly. If Android 17 wished to fight alone, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate him first. He is not Piccolo, Android 17 suddenly interjected. What? Android 17 paused, bewildered. He has significantly increased his energy. Be cautious, Android 17, he warned, noting the energy radar's readings. Your strengths are closely matched. What? Android 17 was astonished. Prepare to face death, Piccolo declared, launching himself forward with a faint glow, elbowing Android 17 fiercely in the back of the head. With a resounding impact, Piccolo delivered a powerful kick, sending Android 17 sprawling to the ground. Immediately, Piccolo appeared above where Android 17 had fallen, aiming his hand at him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the very earth. However, Android 17 was quick to react, soaring into the sky to evade Piccolo's attack. Observing Android 17, Piccolo noted a scratch on his face and blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating that Piccolo's strike had inflicted some minor injury. Android 17 hovered high above, silently watching Piccolo below. Piccolo, grinning, unleashed a barrage of energy orbs. Android 17 was momentarily taken aback, realizing that all of Piccolo's energy spheres were soaring skyward rather than targeting him. In an instant, over 100 shimmering energy orbs surrounded Android 17. A sense of foreboding washed over Android 17. His face reflected growing concern and unease. You cannot escape, Piccolo sneered, bringing his hands together. In a flash, the suspended energy orbs hurtled toward Android 17. Die, Piccolo shouted. Android 17's expression darkened further. Boom. In the next moment, Android 17 was engulfed by the multitude of energy spheres. The cosmos erupted in vibrant colors, reminiscent of the sun's brightness. Simultaneously, violent explosions resonated, creating a cacophony that was blindingly intense. In an instant, the area where they stood was reduced to ruins. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, blanketing the earth beneath it. Piccolo exhaled, his face illuminated with satisfaction. As the dust settled, Android 17's figure emerged, encased in a spherical energy shield that had absorbed all the energy, leaving him unscathed. A protective barrier. Piccolo's countenance darkened, having assumed that Android 17 would be fatally injured by the attack. Well done, Piccolo. You have truly impressed me. Android 17 remarked lightly as he descended from the sky. Piccolo remained silent, his expression weighted with concern. With a flurry of strikes, Android 17 assaulted Piccolo, landing a punch squarely on his face followed by a powerful kick to his chest, sending Piccolo crashing to the ground. Android 17 stood beside him, waiting for Piccolo to rise before delivering a brutal elbow strike. With a thud, Piccolo was again knocked down. Android 17 then launched a kick at Piccolo, who agilely leaped backward, performing several rolls in midair to evade the attack. Piccolo chuckled softly, shaking his neck and spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Your speed is decent, but your punches and kicks lack sufficient force. What? Android 17 seethed with rage. I am the strongest Android 17 in history. You will answer for your words. The two engaged fiercely, neither willing to yield. 10 minutes passed, and Piccolo was panting heavily, his stamina waning. In contrast, Android 17 remained as vigorous as before. Tell me, Piccolo, while our energies may be comparable, mine is eternal, never diminishing, unlike yours, which is dwindling. Android 17 said with a smirk. Just then, Broly, accompanied by the transformed Cell, arrived on the scene via instant transmission. Unbeknownst to anyone, during this interval, Broly had also visited Namek and summoned the Eternal Dragon to fulfill his wish. What a lively gathering! Broly chuckled and said, "Well, number 100, where have you been?" Number 1 paused for a moment, perplexed, and inquired. "I took a stroll outside and brought back a dog." Broly chuckled softly, then patted Cell's head, instructing him to bark a couple of times for everyone to hear. Woof woof, a woo. Cell obediently imitated a dog, though he was reluctant to do so. However, the thought of Broly's extraordinary powers left him feeling utterly insignificant. What on earth? What kind of creature is this? Piccolo's expression shifted slightly upon fully discerning Cell's appearance. "This fellow bears a striking resemblance to Cell," murmured Lepin from the side. "Indeed, I concur," replied Tien Shinhan with a nod. "It is quite similar. Even the aura surrounding him is nearly identical to Cell's." Piccolo spoke gravely. "Yet, why has he transformed in such a manner? Moreover, have you all noticed that his energy has grown immensely stronger than before? Could it be that the energy emanating from the moon belongs to Cell?" Tien's expression changed at this revelation. "No, the formidable energy from the moon differs from his." Piccolo gently shook his head. Meanwhile, on the android side, Android 1 was momentarily at a loss for words as he observed Broly returning with Cell in tow. "What is happening here?" Android 1 couldn't help but inquire. "You haven't truly turned Cell into a dog, have you?" he asked in astonishment. "Indeed, he is." "Cell." Broly offered a subtle smile. Indeed, beads of fragrant sweat trickled down the exquisite visage of Cell, number 1, as he gazed intently at Cell, then cast a profound glance at Broly, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The sheer strength of Cell, transformed into a mere pet by Broly, rendered this legendary figure of number 100 a remarkable entity. It is indeed an honor for him to serve as my companion. Wouldn't you agree, Cell? Broly smiled slightly and patted Cell on the head. What woof? Cell nodded vigorously. Indeed, the more he comprehended Broly's immense power, the more he realized that being his dog was an extraordinary privilege. Having such a formidable master exemplified the notion of strength in numbers. Truly, Cell? Piccolo also caught wind of Broly's words. Could it be that Cell had been trained into a mere pet by this number 100? Leping expressed his disbelief. This could spell trouble. The androids would be even more formidable. It all hinged on how well Vegeta and Trunks had trained. Tien also felt a significant headache coming on. Cell, why not demonstrate your power for us? Number 1 commanded Cell. What woof? Cell barked twice at number 17, seemingly unimpressed by such a weakling issuing orders to him. Oh, you seem displeased with me, don't you? Number 1 chuckled. Woof. Cell nodded earnestly. Ha ha ha. Number 10, may I have the pleasure of teaching him a lesson? No. One said to Broly with a grin. You're not a match for him. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Broly shook his head. What did you say? Number 1 was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that number 10 would be so forthright. The truth is, it simply is. And I do not wish to dishearten you. Broly spoke once more. Number 10, you are quite amusing. You claim I am no match for this mutt. Yet I am the mightiest number 17 in history. Number 1 felt his confidence shatter and was left with an unsettling frustration. In that case, let us put it to the test. Broly smiled faintly and instructed Cell, go forth and demonstrate your prowess before them. The stage is now yours. Chapter 91. Cell's mighty rampage. With a resounding howl, Cell stood tall and approached number 17, declaring, come forth, the most powerful number 17 in history. Let me witness your strength. To think you can speak, number 17 scoffed. Meanwhile, on Piccolo's side, he and his companions whispered among themselves. What are they planning? Are they about to fight? It seems so. Number 17 appears to be defying Cell. This could work to our advantage. Let us slip away while they're engaged. A triumphant smile spread across Cell's face as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him. A vast aura swirled around him, akin to a colossal storm ravaging the skies. Waves of power surged forth, reminiscent of galloping steeds or a falling galaxy. Upon sensing Cell's formidable energy, Piccolo and the others, including number 16, wore expressions of grave concern. Only numbers 17 and 18 remained oblivious, as they lacked the radar detectors to gauge Cell's true strength. How could your power escalate to such heights in such a short span? Piccolo questioned, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he trembled slightly. Humph. Cell cast a dismissive glance at Piccolo, no longer considering him a threat. Piccolo's countenance darkened. He realized the chasm between him and Cell had widened to an alarming degree. How many lives have you absorbed to attain this power? Piccolo asked solemnly. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Cell disregarded Piccolo, turning his amused gaze toward number 17. Indeed, I shall show you my strength. Number 17 retorted with a scoff. Come then, unleash your attack, Cell beckoned. The insolent demeanor of Cell irked number 17 as he narrowed his eyes and launched a rapid assault. Bang! In an instant, number 17's fist collided with Cell's face. Yet, Cell made no attempt to evade, allowing the blow to land squarely upon him. Is this your attack, number 17? Cell shook his head in disbelief. What? Number 17's expression shifted in shock. Bang! Cell seized number 17 by the neck and with a powerful left hook struck him on the head. Following that, Cell delivered a swift kick to number 17's abdomen. Whoosh! Number 17 soared into the sky, vanishing from sight as if he had been obliterated. My apologies. It seems I may have overexerted myself, Cell chuckled with delight. Number 18's expression paled as she swiftly darted toward the direction of number 17. Go retrieve number 17. Broly commanded. Yes, master. Cell did not dare to delay and swiftly transformed into a streak of light. Moments later, Cell returned, cradling android 17 in his arms. At that moment, 17 had already lost consciousness, fortunately without any life-threatening danger. This scene sent a shiver through the hearts of those present. The individual known as Cell was extraordinarily powerful, able to incapacitate someone of 17's caliber with just a couple of moves. Particularly, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave, as he recognized that if Cell wished to eliminate them, it would be effortlessly simple. My apologies, Android 18. I may have been a bit too forceful, Cell said respectfully to Android 18, aware of the amicable rapport between her and his master, thus refraining from offending her. Is he an enemy or a friend? Android 16 furrowed his brow and inquired of Broly. He is certainly a friend. It was 17 who initiated the challenge, Broly replied. Broly smiled reassuringly, assuring them that he would not cause them any harm. Suddenly, number 1 interjected. What is it? Broly turned his head to glance at number 16. May I have a word in private? Number 1 said in a deep voice. Very well. Broly nodded and stepped aside with Android 16. As for Piccolo and the others, they were completely disregarded by Broly and his companion. Once they reached a secluded spot with only Android 16 and Broly present, 16 silently observed Broly. What do you wish to convey? Broly inquired with a smile. You are not an android at all. Number 1 replied coldly, after I awoke. I examined the laboratory and discovered that number 19 no longer exists. Furthermore, during my last awakening, I did not hear Dr. Gero create an android known as number 100. Oh, you were already aware of that. Broly smiled. Indeed, at first, I noticed that you stood with us without any malevolence, so I refrained from saying much. Point 1 nodded. Then why do you feel the need to speak now? Broly inquired with a smile. As for the revelation of his identity, it was of little consequence to him. He assumed the role of number 100 primarily for amusement, as a magnificent Supreme Kai. Indulging in games within this realm was indeed a source of enjoyment. That fellow named Cell, is he truly your dog? Number 1 asked again. Yes, indeed. Broly smiled. If that is indeed the case, it would be prudent to find a way to restrain him. I can sense that his power has far surpassed yours, and his heart is filled with malevolence, Number 1 remarked solemnly. So, you were concerned about this all along. Broly smiled faintly. Indeed, Point 1 nodded. In the forthcoming period, you must exercise caution, for Cell will take the lives of many. Broly grinned widely. What did you say? Number 1 exclaimed in astonishment. Cheryl, first take care of those 3 rascals over there. It wouldn't matter if you killed them. Broly called out to Cell. Yes, master. Cell responded eagerly, casting a joyful glance at Piccolo. In an instant, the expressions of Piccolo and his companions darkened, their faces revealing a palpable sense of vigilance. What do you intend to do? Number 1 exclaimed in outrage. Since their awakening, although they had clashed with these warriors multiple times, none had met their demise. Number 1. A flawed creation with a gentle heart, cherished the creatures of nature. He was deemed a failure because Dr. Gero had programmed him to eliminate Goku and wreak havoc upon the world. However, Number 16 had defied his programming entirely, embracing his benevolent thoughts instead. Hearing Broly's command for Cell to annihilate Piccolo and the others filled him with a mix of fear and anger. Just give me a day, he thought. Excellent, master. I've been waiting for your command, Cell replied with a slight smile, his form suddenly appearing directly before Lepin. He then directed his hand towards Lepin's body. Be careful, Lepin, Piccolo shouted. Lepin, paralyzed by fear, trembled violently. Farewell. Cell chuckled softly, a flicker of energy igniting in his hand. With a thunderous boom, Cell's energy engulfed Lepin, leaving nothing but remnants in the aftermath. Lepin. Tien's eyes widened in horror, consumed by rage. Piccolo, too, trembled with fury, never expecting Cell would truly strike with lethal intent. Who shall be next? Cell mused, turning his gaze towards the depths of the forest. Within the thicket, Krillin cautiously approached, clutching a device resembling a remote control. This device, recently devised by Bulma, could render androids 17 and 18 into a dormant state if activated within 10 meters of them. Krillin and Trunks had discovered the schematics of the androids in Dr. Gero's laboratory and delivered them to Bulma, who had meticulously crafted it. Krillin moved with utmost caution, his expression grave as he advanced towards Android 18, who stood alongside 17. He recognized the looming threat of Cell and resolved to eliminate the immediate danger. Leaving the monster to Goku. 20 meters, 15 meters, 13 meters, 12 meters. Krillin edged closer to Android 18, now within 10 meters, ready to press the button that would immobilize both androids. However, a sudden, resounding crash diverted his attention. Upon looking, Krillin's hand trembled. His face drained of color as he witnessed Lepin obliterated by Cell, reduced to mere fragments. Fury surged within Krillin, dispelling any hesitation as he pressed the button on the remote. With a whoosh, a green light flashed before his eyes, and he was aghast to see Cell materialize right in front of him. Next is you, bald head, Cell sneered, pointing his hand at Krillin's head. Terrified, Krillin raised the remote, desperately pressing the button, yet Cell remained unharmed. What is this? Cell questioned, snatching the remote from Krillin's grasp and examining it. Oh, a device to incapacitate 17 and 18. How curious. Where did you procure this? At this revelation, Android 18 turned in shock, her expression shifting. Indeed, the remote was capable of halting her and 17, yet she appeared unaffected. Die, bald head. Cell laughed coldly, extending his claws. With a swift thrust, his claws pierced Krillin's body. Ah! Krillin gasped, fear etched in his eyes as he felt his consciousness fading. With a dismissive flick, Cell extracted his claws and crushed the remote in his grasp. Who shall be next? He surveyed the scene. Unforgivable! Piccolo roared, his aura flaring as he launched a fierce assault on Cell. His seemingly boundless energy collided with Cell, yet it felt as though he struck a wall of cotton. Yielding no impact, Cell grinned malevolently, placing his hand on Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that his attack had been utterly futile against this monster. Farewell, Piccolo, Cell declared, unleashing a surge of energy that pierced through him. Piccolo was propelled into the air, crashing down heavily, rendered unconscious. Just one more left, Cell chuckled softly. Tien stood frozen, trembling in fear. Just as Cell prepared to strike Tien, a figure clad in orange appeared on the scene. Goku. Cell's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing him. Krillin. Piccolo. Lepin. Goku's heart seethed with rage and sorrow as he surveyed the devastation. Have you come to meet your end, Goku? Cell taunted, a smirk gracing his lips. With my current capabilities, there is no way you can defeat me. Gritting his teeth, Goku clenched his fists. Just give me a day, and I will shatter you into pieces. Oh, what can you accomplish in a day? Cell inquired, intrigued. Goku remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Broly. Although Goku had not been present, he understood that Broly was the true master of Cell. And all of this chaos stemmed from the creation of Android 100. In one day, I will defeat Cell, Goku declared resolutely. Oh, is that so? Then do your utmost to prepare. Broly chuckled. Master, should we grant him a day? Asked Sheru. Let him have it, but his demeanor is quite irksome. Teach him a lesson, yet spare his life. Broly commanded. Haha, delighted to serve. Cell nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Cell darted towards Goku's direction. However, Goku wore a grave expression. He executed an instant transmission, appearing before Piccolo and hoisting him onto his shoulder. What astounding speed! How could he cover such a distance in an instant? Cell was momentarily taken aback, hastily pursuing Goku. Chapter 93. Master, it was my oversight, Goku proclaimed as he once again utilized instant transmission, now appearing before Krillin and grasping him as well. Both of them still had a breath of life left. If they could return to the temple and consume some Senzu beans, they would recover. Goku sighed in relief, yet his heart sank as he lamented, alas. Lu Ping has already. As Goku spoke to himself, he noticed Cell once more rushing towards him. With a swift movement, Goku, carrying the unconscious Krillin and Piccolo, instantly reappeared beside Tien. That rascal! What incredible speed! Cell fumed, nearly tearing his hair out. Every time he was close to seizing Goku, Goku would vanish in an instant. Frustrated and at a loss, Cell was unsure how to counter Goku's technique. Moreover, Cell had not unleashed his full power, only tapping into a mere fifth of his true potential in terms of overall speed. Tien, let us depart, Goku urged, grasping Tien as he prepared to use instant transmission to return to the temple. However, just as Goku was about to move, an invisible force surged towards him. What? Goku's countenance shifted dramatically. Boom. Caught off guard, Goku was sent sprawling to the ground by the unseen energy. Krillin and Piccolo, who were on Goku's back, were also launched into the air, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Is that your doing? Number 1 turned to Broly, questioning him. To attempt to rescue someone right from under my nose is utterly audacious. Broly chuckled softly, with no reason to deny it. By the way, that bald man's remote control earlier. I clearly saw him press the button, yet why was I unaffected? Number 1 observed Broly carefully and inquired. What do you think? Broly retorted. You secretly sabotaged the remote control, didn't you? Number 1 inquired. You are quite astute. Broly smiled. Number 1 was utterly astonished, unaware of when Broly had destroyed the remote control. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude hastily. If it weren't for number 100's presence today, she feared she might have been obliterated by Krillin and his companions. You are my ally. I will not abandon you. Broly's eyes shimmered with intensity. Number 1 remained silent, momentarily frozen in place, caught in a dilemma of whether to engage in battle or refrain from fighting. If number 16 chose to combat, it would place him in opposition to the androids, yet to abstain from conflict would mean witnessing Cell brutally slay innocent lives. Torn within, he ultimately refrained from intervening. Regardless of the circumstances, he was an android, created solely to eliminate Son Goku, a fact that remained immutable. With a chilling laugh, Cell approached and stamped down upon Krillin's chest. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Krillin's torso caved in, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. He had no chance to utter a sound before succumbing to death. This is your lesson, Goku, Cell remarked coldly. Krillin! Goku cried out in a tempest of sorrow and fury. This marked the second occasion Krillin had been slain before his eyes, the first being when he helplessly witnessed Frieza's merciless act. Tremors coursed through Goku's body as radiant golden energy enveloped him. I shall not forgive you. You have taken my dearest friend, he bellowed, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. However, Goku merely transformed into a standard Super Saiyan, failing to transcend his limits beyond that form. Sensing Goku's energy, Cell merely smirked, knowing his strength far surpassed Goku's current state, making it effortless to torment him. With a resounding crash, Goku unleashed a colossal Kamehameha wave, engulfing Cell within its energy. Yet, the exertion drained Goku significantly, leaving him breathless. Moments later, Cell's figure gradually reemerged, unscathed. With his current prowess, Goku's attack posed no threat to him. Now it is my turn to strike, Son Goku, Cell grinned, swiftly darting towards him. With a thunderous impact, Cell's fist connected with Goku's abdomen, causing him to expel bile and be propelled into the air. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, you can perish now, Cell sneered, his hands already gathering energy for a devastating attack. Suddenly, a powerful shout resonated from the sky. Kamehameha. Instantly, a formidable energy descended, crashing towards Cell. The earth shook violently as a thunderous explosion ensued, creating a bottomless pit where Cell once stood. Tien Shinhan had intervened, aware that Goku's demise would leave them without any means to defeat Cell. Goku flee, Tien urged, continuously releasing energy. Cell, facing the Kamehameha, remained unharmed, yet the sheer force of the attack prevented him from escaping, forcing him further into the ground. Tien, cease. Do not unleash any more Kamehameha waves. Goku shouted. Goku, hurry. Tien insisted again. Gritting his teeth, Goku utilized instant transmission and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Piccolo, then swiftly transported them both to Tien's rear. Goku cast a wary glance at Broly. In the next moment, Goku placed a hand on Tien's shoulder, vanishing from sight. This time, Broly refrained from assaulting Goku, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that Krillin's death might provoke Goku to ascend to the second level of Super Saiyan, allowing them to spar together. However, Broly felt let down as Goku's rage had only slightly enhanced his overall strength, far from reaching full Super Saiyan power, let alone the second level. Thus, Broly permitted Goku to depart, waiting for him to hone his skills before their next encounter. As for Goku's earlier disrespect, Broly had already delivered his retribution. That rascal. Cell finally emerged from the crater, teeth bared in fury. He scanned the surroundings, even extending his senses to locate Goku's presence, only to find that Goku had concealed his energy signature, leaving Cell in a state of frustration. Master, it was my oversight. Cell promptly flew before Broly, bowing in submission. It is of no consequence. He shall return, Broly assured him. Broly did not blame Cell. Seeing that his master did not hold him accountable, Cell's anxious heart finally settled, and he cast a grateful glance at Broly. Let us depart. Broly smiled faintly before gracefully ascending into the air. Number 1, where shall we venture? Number 1 hastily inquired. Let us seek a place to partake in some sustenance. Broly smiled, leaving Number 1 and Number 16 in a state of astonishment. In the next moment, under Broly's guidance, they proceeded northwest. Along the way, Number 17 also regained consciousness and cast a fearful glance at Cell. Number 1 remained silent, finally realizing that the formidable Cell was now willingly acting as the pet of Number 100. Why was this the case? Number 1 seemed to grasp something, and a bitter smile crossed his face as he considered himself a fool. What Number 17 could not fathom was the sheer strength of this Number 100. Powerful enough to subdue a monster like Cell, who could annihilate him in an instant. Where exactly did this creature, known as Cell, emerge from? No. One lowered his voice and inquired. He is an android created by Dr. Gero. Number 17 did not conceal the truth, revealing Cell's origins to Number 17. And quietly added, he was not in complete form before. He must absorb both of us to become his perfected state. What do you mean by absorbing us? How would that work? Number 1's expression changed, instinctively distancing himself from Cell. His question stemmed from the realization that no. 17 noted the absence of any organs for absorption on Cell's body. Was he like this before? He had a tail capable of absorbing others. I am uncertain why he has transformed this way. It must be the doing of Number 100, I suspect. No. One speculated quietly, adding, previously, Number 100 mentioned training him to become a pet, and he truly succeeded. Is this Number 100 also an android? Number 1 pondered, his doubt growing. He ceased further commentary and discreetly glanced at Broly. 10 minutes later, under Broly's leadership, the 4 individuals and 1 monster arrived directly at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma had garnered a certain understanding of the 4 artificial beings from the descriptions provided by Krillin and others. However, upon their arrival at her home, she was instantly struck with fear, her complexion paling. Rest assured, we are not here to cause destruction. We have merely come to partake in a meal. Broly offered a friendly smile to Bulma. However, when Broly gazed at Bulma, there was a distinct lack of tenderness in his eyes. For this Bulma from an alternate timeline bore no connection to the Bulma of his own reality. Broly holds a fondness for the girls of his own timeline, those whom he truly admires. Are you indulging in some food? Bulma stammered as she inquired. Bring forth the finest delicacies your family has to offer. Should we find ourselves dissatisfied, well, this city may very well lose its reason for existence. Broly smiled faintly, gently tapping his right hand on a stone table. With a resounding crack, the table shattered into fragments, and as the wind swept by, a cloud of dust was raised. Bulma trembled with fear, her complexion paling as she hurried to make arrangements. Witnessing Broly's display of power, androids 16, 17, and 18 were left utterly astonished. While they possessed the capability to damage the stone table, reducing it to mere fragments in an instant was beyond their tranquil abilities. Such a feat would require the deployment of a significant energy blast, accompanied by a resounding explosion to achieve such destruction. The notion of shattering the table with a mere strike of the hand was simply unattainable for them. Cell, however, cast a proud glance at them, silently marveling at his master's extraordinary prowess. He mused that it was no surprise they were in awe, given that they couldn't even best him. In that moment, 17 no longer dared to regard Broly with any semblance of disrespect. He was acutely aware that provoking this formidable being could lead to his annihilation. Reflecting on his earlier orders directed at Broly filled him with trepidation, and he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing that Broly might seek retribution. In truth, Broly had little time to concern himself with 17, considering him unworthy of his attention. Before long, Bulma summoned the finest chef in the world to prepare a sumptuous feast for Broly and the others. After Broly had his fill, he clapped his hands and gazed up at the sky. Cell and Android 18 also directed their attention to the same spot that Broly was observing. At last, has Vegeta emerged? Broly smiled faintly. Vegeta and Cell were taken aback. Master, is Vegeta coming to challenge us? Indeed, he will arrive here in no more than 10 minutes. Broly nodded. Humph, merely a small Vegeta. He likely cannot even defeat me. Number 1 scoffed dismissively. That may not necessarily be the case. Broly shook his head, acknowledging the significant enhancement of his strength. How could it be possible to achieve such a level in just one day? Number 1 remained unconvinced. Indeed. Number 18 had a point. Vegeta was hardly remarkable. Number 1 concurred. I can sense that Vegeta's aura has transformed compared to before. However, Number 1 spoke solemnly, recalling that Son Goku had previously stated that given a single day, he could defeat Cell. Moments later, Vegeta and Trunks descended from the heavens, landing at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Bulma safe and sound, the anxiety that had gripped Vegeta and Trunks began to dissipate. You must be Cell. Did you kill the bald one and that fool Lepin? Vegeta remarked with a slight smile, positioning himself opposite Cell. Indeed, it was I, Cell nodded. Well done. I had long harbored disdain for those two. Your assistance in eliminating them has spared me the trouble of doing it myself. Vegeta smiled wryly. Dad, Trunks exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Yet, Vegeta paid him no heed, his gaze fixed with fierce determination upon Cell as he coldly declared, let us find a different location to battle. Cell glanced at Broly, seeking his counsel. Let us proceed to a more spacious area, Broly suggested. Broly smiled faintly, offering no resistance. To read the unmarked version of the novel, please refer to Chapter 95, Vegeta's Provocation. The group swiftly departed from the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, landing in an uninhabited mountainous region. It seems you are the leader among us. I truly underestimated you, Vegeta remarked, gazing at Broly. Do you wish to challenge me? Broly smiled. Of course, come at me together. I wish to showcase the fruits of my training, the results of my efforts as Vegeta. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, responded. You are mistaken. You are no match for Cell. Broly shook his head, showing no intention of engaging in battle with Vegeta. Broly awaits the arrival of a singular individual. Neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, but rather Son Gohan, who has ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. Should he succeed in vanquishing Gohan, utilizing the suppressed energy within him, Broly's power will experience a substantial augmentation, transforming him into the legendary Dark Red Super Saiyan. This enhancement would grant him a more formidable standing to confront Beerus. As for Vegeta and Son Goku, through the trials he has endured, even his suppressed energy has now eclipsed theirs. Moreover, prior to his arrival in this timeline, Broly's overall strength was merely on par with that of the complete Cell. However, following a series of battles, he has surpassed that level and is now nearing the second stage of Super Saiyan. What do you say? You claim I cannot contend with Cell? How amusing. Vegeta chuckled coldly, gesturing towards himself with his thumb, stating, I shall demonstrate the might of Vegeta. Enough of this idle chatter. Broly shook his head, signaling to Cell with his eyes. Cell, understanding the cue, transformed into a beam of green flame, quickly appearing before Vegeta. With a resounding thud, Cell delivered a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. A howl escaped Vegeta's lips as he expelled a mouthful of acidic liquid, his body shuddering violently. However, he soon followed with a disdainful smile, gazing at Cell with keen interest and remarking, Is this your attack? I am utterly disappointed. Cell was taken aback, having anticipated that his strike would severely injure Vegeta, yet the latter appeared largely unfazed. The three androids present, aside from Vegeta, stood in stunned silence, astonished. After all, it was Cell who had struck Vegeta directly, and the fact that Vegeta remained unscathed indicated a significant enhancement in his strength. Android 16 even speculated on the potential damage he might have suffered had that punch landed on him instead. This Vegeta is entirely different from before, Android 16 murmured gravely. It's peculiar. He wasn't like this yesterday. He shook his head, asserting, I could easily handle him now. His power has increased tremendously. Android 16's expression grew serious. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Vegeta, golden flames cascading through the void. Upon closer inspection, one could see a rich golden aura enveloping Vegeta, far deeper than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, while his energy continued to surge. The vast energy coiled above like a mighty dragon, the oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocating those present. Yet, Vegeta's aura persisted in its relentless ascent, reaching an immeasurable magnitude. As the golden light receded, it revealed Vegeta's self-assured smile. Trunks, standing behind Vegeta, maintained an impassive expression, his demeanor unchanged. Well, Cell, shall we commence? Vegeta said with a gentle smile, his confidence amplified. I am willing to oblige. Cell replied, slightly shaking his head, bemused by Vegeta's arrogance. Humph, Cell, androids, you shall come to regret this. Vegeta sneered, transforming into a beam of golden light and directly confronting Cell. With a powerful strike, Vegeta's fist collided with Cell's abdomen, sinking deeply into his form, causing a flicker of shock in Cell's eyes. The next moment, Cell was sent hurtling backward. In a flash, Vegeta pursued the airborne Cell, delivering a fierce kick. With a thunderous crash, Cell's body met the ground, creating a profound crater. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression radiating confidence. This Vegeta is terrifying. Android 16's complexion shifted slightly. He remained silent for a moment before approaching Broly, whispering, Broly, is Cell going to be alright? Rest assured, Cell has yet to reveal his true capabilities, Broly replied. Broly comforted with a smile. Is that true? Number 1 seems a bit skeptical. Moreover, even if Cell were to be defeated by Vegeta, would I not still be here? Broly chuckled softly, lightly tapping his forehead. Indeed, he mused, Broly even managed to tame Cell, which means he surpasses Cell in strength. Nearly a full minute passed before Cell slowly crawled out of the massive crater, his movement sluggish. Oh, you're still alive, Vegeta remarked, standing before him with a smirk. At least you haven't disappointed me yet. Cell, now transformed into a cicada-like form, crouched low, appearing almost insignificant in comparison. Don't celebrate too soon, Cell sneered. Celebrate too soon? Vegeta let out a derisive laugh before delivering a swift kick to Cell's head. Bam! Cell was sent hurtling backward, his body skidding across the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth. By the time Cell staggered to his feet, he realized with shock that Vegeta had vanished. A split second later, through sheer instinct, Cell sensed Vegeta's presence. Somehow, he had materialized behind him. Hey! Vegeta barked, his fist crackling with immense energy as he drove it straight into Cell's skull. The impact sent Cell sprawling onto the ground, his expression dazed and weakened. Let me share something terrifying with you, Vegeta said with a chilling grin. Trunks, standing behind me, though not quite as strong as I am, isn't far off. Oh? Cell cast a wary glance at Trunks, who remained stoic, his face unreadable. Chapter 96. Do Saiyans possess such transformations? Am I going to lose? Number 1 paled, her delicate features twisting in distress. All right, Cell, Vegeta declared, his voice dripping with menace. Time to get serious. Broly chuckled, suddenly addressing Cell. Yes, master. Cell immediately sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring. The nonchalant demeanor of this fellow was utterly infuriating. Vegeta, observing Cell's relatively stable condition, couldn't help but snort derisively. Behind Vegeta, Trunks subtly furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous turn of events. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Cell, overwhelming the area like a volcanic eruption, making it difficult to breathe. Upon sensing Cell's formidable aura, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, his pupils involuntarily contracting. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of those present, Cell stood tall, now radiating a glow reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, while Cell's overall form remained similar to his original state. The tip of his tail could no longer expand or absorb anyone. The Dragon of Namek had infinitely enhanced Cell's latent power, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from his complete form. What in the world? Vegeta gasped, astonished. What do you think, Vegeta? I haven't even unleashed my true power yet, Cell replied with a smug smile. Humph. And yet you are still no match for me, Vegeta retorted defiantly. With a sinister laugh, Cell launched a powerful kick. Bang! The impact struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's face contorted in pain as he was sent flying, crashing into a hill behind him. Instantly, the hill crumbled under the force of his impact, debris scattering into the air. Damn it! Vegeta sprang to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. Humph! Cell grinned triumphantly, his figure suddenly becoming ethereal. Not good, Vegeta exclaimed, realizing Cell had vanished in an instant. When he looked again, Cell had appeared behind him, his speed astonishing all but Broly. This is terrifying. Cell's speed is truly extraordinary, 17 exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes wide with shock. 16 stared, equally dumbfounded by the monstrous being. 18, perhaps frightened, instinctively moved closer to Broly, leaning against him for comfort. Not good. This guy, Vegeta shouted, launching a fierce kick towards Cell's head. Bang! The dull thud echoed as Vegeta's foot struck the back of Cell's head. Yet, Cell remained unfazed, grinning at Vegeta. He casually rubbed his nose and remarked, Humph, is this what Super Vegeta is like? Seems rather unimpressive. Vegeta's pupils dilated in disbelief. Despite receiving a heavy blow to the back of his head, Cell appeared completely unscathed, leaving him feeling as though he had plummeted from heaven to hell. "Now it's my turn," Cell said with a subtle smile, placing his hand on Vegeta's chest. Vegeta's face paled, cold sweat pouring down his brow. "Father, watch out!" Trunks shouted urgently. Boom. Just as Trunks' warning echoed, Cell's golden flame pierced through Vegeta's body. Vegeta's form was propelled into the air before crashing to the ground, completely unconscious. "Father, you vile creature!" Trunks yelled, his fury ignited as he charged at Cell. Bang! Trunks' fierce punch struck Cell's back like an avalanche. Cell merely turned to glance back dismissively before walking away as if nothing had occurred. "Father!" After a moment of astonishment, Trunks abandoned his attack on Cell and rushed to Vegeta's side. "Don't worry, he won't die. He has at least half an hour left." Broly smiled and spoke to Trunks. Trunks was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Broly. "Unleash your true abilities, Trunks." Broly chuckled lightly. "You are already aware, aren't you?" Trunks furrowed his brow. "From the confidence in your gaze, it is evident that you believe you have surpassed your father, Vegeta. Unfortunately, well, perhaps it is best not to disclose it now, as it may dampen your spirits. Instead, allow yourself to discover it." Broly smiled as he revealed the truth. "How do you know all of this?" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I am a deity. My knowledge knows no bounds." Broly smiled. Trunks fell silent. The concept of a deity was quite nebulous in his understanding. In fact, Trunks was entirely oblivious to what a god truly was, for in his era, the Guardian of Earth had long since ceased to exist. Moreover, as far as he knew, the deity was merely another incarnation of Piccolo. Upon arriving in this age, Trunks found himself even more devoid of any substantial comprehension of divinity. Now, with Broly proclaiming himself a god, Trunks felt an urge to laugh. In this vast cosmos, what could a deity possibly signify, and how could one boast so? Number 1 also cast a disapproving glare at Broly. Broly smiled, showing no intention of explanation. "Well then, allow me to reveal my true power," Trunks declared, a radiant golden aura enveloping him. In the next moment, Trunks' energy surged dramatically, filling the vast expanse with an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. With a resounding crack, the sight revealed that Trunks' limbs and body had gained several robust muscles, making him appear considerably bulkier. "What a terrifying individual! His energy is immensely powerful," Number 1 exclaimed, wide-eyed and visibly unsettled. "Is it possible for a Saiyan to undergo such a transformation?" Sweat trickled down Number 1's face. "How foolish of me to be so narrow-minded," he scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "Is this truly your full strength, Trunks?" Yet, Cell regarded him with an expressionless demeanor. "Indeed," Trunks replied, his countenance serious. "This energy is exceedingly formidable. It has indeed surpassed my own." Cell chuckled softly. "However, if that is all you possess, you are no match for me." "Oh, is that so?" Trunks, clearly unconvinced, ceased his verbal exchanges and launched himself towards Cell. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks unleashed a barrage of fierce assaults upon Cell, who merely evaded them, showing no inclination to counterattack. A minute later, Trunks, panting heavily, glared at Cell, utterly exhausted. "Damn it, why can't I hit him?" The veins on Trunks' forehead throbbed. "Fool," Cell remarked. "While muscle expansion may significantly augment your energy, it concurrently diminishes your speed. It is futile to possess overwhelming energy if you cannot land a hit." As he spoke, Cell's physique suddenly swelled, his limbs brimming with muscular definition. "Humph, I too can perform such trivial transformations." Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief, his expression growing even more astonished. "Fine." Trunks reverted to his original form, his face falling as he lamented, "Just kill me, I concede." "Kill you?" Cell hesitated to make such a decision on his own, glancing toward Broly for guidance. "If given time, how much more could you enhance your energy?" Suddenly, Broly inquired. "This is unclear." Trunks was taken aback for a moment, then promptly turned to Broly and replied, "How about this? I will grant you 10 days. Take Vegeta back and train diligently. Once you have honed your skills, return to challenge us." Broly said with a smile, "What do you mean?" Trunks, perplexed, responded, "I have made up my mind. I shall host a martial arts tournament, temporarily named the Broly Games." Broly smiled faintly, suggesting that when the time comes, your side and ours shall engage in combat upon the arena. Trunks remained silent, for he did not comprehend the essence of a martial arts tournament. Broly cast a glance at Sharu, silently urging him to elucidate. Several years prior, an event known as the World Martial Arts Tournament convened the greatest fighters from across the globe. Thus, my master's intention is to revive this tournament. Sharu comprehended Broly's sentiment, for he harbored the same thoughts. Trunks remained silent, Sharo accurately conveyed at this time. The martial arts competition proposed by Broly is open to all of humanity. The specific location will likely be communicated to you through the television network at a later date. Broly said with a smile, "What did you say, Trunks? Furthermore, should you lose the match, all of Earth's inhabitants will pay the price for your defeat." Broly smiled gently and spoke to Trunks. What did you say?" Trunks' expression turned grim. "Well then, while Vegeta still has his breath, let us hasten to take him back for training." Broly waved his hand. Trunks approached and embraced Vegeta, lifting into the air. However, he soon descended, gazing intently at Broly. Mustering his courage to inquire, "What is your true intention? Do you seek to dominate the entire universe?" Broly replied, "You are mistaken. I have no interest in universal dominion. My sole pursuit is the quest for greater strength." Broly smiled faintly. In pursuit of greater strength, Trunks appeared perplexed. "Indeed, I too am a Saiyan. You should be aware that Saiyans are a warrior race." Broly chuckled. "However, even if you seek greater strength, it does not necessitate the annihilation of all humanity," Trunks questioned, unable to contain his dismay. "To me, humans are but insignificant insects. When you exterminate insects, do you feel pity for them?" Broly retorted, leaving Trunks speechless. Indeed, when he exterminated the insignificant, he felt no sympathy. No, he had allowed himself to be ensnared by this 18. Trunks shook his head vigorously, then gritted his teeth and departed, cradling Vegeta in his arms. After Trunks' departure, number 18 regarded Broly with a hint of surprise. "How could it be?" Broly smiled at Android 18. "You can't be serious," number 1 inquired. "Which aspect are you referring to?" Broly retorted, "To annihilate all of humanity?" Number 1 responded, "They are the embodiment of justice. Without a little provocation, would they truly dedicate themselves to rigorous training?" Broly smiled lightly, his gaze remained composed. "However, should they truly be defeated by us, I shall fulfill my promise and eradicate all of humanity." "Hiki, Master, your decision is impeccable," Cell remarked, raising both hands in agreement. "Whatever, in any case, the fate of humanity is of no concern to us," number 1 said solemnly. Number 1 remained silent. Yet her expression revealed neither dissent nor approval. As for number 16, he gazed upward, lost in thought. In the temple, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling violently. "What is happening? Have Vegeta and Trunks failed?" Tianjin inquired. Previously, Piccolo had nearly perished, but Goku had instantaneously transported him and Tianjin Han to the temple and provided them with Senzu beans. After Vegeta and Trunks emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time, Goku and Gohan had entered for training together. "It seems I too must venture into the Room of Spirit and Time for training," Piccolo said gravely. "What on earth transpired?" Tianjin asked. "That Cell and number 100 are clearly toying with us." Piccolo clenched his fists, his body shivering with rage. Approximately 10 minutes later, Trunks arrived at the temple, carrying Vegeta and administering a Senzu bean to him. Upon awakening, Trunks informed his father about the Broly Games martial arts tournament. "Humph. That Broly has granted me time to train. I shall undoubtedly defeat him," Vegeta scoffed. However, after uttering those words, he furrowed his brow and quickly asked, "Trunks, what did you just say about the Broly Games?" "Yes, Dad. He mentioned hosting a martial arts tournament called the Broly Games, though I'm not certain what Broly signifies," Trunks nodded, speculating that this might be the name he bore before his transformation. "What is this Broly?" Vegeta seemed to have pieced something together, his pupils dilating, his complexion paling. "Does this Broly possess any particular significance?" Piccolo inquired, momentarily startled. "I believe I have heard that name before, from my childhood," Vegeta recalled, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. "I hope it is not him. If it is, we are all doomed." "Who exactly is this Broly?" Piccolo asked, his expression shifting. "Broly. He appears to be the legendary Super Saiyan, born with a power level of 10,000. He is a warrior of the Saiyan race. Born once every 1,000 years, Vegeta explained, his demeanor darkening. "If it truly is him, I advise everyone against attempting to confront him. Better to surrender." Witnessing Vegeta's reaction left Trunks in shock. To him, his father, the Prince of the Saiyans, had always been proud and unyielding. Yet the mere mention of Broly had rendered him this way. The so-called legendary Super Saiyan, doesn't he seem all that formidable, does he? Was he transformed into an android? Piccolo queried, taken aback. "I am unsure of the specifics. I recall hearing my father mention this Broly when I was very young. My memory is hazy, but he did say he killed him. As for how he revived and became Android 100, I cannot say," Vegeta replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowed tightly. Piccolo and Trunks fell silent. understanding the gravity of their opponent. Time passed, and Vegeta could no longer contain himself, snorting. How long has Kakarot been inside? Surely he will not emerge on time. No need to rush. There are still 10 days until the Broly Games martial arts tournament. Once Goku and Gohan return, I shall enter for a day, Piccolo responded. What good will that do you? Vegeta dismissed. Fine, do as you wish. But the following days are mine. I'm afraid in the room of spirit and time, one can only remain for 2 days, Piccolo smiled. What did you say? Vegeta retorted, indignant. What happens if we exceed 2 days? The door will close forever, and you will never escape, Mr. Popo explained from the side. TCH. 1 day it is then. Vegeta huffed. Then, if that individual truly is the legendary Super Saiyan, must we still engage in battle? Tianjin uncautiously inquired. You all ought to pray fervently that he is not the legendary Super Saiyan. If he is, I assure you, the end of the earth is nigh, Vegeta warned. Shaking his head, the group fell silent once more. At that moment, Goku and Gohan emerged from the chamber, both in a Super Saiyan state, their attire tattered. Clearly having endured grueling training. Is that Gohan? Am I not mistaken? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at Gohan's appearance. Cell's aura still lingers. He is still alive. What is happening? Goku pondered. Immediately, Trunks recounted the details of the Broly Games to Goku and Gohan. The Broly Games martial arts tournament sounds intriguing, Goku remarked with a smile. Turning to Mr. Popo, are my clothes still here? Indeed, Mr. Popo promptly retrieved Goku's outfit. Uncle Piccolo, I would like a set of clothes like yours, Gohan requested. Certainly. Piccolo replied, placing his hand above Gohan's head. With a snap, Gohan was suddenly clad in a brand new outfit, identical to Piccolo's. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan beamed. Goku. How has your training fared? Do you feel confident in defeating Cell? Trunks asked. Fool. Our opponent is not Cell, but rather that potential legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Vegeta corrected him. What is this legendary Super Saiyan? Goku asked curiously while donning his attire. It is said that a super warrior emerges once every 1,000 years. An invincible warrior. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Is that so? I believe that with diligent training, we shall surely defeat any seemingly invincible foe, Goku said with a confident smile. You know nothing, Kakarot. You have no idea how terrifying the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Vegeta spoke in a low voice, regardless of the circumstances. I must admit that I had somewhat neglected number 100. I shall go and investigate at once. With that, Goku executed his instant transmission, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, under Broly's guidance, Cell had nearly completed the preparations for the arena. 10 days, number 10. What shall we do during this time? Are we merely to wait here? Inquired number 1. I can take you out for a cup of coffee, he offered. Broly smiled faintly. Well, this is certainly preferable to the tedious wait here. Number 1 nodded and readily agreed. Very well, you are free to move about as you please. Let us reconvene in 10 days. Broly faced Android 17, Android 16, and Cell, and after speaking, he was just about to take Android 18 out for a coffee. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared to his left, revealing a figure with golden hair, none other than Goku. Goku gazed intently at Broly, and after a brief silence, he finally spoke. I've heard from Vegeta that you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Is that correct? Goku inquired. Broly merely smiled faintly, offering no response to the inquiry. Goku. This is the arena that will determine the fate of our game in 10 days. What are your thoughts? Cell asked. A subtle smile gracing his face as he regarded Goku. Given that this tournament will dictate the destiny of the world, this arena feels rather inadequate, Goku replied, shaking his head slightly. Cell remained silent. No, I shall still refer to you as Broly. I will certainly participate in the competition 10 days hence. Could you promise me, during this interval, to refrain from taking any lives? Goku inquired. Let us depart, Android 18. Broly paid no heed and instead took Android 18 by the hand. Soaring towards the town, Goku stood there, momentarily frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The feeling of being disregarded drove him to a slight frenzy. In the next moment, Goku had no choice but to return to the temple, letting out a soft sigh. So, do you think Goku has a chance of winning? Tien hurriedly inquired. To be honest, not only Broly, but even that Cell, I fear I am slightly inferior to him. Goku's expression turned grave, and that number 100. Which is Broly. If Cell listens to him, then he must be even stronger than Cell. Indeed, the adversaries we face this time are formidable, Piccolo nodded. There's still time. Goku, you and Gohan should enter for training first. Then I will follow, then Vegeta, and lastly Tien. I won't go in, Tien replied, shaking his head. Truth be told, no matter how hard I try, I can't expect significant improvement. Gohan and I will stay outside to train. Goku smiled faintly. Why not go in? Piccolo asked, puzzled. There are still 10 days. We have ample time. Going in won't yield any further enhancement. Never mind. I won't say more, for you still have room to grow. Goku chuckled, his demeanor radiating confidence. What do you mean? Are you implying you have surpassed me? Vegeta suddenly awoke to the realization, his voice low and serious. Indeed, I have surpassed you. By quite a margin, Goku affirmed with a nod. You. Vegeta's expression shifted. Come on, Gohan, we're heading back. Goku disregarded Vegeta further and descended with Gohan. As they passed Korin Tower, Goku led Gohan inside. Korin, Yajirobe. Long time no see, Goku waved. Goku, I must reiterate, I will not participate in the tournament. Yajirobe quickly declared. Rest assured, Yajirobe, I never suggested you should compete. Goku replied with a smile. Goku, your calm confidence must stem from some profound insights gained in the hyperbolic time chamber, Korin inquired with a grin. Haha, indeed. Goku scratched his head. A battle fanatic, Yajirobe sighed, having spent years as Korin's assistant at the tower. Korin, can you discern Broly's strength from here? Goku asked. Are you referring to number 100? Yes, I've heard he was modified by the Saiyans. Korin responded, I can generally gauge the strength of other androids, but with him. For some reason, I cannot see through it all. Oh, is that so? Goku was taken aback. I don't understand why. But my divine ability is obscured by an invisible energy the moment I try to connect with his essence, rendering me utterly blind. Korin shook his head. Goku was astounded. If even Korin could not fathom Broly, it left Goku's mind racing. Well then, regarding Cell, Korin should have some insights, right? Goku inquired again. With Cell, it's manageable. I can roughly estimate his strength, Korin nodded. Then, Korin, let us see the results of my training, and how I measure against Cell, Goku suggested. Very well. Korin readily accepted. Boom. Goku suddenly unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful aura, waves of energy threatening to burst through the tower's peak. The entire Korin Tower trembled perilously. On the verge of destruction, Korin and Yajirobe struggled against Goku's immense energy, nearly blown away. Only Gohan stood calmly, showing no signs of surprise. Stop. Quickly. It's about to collapse, Korin shouted. Goku retracted his aura. Phew. Korin and Yajirobe fell to their knees, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down their backs. So, Korin, I only released half of my aura. How do I compare to Cell? Goku asked. What a terrifying being, and that was merely half your aura. How powerful do you intend to become? Korin exclaimed, though, I believe Cell might have a slight edge. As I suspected, Goku nodded, then waved to Korin. Apologies for the disturbance, farewell. With that, Goku and Gohan vanished through instant transmission. Atop the temple, upon sensing Goku's immense aura, Vegeta and the others exchanged glances. Their expressions shifting. Piccolo, weren't you going to train? Hurry inside. No time for chatter. Vegeta bellowed. Yet, unbeknownst to Vegeta, Goku had already surpassed him with merely half of his aura. Broly, leisurely sipping coffee, also sensed Goku's energy. However, this was all anticipated. His true competition lay with Gohan, who could transform into a Super Saiyan second grade. In the original storyline, Gohan's transformation was triggered when Cell crushed Android 16's head. Now that 16 was on their side, who could serve as a scapegoat? Broly pondered, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. I find myself increasingly unable to read you. Number 1 elegantly remarked, holding a coffee cup while observing Broly. Did I not mention? I am a god. Broly chuckled softly, remarking on yet another tedious jest. Number 1. With her icy gaze, cast a sidelong glance at Broly and replied nonchalantly, I am still a goddess. Indeed, in this world, you are the girl I hold dear. Broly spoke earnestly. Upon hearing such a heartfelt confession from him, the icy beauty, Android 18, felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. Unable to meet Broly's gaze any longer, her heart inexplicably racing. Could it be that she had truly developed feelings for this number 100? But wait. Hadn't he claimed that he was not fond of women outside the Saiyan race? You are merely deceiving yourself. You stated that you had no affection for women beyond Saiyans, and we are not of the same lineage. Number 18 glared, yet you remain an exception, Broly remarked. In the face of number 1 flushed once more. After a brief silence, number 18 lifted her gaze to Broly. Stop joking around. How old are you? You look to be around 13, yet you claim to have feelings for me. Humph. Number 1 scoffed, though her heart raced even faster despite her words. Broly smiled faintly, offering no explanation. In truth, he was not jesting. His choice of this particular timeline was motivated by a desire to meet the goddess of the Dragon Ball world. Android 18. Among all the characters in the Dragon Ball universe, Broly, like many fans, held a great admiration for her. Unfortunately, in the original narrative, she was taken by the bald Krillin, evoking a sense of dismay akin to a beautiful flower being planted in a pile of dung. However, the circumstances had changed. Broly now possessed immense power, enabling him to bring 18 to his own timeline without a hint of difficulty. Ah, this girl is quite attractive. Would she care to join me for a drink? Just then, a lewd voice broke the air, and a burly man approached, leering at 18. Bang! 18, detesting such men, swiftly kicked the brute to the ground. Oh, this little lady has some fight in her, he remarked. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen men stormed into the CAF. Their expressions menacing. The CAF staff, gripped by fear, broke into cold sweats, paralyzed and unable to intervene. Girl, you're finished today. You will become our plaything. Destined for a life of indulgence, sneered the leader, a scar-faced man, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he gazed at 18, eager to seize her. Get lost, 18 retorted, energy gathering in her hand. Oh, this girl has quite the spirit. Do you know who we are? The scar-faced man squinted, inquiring. Now reporting the weather. A sudden voice from the television broke the tension, filled with apprehension and curiosity, drawing many gazes toward the screen. In an astonishing turn of events, a monstrous figure with a tail and a green body appeared on the television, resembling a colossal cicada, transporting viewers back to a time reminiscent of the Cretaceous period. No one could fathom how such a creature had infiltrated the television, and the fear on the host's face seemed all too genuine. Suddenly, the green creature struck, its claw dispatching one of the men with a single blow. The CAF patrons were left dumbfounded. Yes, focus the camera on me, just like that. The green monster gestured to the cameraman. Greetings to all living in this era of peace. I am Cell, the creature announced with a smile, revealing its name on the screen. Soon, the entire population of the eastern town will become mere clothing, having been absorbed by me. I extend my gratitude to the residents for providing me with life energy. This proclamation left viewers in a state of shock. Even the scar-faced men, who had intended to confront 18, were left wide-eyed and incredulous. Rest assured, I have attained a complete form and no longer require human absorption, Cell added, which momentarily eased the audience's anxiety. However, I am not here merely to share this news. I have a matter of great importance to convey to the world. Cell smiled subtly, his lips curling. Starting today, 10 days hence, at precisely 1 p.m. on May 12th, in the Eastern Region 679, a martial arts tournament known as the Broly Games will commence. Through this television platform, I hope all of humanity will eagerly participate. What is this martial arts tournament? Many viewers were left bewildered by the announcement. Unlike the World Martial Arts Tournament held a few years ago, this time, your sole opponent will be me. No matter how powerful I may be, I will ultimately tire. Cell chuckled, revealing that only he would be competing in this tournament. As Broly had previously informed him that androids 16, 17, and 18 would not participate due to their comparatively weaker abilities, easily bested by Vegeta and Trunks. Broly's participation seemed somewhat redundant, given the likelihood that the arena would be obliterated by the end. This tournament is unique, should no human be capable of defeating me. I will exact a dire toll by annihilating all humanity, Cell remarked with a chilling smile, leaving the audience in a state of shock. I eagerly await your arrival, he added, directing his claws toward the camera. The cameraman and crew were left pale and speechless. With a deafening roar, a golden blaze erupted from Cell's hand. And in an instant, the walls of the television studio and several hundred meters of surrounding structures were obliterated by his overwhelming energy. Buildings crumbled as if struck by missiles, emitting thick plumes of smoke, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Cell ascended into the air, swiftly transforming into a green dot on the screen before vanishing without a trace. In that moment, the world learned the news, and fear washed over faces everywhere. Within the CAF, silence reigned. The scar-faced men, momentarily forgetting their intentions toward 18, stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events. Hey, look over there. Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing out the window. Many turned to see a green figure approaching rapidly. As the figure drew closer, recognition struck. It was Cell. Cell is coming toward us. The coffee shop erupted in chaos, with patrons shrieking and scurrying in all directions. Scarface and his companions had momentarily forgotten about the incident at Table 18. but were suddenly taken aback to discover that they were utterly immobilized. At that moment, Cell descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the CAF. He then proceeded to stride inside with deliberate steps. Those who had yet to vacate the coffee shop were struck with terror upon witnessing Cell's entrance. Many were so frightened that they lost control, resulting in a mingling of coffee and urine that left Broly feeling quite unsettled. "Master, I have come," Cell stated, making his way directly to Broly's side and prostrating himself on the floor like a devoted pup. "I thought you were permitted to roam freely. What brings you to seek me?" Broly inquired. "I am but a mere dog to my master. I long for my master's presence." To which Sheru retorted, "Get lost. Return and guard the arena," Broly exclaimed, his fury palpable. Upon witnessing Broly's wrath, Cell's face turned pale with fear, prompting him to hastily kneel and repeatedly bow his head in a desperate plea for mercy. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, questioning whether this was truly the same monstrous Cell they had seen on television. Who was this remarkable young man? A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: this youth was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, I have no desire to encounter them again. Broly cast a glance at the scar-faced individuals. Cell paused momentarily, a flicker of understanding crossing his mind. "Let us depart. Android 18, the air here has been tainted." Broly rose to his feet. Indeed, it was Cell who instilled fear in them, Number 18 remarked, nodding in agreement. In the next instant, Broly and Number 18 ceased their chatter and soared into the sky. The patrons of the CAF were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the unexpected display of flight from the two individuals. Scarface and his companions were even more petrified, their mouths agape as if struck by lightning. When they caught sight of Cell's gaze, which bore a hint of amusement, Scarface and the others trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't long before their cries echoed through the air, a cacophony of despair resembling a scene from hell. 10 days can be perceived as neither long nor short, as the days passed one after another. During this interval, Broly took a silent visit to the timeline of Number 6, observing from a distance. Currently, Number 6 had accompanied Vegeta to planet Namek, embroiled in a subtle battle against Frieza. Simultaneously, Goku's spaceship had just arrived at planet Namek. Number SIX's growth had shown some results, as her combat power had now surpassed 1 million. However, this level of strength still rendered her no match for Frieza, a fact Number 6 was likely aware of. Broly did not make an appearance, he merely observed from the shadows. To him, Saiyans like Nos, if they exhibited considerable potential, were worth nurturing diligently. However, if their abilities were mediocre, it mattered little whether they remained in that timeline or not. Broly, of course, would not be inclined to favor a spoiled princess from the Saiyan race. After returning from the realm of Norse, Broly spent his days in the company of Number 1, playing together. Unfortunately, the world now seemed to be on the brink of apocalypse, with nearly every shop shuttered. After all, when the end of the world is nigh, money loses its significance. On the 5th day, tanks and fighter jets approached the arena where Cell awaited. Naturally, these modern military weapons posed no threat to Cell, merely serving to alleviate his boredom. In the end, Cell crushed all the soldiers attacking him as effortlessly as one might squash ants. On Namek, Goku, with the guidance of King Kai, finally located the place. "You are the great benefactor who fought against Frieza on the former Namek and saved us, aren't you?" Elder Muri exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it is I. Although Namek has exploded." Goku scratched his head as Elder Muri and others engaged in animated conversation. Subsequently, Goku expressed his purpose for being there. "Going to Earth?" Elder Muri paused for a moment before responding. "You know, Goku, I actually have a suitable candidate here. Dandy, come out." As the words fell, a diminutive Namekian emerged. His name was Dandy, and he often reminisced about the days spent with Gohan and Krillin. Wishing to go to Earth, Muri smiled as he spoke. "But can he create Dragon Balls?" Goku inquired. "Certainly. Do not be fooled by Dandy's youthful appearance. He is an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan," Muri replied with a slight smile. "That is wonderful. We shall take care of Dandy from now on," Goku nodded, waving his hand to prepare for departure. "By the way, Goku, there's one more thing." Muri's expression shifted as he spoke to Goku. "What is it?" Goku asked. "Have you encountered a great deity?" Muri inquired cautiously. "Are you referring to King Kai?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Not King Kai. This being's status is likely even higher," Muri whispered. "Higher than King Kai? Who might that be?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "Since you have not met this great deity, let us consider it unspoken," Muri chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Goku, being not one to dwell on the matter, soon forgot about it. Afterward, Goku returned to Earth with Dandy, who subsequently became the new god of Earth. Upon his ascension, Dandy revived the Dragon Balls on the very same day. Goku then dedicated a day to gathering all the Dragon Balls. Days turned into weeks, and the 10-day deadline finally approached. Following Broly's directive, Cell had remained motionless in the center of the arena throughout these 10 days. At that moment, two small cars slowly approached from the distance. Once the vehicles came to a halt, the renowned champion of martial arts, Mr. Satan, stepped out of the first car. While the second car contained a host and a cameraman. Mr. Satan, what are your thoughts on the upcoming Broly games? The host inquired, microphone in hand. Humph. That fellow named Cell must have planted explosives at the television station ahead of time. This is merely a tedious ruse, Mr. Satan proclaimed with pride, boasting that he would challenge all of humanity, perhaps unaware that he would soon face the global martial arts champion, Satan himself. Hooray, hooray for Mr. Satan. Before the television screen, the audience was captivated by the martial arts tournament that would determine the fate of humanity. Upon hearing Mr. Satan's words, the crowd erupted into cheers, fervently chanting his name. Cell, even if you apologize now, it is too late. Mr. Satan shouted, pointing at Cell. Cell paid no heed to the noisy ant. For in the presence of formidable humans, an ant's struggles would hardly garner attention. Look, he is so frightened he cannot speak. Mr. Satan laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, friends from around the world, we have successfully arrived at the venue for the Broly Games. Mr. Satan will challenge the invincible Cell, the host announced. The applause echoed worldwide. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta arrived at the scene first, having flown in. He flew here. Both the host and Mr. Satan were momentarily taken aback. Surprised. It's Vegeta. He seems to have forgotten the pain of past injuries, Cell remarked disdainfully, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta merely smiled confidently. Then noticed that Broly was not present and inquired, "Where is your master?" "You are not worthy of knowing my master's whereabouts," Cell scoffed coldly. "Whatever. Once I eliminate you, your master will follow suit," Vegeta replied nonchalantly. What an arrogant fellow, Cell shook his head, choosing not to engage Vegeta further. It appeared that this individual had also come to participate in the tournament. I shall interview him, the host thought, gathering his courage to approach Vegeta. Be gone. Do not disturb me, Vegeta's expression turned icy as he spoke coldly. The host jumped back in fright, hastily retreating with microphone in hand. What a terrifying individual. His demeanor is truly chilling, the host thought to himself, still shaken. Hey, look over there. At that moment, the cameraman pointed towards the horizon, beckoning the host and Mr. Satan. Upon glancing skyward, they noticed 6 glowing orbs rapidly approaching from the heavens. It is people. More individuals are flying in. The host observed intently and shouted loudly. Is this a magic trick? Satan's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Wukong, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tien Shin'an 6 individuals descended upon the edge of the arena. Son Wukong, you have finally arrived, Cell remarked with a subtle smile upon seeing Wukong and the others. Where is Broly? Why haven't they come? Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Humph, with your status, you are unworthy of knowing my master's whereabouts, Cell replied with a cold sneer. Very well, let us commence, Wukong said with a smile, appearing unfazed. You are rather straightforward, son Wukong, Cell nodded. Let us hasten the competition. Who shall face off first, you or Vegeta? Vegeta, would you prefer to go first? Wukong cheerfully inquired. Humph, there is no need for that. Ultimately, I shall be the victor, Vegeta scoffed. Then I shall take the lead. Wukong declared as he stepped onto the platform. Hey, how can you arbitrarily decide the order of appearances? Satan interjected loudly, at the very least. There should be a proper sequence. My friend, are you here to participate in the martial arts tournament as well? The host directed the microphone towards Wukong. Indeed, Wukong nodded. Humph, I shall take the stage first. Only I can defeat Cell. Satan boldly stepped onto the arena. Cell cast a disinterested glance at Satan, but remained silent. Enough of this chatter. Cell, send Satan flying, he commanded. Just then, Broly descended from the sky with androids 16, 17, and 18, landing at the edge of the arena. Before they even arrived, Broly's voice echoed in Cell's mind. Yes, master. In obedience, Cell launched a kick that sent Satan soaring. Bang! Satan's body collided with a distant mountain, rolling down its slope. The host and the cameraman were left dumbfounded, their faces pale. All right, son Wukong, you may begin. Broly smiled faintly and addressed son Goku. Goku gazed deeply at Broly, giving a slight nod as he stepped onto the stage. Let me witness the fruits of your training during this period. Cell also smiled subtly, his limbs relaxing slightly. A look of unwavering confidence and boundless fighting spirit adorned Goku's face, and in an instant, his expression shifted. Boom. An immensely powerful aura suddenly emanated from Goku, enveloped in layers of resplendent golden light, shining as brilliantly as the stars in the night sky. Among them, Tien Shinhan's strength was the weakest, causing him to stumble backward. As for the host and the cameraman, they were propelled to a considerable height before crashing heavily to the ground. Broly sensed it slightly. Indeed, Goku's power now closely resembled that depicted in the original narrative, embodying the state of full-powered Super Saiyan. The full-powered Super Saiyan, in essence, is not far removed from the second tier of Super Saiyan. The full-powered Super Saiyan possesses approximately 80 times the base combat strength, while the second tier boasts 100 times. In comparison to the legendary Super Saiyan, these figures seem almost trivial. Truly, Goku, your training achievements have left me in awe. Cell smiled faintly, and suddenly an even more formidable aura erupted around him. This time, Tien Shinhan slid back a greater distance, and both the announcer and the cameraman soared to even greater heights. Vegeta's eyes blazed with frustration, his face etched with unwillingness. Is this truly the extent of Kakarot's power? That detestable fellow. Vegeta's body trembled slightly, but alas, Cell surpassed him in strength. Come on, Goku. I have awaited this day for far too long. Cell beckoned to Goku. Whoosh. Goku swiftly darted towards Cell. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in midair. Broly cast a glance, and as recorded in the original work, Goku's overall strength was nearly comparable to that of Cell, albeit slightly weaker. Furthermore, Cell's current form resembled that of a monstrous creature, making it more suitable for both offense and defense than his humanoid state in the source material. This prompted Cell to glance appreciatively at Broly during the battle, acknowledging his foresight as a master. As the conflict persisted for approximately 10 minutes, Cell began to dominate. In contrast, Goku appeared somewhat fatigued, panting as he hovered in the air. How had they trained to reach such a level in just a few days? Number 1 was sweating profusely. He recalled that Goku had previously struggled against him. These individuals had completely disregarded his presence. With gritted teeth, Number 1 thought. Thank you for the 100 book coins donation to view the unformatted version of the novel. Chapter 103. Rage, Gohan. Number 1 remained silent, his expression grave. After all, the rapid growth of Goku and his companions had rendered Number 16 merely an observer. Goku, your stamina has significantly declined. Perhaps you should consume a Senzu bean. Let us continue, Cell said with a slight smile, addressing Goku. In an instant, Goku dissipated the golden aura enveloping him, reverting to his ordinary Super Saiyan state. I concede. I admit defeat, Goku declared. The onlookers were taken aback. What did you say, Goku? Do you understand the consequences of your words? Cell scoffed. If you concede, it signifies that the entire world has lost this match, and I shall eliminate everyone. I never claimed that no one would participate, Goku chuckled. Mr. Satan, it's your turn to compete. An onlooker suddenly directed at the battered Satan. Satan, terrified, almost fainted. It was quite remarkable that he survived after being kicked by Cell. What nonsense! Kakarot actually admitted defeat. Vegeta gritted his teeth, unable to contain his outrage. What difference does it make if no one participates? Vegeta remarked, acknowledging that both he and Trunks had made considerable progress, yet they paled in comparison to Goku. Cell smiled gently. Gohan, Goku called out from a distance. Everyone was once again astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they turned to Gohan. Gohan remained silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Goku flew to Gohan's side, patted his back, and said with a smile, Gohan, you should challenge Cell. Your father believes in you. Goku, don't joke around. Gohan is still just a child, Piccolo exclaimed loudly. I am not jesting. Gohan will undoubtedly succeed. Goku replied with a grin. All right, father, I will give it a try. Gohan said, nodding heavily. I will cheer for you. Goku beamed. Gohan removed his cape and confidently approached Cell. Tien, may I have a Senzu bean? Goku asked Tien. Without hesitation, Tien tossed a Senzu bean to Goku, mistakenly believing he intended to consume it. In the original storyline, it was Krillin who handled the Senzu beans, however. In this timeline, Krillin had been slain, relegating Tien to the role of the bean bearer. Cell, Goku said, tossing the Senzu bean to Cell. This is a Senzu bean. Eat it. Cell chuckled softly, showing no reluctance as he consumed the bean. Boom. Cell's aura erupted once more. emanating a powerful energy that instilled fear and tremors among the spectators. This is terrifying. Cell's energy is overwhelmingly strong. Goku, what you are doing? Gohan is risking his life. You will regret this. Piccolo seethed, baring his teeth in indignation. Rest assured, Piccolo, Gohan will be fine, Goku asserted confidently. Piccolo fell silent. In the next moment, Gohan also unleashed an extraordinarily potent aura. Although it was somewhat weaker than Goku's, it surpassed that of Vegeta and Trunks by a considerable margin. This kid, how can his energy be so formidable? Vegeta trembled. Goku, on the other hand, wore a smile that radiated confidence. Indeed, Gohan is truly remarkable. Being Goku's son, Cell remarked with a gentle smile. Goku. Piccolo suddenly interjected. What is it, Piccolo? Goku inquired. Are you still worried about Gohan? Have faith. He will defeat Cell. Goku, do not forget, defeating Cell is not the only challenge. There is also number 100 lurking behind him. Piccolo could not help but glance at Broly. That is precisely why I have Gohan take the stage. After much contemplation, I believe only Gohan possesses the capability to defeat both Cell and Broly, Goku stated earnestly. What? Surely, you jest. Piccolo exclaimed, taken aback. Goku smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Goku, do not forget the immense aura from the moon, Piccolo cautioned, shaking his head as cold sweat dripped down his face. Goku nodded lightly, recalling the formidable energy emanating from the moon. However, what perplexed Goku and the others was the identity of that aura. Could it truly belong to Broly? Yet, Broly had not exhibited any energy recently, leaving Goku and the others at a loss. At this moment, the battle between Cell and Gohan finally commenced. Although Gohan possessed tremendous energy, his combat experience paled in comparison to Goku, let alone Cell. After a brief exchange, Cell unleashed a ki blast that sent Gohan hurtling backward. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan's body penetrated a towering mountain, causing rocks to crumble and the earth to tremble. All right, son Goku, your son is dead. It's your turn now. Cell said with a subtle smile gracing his face. Watch closely, Cell, Goku bellowed. As his words echoed, Gohan emerged step by step from the ruins. Cell was momentarily taken aback, displaying a hint of surprise. Unleash your full power, Cell, Gohan declared coldly. I finally understand my father's intentions. Only I can defeat you. Oh, is that so? Cell replied with a slight smirk. Since I was a child, whenever I became enraged, I possessed extraordinary power. I believe my father allowed me to fight you knowing this. Gohan continued, I am different from my father. He relishes battle, but I do not. So, if I make you angry, you will wield power beyond mine? Cell chuckled. Indeed, Gohan nodded lightly. Very well, then let us see you get angry. Show me who you will kill to evoke that anger, Cell said with a light laugh, his hand glowing as he swiftly pierced through the host holding the microphone. What? What are you doing? Gohan roared with fury. Killing. What else? Don't you wish to become enraged? Then let us see that anger. Cell replied with a slight smile, his figure flickering as he appeared beside the frightened photographer. Stop. Gohan shouted vehemently. Immediately, he lunged towards Cell. Thud. Cell kicked Gohan fiercely. Then with a wave of his hand, cleaved the already petrified photographer in two. Scoundrel. Stop this at once. Gohan shouted. Next, it will be this martial arts champion, Cell sneered. Run. Gohan urged Satan loudly. Satan was trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Upon hearing Gohan's call, he attempted to flee, yet his legs betrayed him, refusing to move. To kill the world martial arts champion, I wonder if that would truly enrage you. Cell remarked with a grin. Ah. Satan knelt, fervently bowing before Cell. Please spare me, I am nothing but a coward. Just let me go. Humph, useless trash. And you dare to call yourself a world champion? Cell scoffed, delivering a kick to Satan's back. Please, spare me. I promise I won't do it again. I swear. Satan pleaded desperately, prostrating himself on the ground. Let him go. Release him. He is innocent. Gohan's body trembled with rage. Yes, continue to be angry. That will unleash all your latent energy, Cell chuckled, suddenly stomping down. Crack. Cell's foot plunged through Satan's back, emerging from his chest, leaving him lifeless without a sound. Gohan's body quaked incessantly, reaching the precipice of fury. Broly, witnessing the scene before him, could not help but shake his head slightly. Gohan, after all, still lacked a touch of prowess to ascend to the second level of Super Saiyan. The three deceased individuals bore no relation to Gohan in the present. They were merely ordinary souls. In the original narrative, the fallen android 16 had delivered a heartfelt message to Gohan before his demise, crushed by Cell's foot, which ultimately triggered Gohan's transformation. Noting that Gohan was still a step away from achieving his potential, Broly offered a subtle smile and, in an instant, appeared behind an individual. Bang! Broly soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick directly to this person's lower back. Piccolo! Goku exclaimed in shock. The one who had just been sent flying by Broly was none other than Piccolo himself. Caught completely off guard, Piccolo had not anticipated Broly's sudden assault, leading him to stumble and land at Cell's feet. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. Cell, finish him off. Broly commanded. Yes, master. Cell smiled faintly, seizing Piccolo by his collar and lifting him off the ground. He then placed his hand on Piccolo's forehead, a boundless smile gracing his face. Stop. Stop. You must stop. Gohan's body trembled. Piccolo was the one closest to him aside from his parents. Gohan, live well. Piccolo smiled at Gohan, filled with comfort and admiration. Useless trash, die. A flash of energy erupted. Boom. In an instant, Piccolo's head exploded, killing him instantly. Goku and the others were left in shock, unable to comprehend that Cell would slay Piccolo. It felt as though a beam of light pierced Gohan's mind, leaving him in a daze. Useless trash. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy. Boom. A vast and overwhelming aura erupted from Gohan, shaking the earth and roiling the clouds, suffocating all in its wake. Waves of energy radiated from Gohan, stirring up dust and creating a tempestuous scene. In that moment, Gohan was enveloped in a powerful and blinding golden aura. Arcs of electricity dancing within, a sight to behold. Upon sensing Gohan's immense power, all present turned pale. Gohan's hair stood on end as he approached Cell, step by deliberate step. After a brief silence, Cell could not help but laugh heartily. Finally transformed. Now this is getting interesting, he smirked. You killed Uncle Piccolo. I will not let you go unpunished. Gohan's voice turned icy. Come on, let me witness your true strength, Cell replied with a slight smile. Bang. Gohan delivered a heavy punch directly to Cell's abdomen without hesitation. A dull thud sounded, and Cell's face turned pale as he spat blood. Slap. Gohan's follow-up kick struck Cell's head, sending him soaring before crashing heavily to the ground. How can this kid possess such immense energy? Vegeta exclaimed, wide-eyed. Trunks stared in disbelief at Gohan, witnessing the fury of this Saiyan. Gohan continued to advance towards Cell, each step resonating with earth-shattering intensity. Blood flowed from Cell's mouth as he trembled under Gohan's overwhelming presence. With gritted teeth, Cell shot into the sky, a shadow of despair crossing his face. The outcome remains to be seen. He scoffed, condensing a powerful energy wave in his hands. Gohan, if you have the skill, try this move. If you dare to dodge, I'll obliterate the earth. The energy wave surged toward Gohan with ferocity. Such a colossal wave made everyone present, except for Broly, turn pale. Magic flash. Just as Cell's energy wave neared Gohan, he conjured a sphere of golden light, striking upward against the descending attack. Whoosh. Cell's energy wave was instantly repelled by Gohan's magic flash. Boom. The magic flash surged forward, engulfing Cell entirely. As the smoke dissipated, Cell's disfigured body was revealed. Humph. Gohan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Aya. Cell screeched, activating his regeneration ability as his mangled form began to mend. Gohan, kill him now. Only you can end him. Do not give him a chance to breathe. Goku shouted. Father, it's still too early to kill him. He has slain Uncle Piccolo. I must make him suffer first, Gohan replied with a slight smile, unfazed. Just then, Cell fully restored himself, descending with boundless fury. He swelled several times in size, his massive fist crashing down toward Gohan. Whoosh. Gohan deftly dodged and delivered a kick to Cell's head. Cell coughed up bile, his expression contorted in agony. Enough. A sudden voice rang out. Cell, retreat. With that, Broly soared into the air, landing opposite Gohan. I am the most powerful Cell ever. You think you can dictate terms to me? Cell shouted defiantly, unwilling to accept his current plight. However, upon meeting Broly's fearsome gaze, he faltered. No, master. I was wrong. I was blinded by rage. I did not mean to defy you. Cell hastily knelt, bowing his head fervently. I warned you. To offend me is to face death. Broly narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed gently at Cell. Instantly, Cell's entire body convulsed violently. Ah, master. I shall never dare again. Cell cried out in agony. With a resounding crack, amidst Cell's wails of despair, a faint green luminescence suddenly enveloped Broly's form. Broly has already transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Bang! Broly leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell soaring into the sky. Boom! Immediately thereafter, a brilliant yellow-green flame erupted, striking Cell with tremendous force. Whoosh! Cell's body shattered into countless fragments, utterly obliterated by the onslaught of that radiant fire, leaving no chance of survival. This was merely a warm-up exercise, and it sufficed. Broly smiled faintly, observing Gohan with keen interest. As for that fellow Cell, Broly had initially intended to spare him, but due to his insolent tongue, he deemed it fitting to eliminate him. Broly is a deity. Vanquishing a mere Cell is a trivial task for him. Witnessing Broly dispatch Cell with such ease left all present in a state of astonishment. Their faces marked by sheer disbelief and silence. After all, it was Cell, and he had been eliminated in an instant. Wait, this aura. Goku was the first to react. This overwhelming energy, was it not the same that descended from the moon? Could it be that the aura from the moon belonged to Broly? Vegeta. Goku called out to Vegeta. However, when Goku turned to look at Vegeta, he was taken aback to find Vegeta frozen in shock, his body trembling ever so slightly. Vegeta, what is wrong? What have you discovered? Goku inquired. Father, what is happening? Trunks also asked, trembling more violently. Vegeta seemed to be grappling with a realization, yet words eluded him. Tien Shinhan was breaking out in a cold sweat, suddenly feeling that he ought not to have come here. If even Vegeta was rendered this way, the proud prince of the Saiyans. It was hard to believe he had ever shown such fear even in the presence of Frieza. Who, then, was this Broly, the 100th android? The androids remained speechless. After a brief silence, Android 17 could not help but smile bitterly. Now it was clear why Cell was willing to serve as the 100th's dog. It turned out the 100th was immensely powerful. The face of Android 18 was slick with cold sweat. That scoundrel Dr. Gero, if he could create such a formidable android. Why did he create us? Android 18 said solemnly. Perhaps he is not an android. Android 16 suddenly interjected. What do you mean he is not an android? Both Android 17 and 18 turned to 16. At that moment, Broly's piercing gaze swept toward Android 16. Android 17's heart raced, and his complexion changed. What I mean is, he is not an ordinary android. He is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Android 17 hastily clarified. The ultimate android, indeed, that title suits him well. Android 18 nodded seriously. In truth, Broly had nothing to conceal regarding his identity. From the very beginning, he had approached the situation with a playful attitude, never intending to hide who he was. Just moments ago, when Android 16 mentioned that Broly was not an android, Broly merely glanced at him. And the sight alone had terrified Android 16. This is a deity, a being exalted above all in the universe. Even a mere glance from a god can send shivers through mortals, so much so that it could seize their hearts and bring about their demise. For Broly now, this was entirely within his capabilities. To confront Android 16, he merely needed to use divine awareness to probe the components within him, altering one with divine power, potentially leading to a malfunction in Android 16's programming. Hey, Vegeta. Goku flew over, calling out to Vegeta. The sound of Goku's voice roused Vegeta from his stupor. He lifted his gaze to meet Goku's. Vegeta, pull yourself together, Goku urged. A bitter smile crossed Vegeta's face, yet his eyes reflected fear and unease. Could it be that he truly is the legendary Super Saiyan you speak of? Goku asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, he is. The legendary Super Saiyan who emerges once every 1,000 years among the Saiyans, Vegeta replied solemnly, as if merely uttering the words legendary Super Saiyan sent a chill through him. It's all right, Vegeta. Gohan has already transformed, Goku reassured him. Kakarot, you are so naive, Vegeta retorted coldly. Goku fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his face, his expression betraying his unease. Amidst the discourse between Goku and Vegeta, Broly paid them little mind. At that moment, the individual who piqued Broly's interest the most was Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan second grade. Currently, Broly's base combat power was lower than Gohan's, although he had become the legendary Super Saiyan. Amplifying his power by 500 times, his lower base strength meant that in terms of energy intensity, he was nearly on par with Gohan. Of course, this only referred to Broly's energy intensity. If divine abilities were factored in, subduing Gohan would be a simple affair. However, using divine powers in battle against Gohan would fail to serve the purpose of honing his skills. Gohan, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I hope you do not disappoint me. Broly gazed at Gohan with a broad smile, exuding an air of boundless mirth. The true perpetrator behind the demise of Uncle Piccolo is not Cell, but you? Gohan declared in a somber tone. Indeed, hasten to avenge your Uncle Piccolo. Broly's indifferent smile lingered, for he regarded beings such as Piccolo and the entirety of humanity within this realm as inconsequential, mere insects to be crushed without a second thought. Would one feel sorrow for the demise of a few ants? Likely, one would not even spare them a glance. I shall not spare you, roared Gohan, his fury igniting as he tied his hair high, his golden aura intensifying with radiant brilliance. Simultaneously, amidst the golden light emanating from Gohan's form, arcs of lightning emerged, flickering with a purplish-white flame. What? Gohan, consumed by rage, let out a primal scream and surged towards Broly with astonishing speed. The force of Gohan's fist, imbued with boundless energy, descended upon Broly with overwhelming might. The chilling intensity of Gohan's power stirred something within Broly, causing a subtle change in his demeanor. Without resorting to divine abilities, Broly could only rely on sheer energy to withstand the onslaught. Broly concentrated energy in his right hand and unleashed an extraordinarily powerful punch directed at Gohan's fist. With a thunderous roar, the two fists collided mid-air the very next moment. Before they made contact, the surrounding void began to distort due to the fusion of their immense energies. Simultaneously, arcs of purple and white lightning erupted within the void, radiating outward. The overwhelming energy surged like a tempest, rendering the stars devoid of color. Get away from here, Goku shouted loudly. As soon as Goku's words echoed, Broly's and Gohan's fists finally met. Instantly, their collision birthed layers of golden and yellow-green halos. Boom. The halos radiated outward, resembling a tempestuous storm with colossal waves crashing skyward. In this chaos, the most unfortunate was Tien, whose power was the weakest. He was swept into the air by this tremendous force. Had Goku not swiftly pulled Tien back down, he would have likely vanished from sight. Yes, very well, let us continue. Broly nodded with satisfaction. Truly. This was the Super Saiyan's second-grade transformation. That recent punch ignited the surge of fervent blood within him. This is what it means to be a Saiyan. This is what it means to possess extraordinary power. With a grin, Broly unleashed a flickering beam of light that soared straight towards Gohan's heart. Gohan's response was remarkably swift. Despite the mere 3-meter distance between them, his movements were far from sluggish. In a deft motion, Gohan countered, striking directly at the radiant energy hurled by Broly. Bang! The energy aura of Broly was distorted and compressed. Hey! Gohan exclaimed with a fierce shout, causing Broly's energy aura to immediately alter its trajectory and swiftly soar towards the horizon. Following this, Gohan delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Broly's abdomen. Whoosh! Broly's figure flickered, evading the sharp edge, yet he had already materialized behind Gohan. Humph! Gohan let out a cold snort and suddenly delivered a powerful kick towards the recently appeared Broly. Broly's expression grew somewhat solemn. Suddenly, at a critical moment, he raised his hand. With a dull thud, Gohan's kick landed precisely on Broly's forearm. Broly's body trembled violently, and the ground beneath him sank deeply, fissures spreading outward in a wave-like pattern. A cold smile crept across Gohan's face, his countenance adorned with a hint of amusement. Broly paid no heed and soared into the sky. Gohan slightly lifted his head, and after a brief moment of silence, he followed Broly into the heavens. Bang! 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 The two clashed mid-air, their fists unleashing immense energy that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. As the battle between Broly and Gohan raged on, the energy that had been suppressed within Broly was nearly all unleashed. To his astonishment, Broly discovered that the energy born within him was intertwining with the divine power, each infused within the other, eliminating the prior repulsion between them. Moreover, as these two energies merged, they emanated a dark red hue, perhaps explaining why the legendary Super Saiyan God is associated with such a color. Overwhelmed with joy at the sensation of the merging energies and divine power within him, Broly remained vigilant for the next 10 minutes, closely observing the transformation occurring between the energy and the divine power. On the surface, Broly appeared calm, even somewhat strained. In truth, he was merely scrutinizing how the energies and divine power fused during his battle with Gohan, pondering the connection that existed between them as approximately 5 minutes passed. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement. Broly appears to have discovered something. He senses that with each clash of energy against Gohan, a minuscule amount of energy accumulates within him. It is only due to the insignificance of this increment that Broly has only just managed to grasp this information. As a result of these continual energy collisions, the energy within Broly has gradually increased, ultimately surpassing that of Gohan. The newly manifested energy has intertwined with the previously suppressed energy, creating a newfound power that harmonizes with divine energy, achieving the desired effect. It seems that relentless combat is indeed the most efficient pathway for a Saiyans physical enhancement. Upon further reflection, Broly realizes that the power boost derived from battle is remarkably pronounced for Saiyans. Take, for instance, the Tournament of Power. Kaba and Caulifla from Universe 6 both exhibited consistent growth in their strength. Goku and Vegeta showcased even more pronounced advancements, with Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. while Goku unlocked his Ultra Instinct, ultimately achieving its full power state, earning the title of White God Goku. In this tournament of power, lasting merely 49 minutes, Goku's potential for growth is virtually limitless. As for who would emerge victorious in the battle between Goku and Jiren, such matters have become trivial, regardless of the outcome. They no longer bear relevance to the current Broly. Broly was momentarily distracted when he was suddenly struck in the chest by a tremendous surge of energy. Broly's body swiftly glided backward, and after traversing a distance of approximately 1,000 meters, he finally came to a halt. Whoosh! Gohan ascended rapidly, closing the gap between them. "You are no match for me, Broly," Gohan scoffed. Broly shook his head, remaining silent. "He has won. Master Gohan is about to triumph," exclaimed Trunks with excitement. However, upon uttering these words, Trunks noticed that both his father and Goku wore grave expressions, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of victory. "Mr. Goku, is there something amiss?" Trunks inquired. Puzzled. "I have underestimated his strength," Goku replied solemnly. "Surely not. Master Gohan clearly holds the advantage." Trunks was bewildered. "Fool. Sense their energy for yourself," Vegeta retorted, his face dark with concern. Gohan's energy had significantly diminished, drastically reducing his overall strength. In stark contrast, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was experiencing an increase in power. "What do you mean by an increase?" Trunks' eyes widened as he turned to Broly. Indeed, as his father had stated, Trunks sensed Broly's energy. It not only remained stable but had grown even more formidable than before. What is happening? Is this what father referred to as the legendary Super Saiyan? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It is only today that Trunks comprehended his own insignificance. Number 1 appears to be on the verge of defeat. He furrowed his brow. That son Gohan possesses extraordinary power. "I was too careless," Number 1 remarked gravely. "You are mistaken." Number 1 shook his head slightly. He had yet to reveal his true abilities. The mere spectacle of his obliteration of Cell had already commanded respect. "What do you mean he hasn't revealed his full strength at this juncture?" Number 1's eyes widened. "Magic Flash!" Gohan suddenly shouted at Broly, thrusting both hands toward Broly's position. Flames flickered from his palms as a torrent of immense energy surged forth toward Broly. As the energy approached, Broly swatted it away with a single hand. Bang! In an instant, the energy unleashed by Gohan morphed entirely. Whoosh! Gohan's magic flash, filled with explosive energy, was deflected with a mere slap. Nevertheless, Gohan remained undeterred. Seizing the moment, he rapidly appeared before Broly. "Got you," Gohan sneered coldly, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Broly's chest. Crack! Just as Gohan's fist was about to collide with Broly, he effortlessly blocked it with one hand and seized Gohan's arm. Bang! Broly effortlessly yanked, followed by a forceful knee strike that landed squarely on Gohan's abdomen. A startled gasp escaped Gohan's lips, his complexion momentarily paling. Bang! 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 Broly seized Gohan by his hair, delivering a flurry of blows that rendered Gohan's cheeks vividly animated. Ah! Gohan's anguished cries echoed. Bang! Broly soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gohan soaring to a great height, before disregarding him entirely. Gohan gritted his teeth, managing to suspend himself in midair, gazing at Broly with a look of astonishment. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, as he sensed a significant depletion of his stamina, nearly reaching the brink of exhaustion. "Son Gohan, perhaps you could consume a Senzu bean, and then we can engage in a proper contest." Broly spoke softly. "Mr. Goku, he is right. If we give Gohan a Senzu bean and join forces, we can surely defeat the current Broly." Trunks wholeheartedly agreed. However, Goku remained silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. "Mr. Goku, please say something," Trunks urged. "Silence yourself, Trunks," Vegeta retorted coldly. "Perhaps you are unaware of the true spirit of martial arts. To grant Gohan a Senzu bean at this juncture would be nothing short of disgraceful, and to join forces makes it even more ludicrous. I implore you, do not propose such trivialities again. This is not a trivial proposal." Trunks clenched his teeth, the memories of his hellish existence and the future vivid in his mind. Cough. Cough. Broly cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation, and with a smile remarked, "Trunks is right. Let us give Gohan a Senzu bean, and then you all can join in." Upon hearing Broly's audacious words, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks were all momentarily taken aback. Broly cast a glance at Tien, a smile flickering in his eyes. Tien, drenched in sweat, felt as though he were being scrutinized by some monstrous entity, trembling in fear. In an instant, the bag of Senzu beans he held slipped from his grasp, levitating in midair and soaring towards Gohan. Goku, Gohan, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that Broly could manipulate the Senzu beans. Feast upon them. I am ever at your service. Broly smiled faintly. I would rather die than consume the sins of being. Gohan replied coldly. How incredibly stubborn. Broly chuckled softly, then maneuvered the bag of sins of beans to hover before Goku. He addressed Goku, Son Goku. During your recent battle with Cell, you nearly depleted all your energy, did you not? I, however, shall not partake. Goku's pride compelled him to forego the notion of consuming the sins of beings. Do you comprehend the consequences of inciting the wrath of a deity? Broly's eyes narrowed slightly. A layer of murderous intent manifesting upon his countenance. This was akin to a venerable elder serving tea and water, only for you to show no gratitude. Not even deigning to accept the cup, let alone acknowledge their efforts. As a great deity, he had lowered himself to allow them to consume the sacred beans and continue the battle, yet this group of individuals would rather perish than partake. Very well then. The death of Piccolo merely served to incite the wrath of one. Thus, I shall ensure that he too meets his demise. Broly smiled gently, directing his hand towards Tien. Stop. Gohan shouted loudly. Quickly, stop Broly. Tien has nothing to do with this. Goku was also filled with fury. Tien, utterly bewildered, wondered how he had found himself in such a predicament. In the next moment, Tien felt as if his head had separated from his body. As if an explosion had occurred within him, sending his head flying away. The last question that lingered in Tien's mind was how this had come to pass. Before his consciousness faded entirely, seeing Tien in such a shattered state, Goku could no longer bear to look on, his body trembling, his face a picture of despair. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, and an immense energy erupted from Goku. In the blink of an eye, his hair stood erect. Surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity, he had ascended to Super Saiyan's second level in a fit of rage. Moreover, in the Saiyan transformation, energy is automatically replenished upon ascension. Gohan, step back. I will handle this. Goku's expression darkened ominously. Dad. Gohan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You have killed one innocent after another. And I will not forgive you, Broly. Goku declared vehemently. With that, Goku unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, a force far surpassing that of Gohan. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's formidable aura, widened his eyes in disbelief. This. Kakarot has also broken through to such a level. Vegeta trembled. A mix of envy and jealousy coursing through him. Do you wish to attain the same power as Goku and Gohan? Broly inquired with keen interest. Vegeta remained silent. Yet the meaning in his gaze was unmistakably clear. Simple. You may assume this form, but the prerequisite is, you must lose someone dearly beloved. Broly smiled gently. What does it mean? Vegeta was perplexed. That's just the way it is. Broly aimed his hand at Trunks. Stop. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, elevating his energy to its utmost limit. Broly, cease your actions. Goku shouted sternly, rapidly approaching Broly. With each of Goku's fists striking with intensity, after delivering 3 powerful blows, he turned to Trunks and exclaimed, Trunks, run. Get as far away as you can. Trunks was utterly stunned, never anticipating such an outcome. At this moment, as a Saiyan, he found himself compelled to flee, though fear gripped him. A flicker of defiance remained within him. Clap, clap. Broly intercepted Goku's assault, unleashing the power of divinity. Trunks' body suddenly trembled, overwhelmed by an invisible force that surged through him, as if every cell within him underwent a profound transformation. Trunks, what is happening to you? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. It hurts so much. Trunks felt as though something was gnawing at him from within, an unbearable agony. Boom. 10 seconds later, Trunks' body erupted in a fiery explosion, resulting in his demise. It was not Broly's intent to torment Trunks, rather, the energy within Trunks was formidable. And the divine power required time to penetrate such potent force. This resulted in Trunks' excruciating suffering. Had he not resisted, he would have perished instantly. Broly, I will not forgive you. Goku roared in fury, launching himself at Broly with all his might. What? Vegeta let out a series of furious roars, his energy surging to its zenith as he swiftly charged towards Broly. Broly cast a glance at Vegeta, realizing that he had merely experienced an enhancement in energy. In terms of true power, he was merely comparable to Goku in his full Super Saiyan form. Broly felt a tinge of disappointment. Whoosh. Broly, gazing at the oncoming assault from Vegeta, seized his hair with a firm grip. Bang. With a powerful tug, Broly forcefully drove his knee into Vegeta's head. In an instant, blood gushed from Vegeta's nose, mingling with his tears, a true tragedy. Trunks! Trunks! Vegeta shouted loudly, calling out his son's name. Just then, Goku's attack arrived swiftly, unleashing a formidable punch directed at Broly. Truly, Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, is extraordinary. Broly distinctly sensed that Goku's strength had nearly reached his own level. Naturally, this was primarily due to Broly's base power being inferior to that of Goku. Thus, upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly found himself almost on par with Goku's Super Saiyan second stage. This scenario, however, was contingent upon Broly refraining from utilizing his divine abilities. Were he to unleash his godly power, even Goku in his Super Saiyan third stage would be effortlessly toyed with. Tianjin on. Trunks. Gohan's body trembled violently. Suddenly, upon spotting the Senzu bean pouch before him, he hesitated not a moment longer and immediately retrieved a single Senzu bean, swallowing it whole. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Gohan. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan joined the fray, charging towards Broly. In comparison, Gohan's strength was considerably weaker than Goku's. Swish. As Broly found himself under the relentless assault of three adversaries, evasion became increasingly arduous. However, just when the trio believed they were poised to deliver a decisive blow, they witnessed Broly's form suddenly blur. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Where has he gone? Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Above us, Vegeta exclaimed, pointing directly at Goku. Father, quickly evade. Gohan sensed the impending danger. Boom. Broly unleashed a stream of yellow-green energy cascading downwards towards Goku. Observing the descending energy, Goku's expression fell into a moment of silence before he suddenly struck it with a powerful slap. Instantly, Broly's yellow-green energy was redirected by Goku's force. Soaring into the depths of the sky, huffing and puffing, Goku took a deep breath, seemingly fatigued. TCH, didn't we agree to fight one at a time? Now I've consumed the Senzu beans and joined forces? Is this truly amusing? Number 1, unable to bear the scene any longer, remarked disdainfully with a cold expression. You know nothing, you ignorant woman. Vegeta shouted angrily. If you continue with your sarcastic remarks, I will end you. Number 18 paled, suppressing her fury. Fully aware that her current strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's. If she persisted in speaking, it would surely lead to her demise. Number 1 did not believe Broly would have the time to protect her. After all, it seemed quite troublesome for him to handle Goku alone. Thus, she fell silent, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from Broly's hand, hurtling towards Vegeta. The yellow-green flames of Broly pierced directly through Vegeta's left shoulder. Ah! Vegeta let out a mournful cry, blood spewing from his mouth. Whoosh! Broly, undeterred, unleashed another beam of light. With a piercing sound, his energy blast pierced through Vegeta's right shoulder, even carrying away a fragment of flesh and bone. Ah! Vegeta's anguished cries resonated with a raw intensity. My woman! How dare you raise your voice against me? Broly let out a cold snort. As he spoke, the yellow-green flames in his hand flickered once more, launching another fiery assault towards Vegeta. It was evident from Broly's attack trajectory that he intended to torment Vegeta rather than extinguish his life. Hey, number 18. Did you two go to a hotel? Number 1 inquired, turning his head. Absolutely not. Can you be more serious? Number 1 retorted angrily. Though number 18 still embodied the archetype of an icy beauty, an inexplicable tremor coursed through her heart upon hearing Broly proclaim her as his woman. A warm current seemingly rising within her to soothe her frigid heart. Look at you. Your face is flushed, number 1 sighed. If you tease me again, I won't hold back, number 1 declared darkly. Not good. Vegeta is in peril. At that moment, Sun Wukong also realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly darted towards Vegeta. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's fist collided with the energy beam shot by Broly. The impact reverberated, causing the beam to veer away, narrowly missing Vegeta. Go get the Senzu beans, Gohan. Sun Wukong shouted urgently. Understood, Gohan exclaimed, darting forward to retrieve the Senzu beans for Vegeta. However, just as Gohan's hand was a mere inch away from the beans, a flash of light struck the bag directly. With a soft pop, the Senzu bean pouch disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. You refused to eat the Senzu beans when I offered them to you. Yet now you scramble to get them, someone remarked. Broly smiled faintly, once more casting his gaze upon Vegeta. With a stern expression, he remarked, Vegeta, should you choose to kneel and apologize to Android 18 at this moment, I might contemplate granting you a swift end. What did you say? Vegeta's body trembled violently, his countenance shifting dramatically. Broly narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering within them. Such words would not be uttered a second time. He expected Vegeta to grasp the gravity of the situation. You expect me, Vegeta, to compel this android to kneel and offer an apology? Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, his fury contorting his face. Do you take me for someone of lesser stature? I am merely the prince of the Saiyans. And besides my noble lineage, I am nothing more than that. Broly shook his head. But you claim to be the legendary Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, shall never allow you to humiliate me. As Vegeta spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Indeed, Vegeta was brought to tears, a manifestation of utter helplessness. As the prince of the Saiyans, he found himself bullied by the legendary Super Saiyan, and yet he felt utterly powerless to change his fate. A Saiyan may be slain, but never humiliated. It appeared as though Vegeta's eyes were bleeding, and upon uttering those words, his body began to swell, clearly indicating an impending self-destruction. Vegeta! No! Goku shouted urgently. Gohan stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, at a complete loss for what to do. Freeze! Suddenly, Broly pointed a finger at Vegeta and bellowed. The onlookers were astonished to find that Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, who had swollen to the size of a balloon, appeared to be frozen in place. Time passed slowly. After 10 seconds, Vegeta remained unresponsive, suspended in the air like a balloon, approximately 10 meters above the ground. However, the observant could clearly see that Vegeta's face was marred with veins, and his expression was one of profound agony. Then, they noticed fear and a hint of pleading in his eyes, as if he were silently imploring, "Just let me die quickly." "Hey, what have you done to Vegeta?" Goku exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing this scene. "He wanted to self-destruct, and I saved him." Broly smiled faintly. "You." Son Goku was at a loss for words. "Well, never mind. We can proceed now." Broly waved at Son Goku. "Kakarot, in me." Just as Broly's words fell, Vegeta shouted loudly. "Vegeta, endure for now. Once I defeat Broly, I will find a way to save you." Goku replied solemnly. Ah. Vegeta cried out, his voice filled with anguish. After all, this torment was something no one else could fathom. "Vegeta, you are the Saiyan I respect the most. This level of pain, I believe you can endure," Goku said, then instructed Gohan. "Gohan, attend to Vegeta." Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. "I want to fight alongside my father." Gohan shimmered with golden light, arcs of electricity crackling around him. "No need. My father is sufficient on his own," Goku said with a slight smile. Seeing his father's resolute gaze, Gohan hesitated for a moment before flying to Vegeta's side. "Don't touch me." Vegeta's body, tensed and ready, trembled violently with just a slight brush from Gohan. "Let us begin." Goku's face was etched with seriousness, fully aware of the formidable Saiyan he faced. "Come forth." Broly waved at Goku. Without the slightest hesitation, Goku soared into the air, hurtling towards Broly. Even before Goku arrived, his formidable aura surged forward with great intensity. Bang! 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 Goku unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks upon Broly, each punch and kick executed with precision. In contrast, Broly maintained his composure, mindful not to underestimate his opponent. Throughout their fierce exchange, Broly had concealed his divine power, refraining from utilizing it. Consequently, his strength was nearly on par with Goku's during this period. Goku, seasoned by countless battles and having narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, possessed an exceptionally rich repertoire of combat experience. Broly appeared to be immersed in the exhilarating embrace of combat, relishing the joys that such encounters brought forth. For him, it seemed that this moment transcended mere fighting. It transformed into a delightful journey, akin to savoring a sumptuous feast or shedding the long-accumulated burdens of a weary existence. He had not anticipated that battling an opponent of comparable strength could be such a source of profound enjoyment. Broly was ecstatic, having reached an unprecedented realm of power. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed through the air, as if someone had been propelled away. "Father!" Broly then heard the furious and alarmed voice of Gohan resounding nearby. Broly fixed his gaze, and even he was taken aback. There lay Son Goku on the ground, his body convulsing incessantly, blood pouring forth. He was evidently on the brink of death. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed, rushing to his side, tears streaming down his cheeks. Goku merely trembled, continuously coughing up blood, as though his life was nearing its end. The others were utterly stunned, their eyes now filled with a palpable fear as they turned to Broly. Moments ago, they had distinctly witnessed Broly deliver a mere light punch that sent Goku flying, resulting in his grievous injuries and his current state. Father Gohan's body shook uncontrollably, consumed by an overwhelming rage. Broly merely cast a fleeting glance in that direction, his expression indifferent. In the next moment, Goku's head tilted to the side, unable to draw a breath, succumbing instantly. "Father!" Gohan cried out loudly. Immediately following, Gohan glared at Broly with a face full of animosity. an immensely powerful aura surging from his body as he rapidly soared towards Broly. Bang! Broly merely placed his hand upon Gohan's head, effortlessly neutralizing his assault. Gohan stood in astonishment, his expression rife with unease. Even in his Super Saiyan second-grade form, Gohan found himself unable to withstand a gentle strike from the current Broly. Broly's training in this timeline has finally come to a conclusion, a development that brings him immense satisfaction. At present, all of Broly's suppressed powers have been restored, and his overall strength has ascended beyond the second level of Super Saiyan, far surpassing that of Super Saiyan second Gohan. Broly speculated briefly that his current strength was likely comparable to that of Majin Buu. During his time in this timeline, which spanned approximately 20 days, Broly had made significant gains. Thus, the game concludes here. Son Goku still lives. Broly smiled gently and took out a Senzu bean, tossing it effortlessly to Gohan. In his own timeline, Broly has consumed an abundance of Senzu beans, particularly during an era when their production was at its peak. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, having received the Senzu beans, stood there in bewilderment. For a moment, he held the beans in his hand, uncertain of how to proceed. He must remember to give them to his father, who was on the brink of death. Broly smiled faintly. Indeed. Gohan quickly reacted, rushing to Goku's side and feeding him a Senzu bean. With a crack, Goku suddenly opened his eyes wide, a dazzling light shimmering within them. He leaped up. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at Gohan and queried, "Gohan? I thought there were no Senzu beans left?" This one was given by Broly," Gohan replied. Goku then turned his somewhat bewildered gaze towards Broly, his expression darkening. "Broly, you gave me a Senzu bean to continue our battle? You are no longer my match." Broly shook his head, glancing once more at Vegeta. Vegeta was currently grappling on the precipice of life and death, the excruciating sensation of despair etched indelibly in his memory. Broly produced yet another Senzu bean and promptly placed it into Vegeta's mouth. Instantly, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Vegeta's eyes, and his once bulging physique swiftly returned to its original state. This. Vegeta could scarcely believe it. Broly naturally withdrew the divine power that had been exerted upon him, gazing at him with a smile. "Now, do you yield?" Upon witnessing the glimmer of amusement in Broly's eyes, Vegeta was reminded of the torment he had just endured, and a shiver coursed through him, his expression laden with dread. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta's knees buckled, and he knelt before Broly, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I submit. I shall never again harbor any animosity towards you." 18. I am sorry. 18's eyes widened in astonishment. 18 departed. Broly disregarded the matter further and turned to speak to Android 18. Meanwhile, Android 1 was left utterly bewildered. The conclusion of the situation left her momentarily stunned. Was he truly departing just like that? A myriad of questions flickered across her mind. She contemplated whether to inquire of Broly, yet ultimately decided it prudent to refrain from voicing her thoughts. Subsequently, Android 18 fell silent and hastily trailed behind Broly. Broly and Android 18 departed from the scene, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment and confusion. "Where are we headed?" Number 1 inquired after flying alongside Broly for a while, feeling somewhat lost. Broly slowed his flight, turning back to smile at Android 18. "What's wrong?" Number 18 inquired hastily. "There is no longer a trace of amusement here. It is time for us to return." Broly pondered for a moment before looking up at Android 18 and inquired, "Would you be willing to accompany me to my dimension?" "What do you mean by your dimension?" Number 18 asked, puzzled. "You simply need to answer whether you are willing or not." Broly offered no explanation. "You are quite an intriguing individual." Number 1 smiled gently, running his fingers through his golden locks. "Very well, although I am uncertain of your words, I shall accompany you. I believe it will certainly be fascinating. Come with me. You may never encounter any of these people again." Broly spoke, after a brief moment of silence. Number 1 gently nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Although Number 1 and Number 17 share a bloodline, their connection has significantly diminished since their transformation into androids. At this moment, what intrigues Number 18 the most is the true identity of Broly and the meaning behind his reference to time and space. "Let us proceed." Broly extended his hand. Without a trace of hesitation, Number 18 grasped it firmly. Immediately, she was astonished to witness the void surrounding them, centered around Broly and herself, begin to twist and contort. Subsequently, layers of iridescent clouds materialized within the ethereal expanse, presenting an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. In an instant, Number 18 felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When she finally regained her senses, she found herself standing before the grand exterior of an immense palace. Broly departed with Android 18, leaving no one aware of his destination. His presence had completely vanished. Goku remained in a state of profound silence. A few days later, a man who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age suddenly descended upon Earth. Upon encountering this individual, Goku and Vegeta found themselves in a state of confusion. The resemblance between this man and Broly was striking. However, the age did not align. The previous Broly had been merely 12 or 13 years old, while this individual appeared to be nearly 30. What Goku and his companions failed to realize was that this man was the true Broly, devoid of any trace of divine power. As for whether Goku and Vegeta had indeed encountered the authentic Broly, he no longer cared. He had completed his trials in this timeline, and all the suppressed negative energy had erupted within him. Remaining here held no significance. As for the deceased Piccolo and Trunks, Goku could handle that on his own. Broly is a deity. To him, slaying mere mortals is akin to crushing a few ants beneath his feet. Broly returned to his own timeline, appearing above the planet Broly in Universe 10, accompanied by Android 18. As he arrived, the devout inhabitants promptly knelt in reverence to their deity. However, a sense of confusion lingered among the populace. They recalled that Broly had departed with Princess Norse, yet returned with a different young woman. Despite their astonishment, no one dared to inquire further, for Princess Norse was merely the former Saiyan princess, and her title was primarily attributed to the perceived closeness between her and Broly. Broly accepted the reverent kneeling of his numerous subjects and gracefully entered his palace. The expression on the face of Broly #1 was filled with bewilderment. What kind of title was this? However, at that moment, Android 18 found it inappropriate to inquire further and thus allowed Broly to take her hand as she followed him from behind. Broly settled himself directly upon the throne and commanded, "Let Bardock enter." "Yes, Lord Broly," came the reply. Shortly thereafter, Android 18 witnessed a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku entering the chamber. Upon catching sight of Broly, the man hastily knelt on the ground, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence. "Lord Broly, you have returned," Bardock inquired humbly. "During my absence, has anything of significance transpired?" Broly inquired, "How is everything on planet Broly?" Bardock replied with a smile, "Everything is quite well. Earth is also in a normal state. However, we have indeed discovered Vegeta's whereabouts." "Oh, is he on Earth?" Broly's expression was somewhat frigid. Should Vegeta dare to disturb Bulma on Earth, he would not hesitate to envision countless ways for Vegeta to meet his demise. However, that was not the case. Bardock shook his head, quickly clarifying that he was. "Perhaps I should take a look myself." Broly did not allow Bardock to continue speaking. Instead, he effortlessly waved his hand. In an instant, a crystal ball materialized in Broly's grasp, within which the figure of Vegeta emerged. Broly's technique, known as the crystal sphere, involves infusing a trace of divine power into an individual's body beforehand. Subsequently, locating this individual becomes effortless through the sphere. To Broly's mild astonishment, he discovers that Vegeta has inexplicably allied himself with Frieza. Nevertheless, it is of little concern to him. As long as Vegeta remains within his own timeline and does not interact with Bulma, his choices are his own. Broly, the deity, notes that Frieza's son, Beerus, has already located the frozen planet and has encased himself in ice. Bardock continued, "Let him be." Broly nodded and retracted the crystal ball. "Yes." Bardock bowed. "Bardock, have you ever visited Earth to see your son?" Broly inquired. "Not yet." Bardock shook his head, gazing up at Broly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "You should take some time to return with your wife and meet your son. However, Earth is a suitable place for him. Allowing him to remain there will greatly benefit his future development." Broly spoke, "Indeed, I am Broly the God." Bardock replied respectfully. After Bardock departed from the palace, Android 18 could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to Broly, inquiring, "What on earth is happening? Where are we? Who was that individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku? Furthermore, why did the Vegeta I just saw through the crystal ball appear so youthful?" A myriad of questions swirled in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. What is this place? Why do they refer to number 100 as Broly the God? And from where did that crystal ball emerge? "This is my timeline. Consider it a parallel universe," Broly explained. Broly smiled faintly and explained to Android 18. "My world is approximately 20 years behind yours, equivalent to 2 decades prior in your timeline." Android 18 paused for a moment, realizing, "So, I must have just been born then?" Broly chuckled, realizing why Vegeta appeared so diminutive. Subject 1 seemed to comprehend. "As for the individual you just encountered, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, he is Goku's biological father, known as Bardock." Broly inquired, "Is Goku's biological father still alive?" Number 1, somewhat perplexed, responded, "In your world, he has indeed passed away. However, in this timeline, he still endures." Broly smiled, not only because he was alive, but also because many Saiyans still existed. "Ah, so in this timeline, it is possible that I may never be born?" Number one widened her beautiful eyes and inquired. "Indeed, there is that possibility." Broly nodded. In truth, Android 18's assertion holds merit, considering that Earth had been visited by Broly long ago, leading to numerous transformations. Whether Number One's parents can reunite remains an enigma. "This doesn't seem like Earth," Number One inquired. "Where exactly is this place?" "Broly Planet, my home," replied Broly. Broly chuckled. "Could you take me to Earth, Number 100? "No, I shall simply refer to you as Broly." Number One hastily responded. Broly nodded slightly, offering no objections. "According to the era you mentioned, this time should coincide with the moment when Number 17 and I were just born. I wish to explore whether my existence still lingers in this timeline," Number One elaborated. "There is no need for lengthy explanations. I have no objections to wherever you wish to go." Broly spoke little, and without delay, he employed instant transmission. Appearing on Earth with Android 18. Number 18 ascended into the sky to assess the terrain before addressing Broly. "Though my memories are somewhat hazy, I can recall. My home is over there, a rather ordinary family." As she spoke, she pointed towards the southeast, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Go ahead. No matter what you choose to do, I will support you." Broly gently patted Android 18's shoulder, assuring her, "In my timeline, I vow that you shall never suffer harm throughout your life." After uttering these words, Broly's figure began to blur. Broly, through instantaneous movement, materialized in the realm of the gods of destruction, specifically within the palace of Ramsey. "Broly, you have returned," Ramsey exclaimed as he rose to greet him. Chris also offered Broly a faint smile, clearly aware of his return long before. "How was your harvest this time?" Ramsey inquired with eager anticipation. "Quite well," Broly responded. "My overall strength has significantly increased, and the duration for which I can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan God has been infinitely extended." As Broly spoke, a sudden dark crimson light flickered around him. Simultaneously, his hair was swept up high, transforming into a deep red hue. Such formidable divine power. Ramsey nodded in satisfaction. "However, despite my significant enhancement in strength, at this current level, I remain no match for Beerus." Broly gently shook his head. "Ha ha, Broly. You have only trained for a few years," Ramses chuckled. "As you know, Beerus has trained for over 10 million years. And each destroyer god is a formidable presence within their respective universes. While this statement holds truth, it must be acknowledged that without surpassing Beerus, the prospects of emerging victorious in the future power tournament of the Omni Kings seem rather bleak." Broly spoke in a deep voice, expressing astonishment at the fact that there were individuals whose power surpassed that of Beerus at the Tournament of Power. Ramses felt a sudden shock, and even the elephant trunk could not help but sway in response. "Indeed," Broly nodded. "Are there truly such formidable humans in this universe?" Ramsey was taken aback. After a brief silence, Ramsey raised his gaze and said, "Broly, engage in battle with me. Allow me to witness the true strength of your legendary Super Saiyan God. I look forward to your guidance." Broly, with a slight nod, expressed no dissent. "Come on, don't be shy." Ramsey chuckled, waving at Broly. Broly gently tapped his forehead, and without further hesitation, he swiftly darted towards Ramses. Before he even arrived, the energy radiating from Broly's fist had already erupted. In the face of such formidable divine power, Ramses merely waved his hand lightly in an attempt to block it. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Ramses felt an overwhelming surge of energy rushing towards him, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward. However, true to his nature as a god of destruction, Ramses reacted swiftly, regaining his footing in an instant and stabilizing his form in midair. "Broly, it is now my turn to attack," Ramses called out. Whoosh! In rapid succession, the flames in Ramses' hands surged forth, aiming directly at Broly. Bang! 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 Broly struck with a powerful slap, sending the flames soaring away. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an immense divine power emanating from behind him, enveloping him in a radiant aura that made his heart shudder. Nevertheless, Broly's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. He executed a stunning turn and launched a forceful punch towards the approaching Ramses. This punch was a culmination of all Broly's divine might. However, upon impact, Ramses merely trembled slightly before breaking into a grin. "Well done, Broly. Your training over these past 20 days has elevated you to 1/10 of my strength," Ramses chuckled heartily, choosing not to retaliate against Broly. Broly is well aware that Ramses has not truly exerted himself. with his current strength. He is not even on the same tier as the god of destruction. Thank you. Broly smiled, returning to his normal state. Broly, Kes remarked. Although your divine power has significantly increased and the integration of your divine energy with the energy within you has improved considerably, it has not yet reached the stage of complete fusion. Broly nodded. After this arduous training, his divine power had significantly increased, and his energy had also been greatly enhanced. He could now maintain the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan God indefinitely. However, Broly realized that the energy and divine power within him had not yet achieved complete integration. As a warrior race, the Saiyans believed that only through continuous combat could one achieve a perfect fusion of divine power and energy. Once he reached that state, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan God would likely grant him power comparable to that of half of Ramses. Kes analyzed. Broly nodded gently. Although he could only attain approximately half of Ramses' power, Broly was already quite content. After all, this was the god of destruction, the mightiest deity in the universe in terms of combat prowess. Considering how briefly he had trained in Broly's body compared to the centuries spent cultivating Zamasu's form, whose potential had been fully unlocked yet only reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Zamasu's physique was utterly insignificant before the god of destruction, utterly laughable. By the way, Broly, Rumsher suddenly remarked, there's something I don't quite understand. What is it? Broly inquired, if the tournament of power were indeed to be held. As the Supreme Kai, you would presumably be forbidden from participating, correct? Ramsey responded, indeed, the Supreme Kai is not permitted to take part in the competition. Broly nodded, assuring Ramsey, rest assured, once my body fully merges with the divine, I shall return to resign from my position as the Supreme Kai. Indeed. It appears there are no issues with that, Ramsey replied. With a smile, Chris inquired, so, Broly, do you plan to take a break for a while? Or will you continue to venture forth for training? I shall embark again in 2 days, Broly responded. Broly stated, come over before we depart. Kes nodded and winked at Broly. This big-eyed, adorable, angelic girl was once again casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Broly feigned ignorance, his form becoming increasingly blurred. Whoosh. Broly arrived at Bulma's residence. My dear elder brother, you've finally come, she exclaimed with delight. Upon seeing Broly, Bulma immediately threw herself into his embrace, resting her head against his chest. I came to see you. I must venture out again in 2 days. Broly gently patted Bulma's head. I understand that Big Brother is quite busy. I shall not be a hindrance to him. Bulma nodded. After spending an afternoon with Bulma, Broly utilized instant transmission to locate Android 18. Upon seeing her, Broly was momentarily taken aback. In 18's hand, she was leading 2 children, approximately 5 or 6 years old. Observing 18, her expression appeared rather frosty, and her eyes harbored a glint of menace. What transpired? Broly inquired. You two, go play over there for a while. Number 1 crouched down and addressed the 2 children. All right, big sister, they replied obediently, nodding their heads and skipping away. It was then I realized that my father had entrusted my brother and me to the Red Ribbon Army, offering us for their experiments in exchange for a substantial sum of money. As Number 1 spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. These 2 were, in essence, reflections of myself and Number 17 from this era. Through them, I was suddenly reminded of our names. I am Lazuli, and Number 17 is called Lapis. Broly nodded slightly, refraining from voicing his opinion. When I arrived, I happened to witness my father preparing to send the 2 of them to the Red Ribbon Army for experimentation. Unable to bear the thought, I rescued them instead. Number 1 elaborated, unexpectedly discovering that in this timeline, both I and Number 17 were born 5 years earlier than in our original timeline. The Red Ribbon Army still exists in this timeline. Broly furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, the Red Ribbon Army had encroached upon Bulma's family, only to be obliterated by Broly's divine retribution. What Broly had not anticipated was the lingering remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. It was Dr. Gero who still existed. Most of the Red Ribbon Army had perished, reportedly incinerated by a fireball that fell from the heavens. Number 1 turned to Broly and inquired, was it your doing? Broly did not deny it and inquired about the whereabouts of Dr. Gero. I must reflect deeply. Dr. Gero's laboratory has relocated twice. Perhaps we should visit the site of our timeline's research facility. We might uncover some clues, suggested Number 1. There is no need for such complexity. One can easily locate them. Broly smiled and addressed Android 18. Come, I shall take you to a place. All right, she replied, nodding her head, and beckoned Lazuli and Lapis to join them. The 2 little ones were quite obedient, particularly Lazuli, who sensed a warm and familiar aura emanating from this older sister. After all, they were, in essence, the same being, sharing identical bloodlines and cells, which naturally fostered a profound sense of kinship. With a swift motion, they set forth. Broly, accompanied by Android 18, executed instant transmission and directly materialized within the castle of the Crystal Grandma, who is the sister of Master Roshi, the great deity. Upon witnessing Broly's sudden appearance, the Crystal Grandma immediately knelt before him, offering a profound gesture of reverence. Please rise, Broly commanded, articulating his intent. Ah, you wish to locate Dr. Gero's laboratory? That is quite straightforward. The Crystal Elder wiped the beads of cold sweat from her forehead, promptly directing her hands towards the crystal ball while reciting an incantation. In a mere moment, the crystal ball illuminated the location of Dr. Gero's research facility. It dawned upon them that it was situated atop the Azure Dragon Mountain. Number 1's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to eliminate Dr. Gero. However, Number 18. Despite her newfound strength, Yunda remained a carefree little girl. Just as she prepared to set out, she noticed that Broly had also conjured a crystal ball in his hand. Within this orb, the faint silhouette of Dr. Gero began to materialize. Broly, what are you planning to do? Number 1 inquired, puzzled. Is it truly necessary to go through such trouble to dispose of Dr. Gero? Broly smiled faintly. Watch closely. Upon uttering these words, Broly extended his hand directly into the crystal ball. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of Android 18. Within the crystal ball, Dr. Gero found himself ensnared by a large hand around his neck. Indeed, it was none other than Broly's. As she observed, Dr. Gero began to levitate inexplicably, flailing helplessly in midair. At this juncture, Dr. Gero had not yet transformed into an android. He remained merely an ordinary man. After struggling for several seconds, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, and he ultimately succumbed to lifelessness. Broly withdrew his hand. Dr. Gero fell to the ground, lifeless. A mere shell of what he once was. Vanish, research facility. Broly unleashed a powerful energy blast towards the crystal ball. With a thunderous roar, the research facility within the orb was obliterated, taking Dr. Gero and all his findings with it. Number 1 was utterly astonished. She was aware of Broly's immense strength. Yet she had no inkling that he possessed the capability to kill from such a distance. What an extraordinary power it must be to annihilate a living being from thousands of kilometers away. What are your plans now? Broly inquired. I wish to take good care of both of them. Number 1 cast a profound glance at the playful Lazuli and Lapis, contemplating whether to reside on Earth or on planet Broly. Broly inquired, perhaps you should return to your planet, where life is comparatively more comfortable. Number 1 responded. After escorting Android 18, Lazuli, and Lapis to Broly's planet, he entrusted Bardock with their proper arrangements. Subsequently, Broly prepared himself for further training adventures. As for the news of Frieza assembling a new force in Universe 10, it held little significance for Broly. He believed that eliminating someone like Frieza was a mere flick of his finger. Prior to his departure, Broly sought out Kess. Kess, are you once again contemplating suppressing my energy? Broly inquired with a smile. Your energy, having been fully unleashed from the previous suppression, now allows you to transform freely into the legendary Super Saiyan God. There is no longer any need to restrain your power. Kess chuckled softly, with Ramsey off in slumber. Only Broly and Kess remained, the enchanting little angel displaying a delightful smile reminiscent of a charming young girl. That's wonderful. While the suppression of energy is indeed a form of training, it always felt somewhat confining. Broly chuckled. This time, as you embark on your journey, it would be prudent to seek an adversary of comparable strength. Moreover, refrain from hastily transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan God state, and avoid the indiscriminate use of divine power. Once you surpass this opponent in terms of energy, your mastery over the fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan God state, energy, and divine power will reach its zenith, explained Kess. Is there any underlying principle to this? Broly inquired. Is there a principle behind this? With a cheerful smile, Kess replied. Indeed, there is. Broly, your current divine power intensity has far surpassed the energy within you. This imbalance will inevitably lead to a certain deficiency in fusion. Therefore, during this training, it is advisable for you to focus primarily on energy. Excessive reliance on divine power will only cause your divine strength to overshadow your energy. Once my divine power and energy are fully integrated, shall I no longer be affected by this imbalance? Broly inquired. Indeed. As long as your energy and divine power achieve a state of perfect fusion, in the future, whether it be divine power or energy, you shall wield it with effortless grace. Kess nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, by doing so, once you comprehend the ultimate mastery technique. The vastness of your divine power will not overwhelm your physical form. I shall remember this, came the reply. Broly nodded. Broly recognized the validity of Krillin's words. He recalled that Goku had attained the Ultra Instinct's full power form in Dragon Ball Super, transforming into a divine being of radiant white, exhibiting extraordinary strength that overwhelmed Jiren with ease. Alas, at the most critical moment, Goku succumbed to the divine energy born from Ultra Instinct, rendering his body unable to endure its might, and he ultimately lost consciousness. Broly, of course, cannot follow in Goku's footsteps. He must attain the perfect mastery of Ultra Instinct. Moreover, Broly is inherently a divine soul, which means that after comprehending Ultra Instinct, the strain on his body will be minimal. Go forth, and I shall await your safe return. Kess winked at Broly. Broly did not hesitate. He immediately returned to Planet Broly. Upon arriving at the palace, he did not rush to set off. Before embarking on his journey, he needed to select an appropriate moment in time. Currently, Broly's energy was unrestrained. Unlike before when he faced the androids, as he could directly challenge warriors of higher strength. Now, should he attempt to confront them without utilizing the legendary Super Saiyan God, it would merely amount to seeking defeat. After careful contemplation, Broly ultimately decided on a time shortly after the birth of Majin Buu, when Vegeta had perished in his self-detonation, and Goku had just returned to the temple. Broly deduced that at this juncture, Buu's strength was quite comparable to his own, perhaps even slightly superior. This presents an excellent opportunity for honing his skills. Furthermore, with Buu's continuous absorption and evolution, his own power could experience significant enhancement, making this an exceptionally wise choice. Broly's gaze sharpened, and the space around him twisted and distorted, revealing layers of resplendent, multicolored clouds. Broly vanished into thin air. In the next moment, his form hovered above the Earth's atmosphere, silently releasing his aura. In the temple, Piccolo and Krillin were lamenting the overwhelming strength of Majin Buu, noting that even Gohan's presence had faded, while Vegeta's self-detonation had failed to vanquish Buu, leaving them with a chilling sense of impending doom. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in orange appeared atop the temple. Upon recognizing the newcomer, tears shimmered in Krillin's eyes. Goku, you have returned, he exclaimed joyfully. Piccolo's face also brightened, as if he had found a glimmer of hope. Without delay, Dandy rushed to treat Goku. Through Krillin and Piccolo, Goku learned of Vegeta's demise. Goku, you are our only hope against Buu now, Krillin said, his face brimming with anticipation. Vegeta's self-detonation did not defeat Buu, and even if I exert all my strength, it would be a formidable challenge to eliminate him. Goku shook his head, pondering their predicament. What can we do? Is there no other solution? Krillin inquired. Regrettably, both Gohan and Vegeta have perished. Had either of them survived, perhaps we could have triumphed over Buu. Goku spoke solemnly. Majin Buu is exceedingly powerful. Sheer numbers will not secure victory against him, and his body possesses an almost immortal quality, enabling infinite regeneration. Piccolo sighed, shaking his head in resignation. No. What I mean is, if Vegeta and Gohan were still alive, we could employ the fusion technique, Goku remarked with a faint smile. Fusion technique? Are you referring to the mysterious art of the Metamorphs? Dandy responded, visibly intrigued. Yes, Dandy, exactly as you said, it is indeed the wondrous technique of the Metamorphs, which I learned in another realm. Those two Metamorphs were quite weak, yet upon merging, they transformed into a formidable warrior. However, the fusion requires participants of similar height and energy levels, and sadly, the opportunity has slipped away. You could return to that world, fuse with Vegeta, and then come back to defeat Buu, Krillin suggested eagerly. That is impossible. Vegeta has taken too many innocent lives. Upon death, he will descend into hell and will not retain his physical form, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Moreover, even if Goku and Vegeta could fuse, they would have no means to return to this world. It seems hopeless, Krillin said with a wry smile. In the room, two children, Trunks and Goten, lay side by side. Their heights and energies are quite similar. Could they fuse? Mr. Popo suddenly pointed towards the room and suggested. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others were filled with elation. That is splendid, Mr. Popo. They are perfect for fusion, Goku exclaimed joyfully. However, just as they were speaking, Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Even Goku turned to look in a particular direction. What is this energy? Krillin asked, his face paling. Such a powerful aura. Where is it emanating from? Piccolo hurried towards the temple's edge. Goku and Krillin followed closely, eager to discover the identity of the newcomer. At that moment, standing opposite Buu and Babidi was none other than Broly, having traversed from another timeline. Who are you? Babidi shouted in alarm. Silence. Utter another shriek. And I shall make your existence a living torment. Broly's gaze turned icy as he cast a glance at Bafidi. Instantly, Bafidi was struck with terror by Broly's formidable stare, rendering him momentarily speechless. Bu, come forth and engage in battle. Broly smiled faintly. Suddenly, a yellow-green flame erupted from his body, his hair was swept high. His pupils changed color, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. The sheer intensity of his presence scattered the nearby clouds. Bu widened his eyes slightly, gazing at Broly with a hint of surprise, preparing to launch an attack. Broly smiled and waved at Bu. Whoosh! With a decisive resolve, Broly charged forward, seizing Bu's antenna with a firm grip, and followed with a powerful kick to Bu's plump head. Instantly, Bu's cranium caved in dramatically. Bang! Broly delivered a powerful blow, striking Bu with tremendous force. Accompanied by a resounding thud, a distinct fist imprint appeared on Bu's body, the impact so intense that it left a mark on his back. Bang! 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 Broly's speed of attack was remarkably swift. After just a few rounds, he had thoroughly battered Bu, leaving many areas of his body deeply sunken. Beside them, the sorcerer Babidi could hardly fathom the extent of Broly's power. In that moment, his eyes were filled with shock, fear, and unease. Bu, my Bu! Babidi exclaimed in desperate dismay. After unleashing a flurry of assaults on Bu, Broly paused momentarily. His purpose for being here was to train, not merely to torment Bu. The overwhelming advantage he had just displayed stemmed from Bu's energy not yet being fully awakened. Indeed, in the next moment, Bu began to recover gradually. Bu smiled faintly. Yet his expression turned somewhat grave, for he realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. Whoosh! Upon his restoration, Bu's arm suddenly elongated, resembling a spring, and launched a powerful strike towards Broly. Bang! Bu's formidable punch landed squarely on Broly's face. Yet, Broly merely tilted his head slightly and responded to Bu with a gentle smile. Bu focused his gaze and was astonished to discover that Broly bore no injuries. As if the recent blow had left him entirely unscathed, he chuckled with amusement. Bu smiled broadly, yet his expression turned serious once again. Kamehameha. Broly gathered energy in both hands, and in an instant, a beam of yellow-green flame surged towards Bu. Bu's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, the energy blaze unleashed by Broly pierced through Bu's abdomen, leaving behind a dark gaping hole in his form. Bu's body performed several somersaults in midair before gracefully landing, casting a smile towards Broly. Snap! Bu demonstrated his regenerative abilities, effortlessly mending the crater that had been created. Following this, Bu flashed a grin, bringing his hands together. In an instant, a radiant orb of violet flame coalesced in his palms. Whoosh! Bu unleashed a torrent of energy flames towards Broly. As the vibrant flames surged toward him, Broly responded with a powerful punch. In an instant, the incoming purple flames distorted and altered their trajectory, reversing course and heading straight back toward Bu. Bu paused momentarily, then broke into a wide grin, mimicking Broly as he delivered a punch to the energy flame. Whoosh! The energy flame was once again redirected towards the position of Babidi. Babidi, like a mouse trapped by its tail, let out a shriek and hurriedly dodged. In the next moment, the purple energy blast grazed Babidi's body and plummeted to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the energy blast struck the earth, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The area where the energy blast had impacted was utterly leveled. The overwhelming energy surged forth, causing the temple to tremble slightly. Above the temple, upon the appearance of this mysterious warrior, everyone present was left in awe. Of course, aside from Goku, Piccolo, and Dandy, the others could only sense Broly's presence through their ki, they could not see him. This young man is incredibly powerful. Goku couldn't help but exclaim. Goku, don't you find this young man somewhat familiar? Piccolo furrowed his brow, glancing at Goku. Familiar? Do you know him? Goku asked, momentarily taken aback. Look closely, doesn't he resemble the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? A cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face as he spoke in a low tone. Broly. Goku was once again taken aback, scrutinizing Broly's direction. The yellow-green transformation of a Super Saiyan. Along with the tail indicative of his Saiyan heritage, who else could it be but Broly? Upon your mention, I do indeed recall. He bears a resemblance to Broly. Goku nodded. But was Broly supposed to be dead? Besides, if he were alive, he shouldn't appear this youthful, right? Could it be that he is Broly's son? Piccolo speculated. Does Broly have another child? Goku was momentarily stunned. Even the wizard Babidi had a child. How could the legendary Super Saiyan not have offspring? Piccolo remarked solemnly. That is a valid point. Goku chuckled heartily. Yet I can't shake the feeling that this young man doesn't seem malevolent. He is currently confronting Buu. If he truly possesses Broly as potential, defeating Buu shouldn't be too difficult, right? Let us hope so. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Buu. Hurry and kill him. Babidi began to prance around again, his voice somewhat grating. I've warned you, if you make that shrill noise again, I will end you. Broly gazed fiercely at Babidi. What did you say? Babidi, emboldened by the presence of his formidable bodyguard, Buu, felt no fear this time. In his mind, should he perish, there would be no one left to subdue Buu. This belief was Babidi's source of confidence, allowing him to continue his audacious antics. Who do you think you are? Daring to threaten my life? Do you have any idea who I am? Babidi, ever cunning, swiftly darted behind Buu, peering out with an air of arrogance. Let me make it clear to you. I am Babidi, the greatest sorcerer in this universe. This rotund fellow is my servant. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered on Buu's face. With a distance of no less than 50 meters between Bardock and Broly, he calculated the range precisely. Aware that if Broly were to launch an attack against him, Buu would undoubtedly intercept it. Swish. A dark, ominous mist suddenly enveloped Broly. Babidi was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. In the next moment, Broly extended his arm into the murky cloud. With a swift motion, an astonishing scene unfolded. Broly's hand emerged from behind Babidi, grasping his collar with an iron grip. What is happening? Babidi stammered in disbelief. In an instant, he was yanked towards Broly as if he were a mere chick, pulled forth from the abyss of darkness. What is this? Is it some form of sorcery? Bafidi's eyes widened in shock, his expression reflecting sheer horror. Buu widened his squinted triangular eyes, filled with astonishment. This individual was extraordinarily formidable, having managed to abduct Bafidi's right from behind him. Clap clap. Broly seized Bardock and immediately delivered several resounding slaps. In an instant, Bardock's face bore multiple crimson imprints, and several teeth had been knocked out. Hey, Buu, come save me. Bardock shouted, You fool, what are you doing just standing there? Buu let out a chuckle and made a face, yet showed no intention of moving. You plump swine. Do you still wish to be sealed away by me? Babidi exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly. Buu's expression turned pale, and he was immediately moved, ready to rush over to rescue Babidi. Wait, Buu. Broly waved his hand. Buu paused in bewilderment, gazing quizzically at Broly. Suddenly, a crack echoed in the air, emanating from the figure of Babidi. Upon observing Babidi, one could see him with his mouth agape, a visage of torment yet devoid of any cries. I have silenced his voice, rendering him mute. From this moment forth, he shall no longer be able to recite the incantations necessary to seal you away. Broly smiled cheerfully. Buu widened his eyes, his gaze brimming with astonishment, delight, and a faint glimmer of gratitude. That subtle flicker of appreciation was precisely what gave birth to Broly. Very well. This fool shall be left to your discretion. Broly chuckled softly, effortlessly flinging Babidi before Majin Buu with a mere flick of his wrist. Buu extended his hand and seized Babidi, lifting him before his eyes, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at him. Babidi flailed his limbs, gesturing desperately, imploring Buu to restore him to health. Yet, within Babidi's eyes, there resided a deeper sentiment of pleading, intertwined with profound fear. Babidi, I have endured enough of your tyranny. You can no longer command me. Buu seized Babidi by the throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound, even if his vocal cords were suddenly restored. Bafidi's body quivered violently, his petite hands and feet flailing in the air, his pupils suffused with crimson veins, a profound terror etched across his face. Now, you can no longer chant your spells, can you? I shall end your life. Buu clenched his fist, directing it towards Babidi's head. Despair was etched across Babidi's face, and the instinct for survival compelled him to claw desperately at Buu. However, no matter how hard Babidi struggled, he could inflict not even the slightest harm upon Buu. Bang! Buu delivered a formidable punch that struck Bafidi's head with tremendous force. The sound resembled that of a bursting ball, as Bafidi's skull shattered instantaneously, spewing forth a deep blue blood. Aha! Buu grinned widely, casting aside his hand to hurl Babidi away. Boom! A beam of light erupted from Buu's hand, shattering Babidi into fragments. Upon witnessing this scene atop the temple, Goku, Piccolo, and Dandy exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Under the guidance of that youth, Buu had slain Babidi, leaving them uncertain about what the future would hold. I can only hope that Buu's innocent nature will lead him to become a good person, Piccolo remarked solemnly. Goku pondered, expressing a similar hope that the boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Broly, would prove to be their ally. You are being overly naive, Goku, Piccolo replied, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him. Do not worry, Piccolo. Even if they are both villains, as long as Goten and Trunks master the fusion technique, they will surely be able to defeat them, Goku said with a reassuring smile. Let us hope for that. Piccolo nodded gently. Ha 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 ha. I am so delighted, so very delighted. After vanquishing Babidi, Buu could not contain his joy and performed somersaults, clapping his hands vigorously. Broly gazed at him silently, not uttering a word. After a moment of joy, Buu finally recalled that there was a Broly nearby. What is your name? Buu inquired about Broly. Broly chuckled. You possess great insight, having assisted me in eliminating my most detested adversary, Bafidi. Buu clapped his hands and said to Broly, from this day forth, you shall be my servant. I shall take good care of you. You are thinking too much, Broly replied. Broly chuckled softly. The current Majin Buu, with his temperament akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, would have faced annihilation at the hands of Broly had anyone else uttered such words. However, considering Buu's innocent and straightforward nature, Broly chose not to hold it against him too severely. So, are you implying that you no longer wish to accompany me? Buu coldly remarked, Volume 134. Broly smiled gently. You are remarkably powerful. Engaging in battle with you is truly exhilarating. Buu clapped his hands and said with a smile. Then let us proceed. That is precisely my intention. Broly nodded slightly, then cast a glance over the vast expanse of land before gently shaking his head and saying, however, the constraints of battling here are too numerous. Let us find a different location. It matters not where we go. Buu did not oppose. For the unmarked version of the novel, please refer to Chapter 117, where Buu disappears. In the blink of an eye, Broly appeared beside Buu and placed his hand upon his shoulder. Buu was taken aback, ready to rise in defiance. Do not move, Broly exclaimed in an undeniably assertive tone. Buu paused for a moment, yet remained still. In the next instant, Broly utilized instant transmission, whisking Buu away from the galaxy and into the vast expanse of the universe. In this location, even though the auras of Broly and Buu were immensely powerful, it would be challenging for them to reach Earth or the King Kai's realm. Additionally, the star field here was relatively primitive, allowing Broly and Buu to unleash their full potential in battle. Buu looked around, glancing left and right, with a bewildered expression on his face. You never anticipated that he would suddenly find himself in the vastness of outer space. Very well, let us commence, Buu. Broly smiled faintly. Indeed. Buu, without much thought, clapped his hands and nodded with delight. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in an intense battle beneath the vast, uninhabited starry sky. In an instant, a surge of immense energy spread through the cosmos, shattering nearby planets as if they were mere bubbles. On Earth, in the temple, all the warriors were astonished, their faces displaying utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had sensed Buu's energy vanish, and the mysterious youth had also disappeared without a trace, leaving them at a loss. Goku, what is happening? Piccolo queried, looking towards Goku, who appeared equally perplexed. I don't know. Could it be that they concealed their energy? Goku mused, scratching his head in confusion. Do they possess the ability to hide their energy? Piccolo pondered. Brother Piccolo, Mr. Goku. Dandy interjected, speculating. The mysterious youth appeared suddenly. Could he also utilize Mr. Goku's instant transmission? Goku paused for a moment, lost in thought. After a brief silence, he nodded slightly and remarked, Dandy is correct. The two of them vanished suddenly, resembling instant transmission. Who exactly is that youth? Piccolo exclaimed, taken aback. Let us hope he is not an adversary. Goku's expression grew exceedingly grave, while cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in the King Kai's realm, Gohan was diligently training, exerting himself fiercely. At that moment, King Kai's expression stiffened, and he turned to a particular direction. Lord King Kai. Jebbet asked with concern, what is happening? It is Majin Buu. He has suddenly disappeared, Shin replied solemnly. Disappeared? Jebbet and Gohan were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he vanished inexplicably. Even I cannot trace his whereabouts now, King Kai said, furrowing his brow. Could it be that he concealed his energy? Jebbet questioned, perplexed. It does not feel like he is merely hiding his energy. Rather, it seems he has moved to a location so distant that even I cannot sense it. King Kai responded gravely. Moved to a place that even Lord King Kai cannot sense? Jebbet chuckled. Surely you jest. How could Buu possibly travel to such a realm? The reality is as such. As for how he managed to traverse there, I cannot say. King Kai shook his head, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Lord King Kai. Gohan felt an oddity in the air. Gohan, regardless of the circumstances, focus on your training, King Kai said with a gentle smile. Understood. Lord King Kai, Gohan nodded. once more straining as he wielded the sword of King Kai. Broly, accompanied by Bu, arrived at a region that lay nearly at the edge of the universe, a place that was perceived as a blind spot by the Supreme Kai. Before the exchange of bodies, Broly diligently studied various skills of the Supreme Kai. He discovered that even within the universe he governed, there were numerous blind spots that eluded his perception. Furthermore, Shin, the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, was merely a novice with lacking cultivation, making it quite unlikely for him to sense anything amiss. Broly was not concerned about being detected by Shin. Rather, he yearned for an uninterrupted battle with Bu, seeking to enhance his own strength through this clash. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Broly and Bu continues unabated. In the absence of divine power, Broly's overall strength is comparable to that of Bu, perhaps even slightly inferior. However, it is at this moment that Broly's legendary Super Saiyan advantage becomes apparent. Throughout the conflict, Broly's energy remains largely undiminished. Even when it does wane, it is swiftly replenished. This is the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan: exceptional talent, remarkable physique, outstanding combat abilities, and impressive stamina. All of these attributes render Broly's experience in battle a veritable delight. Nonetheless, Bu is no fool, despite his portly appearance. He possesses an astute intellect and is a martial arts prodigy. Any technique he observes, even briefly, he can effortlessly master. After this series of exchanges, Bu has acquired numerous skills from Broly, such as energy blasts, explosive meteors, and radiant meteors, skills that stem from Broly's own energy techniques. Naturally, Broly has intentionally nurtured this formidable opponent. It would be remiss not to cherish such a worthy adversary. As for Broly's divine abilities, even if he were to unleash them for Bu to learn, Bu would be incapable of mastering them. After all, despite Bu's formidable prowess, he remains merely a mortal, devoid of any divine essence. Furthermore, during their confrontation, Broly realizes that the reason Shin struggles against Bu is justified. In the face of overwhelmingly powerful energy, divine power sometimes proves to be of little consequence. However, should he cultivate his divine energy to the current state that Broly possesses, he could easily dominate Bu in his present form. Approximately 20 minutes have passed, and Broly grows more vigorous with each clash. In contrast, Bu's expression becomes increasingly grave, shedding any semblance of his initial playful demeanor. Bang, bang, bang. Broly unleashed a ferocious assault, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks that left Bu in a state of disarray. Afterward, Broly ceased his onslaught, silently awaiting Bu's recovery. A full minute passed before Bu finally restored his form to its original state. From this moment forth, you shall be my servant. Bu gasped heavily, clearly fatigued. The battle against Broly had drained an immense amount of his energy. What filled Bu with trepidation was the realization that his opponent seemed to grow more formidable with each confrontation. Whoosh! Just as Bu had begun to recuperate, Broly's figure flickered and reappeared beside him, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Within a mere 10 seconds, Bu was once again rendered unrecognizable. This time, it took him a full 3 minutes to revert to his original form. Bang, bang, bang. As Bu had just regained his strength, Broly approached him and unleashed a torrent of blows. Subsequently, Broly waited with a jovial smile for Bu to recover. After approximately 10 minutes, Bu's body finally returned to its former state, though his expression was tinged with a hint of fear and unease. Surrender or not? Broly smiled faintly as he gazed at Bu and, after uttering these words, clenched his fist and stretched his leg muscles. Bu widened his terrified eyes and hurriedly bowed in submission. Well, since you have acquiesced, from this moment forth, you shall be my servant. Broly smiled and said. Bu's head hung low, avoiding Broly's gaze, yet his eyes flickered with suppressed rage. As the mightiest Bu, how could he resign himself to being someone else's servant? He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique to deal with this intruder. This final resort was absorption. Bu's demeanor shifted to one of utmost deference, bowing deeply to Broly, akin to a subordinate. Since you have already become my servant, from this moment forth, you shall obey my every command without question. Broly addressed Bu. Bu nodded vigorously. Yet within his heart, he was clandestinely calculating. At this distance, given his speed, even if he were to envelop himself in flesh, he would still evade capture. No. He must not alarm the serpent. Bu realized that he needed to bide his time, to seek an opportune moment to absorb this individual in one swift motion, making him a part of his own being. Onward he must go. Broly smiled faintly and approached Bu, placing his hand upon the latter's shoulder. In an instant, they were whisked back to Earth. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gohan, who had been effortlessly wielding the divine sword, was about to take a moment's respite when he noticed the Supreme Kaishin gazing intently at a particular direction, his expression turning grave. Supreme Kai, what troubles you? Gohan inquired. Bu has returned. He is back on Earth, the Supreme Kai replied, furrowing his brow. He disappeared and has returned. What could he have been doing? Jebbet pondered, filled with questions. Regardless of the circumstances, this formidable foe remained a threat. The Supreme Kai spoke solemnly. Gohan, you are the only one capable of saving this universe. Yes. I shall exert every effort, Supreme Kai. Gohan affirmed, his demeanor resolute. On Earth, within the temple, Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they sensed the energies of the two individuals. It's Bu. He has returned, Piccolo declared, his tone serious. And that mysterious boy. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. What could they have been doing? Why did they vanish for over 40 minutes only to suddenly reappear? Piccolo wondered, perplexed. Let us assess the situation first, Goku suggested, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, who were engrossed in their studies of the fusion technique, shared their own confusion. Enough of that for now. Let us continue practicing the fusion technique, Goku said, taking a deep breath. Initially, when Broly placed his hand on Bu's shoulder, Bu contemplated the opportunity to absorb him. However, he soon sensed a shift in the surrounding environment. In the blink of an eye, Bu realized he was in a different scene, seemingly back on Earth. At that moment, he felt Broly's hand detach from his shoulder, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. Then, Bu's eyes brightened with excitement as he saw Broly facing away from him. A prime opportunity had presented itself. On the chubby face of Bu, excitement was vividly etched as he prepared to absorb Broly directly into his being. From this moment onward, you are free to move. Broly suddenly turned his head to look at Bu and exclaimed, Ah, indeed. Bu was taken aback and hurriedly bowed, responding, What were you just doing? Surely you weren't contemplating an ambush against me? Broly inquired with a gentle smile. No, master. Bu nodded and said, Is that so? Broly's eyes were narrowed, his expression imbued with a hint of coldness. Bu was terrified, recalling the recent torment inflicted upon him by Broly, a memory that still lingered in his mind, causing him to tremble with unease. I truly haven't, he exclaimed to his master. Bu resolutely refused to acknowledge it. I was merely inquiring casually. There is no need for you to fear. In truth, I treat my servants with great kindness. Broly smiled. Bu bent down and nodded vigorously. Go ahead. Do whatever you wish, even if it means destroying this planet, it matters not. Broly replied with a smile, indeed, though Bu readily agreed. He harbored a profound disdain within. You wish for me to annihilate this planet? I shall do the opposite. Swish. After Broly uttered these words, he vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, his figure materialized atop the temple, radiating a yellow-green flame that flickered around him as he gazed down upon Goku and Piccolo. Instantly, the faces of Goku and his companions paled in shock. No one had anticipated that this enigmatic youth would find his way here. Piccolo could not help but take 2 steps back, trembling with trepidation. Only Goku maintained his composure. He soared into the air, positioning himself opposite Broly. You bear a striking resemblance to the Broly I encountered before. Are you his offspring? Goku inquired, raising his guard. I am indeed Broly, having traversed through the temporal tunnel, he replied. Broly smiled softly. What? You are Broly. Goku's eyes widened, although he remained vigilant. He showed no signs of fear. After all, in Goku's perspective, this Broly, despite his formidable aura, was still quite young, and at this age, he should not possess strength surpassing his own. I wonder if your intentions mirror that of the other Broly coming to seek vengeance against the Saiyans? Goku inquired. I merely find your so-called tiresome sense of justice intolerable. Thus, I have come to eliminate you. Broly surveyed everyone present with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing these words, a shiver ran through the crowd. To read the unmarked version of the novel, please refer to Chapter 119, where the confrontation between Super and Super Saiyan 3 occurs. That little fellow who bears an uncanny resemblance to you, Goku, must be your child, correct? Broly gazed at Goten, squinting his eyes as he addressed Goku. What do you intend to do? He's merely a child. Goku's expression darkened. A child, is he? Broly let out a slight smile, directing his hand towards Goten's position. Goten, paralyzed by fear, stood motionless, his body trembling uncontrollably. Stop! Goku bellowed, immediately transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level, resolutely positioning himself in front of Goten without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh! Just as Goku moved, the energy sphere in Broly's hand hurtled forward with great speed. Bang! With a fierce shout, Goku struck the energy sphere with a mighty slap. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the sphere was redirected, soaring past the adjacent temple structure and descending into the heavens. Boom. The tower-like edifice of the temple collapsed on the spot, clouds of dust swirling into the air, startling many bystanders who hurriedly sought refuge. Impressive. He actually managed to deflect my energy blast. Broly gazed at Son Goku with keen interest, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, however, I did not unleash my full power just now. Son Goku, incensed, retorted, now you're really going to get serious. Broly. A Super Saiyan at the second level is no match for me. Broly smiled gently and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Broly's words, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, a weighty expression settled upon Wukong's face. What is the Super Saiyan second level he speaks of? Krillin murmured in confusion. I'm uncertain. Yet it is evident that Wukong is still holding back. Piccolo remarked solemnly. You are already aware, Wukong said, casting a deep glance at Broly, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Very well, if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training in another realm. With a thunderous roar, an immensely powerful energy erupted from Wukong, radiating brilliant golden light. Simultaneously, his aura expanded relentlessly, flowing forth like a torrential flood. In the next moment, Wukong's hair began to lengthen, cascading down to his waist, as arcs of electricity danced across his form. The sky itself seemed to be torn asunder by Wukong's presence, revealing a gaping rift. Now observing Wukong, whose entire being was enveloped in golden luminescence, divine and resplendent, he declared, Thank you for your patience. This is the Super Saiyan third level. Transcending the limits of the Super Saiyan, the transformation left all present in utter astonishment. No one had anticipated that Sun Wukong could undergo yet another metamorphosis. And this Super Saiyan third level was simply magnificent. In the Kaishin realm, Wukong's formidable aura enveloped the area, leaving the Kaishin, Jebet, and Gohan exchanging bewildered glances. Is that truly Wukong's energy? Shin remarked, his face paling. It is terrifying. The energy of a human reaches the sacred domain. Jebet's dark crimson complexion shifted slightly. What has happened to Dad? Gohan asked, gripping his divine sword with a grave expression. Meanwhile, Broly maintained a calm demeanor, the yellow-green flames surrounding him intensifying, and his aura surged even higher. Upon sensing Broly's overwhelming power, Wukong's expression darkened. What a formidable opponent! His energy intensity is nearly on par with mine. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Not merely comparable, it has evidently surpassed Wukong's, Piccolo remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Does this mean Wukong has no chance? Krillin wiped his forehead anxiously. Watch closely, Piccolo said, his expression grim. Come forth. Broly waved at Son Goku. Humph. Goku let out a cold snort and swiftly darted towards Broly. To onlookers, it seemed as though Goku had transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing before Broly in an instant, his speed leaving one breathless. However, Broly's swiftness surpassed his own. Just as Goku closed in, Broly's figure shifted and materialized behind him. Broly soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Goku's back. Swiftly sensing the formidable energy behind him, Goku reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting urgently to unleash a formidable punch. Bang! The collision of Goku's fist and Broly's foot unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, sending arcs of electricity radiating outward and conjuring a colossal storm. Boom! With a resounding crash, the majority of the temple's structures trembled precariously, on the brink of collapse. Just as Goku desperately braced himself against Broly's imposing foot, he was taken aback to see a yellow-green flame flickering in Broly's hand. Alarmed, Goku's expression shifted, instinctively darting to the side to evade. Whoosh! The yellow-green flame emitted by Broly grazed Goku's body, streaking towards the ground of the temple. This is bad. Everyone, take cover. Goku realized he had miscalculated. He should not have sought refuge at this moment. Thunderous roars echoed as the yellow-green flame struck the temple's surface. In an instant, a tremor resonated throughout the temple, and the earth rapidly fissured around the point of impact. The diamond-like ground shattered like bricks, sending dust and debris swirling in a chaotic tempest, while energy rampaged uncontrollably. With a piercing sound, the yellow-green flame penetrated the temple without hindrance, plunging straight downwards. Goku's expression darkened. 3 seconds later, a cataclysmic explosion rocked the entire planet, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds as if it were on par with the temple itself. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Piccolo and the others were left utterly astonished. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, while Dend covered his face in shock. Krillin stood there, completely dumbfounded. As for Android 18 and the others, they too were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. You. Goku's eyes glimmered with intense fury. The earlier incident could have claimed countless lives of Earth's inhabitants. I apologize, my intention was to strike you. But your evasion led to the slaughter of beings on this planet. Broly smiled faintly. Goku trembled all over, swiftly charging towards Broly. Bang, bang, bang. Goku launched a fierce assault against Broly. Broly engaged in combat with a tinge of seriousness for a brief moment, only to be met with a sense of disappointment. Previously, his prolonged battle with Fat Buu had significantly elevated his energy levels, rendering his subsequent duel with Son Goku somewhat effortless. It could be asserted that the third transformation of Super Saiyan Goku was only marginally comparable to that of Fat Buu, if not inferior. After all, Goku's endurance in his third Super Saiyan form was considerably lacking compared to that of Fat Buu. Indeed, in the following instant, Goku's transformation began to waver, his aura flickering precariously, threatening to dissipate at any moment. This is bad. Goku can't hold on much longer. Piccolo murmured urgently. What can we do? Broly is utterly terrifying. More formidable than Majin Buu. Krillin's face was etched with despair. We're out of options. We truly have no way forward. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Swish. With a faint smile. Broly's yellow-green aura dissipated, and he gazed at Sun Wukong with a cheerful expression. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed. I will not fight anymore. Your power is simply too inadequate. Broly shook his head, his expression one of profound disappointment. In an instant, Goku also dispelled the golden aura enveloping him, returning to his normal state, and solemnly declared, I am indeed no match for you. However, if you grant me 2 days, a mightier warrior shall arrive to confront you. Thus, I await the arrival of this formidable fighter. Broly smiled, and his figure became increasingly blurred. Whoosh. The figure of Broly vanished without a trace, his presence completely concealed. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion, shock, and trepidation. How terrifying. They had witnessed a being even more formidable than Buu. However, what puzzled Goku and the others was Broly's intentions. Why had he departed? With a whoosh, Goku returned to his normal state, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly exhausted. Goku, are you all right? Krillin inquired with concern. Dad. Goten called out anxiously. I'm fine, Goku replied with a smile, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. He then turned to Piccolo, speaking in a grave tone. Piccolo, my time here is limited. After I leave, you must teach these 2 youngsters the fusion technique properly. Isn't there still several hours left in the day? Piccolo asked, momentarily taken aback. The Super Saiyan 3rd level is utilized in another realm, and its application in different worlds can lead to complications due to the variance in time dimensions. Goku replied with a wry smile. To be honest, I can only remain for another hour, which is already quite fortunate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Just as Goku finished speaking, Elder Kai appeared atop the temple, riding a crystal ball. Goku, you have 10 minutes left. Prepare yourself. She announced. What? Only 10 minutes? That's far too short. Goku exclaimed in shock. Piccolo and the others were equally astonished. What would become of their world without Goku? Furthermore, how could they confront a foe even Goku struggled against? The future seemed shrouded in darkness. Piccolo, I'm counting on you, Goku said earnestly. Piccolo nodded gravely. Broly, utilizing instantaneous movement, materialized right beside Majin Buu, causing Buu to shudder involuntarily. Master, what are your orders? Buu indeed harbored the intention to launch a surprise attack on Broly, yet he had not encountered a suitable opportunity. Find me a place to construct a dwelling. I wish to indulge in a slumber. Broly softly commanded, sleep, but felt a surge of joy within. Ha ha ha, while this fellow is asleep, I shall absorb him, thus bringing the entire world and the cosmos under my dominion. Buu was utterly elated and readily agreed to the request. As he passed through a quaint little town, he transformed every inhabitant into clay and skillfully crafted a reptilian-like abode from the resulting material. Master, the house is complete. Buu respectfully addressed Broly, saying, Master, please take a look. This is your bedroom. Broly cast a languid glance, shaking his head as he remarked, though it appears rather ordinary. I shall grant you a brief respite, considering the arduous effort you have exerted for such an extended period. With that, Broly reclined onto the bed and closed his eyes. Buu stood aside, bowing respectfully with an air of utmost deference. However, within his heart, he was elated. As soon as Broly fell into a deep slumber, he would promptly absorb this individual, integrating him into his very being. With the energy and consciousness of such a formidable entity, he would render himself invincible within the cosmos. As Buo indulged in his thoughts, he felt that everything had arrived just in time. Suddenly, with a start, Buo's eyes widened as he noticed Broly had risen. "Master, do you have any commands for me?" Buo hastily inquired. Suddenly, it dawned on me that there was an important task I had yet to attend to. "Kindly keep a vigilant watch here for me." Broly issued a command and, in an instant, vanished without a trace through the technique of instantaneous movement. Buo was somewhat bewildered, filled more with regret and unwillingness. What could have happened to his master? Why did he leave so suddenly? Although Buo was perplexed, Broly had vanished, leaving him with no means to search, and he could only obediently remain in the room. The temple. Goku soared into the air alongside the Crystal Granny, waving a farewell to Piccolo and the others below. "Everyone, we shall meet again after your demise." Goku strained to muster a smile. This fellow at such a time still spoke such ominous words. Krillin chuckled softly. Goku's figure soon disappeared. In the next moment, he found himself in the underworld, visiting Lord Yama, from whom he learned that Gohan was not dead. Gohan was alive, but where could he be? Goku exhaled, a mix of astonishment and relief washing over him. As he traversed the golden-hued clouds, Goku suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. This was Gohan's energy, not in the underworld, nor in the Kai realm. Where could he be? Goku paused briefly, smiled, and brought his index and middle fingers together to his forehead. In a flash, Goku instantaneously appeared beside Gohan. Just as Goku materialized, Gohan's divine sword swung down, severing a few strands of Goku's hair. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed in delight. "Ah, yet another mortal has appeared in the Kaishin realm." Jebbet stared in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Goku recounted Broly's tale to the Kaishin and Gohan. "Who was Broly?" Xian inquired, puzzled. "He is the legendary Super Saiyan, said to be the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans, appearing only once every 1,000 years, Goku elucidated. "His transformation differs from ours. We shine with golden light, while Broly radiates a yellow-green glow. 7 years ago, we battled Broly, and it was only through the combined might of Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, and my own Super Saiyan energy that we managed to vanquish him on the sun." Gohan interjected. "Moreover, this Broly claims to have come from another timeline." Goku added. "Another timeline? Does that mean he arrived through a time ring?" Xian frowned in contemplation. "What is a time ring?" Goku asked, bewildered. "It's this ring I wear. It allows time travel, but only to the future," Xian explained. "Given that he appears to be only around 13 years old, how could he have come from the past? Could he be a Kaishin?" "Lord Kaishin, do not jest. Is there truly a Kaishin so young?" Jebbet chuckled, clearly skeptical. "Jebbet, Goku merely suggested that, in appearance. He seems about 13, yet appearance does not reveal true age," Xian remarked. "Indeed," Jebbet nodded. "However, if he is a Kaishin, why would he challenge Goku and seek to destroy the temple on Earth?" Xian pondered deeply. Goku and Gohan remained silent, their expressions gravely serious. Meanwhile, Boo, feeling bored, took a nap in the room, silently awaiting Broly's return. Hours passed unknowingly, and Broly still had not returned. After an indeterminate period, Boo suddenly heard soft footsteps approaching outside. He was idling away his time, silently hovering by the window as he gazed outward. At a glance, he spotted a burly man with a black beard stealthily approaching the house, while hiding behind a small tree. This bearded giant was none other than Mr. Satan, the world martial arts champion. Snap! Boo landed directly in front of Satan, gazing at him with keen interest and remarked, "I've discovered you. What delightful form shall I transform you into?" Satan's face turned ashen, his eyes shrinking to the size of beans. "Perhaps I'll turn you into chocolate and savor you." Boo mused. Boo chuckled menacingly. "Wait, hold on, please wait a moment." Satan, taken aback, said, "I have brought you a gift, exquisite chocolate." "What is exquisite chocolate?" "The essence of sophistication denotes a blend of opulence and exquisite flavor, as elucidated by the devil." Boo brought over the highly toxic delicacy from Satan, savoring each bite with delight and clapping his hands joyfully. It's exquisite, even more delectable than chocolate." Boo was quite content. "Mr. Boo, there is an entertaining game here," said Satan as he presented the gaming console with both hands. However, unbeknownst to them, Broly hovered silently above, observing the entire scene. Upon noticing Satan's arrival, Broly let out a slight sigh of relief. Events were unfolding just as he had anticipated. The reason Broly departed was to grant Satan an opportunity, thereby allowing the malevolent Buu to emerge. This evil Buu possesses significantly greater strength than the current plump Buu, making him an ideal opponent for Broly to hone his skills. Once Broly triumphs over this nefarious Bu, he can then challenge the formidable Son Gohan, whose powers have been enhanced by the Elder Kai. Subsequently, there is Fat Bu. Ultimately, Broly is intrigued by the strongest warrior in this timeline, Vegeta. He believes that defeating Vegeta will elevate his energy to an extraordinarily powerful level. Vegeta is renowned as the most powerful warrior in existence. As anticipated by Broly, Bu quickly became good friends with Satan, and Bu's innocent, childlike demeanor caused him to nearly forget about Broly. Even if he occasionally recalled him, it seemed of little consequence. In the ensuing days, Bu ventured out and returned with an injured puppy. "What happened, Mr. Bu?" Satan inquired anxiously. "It didn't fear me when it saw me, nor did it run away." Bu remarked, "It has sustained an injury to its leg. Thus it cannot run." Satan replied. Bu directly healed the puppy's leg injury with his magic. Subsequently, Bu, Satan, and the puppy joyfully played together. At the same time, Bu assured Satan that he would no longer take lives or engage in senseless destruction. Upon witnessing this, Broly's lips curled into a slight smile. However, Broly felt a tinge of impatience as the two gun-wielding individuals, who roamed about indiscriminately taking lives, had yet to arrive in this vicinity. What Broly remains unaware of is that during his battle with Goku, a powerful energy blast struck the temple, burrowing through its structure and crashing down onto the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The two unfortunate souls who inadvertently brought forth the malevolent Majin Bu met their demise in that cataclysmic event. Given that these two individuals have not made an appearance, Broly smiled faintly. He could no longer afford to wait. According to the current timeline, Goten and Trunks should have already mastered the fusion technique. If this delay continued, by the time they, as Gotenks, surpassed the strength of Fat Bu and came forth to challenge him, the emergence of the malevolent Bu would be thwarted. Originally, Broly intended to challenge Gotenks. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was merely the fusion of two mischievous children, and engaging in battle with them held little significance. Whoosh! Broly descended from the heavens, landing softly outside Bu's residence, and let out a gentle cough. Bu immediately grasped the situation and hurriedly dashed out. Satan appeared, equally bewildered, casting a surprised glance at Broly. "Hey, who is this little child seeking my autograph?" Satan inquired with an air of arrogance. "Hurry along. I do not have the time to sign anything for you right now." "An autograph, you say?" Broly smiled gently. After Satan uttered these words, he sensed that something was amiss, for he noticed that Bu's demeanor was remarkably deferential, as if a mouse had encountered a cat. Upon hearing Satan's words and noticing the glimmering eyes of his master Broly, Bu's heart raced, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Satan, exclaiming, "Master, he does not recognize you. I hope you will forgive his transgressions." Broly chuckled. "Aren't you going to apologize to your master?" Bu exclaimed, "I am sorry. I am truly sorry." Satan, utterly terrified, immediately fell to his knees, pressing his forehead against the floor, weeping profusely. Simultaneously, a wave of panic surged within Satan's heart. Who exactly was the master of this Bu? The mere fact that someone as formidable as Bu could be reduced to a mere servant was nothing short of terrifying. Those who hold disdain for the divine must meet their demise. Broly coldly remarked, "Master." Bu's complexion turned ashen. Whoosh! Broly unleashed a beam of fiery energy. Boom! Satan barely had time to utter a sound before he was obliterated by Broly's attack, utterly beyond the realm of life. Satan! Bu's fury reached its zenith, as white gas emanated from the pores on his head and shoulders. Satan had been Bu's closest companion, but now he had been slain by Broly, igniting an overwhelming rage within Bu. Satan implored him to cease his violent ways, assuring him that even he would be spared from Bu's wrath. Bu cradled his head in his hands, appearing utterly conflicted. Thunder rumbled. Bu unleashed all of his energy in a tremendous explosion, instantly obliterating his own dwelling with the sheer force of his power. Panting heavily after this immense exertion, the rotund Majin Bu suddenly noticed an ominous sight above, a gathering of dark pink clouds coalescing in the sky. After a brief silence, a figure emerged from the swirling mist. This being bore some resemblance to Bu, yet his emaciated frame and dull, lifeless pink skin exuded an aura of profound malevolence. With a sharp thud, the sinister incarnation landed opposite the corpulent Bu, studying him with cold detachment. "Who are you?" the plump Bu demanded angrily. "I am Majin Bu," the dark figure replied. "I am Majin Bu," the original roared. "You are an imposter," the evil Bu sneered. Their argument swiftly escalated into a violent clash. However, having expelled his wicked essence, the weakened original Bu stood no chance against his darker counterpart. After a brief but brutal exchange, the chubby Beerus lay battered and defeated. "I'll turn you into chocolate," he bellowed, his antenna emitting a surge of violet energy. Yet with a mere puff of breath, the evil Beerus deflected the attack, sending it hurtling back toward its caster. Before the original could react, the blast struck him, transforming him into a helpless confection. Seizing the chocolate, the malevolent Beerus devoured it without hesitation. A cataclysmic surge of power erupted from his body, pink vapor spewing from his pores as the earth trembled beneath him. When the chaos subsided, his form had shifted once more, now neither fat nor thin, his complexion resembling his former self, yet his visage radiated even greater wickedness. His strength had ascended to unprecedented heights, eclipsing all previous limits. "Ah," he exhaled, reveling in his newfound supremacy. Majin Beerus let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the full extent of his aura, causing the very earth to tremble violently. Following this, Beerus cast a hostile glare towards Broly, his former master. Broly smiled and landed opposite Beerus. Beerus grinned widely, pointing his hand towards Broly's body. Bang! A flash of light flickered from Beerus' hand, as a cerulean energy orb swiftly soared towards Broly. Broly did not dare to be complacent. The current Beerus has undergone a transformation far beyond that of the previous, plump version. One might even assert that his power has vastly surpassed Broly's own. Of course, the strength in question refers specifically to Beerus' energy intensity. Should Broly choose to wield divine power and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan God, he would find it relatively simple to contend with him. However, as Kes had indicated, relying too heavily on divine power would hinder the purpose of his training. Bang! Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, elevating his aura to its zenith. As he gazed at the swiftly approaching energy sphere, Broly extended his hand forward and grasped the energy blast with a firm grip. Uft! Broly's hand resembled a nutcracker, shattering the energy blast with ease. However, just as he had obliterated Beerus' energy attack, he discovered that Beerus had swiftly appeared directly in front of him. In an instant, Broly witnessed Beerus' fist barreling towards his face with tremendous force. At this critical moment, Broly raised his hand, attempting to block Beerus' onslaught. Yet, Beerus' reflexes were swifter. As he lowered his head, his antennae coiled around Broly's body like a whip. A triumphant expression appeared on Beerus' face. Bang! 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 Beerus unleashed a series of powerful punches upon Broly, followed by a fierce whip of his tentacle. With a thunderous crash, Broly was forcefully slammed into the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater in the earth. "I shall annihilate you, Broly," Beerus smirked coldly, reaching out towards Broly's position, attempting to seize him by the neck and bring him under control. However, in the next moment, Beerus found himself momentarily stunned. His hand extended forward, only to encounter the frigid earth beneath him, without making contact with Broly. As Beerus focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover that Broly had vanished without a trace. Beerus instantly became vigilant, scanning his surroundings in search of Broly's figure. "That recent attack was quite impressive. I must admit, I underestimated you." At that moment, Broly's voice resonated from the side. Beerus turned his head and frowned, puzzled by how Broly had managed to move to that position under his watchful gaze. The temple. Piccolo and Dandy had witnessed everything transpiring below, and both fell silent. Soon after, Piccolo gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, "This Broly is the one responsible for the emergence of the new Buu. Was that aura from the new Buu just now?" Krillin inquired hastily. "Indeed, you must have sensed it too. That aura is significantly stronger than the previous Buu," Piccolo replied, his expression darkening to an extreme. "Do not worry, Piccolo. ISNT their Goku's fusion technique? That technique should surely be able to defeat the new Buu," Krillin said with a bittersweet smile. Upon hearing this, Dandy and Piccolo exchanged complex glances with Krillin. "What do you mean? Even with the fusion technique, it's still impossible to contend with that Buu?" Krillin felt a tightening in his chest. "Let us hope for a miracle," Piccolo spoke solemnly. "By the way, where is Broly?" Krillin asked again. "Broly is currently engaged in battle with Buu," Piccolo replied gravely. "They are fighting? Aren't they on the same side?" Krillin asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he questioned, "Piccolo, did you just say that Broly created this new Buu? It can be said that he is the cause." Piccolo gritted his teeth, adding that if Broly had killed Satan in front of Buu, perhaps matters would not have escalated to such a dire state. "Oh, my father is dead," Videl exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. Piccolo nodded gently. "But if Broly is the one who brought Buu into existence, why are they fighting?" Krillin still didn't comprehend. "Ask me," And I might as well ask the void. Piccolo retorted. In the realm of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai had emerged from the Divine Sword, currently guiding Gohan in unlocking his latent energy. At that moment, both Goku and the Supreme Kai sensed Bu's overwhelming aura simultaneously. Their faces paled. Bu's power has increased again. Goku said gravely. What on earth has happened? The Supreme Kai, Shin, also broke out in a cold sweat. Rest assured, this level of Bu, along with that so-called legendary Super Saiyan, are nothing to fear, Gohan. Empowered by my guidance, will easily defeat them, the old Supreme Kai said with a grin, not bothering to look back. Goku dismissed his words as mere bravado and did not believe him. However, it seemed that having the old Supreme Kai awaken Gohan's latent energy was the only viable option at this point. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Bu raged on. Initially, Broly found himself at a disadvantage in terms of energy, but as time passed, his power began to gradually increase. This was the remarkable essence of the legendary Super Saiyan physiology. With the continuation of battle, energy did not diminish but rather surged. Broly felt as though within him lay an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Gradually, the intensity of Broly's energy began to match that of Bu. Though Bu's intellect may be lacking, he possesses remarkable combat prowess. He distinctly senses the formidable presence of his former master. The prolonged struggle without victory births a foreboding feeling within him. If this battle continues, the outcome may be dire. Bu hesitates to contemplate further. Suddenly, as Bu is lost in thought, Broly delivers a powerful kick to his face. Instantly, Bu's head is deeply indented, and his complexion turns pale. As Bu was kicked, a flash of brilliance illuminated his mind. In the next moment, he let out a couple of strange cries, and his body began to swell unexpectedly. Was he contemplating self-destruction? Broly smiled gently. I shall return. Bu gritted his teeth. Thunder rumbled. As his words fell, Bu's body shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Given Broly's current prowess, locating these fragments of Bu was an exceedingly simple task. By harnessing his divine abilities, he could effortlessly find each shard. Of course, should Broly desire to annihilate the current Bu, it would merely require a flick of his wrist. With pure energy, he could easily bring about Bu's demise. However, extinguishing Bu at this moment would lack significance. Through the recent battle, Broly's strength had gradually ascended, now surpassing Bu to some extent. Nonetheless, Broly's energy was still insufficient to completely overpower Bu, which had already instilled a sense of foreboding in Bu, prompting him to opt for self-destruction. Broly realized that this individual had chosen self-destruction as a means to an end. Broly smiled lightly, deciding to momentarily disregard the situation, planning to devise a strategy at a later time. With that, he executed a swift instant transmission, vanishing from Earth in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Piccolo and Dandy exchanged glances, both astonished to discover that not only had Bu's energy dissipated, but Broly's presence had also completely vanished. Krillin sensed it as well, his face reflecting disbelief. Could it be that they had both perished together? Leaping with excitement, Lepin observed the unfolding events. Piccolo and Dandy turned to him, remaining silent. What exactly transpired? Lepin could not contain his curiosity. For reasons unknown, Bu detonated himself, and Broly has departed, Piccolo stated gravely. Self-destructed? Krillin's expression brightened. So, does that mean Bu is dead? It's not that simple, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. As a being of magic, Bu would not easily take his own life. Would you do the same if you were in his position? Indeed, I certainly would not, Krillin acknowledged. In my view, Bu must have perceived his adversary as formidable, leaving him no choice but to self-destruct in a desperate bid to devise a new strategy to confront Broly. Piccolo articulated his perspective. But what plan could he possibly formulate? Krillin murmured in confusion. We shall observe further. Piccolo clenched his fists, addressing the group in a hushed tone. Everyone, be cautious. The new Bu's energy has completely vanished. If my assumptions are correct, he can manipulate his energy. If he can control his presence, he can certainly sense ours. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, altering their expressions drastically. Immediately conceal your energies, Piccolo commanded. On the ground, fragments of Bu lay hidden in an exceedingly discreet location, silently biding their time. Once he confirmed that Broly had indeed departed, Bu swiftly began to coalesce his scattered remnants. Bu reverted to his original form, vigilantly scanning his surroundings and sensing the atmosphere to gauge the situation. Still, there was no trace of Broly's presence. This revelation allowed Boo's anxious heart to finally settle. That detestable Broly. I shall make you pay dearly. Boo's body trembled violently. Unbeknownst to him, every movement he made was under the watchful gaze of Broly. On a desolate planet, Broly sat upon the ground, facing a crystal orb that revealed Boo's location. After a brief silence, Boo became convinced that Broly had indeed departed. Boo smiled broadly, lifting his head to gaze silently at the sky. Whoosh! Boo transformed into a shooting star, swiftly soaring towards the heavens. Before long, a towering pillar appeared before him, and with a light chuckle, Boo ascended directly into the sky. The figures atop the temple, including Piccolo, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Boo is coming our way, Piccolo exclaimed, his expression darkening significantly. Just as his words echoed, Boo hovered above the group, a boundless smile adorning his face. In truth, even though Piccolo and the others had concealed their energy, it was already too late. The moment Boo transitioned from his pudgy form to this new state, he had sensed the overwhelming presence from afar. Hee hee, Boo chuckled sinisterly, causing Piccolo and the others to turn pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat trickled down their brows. Come out, Boo suddenly shouted, startling Piccolo and the others, who exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Come out, quickly come out, Boo once again exclaimed, his voice and formidable aura causing the entire temple to tremble. What do you mean? Piccolo struggled to compose himself as he gazed at Boo and inquired. That being with immense power, I know is concealed right here. Boo's expression darkened as he scanned each individual present. However, what perplexed Boo was the fact that none of these individuals were the one he had sensed earlier. The one radiating an extraordinarily powerful aura. Who dares to show themselves? Step forward. Majin Buu exclaimed loudly. I do not know who you are searching for. Perhaps you could describe his appearance. Piccolo inquired. I have never encountered him, yet I can sense an extraordinarily potent aura. It resonates nearby. Boo said with a cold expression. You aren't referring to Broly, are you? Krillin couldn't help but interject. Transform into chocolate. The antennae atop Boo's head shimmered with a radiant glow, striking Krillin in an instant. With a resounding clap, Krillin was instantly transformed into a dark, glossy chocolate, tumbling to the ground. Everyone was left in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for Boo's sudden and direct action. Boo approached and directly picked up the chocolate-turned Krillin, munching on him with a crunch. The onlookers were seething with anger, yet dared not voice their discontent, their faces flushed and bodies trembling. Little did they realize that the name Broly instilled an indelible fear in Boo's heart. I do not relish such jest. The bald man transformed into chocolate serves as a fitting consequence. Boo coldly declared, if he does not come out, I shall transform all of you into delectable snacks and consume you whole. Upon witnessing Krillin's demise, he was ready to charge forward recklessly, only to be intercepted by the crowd. Boo bellowed loudly, I understand now. I know who you are referring to. Piccolo replied in a deep voice. However, he is currently resting and will require a moment before he can be disturbed. Immediately, wake him. Boo coldly declared, I must confront him. If you wish to battle him, you must wait until he regains his peak strength. Otherwise, he is not your match, Piccolo remarked. How long will it take for him to return to his prime? Boo felt that Piccolo's words held a modicum of truth. After all, even if he were to absorb these individuals, he would still be unable to wield energy surpassing that of Broly by several folds. Should he only become a mere match for Broly, perhaps just 1 or 2 times stronger, Boo believed that in the end, Broly would inevitably catch up and surpass him. It was only by absorbing more formidable beings that he could attain the power to obliterate Broly in an instant. Moreover, possessing the ability to annihilate Broly would ensure that Broly could not enhance his strength during the course of battle, despite Boo's seemingly foolish demeanor and lack of intellect. He had already discerned that Broly regarded him as a mere stepping stone. Did you not proclaim your intent to eradicate all Earthlings? Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing that in this critical moment, the Earthlings would have to serve as sacrificial pawns. After all, with the existence of the Dragon Balls, the Earthlings could be resurrected if they perished. Furthermore, the fusion of Goten and Trunks was still not sufficiently mature when compared to Boo. They were still far too weak. Humph. Boo let out a cold snort and then circled around the temple. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of Boo's intentions. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed. Boo extended his hand towards the heavens, unleashing a crimson-hued flame that soared into the sky, reminiscent of fireworks as it cascaded towards the earth. In an instant, These ethereal sparks seemed to possess a sinister enchantment, sweeping across the globe and reaching every remote corner of the world. Any soul encountered by this inferno was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere ashes. Within a brief span, nearly all of humanity on Earth had perished. The human race had been extinguished. Boo grinned widely. Is it time to come out now? I understand. Piccolo's expression turned exceedingly grim. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Boo urged. Give me an hour. Piccolo gritted his teeth and replied, I already mentioned it. You wouldn't want to engage them in battle before they reach their peak strength, would you? An hour is but a fleeting moment. Boo cast a deep glance at Piccolo and suddenly thought that absorbing this fellow might elevate his own intelligence. However, after careful consideration, Boo decided against absorbing Piccolo for the time being, lest Broly become aware of his trump card, thus enabling him to take precautions. Little did Boo realize that his so-called trump card techniques had long been thoroughly deciphered by Broly. Swish! With a swift motion of his hands, Piccolo conjured forth an enormous hourglass. When all the sand within this vessel has descended, precisely 1 hour shall have elapsed, Piccolo explained as he placed the hourglass upon the ground. Drip! Drop! The grains of sand trickled downward with agonizing slowness. This duration is intolerably protracted. I cannot endure such interminable waiting. Boo roared in fury, clearly perceiving that the descent of these sands would not be a matter of mere moments. Should Broly arrive during this interminable wait, the consequences would be dire. Satan's daughter also wishes for you to remain, Piccolo remarked, gesturing toward Videl, standing nearby. Boo cast a glance at Biddy, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, there is a scent of Mr. Satan about her. After uttering these words, Boo crouched beside the hourglass, silently observing the flow of sand. Meanwhile, Piccolo instructed Mr. Popo to awaken Goten and Trunks, urging them to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training as soon as possible. There are still 3 chapters left for today. I will update in the evening, seeking a reward. The next chapter, Boo vs. Gotenks, awaited. Thus, they continued to wait in silence. Approximately half an hour later, Boo's expression grew increasingly impatient. I am done with this. I shall wait no longer. Boo shattered the hourglass with a single strike, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. It had only been half an hour, Piccolo remarked. Whoosh! A beam of energy struck the ground beneath Piccolo, piercing through the temple. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's brow as he nodded in reluctant agreement. He understood that if Boo were to linger any longer, he would indeed annihilate them all. I comprehend. Follow me. I shall lead you to them, Piccolo declared in a grave tone. Boo grinned, a hint of pride evident on his face. Simultaneously, he felt a flutter of excitement within. For the green-skinned fellow had mentioned taking him to seek out that formidable individual. This signified that he could stealthily absorb that being without detection. Under Piccolo's guidance, they traversed numerous flights of stairs, consuming a considerable amount of time, until they finally arrived in the room of spirit and time. As Boo gazed into the distance, he beheld 2 small children, unable to suppress a frown. Is it truly them? Boo inquired of Piccolo. Not bad. Piccolo nodded, secretly praying for a miracle to occur. Is Uncle Piccolo the only one who came to watch our performance? Trunks said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. And Uncle Piccolo, could you perhaps adopt a more optimistic outlook? Piccolo remained silent. All right, let's begin, Boo, Trunks declared, giving a thumbs down and executing the fusion dance with Goten. Boo furrowed his brows, genuinely unconvinced of the formidable nature of these 2 little brats. It seemed that even if he were to absorb them, he still would not attain the power to effortlessly defeat Broly. Boo decided to proceed with caution. For once he absorbed someone, their appearance would inevitably change, potentially alerting Broly and prompting him to take precautions. Boo is acutely aware of the terrifying nature of that Broly. To absorb such a formidable being, one must engage in careful contemplation. Bang! Boo, observing Trunks' arrogant demeanor, soared through the air and swiftly knocked him down with a single punch. Ouch! What are you doing? Trunks lamented, clutching his face in anguish. You all do not seem particularly remarkable, do you? Boo's expression turned icy. After waiting for such an extended period, these 2 individuals proved to be remarkably feeble. Hold on a moment. Do not act yet. A formidable warrior is about to emerge, Trunks remarked, waving his hand as he returned to his previous position. Boo pondered for a moment and decided to wait. Perhaps something truly remarkable would transpire. In the next instant, he beheld the child performing movements akin to a dance, gradually stepping closer. Why haven't they initiated the Saiyan fusion? Piccolo wondered, though it seemed inappropriate to inquire further at that moment. Suddenly, the two little ones pressed their index fingers together. Instantly, a brilliant and dazzling light erupted from their point of convergence, illuminating the space around them, and within that radiant glow, their overlapping silhouettes shimmered. A vast, formidable energy surged forth from the duo, radiating outward in all directions. In the following moment, a warrior with striking black and blue hair emerged. Behold, I am Gotenks, the most powerful warrior in history. Gotenks struck a pose, exuding a presence even more formidable than before, hinting at the possibility of a miracle. I can sense your energy, and it feels quite impressive, Piccolo remarked solemnly. Bu nodded slightly, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. I shall attack now. With a disdainful snort, Gotenks soared towards Bu. Wild boar head, elephant foot, spiral leg. A series of fierce assaults struck mercilessly against Bu's form. Yet, Bu appeared utterly unfazed. Once Gotenks had exhausted his barrage, Bu regarded him from above, his face reflecting profound disappointment. What is that expression? Gotenks fumed. Too weak. Bu felt a profound sense of disappointment. Absorbing this individual would not enable him to annihilate Broly in an instant, but would merely serve as another means to hone Broly's strength. You claim I am weak and look down upon me, Gotenks exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Bang! No sooner had Gotenks uttered those words than Bu sent him flying with a single slap. Ouch! Gotenks clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Piccolo placed a hand on his forehead, at a loss for words. You have wasted so much of my time. I will end you. With a disdainful snort, Bu's face gleamed with murderous intent. You have truly provoked me. Gotenks replied with a cold smile, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. Behold, my transformation into a Super Saiyan. A thunderous roar erupted as Gotenks' form radiated a dazzling golden light, akin to the brilliance of the sun. Subsequently, Gotenks seamlessly transitioned into his Super Saiyan form. How wonderful it is that even after our fusion, I can still attain Super Saiyan. Piccolo's face brightened with joy. Oh! Bu was momentarily taken aback, silently gazing at Gotenks. Although Bu's sensitivity to energy was not as acute as that of warriors like Piccolo, he could undoubtedly perceive the dazzling golden aura surrounding Gotenks, indicating a significant enhancement in strength. Regarding the extent of Gotenks' newfound power, Bu resolved to probe further. It appeared that if this little rascal's power were absorbed, it might very well be sufficient to obliterate Broly. Of course, before determining the feasibility of such an annihilation, Bu needed to ascertain their true capabilities first. Through the crystal ball, Broly could only witness the moment when Piccolo led Bu into the room of spirit and time. Once they entered, the crystal ball merely reflected the desolate ruins of the temple. Broly understands the significance of Bu's intentions. He seeks to absorb formidable warriors to conquer himself. Presently, the most worthy target for Bu's absorption is none other than Gotenks. Should he indeed absorb Gotenks, who has attained the third level of Super Saiyan, Broly, without resorting to divine abilities, would stand no chance against him. Furthermore, if Bu were to truly absorb Gotenks, the intensity of energy would surpass the limits of divine power, thereby diminishing its influence considerably. Unless he transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan God, there would be no alternative but to endure a relentless struggle. Chapter 126. Departure to the Kaishin realm. Of course, Broly does not intend to impede Bu's attempt to absorb Gotenks. Even if Bu were to succeed, Gotenks' transformation into the third level of Super Saiyan is time-bound, lasting a mere 5 minutes before reverting to his normal fused state. Now, the question arises, who would provide the most suitable challenge for Broly? At this point, his power has already surpassed that of Bu, and one could confidently say he exceeds all warriors, purely in terms of energy. Broly pondered carefully, considering that at this juncture, Gohan must have had a significant portion of his energy extracted by the Elder Kai. With this thought, Broly lightly brushed his hand across the surface of the crystal ball. Suddenly, the image within the crystal shifted, revealing the figure of Son Goku. In the next moment, the camera gradually expanded its view. Soon enough, Broly indeed beheld the Elder Kai, who was diligently unlocking Gohan's latent potential not far from Goku. Meanwhile, Goku, the Kai, and Jebbet were idly passing the time, seemingly bored. Broly smiled faintly, his figure becoming increasingly indistinct. In a swift motion, he appeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Sensing Broly's presence, Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards him. Upon catching sight of Broly, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. "Broly!" Goku exclaimed, leaping from the ground, his countenance darkening. Having previously faced Broly in battle and suffered a devastating defeat, he had assumed that upon arriving in this world, he would never encounter Broly again. However, to Goku's astonishment, Broly had also made his way to the Supreme Kai's realm. "Goku, is that Broly?" Shin furrowed his brow. "Indeed, he is the Broly I mentioned to you. The legendary Super Saiyan." Goku's expression grew increasingly grave, realizing the predicament he was in and pondering how Broly had found this place. This is a sacred domain. How could a mortal have arrived here?" Jabber lamented, gazing skyward in despair. Broly paid no heed and instead turned his gaze towards the distant figures of Son Gohan and the old Kai. Gohan remained silent. However, upon feeling Broly's penetrating stare, a look of heightened vigilance crossed his face. He had heard his father speak of Broly and was aware that his strength had surpassed even that of Bu. As for the old Kai, he wore a contemplative expression, as if he had already begun to deduce my true identity. Broly smiled gently and conveyed his voice directly into the mind of the old Kaishin through his divine consciousness. The old Kaishin was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. He promptly responded through his divine awareness. "You are a Kaishin, but you do not appear to be from the 7th universe." "You are correct." Broly continued to respond. "I do not wish for others to know my identity at present. Do you understand?" As for why the elder Kaishin immediately revealed Broly's status as a Kaishin, Broly himself was not particularly surprised. After all, to appear in the Kaishin realm, one must either fly there or utilize instant transmission. Clearly, the elder Kaishin had discerned that the instant transmission Broly employed was entirely different from Son Goku's. It was a technique only a deity could wield. "What do you intend to do?" the elder Kaishin inquired. "What I do is my own prerogative. If you wish to remain sealed within the Z-Sword, then by all means, proceed." Broly chuckled softly and continued speaking telepathically to the elder Kaishin. The aged deity remained silent, yet his mind was preoccupied with assessing this young Kaishin. Could he truly possess the power to seal me away? "My divine energy far surpasses yours." Broly's voice echoed in the elder's consciousness. "Do you honestly believe I'm capable of such a feat?" Broly spoke coldly. Upon hearing such words from Broly, the old Supreme Kai's eyes widened several times, and his expression turned somewhat grim. This young Supreme Kai could actually glimpse into the depths of his soul. It became evident that his divine power far surpassed his own. What a formidable individual. The old Supreme Kai felt cold sweat beginning to trickle down his back. He had never encountered such a powerful Supreme Kai before. "I understand. You may as well consider me non-existent." He sighed deeply, choosing not to say more. After uttering this statement, he felt inexplicably older. The expression of helplessness was clearly etched upon the old Supreme Kai's face. Which universe could this Supreme Kai belong to? He pondered silently. "Once again, I reiterate, I do not wish for them to know my true identity at this moment." Broly smiled faintly and continued to issue commands to the old Kai with his divine mind. "Understood," the old Kai replied. Goku, Shin, and Jebet were somewhat puzzled as they observed Broly addressing the old Kai, whose complexion shifted from red to white to purple, displaying a spectrum of emotions: shock, astonishment, and gravity. Ancestor. Shin, the Kai, immediately reacted, swiftly positioning himself in front of the old Kai. Boom. Goku, too, transformed instantly into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, standing protectively before the Kai. Jebet suddenly realized his own impotence and could only watch helplessly from the side. "Stand down," the old Kai stated calmly. "You are no match for him. Ancestor. Even if we are aware that we are not his equals, we will not allow him to harm you," Shin insisted earnestly. "I have said it before, stand down," the old Kai commanded, his expression exceedingly stern. This was the first time Shin had witnessed such a serious demeanor from the old Kai, who usually appeared irreverent and even somewhat comical after emerging from the divine sword. However, this time, the old Kai's demeanor was profoundly serious. "Goku, we must withdraw," Shin said in a low voice, pulling Goku aside. "How much longer will it take for Gohan to elevate his energy?" Broly inquired with great curiosity. Having excavated all potential energy, he is now in a stabilization phase. The old Kai, however, utilized his divine consciousness to speak privately to Broly, indicating that it would require at least another 10 minutes to thoroughly stabilize the energy he had unearthed. At this moment, It remains uncertain how much power he can unleash in this newfound state. Broly also inquired with divine perception. It is approximately only half of his full strength during his prime, as it takes time to stabilize his energy, the old Kaishin explained. Very well, cease stabilizing his energy. He is now perfectly suited to be my adversary. Broly smiled faintly. If that is the case, consolidating all his energy will require even more time. The old Supreme Kai let out a bitter laugh. Broly smiled indifferently. All right, I understand. The old Kaishin agreed. Goku and Shin were somewhat perplexed, for they had just witnessed Broly pose a question to the old Kaishin, who had offered no response. Subsequently, there was an unsettling silence. Unbeknownst to Goku and Shin, a profound mental communion was transpiring between Broly and the old Kaishin. Gohan, it is nearly time for you to take action, the old Kaishin suddenly declared. Nearly? Gohan hesitated for a moment. In truth, he had intended to engage the moment Broly appeared, yet the sight of the old Kaishin remaining steadfast had restrained him, fearing that any premature action might be in vain. Now that the old Kaishin has indicated the time is approaching, does that mean I can battle this Broly? He pondered. It is fundamentally ready. Although not entirely so, he may not afford us the luxury of time, the old Kaishin explained. I understand, esteemed old Kaishin, Gohan replied, rising from the ground and directing his gaze towards Broly. Broly smiled, noting that son Gohan, possessing merely half of his full power, was yet more formidable than Bu, though not excessively so. This was fortuitous, as it aligned perfectly with Broly's intention to hone his skills. Had he arrived 10 minutes later to engage in battle with Gohan, victory would necessitate the invocation of divine power. As the elder Kaishin advised, one should refrain from utilizing divine energy unless absolutely necessary during combat. Moreover, at this current energy intensity, the efficacy of divine power would be significantly diminished. How can I maximize my energy? Gohan quietly inquired, turning to the elder Kaishin. Simply follow the process of transforming into a Super Saiyan, the elder Kaishin replied. So it was the method of transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gohan's expression shifted to one of seriousness and gravity, his eyes ablaze with determination. Wait, just a moment, the elder Kaishin suddenly realized. Boom. Gohan, however, could not afford to wait. He was already eager to engage in battle. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Gohan's being. Instantly, a tempest of energy surged forth, sweeping through the Kaishin realm as if a hurricane had passed, waves of power undulating violently. Centered around Gohan, the ferocious energy radiated outward, exuding an immense and profound aura. Observing closely, one could see a layer of white light enveloping Gohan, his hair tied up high, yet still retaining its black hue. Although Gohan had not transformed, he had elevated his energy to its zenith. The elder Kaishin, standing nearby, was abruptly lifted off the ground by the force of Gohan's energy storm, soaring into the sky. Thud! The elder Kaishin crashed back down, his old back protesting from the impact. This young man, despite my request to wait, is in such a hurry, the elder Kaishin grumbled, rubbing his aching back. Gohan, however, gazed at Broly with fierce determination, his face radiating confidence. What a powerful aura! Goku exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that, after being enhanced by the elder Kaishin, Gohan would surpass even his Super Saiyan third form. Is there such a level among Saiyans? Transforming into a Super Saiyan is a dubious path, the elder Kaishin scoffed. Boom. Just as the elder Kaishin's words faded, Broly began to emanate a yellow-green glow. Instantly, a vast aura conjured a tempest of energy, as if a storm had descended upon the land. Upon closer inspection, Broly's hair had risen, transforming to a striking yellow-green, while his eyes mirrored this hue. He had indeed achieved the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Gohan, be careful. His energy has surged significantly. Goku shouted to Gohan. I understand, Dad. Gohan's expression was filled with unwavering confidence. In the blink of an eye, Gohan launched himself forward, his speed leaving Goku and the others momentarily dazzled. When they focused again, they found Gohan had already positioned himself directly opposite Broly, his fist poised to strike at Broly's chest. How fast? Goku and the others gasped in astonishment. Boom. Gohan's punch flew toward Broly's vital spot, surpassing both energy and speed compared to Bu at this time. Even Broly found himself somewhat challenged in response. In contrast, Broly's current energy intensity lagged several levels behind that of Gohan. As Gohan's fist approached, Broly narrowed his eyes and pressed his hands downward. Boom. Gohan's punch did not connect with Broly's chest as intended. Instead, it collided with Broly's hands. Instantly, an immense surge of energy reverberated through Broly's arms, akin to a thunderous force cascading throughout his body. Broly was nearly uncontrollable, and he was sent flying on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. Broly's body penetrated a towering mountain behind him, continuing to slide backward. The geological resilience of the Kaishin realm is hundreds of times greater than that of Earth. And after shattering the mountain, Broly's complexion slightly paled. This was only at about 40% of Gohan's full power during his prime. Should this fellow's energy be fully unleashed, one can only imagine its magnitude. In terms of sheer energy intensity, aside from the Patera fusion of Vegeta, Gohan would stand as the mightiest entity. However, for Broly, Gohan's strength is merely temporary. He will surpass him, outshining this formidable half-Saiyan. Humph. A hint of pride flickered across Gohan's face. Remarkable, exclaimed Goku, his eyes wide with excitement and envy. Victory. Kaishin Shin laughed heartily. Now, Bu is no longer a concern. Jebet appeared gratified. It must be noted that this legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, possesses power exceeding that of Bu, and now that Gohan has sent him flying with a single punch, confronting Bu should pose no issue. You rejoiced too soon, the old Kaishin interjected abruptly. While others may be oblivious, the old Kaishin, with his extensive experience and divine cultivation, could discern the immense power contained within Broly. Such strength, it seemed, could not be shaken even if Gohan's full energy were to be harnessed. What universe does he hail from? The old Kaishin pondered, perplexed, noting Broly's appearance reminiscent of an ancient Saiyan, strikingly similar to the former Yamushi. Elder, have you encountered him before? Shin inquired, leaning closer to the old Kaishin. Never, not once. The old Kaishin quickly shook his head. Elder, why does it seem as though you harbor secrets from us? Shin tilted his head in curiosity. No, how could I conceal anything from you? The old Kaishin's demeanor betrayed a hint of unease. Really? The elder's gaze towards Broly was peculiar. Shin mused thoughtfully. Fool, don't concern yourself with me. Just watch closely. Broly will absolutely not be defeated by Gohan. The old Kaishin erupted with anger, loudly rebuking Shin. And my affairs are none of your business. Yes. Shin dared not retort further, hastily responding with respect. He is no match for me. Gohan's pupils shimmered with green light, his expression radiating pride and self-satisfaction. Gohan, do not underestimate him. Goku admonished loudly. Gohan turned to glance at Goku, offering a confident smile. Suddenly, a yellow-green energy sphere shot swiftly towards Gohan, released by Broly. Gohan appeared to have anticipated this, observing the approaching energy sphere with a disdainful smile, and with a powerful shout, he struck it with his fist. Boom. Accompanied by a light sound, the energy sphere was immediately deformed by the force of his punch. Subsequently, the sphere was compressed and morphed by Gohan's fist, darting backward like a swift arrow. The astounding spectacle unfolded as the sound of the energy sphere tearing through the air resonated throughout the realm, its speed surpassing that of Broly's initial launch by several folds. Whoosh! The energy sphere narrowly grazed Broly's shoulder, soaring into the heavens with astonishing momentum. Broly, you are no match for me, Gohan declared triumphantly. Looking at Broly, however, he stood approximately 100 meters away, his expression grave. This Son Gohan is indeed a formidable adversary, and currently, Gohan is operating at merely 40% of his peak power. It appears that the path to his own training remains long and arduous. Yet, Broly felt neither fear nor discouragement. On the contrary, the surging blood within him invigorated his desire to fight. This is the essence of a Saiyan's bloodline, instilling an unwavering belief in the continuation of battle. Particularly for a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly, the intensity of this fighting spirit exceeds that of ordinary Saiyans by more than tenfold. Otherwise, given Broly's current stature, he could easily gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls in another timeline, summon the Eternal Dragon, and acquire a body surpassing that of the Omni King, thus overseeing the entire universe with ease. However, Broly would never engage in such trivial pursuits. Ascending to greatness may present a rare opportunity for some, but Broly understands well that the notion of instant ascension implies that the higher one rises, the more severe the fall, since he possesses the capability to fulfill divine wishes. Why wouldn't other deities do the same? Moreover, should he truly become a figure of the Omni King's caliber, wiping out all other gods, What meaning would remain in such vastness, in such an expansive universe, if Broly stood alone? Furthermore, to become the supreme deity, surpassing the likes of the Omni King, while being unable to experience the joy of battle, is not the vision that Broly aspires to. Indeed, your strength surpasses my expectations. Broly nodded with a smile, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. In an instant, Gohan grinned, his confidence radiating more intensely, his figure becoming ethereal. In the blink of an eye, Gohan appeared above Broly, leaning down to deliver a powerful punch aimed squarely at Broly's crown. In a moment of urgency, Broly gritted his teeth and extended his right hand. Boom! Gohan's fist struck Broly's palm with tremendous force. Crack! Instantly, the ground beneath Broly caved in deeply, the earth fracturing like a shattered shell, spreading outward in all directions. Gohan's fist resembled a colossal mountain, or rather, a planet, pressing heavily upon Broly, making his breaths labored. However, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was unfazed at this critical juncture. The yellow-green aura surrounding him intensified. With a resounding explosion, Broly's once-bent arm, previously suppressed, began to straighten as he unleashed his energy. Gohan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of concern crossing his face. Broly flashed a grin. Bang! In an instant, Broly's arm shot up, meeting Gohan's fist head-on, and with a resounding slap, he struck Gohan's face. Seizing the moment, Broly soared forward, delivering a powerful kick straight to Gohan's chest. Gohan's expression twisted in pain as his body was sent hurtling through the air. Crash! He collided with the mountains behind him, shattering them, and emerged from the other side. Gulp! After halting, Gohan could not suppress a spurt of blood, his complexion paling significantly. Gohan! Goku exclaimed in alarm. The Kaishin, Shin, widened his eyes in disbelief. What a terrifying opponent. He actually sent Gohan flying. Jebet's large red face quivered slightly. However, Gohan's reflexes were remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and rapidly returned to face Broly once more. Yet, the confidence that had previously adorned Gohan's face had vanished, replaced by an expression of heightened seriousness and vigilance. Son Gohan, one must admit, you are truly remarkable. Broly smiled and said, I admire you. Let us continue. Gohan remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Bang! 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 Gritting his teeth, Gohan stepped forward, launching a fierce assault against Broly. In contrast, Broly adopted a purely defensive stance, occasionally countering, yet his responses barely affected Gohan. Despite this, Broly reveled in the thrill of battle. As the fight progressed, the energy within Broly surged, becoming increasingly abundant and refined. Conversely, although Gohan appeared to hold a slight advantage, his energy consumption was alarmingly high. The situation was dire. Goku gritted his teeth, contemplating rushing to assist, but upon sensing the formidable auras of both combatants, he refrained. You've noticed, Goku, Xian remarked in a somber tone. Goku nodded. His aura escalated during the skirmish, proving even more formidable than that of Majin Buu. Xian clenched his jaw, wondering when such a monster had emerged in their universe. At this rate, Gohan would inevitably succumb. Goku replied thoughtfully, let us observe for now. Perhaps another solution will present itself. Xian felt helpless and glanced back at the elder Kaishin, who exhibited no reaction. Xian couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Gohan raged on. As time passed, Broly's energy intensity finally matched Gohan's. Gasping for breath, Gohan's complexion paled as he inhaled deeply. You've been the aggressor from the start. Now it is my turn. Broly smiled faintly. After uttering these words, a powerful energy sphere suddenly surged forth from his hand. Gohan's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded the oncoming energy blast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Gohan was taken aback to see an array of energy spheres continuously emanating from Broly's hand. To his astonishment, these energy spheres bore no intent to attack. Instead, they hovered all around him. What is he planning? Gohan's expression grew increasingly grave. Clap. Broly brought his hands together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the hundreds of energy spheres hovering around Gohan surged toward his central position. Gohan's expression turned grim. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive explosion erupted where Gohan stood, sending tremors throughout the entire Kaishin realm. Gohan! Goku exclaimed in alarm, unable to contain his shock. Fear not. I am merely imparting a lesson to him. This level of assault will not bring about his demise. Broly turned his head, and offered a gentle smile to Goku. What? Goku was taken aback. Once the dust settled, Gohan's figure gradually materialized. As everyone focused their gaze, they discovered that Gohan was enveloped in a luminous energy shield, crackling with arcs of electricity. It was this very shield that absorbed the energy blasts unleashed by Broly, preventing Goku from sustaining harm. However, the energy shield had depleted a considerable amount of power, and Gohan was now beginning to breathe heavily. Suddenly, just as Gohan sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him, he distinctly felt a chilling aura surging towards him from behind. This is bad. Gohan's expression turned to one of alarm as he hurriedly attempted to defend against the impending attack. Yet, the rapid consumption of his energy hindered him. Despite turning around in an effort to block, it was ultimately too late. Bang! Broly struck Gohan squarely on the nose. Whoosh! Gohan's body skidded across the surface of the Supreme Kai's realm, gliding for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. PFF. As Gohan rose to his feet, his breath was erratic, and he could not help but spew a mouthful of blood. His body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. The outcome was evident. Though Gohan remained standing, Broly understood that Son Gohan had little energy left. At this point, extinguishing him would be an effortless endeavor for Broly. Train diligently, Son Gohan. Broly smiled faintly, and his figure began to blur. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Ah, he's gone. Where did he go? Xian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was that instantaneous movement? Who exactly is he? The old Kai sighed with arms crossed, offering no explanation. This descendant named Xian truly lacked insight. Could he not discern that it was the teleportation unique to the Kais? Broly's aura had completely dissipated. Goku furrowed his brow tightly, attempting to sense Broly's presence through his energy. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they could not detect Broly's energy at all. Goku and the others were left in a state of confusion. Broly arrived here and challenged Gohan. After being unable to defeat him, he simply departed. What exactly he intends to do has left even the old Kai somewhat perplexed and bewildered, unable to comprehend the motives of this young Kai. Jebet, immediately tend to Gohan. Xian commanded. Yes. Jebet responded, releasing a radiant light that restored Gohan's injuries and energy completely. Thank you. Gohan sighed in relief, though his expression turned somewhat despondent. Unfortunately, I am not his match. Father, I have let you down. What shall we do now, old Kai? Goku asked in a serious tone. I can still help Gohan tap into his latent energy. I had only begun the process before being interrupted by Broly, old Kai replied, scratching his head with a smile. If I can elevate Gohan's power to its fullest, it should suffice to contend with the current Broly. As old Kai spoke, he emphasized the word current. Broly had previously challenged Fat Bu, me, Evil Bu, and now Gohan. Our strengths have escalated from weak to strong. Goku, being the fighting genius he is, began to piece together the situation. Could it be that Broly intends to strengthen himself through us? Perhaps. Old Kai nodded slightly, though he remained somewhat bewildered. He sensed the immense divine power within Broly. Logically, his strength should surpass Gohan's present state, even more so during Gohan's prime. Yet, what purpose does he have in merely augmenting his own energy? Old Kai refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that such musings could draw Broly's attention, especially while Beerus remains dormant. If Broly were to eliminate or seal him away, he would no longer have the pleasure of enjoying life. Regardless, I shall proceed to enhance Gohan's latent energy first. We can set aside concerns about Broly for the moment. That Bu is your true adversary, old Kai declared solemnly. Indeed. There is also Majin Bu. Xian nodded in agreement. Though Broly is formidable, he possesses some semblance of reason. He could easily annihilate us all, yet he chose not to. Yes, he should not be a villain, Gohan concurred. Let us not forget, during our battle in the temple, he did kill many innocents. Goku remained wary of Broly, yet acknowledged old Kai's wisdom. Let us enhance Gohan's strength first. Gohan took a deep breath and resumed his position across from old Kai. This time, old Kai set aside his playful demeanor and focused intently on augmenting Gohan's energy. When Broly departed, he had specifically instructed old Kai to expedite Gohan's power enhancement in preparation for the ensuing battle. Old Kai suddenly felt that Gohan was rather unfortunate. After his energy was elevated, he would still have to confront Broly. As for the nature of the upcoming battle, old Kai chose not to dwell too much on it. He merely wished to complete the task that Broly had assigned him. This young Kai was undeniably terrifying, possessing an unimaginable level of strength. Old Kai felt compelled to comply. He certainly did not wish to be sealed away again, and he believed Broly had the capability to do so. Moreover, enhancing Gohan's strength was inherently his responsibility. On Earth, in the temple, in a dimension beyond, the battle between Gotenks and Bu continued. Yet, Gotenks was merely a child, employing somewhat humorous techniques in his combat. Bu has been in a state of indecision, contemplating the absorption of Gotenks. Yet, he feels that even if he were to absorb him, it would not suffice to match the formidable strength of Broly. Bu senses that Gotenks' power still holds potential for enhancement. Thus, he resolves to wait until Gotenks reaches his utmost strength, seizing the opportunity to absorb him then. After several minutes of combat, Gotenks exclaims that he is running low on energy. Subsequently, in a scene reminiscent of the original narrative, Piccolo, in a moment of desperation, detonates the exit of the dimensional space. Uncle Piccolo, what are you doing? Gotenks is taken aback. Even Bu pauses, momentarily perplexed. Huh, Bu, you cannot escape. Though you are powerful, you shall remain trapped here forever. Piccolo remarks with a faint smile, his expression tinged with melancholy. Bu widened his eyes. You may kill us, but you shall be left alone here, Piccolo remarked with a smile. I adore chocolates, cakes, and cookies. Bu felt an ominous sensation. However, there was nothing amiss. Piccolo smiled slightly. What? Bu stood as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide in astonishment. Uncle Piccolo. Gotenks approached, looking up at Piccolo with fury, and demanded, if you do this, we will be trapped inside as well. This is the only course of action, Piccolo replied solemnly. Since even you cannot match him, my decision is the best option available. Uncle Piccolo, what are you saying? Show your true abilities. I still have many tricks left. Gotenks clenched his fists, tears streaming down his cheeks. What? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Uncle Piccolo, I hate you. Gotenks shouted. You fool, what are you joking about at a time like this? Piccolo retorted angrily. I refuse to be stuck in this place. Gotenks cried out desperately. Idiot. This is all your fault for making such foolish jokes. Piccolo barked. Bu, with an expressionless demeanor, approached the recently destroyed exit and suddenly let out a shout. I want to go out. As his voice echoed, a peculiar space materialized out of thin air. Within this space, it was unmistakably the appearance of a temple. Upon witnessing this scene, the three individuals were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, that is the exit to the outside world, Gotenks declared in a grave tone. It's terrifying. He actually used energy to force open the exit to the outside, Piccolo remarked, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. The exit was beginning to shrink. Gotenks widened his eyes in astonishment. Bu immediately sensed that something was amiss and swiftly transformed his body into a streamlined shape, darting through the barely 10-centimeter wide exit. This is bad. The expressions on Piccolo and Gotenks' faces simultaneously changed. However, it was too late for them to intervene. After Bu emerged from the alternate dimension, he felt a twinge of regret. Hadn't he intended to absorb that little brat Gotenks? Now that he had come out, Gotenks remained trapped within. Thus, when Broly eventually located him, he would still have to obediently comply with his commands. Bu scratched his head, and his stomach couldn't help but rumble. Just at that moment, numerous family members heard the commotion and hurried over to see what was happening. Upon witnessing Bu's sudden appearance, their expressions turned grim. How fortunate, for I am quite hungry. I shall devour you all. Bu broke into a grin, and the antennae atop his head shimmered with a violet luminescence, transforming into chocolate. After a span of over 20 seconds, after indulging in chocolate, Bu contentedly patted his belly. At that moment, Piccolo and Trunks finally opened the portal, emerging from the dimensional rift. Upon witnessing the appearance of Gotenks, Bu could not help but pause in surprise. You have changed, Bu inquired. Gotenks has now transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. As he observed the empty temple, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. I have already consumed them. I turned them all into chocolate. Bu chuckled as he patted his belly. I am furious. The figure of Gotenks shimmered with a golden radiance, his energy surging to unprecedented heights, exuding an overwhelming presence. Whoosh! Gotenks soared swiftly towards Bu, colliding headfirst with him. Boom! In an instant, Bu's body was sent flying, crashing through the temple and hurtling towards the ground below. Piccolo was left dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that Gotenks had attained such remarkable power. Whoosh! After sending Bu soaring, Gotenks swiftly pursued him. Rumble! Bu's body crashed heavily onto the ground. causing the earth to tremble and create a vast crater. Beerus lay in the enormous pit created by his own body, gazing at the approaching Gotenks, his eyes shimmering with intensity. How formidable! Beerus was certain that if he were to absorb this Gotenks, defeating Broly would be an effortless task. Beerus was immediately filled with excitement. However, he did not rush to absorb Gotenks right away. He deemed it more prudent to ascertain Gotenks' true strength first. After all, the opponent he had to face was Broly, a veritable nightmare in his mind. Majin Buu aims to achieve absolute certainty, striving to possess the overwhelming power to vanquish Broly. However, his intellect appears somewhat lacking. Had he possessed Cell's cunning, he would undoubtedly have absorbed Gotenks without hesitation. Regrettably, Buu tends to be overly cautious in his endeavors. In the next moment, he launched a counterattack, channeling energy in his hands and directing it towards Gotenks. The two engaged in a fierce battle upon this desolate land. As the skirmish progressed, Buu was astonished to discover that Gotenks' strength surpassed his own. Indeed, it was him. Boom. The moment Buu lost his focus, he was struck by a powerful punch from Gotenks, sending him crashing to the ground, deeply embedding his body into the earth. Buu did not immediately launch a counterattack. Instead, he grinned widely, already having two pieces of flesh detached from his body, intending to seize the opportunity to absorb Gotenks. One piece was directed to absorb Gotenks, while the other was aimed at absorbing Piccolo. Buu discovered that Bick possessed a keen intellect. With his mind, Buu would no longer be so sluggish in his reactions. "Hey, Buu, come out!" Gotenks shouted loudly. "Don't waste time. You must understand that there is a time limit to my transformation. If I wish to become like this again, I will have to wait a while." Just as Buu was preparing to envelop Gotenks in slices of meat, his eyes suddenly widened, and his expression darkened. What did he mean by having a time limit for this transformation? This was quite troubling. Buu realized that he could not absorb Gotenks at this moment. So he swiftly transformed the meat slices into strands, binding Gotenks like a rope. Bang! 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 Buu soared into the air, delivering punch after punch to Gotenks' face. Boom! A surge of immense energy erupted from Gotenks, breaking free from his constraints, and he began to counterattack. The two engaged in combat for a while longer, and ultimately, Gotenks, leveraging his considerable advantage, managed to reshape Buu. "Now, I shall obliterate you with pure energy, ensuring your complete annihilation," Gotenks declared, his expression grave as he gathered energy in his hands, intent on vanquishing Buu. However, just as Gotenks had begun to coalesce a small amount of energy, the golden aura surrounding him suddenly dissipated. In an instant, Gotenks reverted to his ordinary state. He chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head. Meanwhile, Buu's form gradually began to restore itself, grinning as he gazed at Gotenks. "Ha ha 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 ha." Gotenks, scratching his head in a display of discomfort, wore a countenance that was as dismal as could be. Buu, however, showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Gotenks. Simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over him, grateful that he had not absorbed the boy earlier. Had he done so and found himself in this state, how could he possibly contend with Broly? Buu felt a twinge of conflict within. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, he decided it would be prudent to spare this little brat for the time being, sensing that he could prove to be of significant use in the future. Suddenly, Gotenks split into Goten and Trunks, marking the end of their fusion. Piccolo, along with Goten and Trunks, was drenched in cold sweat, their expressions somber and despondent. With no other choice, the trio steeled themselves for battle, but Buu displayed little interest in them. He merely shook his head and plopped down on the ground, feigning slumber. In the Kaishin realm, Goku and the others were taken aback as they observed Piccolo and the other's predicament through the crystal ball. "Old Kai, is he not yet ready? Gohan's previous strength should suffice against Buu, right?" Goku hurriedly inquired. "The little one's fusion time has come to an end." "Ah, just in time." The old Kai sighed with relief, realizing that all of Gohan's latent energy had been unlocked, allowing him to proceed. "All right," Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Gohan slowly rose and suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura. The tremendous force sent the old Kai soaring to a considerable height before he crashed back to the ground. "This kid, didn't he say not to unleash my energy near him?" The old Kai grumbled. This time, Gohan sensed that his energy had become complete. Previously, during his battle with Broly, Gohan had felt a sense of incompleteness, as though something within him was inhibiting his full potential. Now, that sensation had vanished, replaced by an infinite well of power. With confidence radiating from his visage, Gohan believed that his current strength far surpassed his previous levels. Should Broly dare to appear again, he was certain he could defeat him. Gohan, hurry back to Earth, Goku urged. Yes, Dad, Gohan nodded. Remember, Gohan, with your current strength, you are more than capable of handling Bu. But against Broly, you must give it your all from the very beginning, Goku advised. I understand, Dad, Gohan affirmed. Under the guidance of Jebet, Gohan returned to Earth and requested a set of Goku's attire. Once Jebet had tailored the outfit to perfection, he spoke gravely, Gohan, do your best. Gohan nodded slightly and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Bu's location. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others, who were strategizing, suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. Their faces lighting up with surprise. Whose energy is that? Piccolo pondered. Such a powerful aura. Trunks added. Who could it be? Goten wondered aloud. Even Bu felt the surge of Gohan's formidable presence, his expression shifting slightly as he rose from the ground, gazing curiously into the distance. In the next moment, the four were astonished to see a figure clad in orange rapidly approaching. Is that Goku? Piccolo instinctively thought upon seeing the familiar outfit. Yet, confusion settled in as he recalled that Goku had perished long ago. How could he possibly have returned? It's my brother. My brother is here, Goten exclaimed joyfully, recognizing the sibling who had been by his side for 7 years. Yes, it truly is Gohan. Trunks gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. Gohan, Piccolo echoed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding him. He was alive. Descending from the heavens, Gohan landed gracefully before Piccolo and the others, a confident smile adorning his face. Apologies for my tardiness, Uncle Piccolo, he said with a slight grin. Where have you been, Gohan? Piccolo couldn't help but inquire. Uncle Piccolo. Now is not the time for explanations. I'll deal with Bu first, and then we can talk, Gohan replied cheerfully. Very well, let us fight side by side. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Yes, I want to fight alongside my brother. Goten chimed in, excitedly raising his fists. No, I shall confront him alone, Gohan declared, waving his hand dismissively as he fixed his gaze on Bu, his expression brimming with determination. Bu grinned, seemingly indifferent to Gohan. Let us begin, Bu, Gohan declared, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. The overwhelming aura caused Bu's form to sway precariously. Beside them, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks were swept away by the ferocious energy storm, sliding several dozen meters. Upon sensing Gohan's boundless power, the jaws of Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks nearly dropped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even Bu stared in disbelief at Gohan, utterly flabbergasted. Though Bu's sensitivity to aura is not particularly acute, his perceptive abilities are extraordinarily keen. He can distinctly sense that the individual before him possesses the power to take his life. I shall launch my attack now, Bu. With a faint smile, Gohan declared. And without any further hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch that struck Bu squarely in the abdomen. Hello! Bu let out a piercing scream, immediately spewing forth a mouthful of acidic fluid. Bang! Gohan followed up with a powerful punch, striking Bu squarely on the head. Instantly, a portion of Bu's skull caved in, his eyes bulging and his body contorting grotesquely. Boom! Gohan delivered a fierce kick, channeling an immense surge of energy that sent Bu crashing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth. Bu has bled. This is a concept worth understanding. Previously, during the prolonged battle between Broly and Gotenks, Bu, even when torn to shreds, did not shed a drop of blood. Yet now, after just 3 strikes from Gohan, he has drawn blood, blue blood, no less, causing Bu's eyes to nearly pop out of their sockets. Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks stood in disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Is this truly Gohan? How could he possess such overwhelming power? Bu wiped the blood from his mouth, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. The only one capable of inflicting such harm on him, apart from Broly, is this individual named Son Gohan, who once nearly met his doom at Bu's hands. It is truly perplexing how he has managed to elevate his strength to such extraordinary levels. Bu seethed with fury. However, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered in his eyes. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With such a formidable warrior at his disposal, absorbing him would render the annihilation of Broly an effortless feat in Bu's gaze. An unmistakable glimmer of greed emerged as he regarded Gohan, his expression transforming into one of intrigue, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a delectable dish poised for consumption. Gohan, momentarily taken aback, found himself perplexed by Bu's intentions. Indeed, you possess great strength, Yet you are not my adversary. Beerus smiled faintly and gazed at Gohan, saying, Is that so? Then please, show me your true abilities. Gohan wore a look of disdain. In the realm of the Kaishin, witnessing Goku swiftly overpower Beerus with an evident advantage, Goku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful. Gohan will undoubtedly handle this Beerus with ease. Xian exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, he is truly the elder Kaishin. Jebet responded with a reassuring smile. Gohan, swiftly eliminate him. Goku urged, though his expression shifted slightly. Oh no, could it be absorption? Xian's eyes flickered with concern. What do you mean by absorption? Goku inquired, bewildered. Originally, Beerus was not like this. He transformed after absorbing the Grand Kaishin. Xian explained, noticing the confident glint in Buu's eyes. Could it be that he intends to absorb Gohan? Gohan, hurry. You must defeat him. Goku shouted urgently into the crystal ball. Yet, Gohan remained oblivious to Goku's pleas, his face adorned with boundless confidence. Convinced that he could easily overpower Beerus. Whatever abilities you possess, feel free to unleash them, Gohan declared, landing a couple of punches on Beerus, leaving him dazed. Before smiling contentedly, Beerus, with a chilling smile, discreetly melted the 4 pieces of flesh on his body. These 4 segments swiftly slithered across the rocks in the vicinity like worms. Since he intended to absorb, he decided to take in all 4 at once. Originally, Beerus had planned to wait for Gotenks' 3rd transformation. However, it now seemed that absorbing Gohan would grant him an immensely powerful energy. Just as Buu's 4 pieces of flesh were nearing Gohan and his companions, a sudden voice resonated from a short distance away. Upon hearing this voice, Buu's expression shifted, and he instinctively turned to glance in the direction of the sound. Soon after, he beheld the smiling visage of Broly, who was taken aback. And the 4 chunks of meat he controlled also abruptly ceased their movements, daring not to make a single sound. Beerus could not guarantee that he would successfully absorb these 4 individuals. He had a premonition that if he attempted to absorb them in Broly's presence, Broly would undoubtedly intervene. Beerus let out a long sigh, exclaiming, Why must Broly appear at this moment, just as I am on the verge of success? It seems you are rather frightened of me. Broly gazed at Beerus with a cheerful smile. Beerus offered a bittersweet smile, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Rest assured, as long as you obey, how could I ever allow anyone to mistreat you? Broly said with a smile, Yes? Majin Beerus resolved to first curry favor with Broly, seizing the opportunity to absorb Gohan while he was caught off guard. However, just as Beerus had uttered these words, Broly soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick, sending Beerus crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Broly placed his foot upon Buu's forehead, a mocking expression dancing across his face. My servant, did you not self-destruct earlier? Have you devised a strategy to contend with me? Broly smiled gently and exclaimed with a commanding voice, Master, I shall never dare again. I shall never dare again. Beerus had no choice but to concede, realizing that appeasing the irate master was of utmost importance. If he could find an opportunity to absorb Gohan, he would assuredly repay this debt with interest in due time. Observing your sincere admission of fault, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Broly shifted his foot and then cast a beaming gaze towards Son Gohan. Gohan's expression instantly transformed into one of vigilance. Although he possessed immense confidence in his ability to defeat Broly, the moment he truly encountered him, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. As for the origins of this feeling, Gohan himself could not fathom it. Son Gohan, you have finally unearthed all of your latent potential. Broly said with a smile, Indeed. Gohan nodded gravely. Buu is my servant. You have harmed my servant, so naturally, I must seek justice for him. Broly smiled and waved his hand, signaling the commencement. Here we go. Gohan, undeterred, unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy from every fiber of his being. This time, he released all his power, creating a cataclysmic aura that resembled a tempest, fierce and unrelenting, a magnificent display of force. In an instant, the very fabric of the void trembled, and the clouds seemed to resonate with the echoes of a dragon's roar, swirling and billowing as the heavens themselves darkened. Under the influence of this formidable energy, Gohan appeared remarkably tranquil, adorned only by a radiant layer of white light enveloping him. Boom! Broly merely smiled faintly, and in the next moment, a yellow-green radiance flickered around him, transforming him into the legendary Super Saiyan. In contrast, Broly's transformation appeared rather subdued, failing to stir much commotion in the surroundings. All that manifested was a small tempest born from the powerful energy of the yellow-green flames, lacking the grandeur exhibited by Gohan. Is Broly seeking to challenge Gohan? Piccolo pondered momentarily. He stands no chance against my brother. Goten gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in resolute determination. Indeed, he cannot possibly defeat Gohan. Trunks concurred with a nod. As for Majin Buu, he contemplated the situation, deciding to observe before making any moves. After all, those 4 delectable morsels were prepared. He merely needed to find an opportune moment to absorb Gohan. Simultaneously, Buu was curious to ascertain whether Broly had enhanced his strength during his time away. If his power had indeed increased significantly, a cautious approach would be necessary. In a flash, Gohan soared toward Broly at an astonishing speed, far exceeding his previous velocity. Yet, Broly was no slouch. As he observed Gohan's approach, he suddenly extended his arms, targeting Gohan's head. Energy blast. In the blink of an eye, an energy sphere erupted from Broly's hands, hurtling straight toward Gohan. With a sharp focus, Gohan swiftly swatted the energy blast away with a single palm, redirecting it effortlessly. In the next instant, Gohan had already appeared before Broly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he unleashed a powerful punch. Broly reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching a powerful punch without hesitation. Thunderous echoes reverberated as their fists collided midair, unleashing a staggering tempest of energy. This tempest rapidly spread outward, reducing everything in its path to mere dust. Fortunately, this world was devoid of any living souls. Otherwise, the sheer force of that impact would have resulted in the instantaneous demise of all within a 3-kilometer radius. At that moment, even Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo found themselves struggling to withstand the overwhelming force, hastily ascending into the sky to evade the ferocious energy onslaught. Buu quietly observed Broly and then glanced at Gohan. Upon realizing that Broly's strength had significantly increased, Buu's expression could not help but reveal his astonishment. It seemed that even if he absorbed Gohan, he would still be unable to defeat Broly in an instant. As Broly's fist collided with Gohan's, Gohan found himself involuntarily taking a step back, while Broly merely quivered slightly. This left Gohan wide-eyed, gazing at Broly in disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't their strengths been relatively comparable? After the Elder Kai had helped him unlock his full potential, Gohan was certain he had surpassed Broly. Yet, that recent exchange had chilled his heart. Gohan realized that Broly's seemingly effortless punch had effortlessly blocked his own, with Broly only experiencing a minor tremor, while he himself had been the one to retreat. Indeed, your power has increased significantly, but alas, I too have not been idle. My energy has also surged. Broly smiled and said to Gohan, "Is that so? I underestimated you." Gohan forced a bitter smile in response. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in an intense battle on Earth. Unbeknownst to them, over 20 minutes had elapsed. As before, with the passage of time in their fierce combat, Broly's energy continued to surge ever higher. Buu, however, was in a state of anxious urgency. He indeed wished to absorb Gohan, but the pace of their battle was too swift for him to keep up. What could he do? Buu's eyes darted around, and suddenly he approached Trunks and Goten. "Hey!" Buu greeted them, causing Goten and Trunks to startle. Upon realizing it was Buu who had appeared behind them, expressions of fear crossed their faces. "What are you doing?" Goten and Trunks quickly became alert. "Buu, do you intend to take advantage of the situation?" Piccolo also prepared for battle. At this moment, it was evident that Gohan was at a disadvantage. "Do you intend to remain idle?" Buu lowered his voice to a mere whisper, fearful of being overheard by Broly. "What do you mean?" Piccolo inquired, gazing at Buu. "In truth, I am reluctantly obeying Broly's commands. I believe that if he defeats Gohan, I shall remain his servant, while you, may very well meet your demise at his hands." Buu whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Goten and Trunks were nearly brought to tears in fright. Conversely, Piccolo remained relatively composed. He cast a calm glance at Buu and gently remarked, "Though your words are rather terrifying, it is not certain that Broly will bring about our demise." Buu's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. The reasoning was quite simple. Broly was not the kind of individual who would kill indiscriminately. Rather, it was you, Majin Buu, who harbored ulterior motives, Piccolo remarked in a hushed tone. "You two young ones," he continued. "If he disregards your words, I shall not concern myself with it. You are both still quite young. How unfortunate it would be if Broly were to take your lives." Buu declared, "What shall we do then?" Goten promptly inquired. "You must immediately merge into the same form as before and assist Son Gohan." Buu remarked, you are indeed correct. Trunks' eyes brightened as he glanced at Goten, saying, "It is precisely the right moment for us to fuse once more." "Yes, let us assist our brother," Goten exclaimed eagerly. "Wait a moment. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," Piccolo stated in a low voice, casting a skeptical glance at Goten. However, disregarding Piccolo's concerns, Goten and Trunks distanced themselves slightly before moving closer together. Fusion. Goten and Trunks aligned their index fingers, merging into one. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light, Gotenks made a grand reappearance. "Hee, I have returned," Gotenks declared, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, waving his right hand with an expression brimming with pride. However, the corners of Buu's mouth curled into a malevolent smile. "Brother Gohan, I am here to assist you," exclaimed Gotenks as he prepared to join the fray. "Wait," Buu suddenly exclaimed, then turned his head to glance at something nearby. "What is that?" Gotenks was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist looking in Buu's direction. "Humph. Now is the time." With a piercing howl, Buu unleashed the concealed chunks of flesh hidden within the crevices of the ground. In the next instant, the flesh elongated infinitely, transforming into an enormous net that ensnared Gotenks completely. Whoosh! Gotenks! A change washed over Piccolo's face. Yet, just as Piccolo uttered those words, another vast pink, flesh-like net descended from above, enveloping him as well. "You two are now mine." Buu gestured towards the 2 chunks of meat. Whoosh! The 2 pieces enveloped Piccolo and Goten, drawing them into Buu's very being, one after the other. At that moment, Gohan sensed something amiss, abruptly halting his combat and casting a startled glance in their direction. Upon realizing the situation, Gohan's expression darkened considerably. "Goten, Uncle Piccolo!" he cried out, rushing forward to assist. But it was too late. They had already been absorbed. Broly cast a fleeting glance in that direction. In truth, he had already perceived it long ago. Buu's subtle maneuvers are merely a reflection of my reluctance to expose them. Furthermore, Broly's interest in Gohan during his prime has waned considerably. His power now surpasses that of Gohan at that peak moment. It is now time to confront Gotenks Buu. Broly's expression was somewhat grave. Having absorbed Gotenks Buu, his power had surged to an extraordinary level. "Broly, can we pause our battle? Let me defeat Buu first," Gohan said solemnly. "You are not his match. Be cautious. Do not let him absorb you." Broly spoke softly. Gohan nodded gravely. In the King Kai's realm. Upon witnessing the scene through the crystal ball, Goku and the others were left utterly astonished. Furthermore, the overwhelming aura of Buu resonated powerfully within the King Kai's realm, illustrating the true extent of his formidable strength. "Humph, is it Son Gohan who will challenge me next?" On Buu's face lingered an expression of excitement, as he intended to test his strength through Gohan. Suddenly, Gohan's aura erupted, delivering powerful punches and kicks to Buu's form. However, Buu remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Gohan was taken aback, unable to fathom the vast disparity between their powers. With a cry, Gohan gathered his energy once more and charged towards Buu. Bang! However, Buu was swift to strike first, delivering a powerful kick to Gohan's chest. Gohan's face contorted in agony as he was propelled backward at breathtaking speed. Whoosh! Buu, however, merely smiled softly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure materialized directly above Gohan. Bang! Buu delivered another powerful kick, sending Gohan crashing into the earth, leaving behind a gaping abyss. Then, with a provocative gaze, Buu turned to Broly and taunted, "Broly, do you believe I am not your equal now?" Buu smiled faintly. "Do you know what the consequences of provoking me are?" Broly, with his arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, "Humph, do not be so arrogant. I am no longer the same as before. Not only do I possess immense power, but I have also acquired the intellect of Piccolo." Buu smiled gleefully and said, "The mere recollection of your previous insults makes me yearn to tear you limb from limb. Provoke me, and you shall experience a fate worse than death itself." Broly coldly remarked, "Is that so? Then let me see if you can defeat me." With a cold laugh, Buu's figure flickered and appeared behind Broly at an astonishing speed. Broly appeared oblivious, standing nonchalantly with his hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had transpired. "Humph, Broly, your fate is sealed." Buu's heart swelled with ecstasy as his right hand aligned with Broly's vulnerable back. Concurrently, a luminous energy coalesced in Buu's grasp. He was convinced that releasing this radiant force would pierce Broly's heart and obliterate him entirely. Although Buu felt a tinge of regret at the thought of dispatching Broly so swiftly, He had yearned to savor the torment of his adversary. He understood that prolonging the encounter would merely empower Broly further, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Perish! Boo cackled malevolently, the energy in his hand now fully concentrated. The description may appear verbose, yet the moment Boo vanished and reappeared behind Broly, gathering energy, was but a fleeting instant. At the very least, Goku and the others in the Kaishin realm had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. It was over. Broly was destined to be defeated. Xian remarked gravely, "This spells trouble. If Broly succumbs to him, who could possibly stand against him?" Goku's expression darkened as well. Bang! Just when everyone presumed that Broly would either die or sustain severe injuries, he executed a dazzling kick backward. In the next moment, Gohan and Goku, who had just emerged from the crater, were astonished to see Broly's foot imprinted squarely upon Boo's face. Furthermore, Boo's once pink visage now bore a slight indentation. Simultaneously, the luminous energy he had gathered dissipated instantaneously. How? How is this possible? Boo widened his eyes. "You are far too weak." Broly shook his head. Bang, bang, bang. Broly unleashed an onslaught upon Boo. Within a mere 10 seconds, Boo's form was utterly unrecognizable. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The chapter titled Vegeta, the Soul Preserver, reveals that none could have anticipated the brutal defeat of Boo, who had absorbed Gotenks at the hands of Broly. Even the eyes of Boo were filled with terror and disbelief, completely unprepared for such an outcome. Boo pondered, having absorbed Gotenks, he should possess strength that, at the very least, surpassed Broly's. However, Broly's recent assault utterly shattered Boo's aspirations. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Broly's might transcended Boo's capabilities by a considerable margin. "I warned you. To provoke me is to court death." Broly spoke coldly. Crack! Upon uttering these words, Broly's right hand emitted a brilliant flame, effortlessly cleaving Boo in twain at the waist. As if slicing through tofu with remarkable ease, Boo was filled with terror, his complexion exceedingly grim, as he gradually restored his form. Boo gritted his teeth and emitted a series of fierce roars, releasing 6 spectral entities known as the 66 Ghosts. Whoosh! These 666 ghosts swiftly darted towards Broly. Observing the approaching phantoms, Broly merely smiled calmly, fully aware that these apparitions possessed formidable explosive power. Even at his current level, encountering 666 ghosts would result in considerable injury. However, Broly had ample means to deal with such threats. Swish! As Broly's silhouette flickered, he distanced himself from the phantoms, simultaneously casting aside his hand, unleashing 6 energy spheres imbued with 66 units of power. With a thunderous boom, these 6 ethereal entities ignited in a colossal explosion mid-air. The resounding roar of the blast rapidly spread across the globe, deafening and unleashing layers of terrifying storms. Bang! Boo's antennae suddenly extended and ensnared Broly's waist. Hee, I've caught you now. Boo grinned foolishly. Bang! 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 Broly soared into the air, disregarding the tendrils ensnaring him, and charged directly toward Boo, delivering a powerful punch. What appeared to be a mere strike left a profound imprint on Boo's form, echoing with a resonant roar. Boo let out a wretched cry, his entire form contorting grotesquely. "Are you convinced now?" Broly smiled gently, declaring that if one were to dispute, he would ensure they were subdued until they acquiesced. Boo felt utterly disheartened, pondering to himself that Broly's strength should not be this formidable. Boo could no longer endure. He understood that surpassing Broly was an arduous challenge. However, his gaze fell upon the bewildered Goku below, and a flicker of joy ignited within him. Though uncertain if he could defeat Broly after absorbing Gohan, it was currently his only option. As for absorbing Broly, Boo considered it a last resort. Indeed, absorbing Gohan. A voice within Boo's mind seemed to spur him on, urging him to absorb Gohan to confront Broly. Moreover, the remaining piece of flesh was now perfectly suited for this purpose. With a swift motion, the piece of meat soared and enveloped Gohan completely. Whoosh! The meat encased Gohan and rapidly fused into Boo's body. Witnessing this scene, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad, Lord Kai. Gohan is about to be absorbed." Goku exclaimed. This is beyond my expectations," the elder Kai said, his hands clasped behind his back, a look of despair on his face. "Gohan!" Goku cried out towards the crystal ball. However, Gohan could not hear him. Boo, having absorbed Gohan and Gotenks, would undoubtedly reach an unfathomable level of power, Xian remarked solemnly. Jebbet was left with nothing but terrified screams, unable to articulate his fear. It seemed that all hope was lost. Goku gritted his teeth, his body trembling violently. Goku, Goku, can you hear me? At that moment, a voice suddenly reached Goku's ears. Is that you, Lord Kai? Goku paused momentarily before responding. What do you need, Lord Kai? Goku, we've just received news from King Enma. Vegeta has been resurrected, retaining his soul, Lord Kai stated, bowing respectfully to the Elder Kai. Oh, so Vegeta is alive. Goku replied, momentarily taken aback, but his interest in Vegeta waned. With everyone on Earth perished, including Gohan and Gotenks absorbed by Bu, what significance did Vegeta's survival hold? Lord Kai, do you know what has transpired on Earth? Goku sighed. I sought you precisely for this reason, Goku, Lord Kai responded. Oh, does Lord Kai have a plan? Goku asked casually, his eyes fixed intently on the transforming Bu. We hope you can join forces with Vegeta to defeat both Majin Bu and Broly. Lord Kai articulated his thoughts, emphasizing the gravity of the situation for both their world's safety. Goku fell silent. Even with 10 Vegetas, they could not hope to contend with Bu and Broly. Lord Kai, no offense, but Vegeta and I stand no chance. Goku shook his head. Moreover, I am deceased. I cannot return to that world. Is there truly no way? Lord Kai sighed, wishing for a more favorable solution. Wait, Goku, I have an idea. The Elder Kai's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. Elder Kai, Goku nodded. Where is that fellow named Vegeta? Elder Kai inquired. He should be with King Enma, Goku replied. Xian, go at once and bring Vegeta here, Elder Kai instructed Xian. Understood, Elder, Xian acknowledged, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 seconds, Xian returned with Vegeta, who sported a halo above his head, to the realm of the Kais. Upon seeing Goku, Vegeta was taken aback. Goku, he managed a strained smile. What is happening? Vegeta was still trying to grasp the situation. However, he soon noticed Bu continuing to transform within the crystal ball, along with Broly standing opposite him. Is that Broly? Vegeta recognized him instantly. In this timeline, he and Goku had previously battled Broly, while others might be unaware. Vegeta knew all too well the terror that Broly represented and the significance of that legendary Saiyan bloodline. How can he still be alive? Vegeta trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. Just a glance at Broly in the crystal ball was enough to instill fear in him, causing Xian, the Kai, to display signs of dread as well. Xian finally comprehended the true magnitude of the threat posed by Broly. Look, Bu's transformation is complete, Jebbet shouted. Goku and the others turned their attention to the crystal ball. Inside, Bu's form had undergone a tremendous change. His antennae were now longer, his face more angular, and he wore an outfit reminiscent of Goku's. This incarnation of Bu was indeed the most powerful in history. He had not only absorbed Gotenks at Super Saiyan 3rd grade, but also Gohan, who had been tapped for infinite energy, elevating his strength to unprecedented levels. Naturally, this state of Bu was time-limited, as Gotenks Super Saiyan 3rd grade could only be maintained for about 5 minutes. Beyond that, he would lose the energy provided by Gotenks. Indeed, this is the mightiest Bu yet. Broly smiled and said, Come on, it's time to show your true abilities. Humph, Broly, you shall regret this. The visage of Bu was emblazoned with confidence. Suddenly, bang. As soon as Bu finished speaking, he was struck on the head by Broly's fist. However, this time, Bu's head merely trembled slightly, and he resumed his demeanor as if nothing had occurred. Humph, it seems that it was not so remarkable after all. It was neither painful nor bothersome. Bu smiled, feeling the surging energy within him, and he was overwhelmed with joy. How formidable he had become. He had once thought that even with the absorption of Gohan, he would only be evenly matched with Broly. To his astonishment, after assimilating Gohan, his power had escalated to such an extraordinary level. I can already see it, Broly. Bu smiled slyly and said, You intentionally want me to absorb Sun Wukong, don't you? You aim to elevate your own power through our battle. Am I mistaken? You are quite astute. Broly nodded ambiguously. Upon arriving in this timeline, he began his challenges against formidable opponents, starting from the early Fat Bu, and eventually confronting the current iteration of Bu, who has absorbed Gotenks and Gohan. Along the way, he faced Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, and the fully realized Gohan, as well as Gotenks Bu. It can be said that the strength of his adversaries has consistently escalated, leading to significant gains for Broly himself. The final contender in this arena is the fusion of Vegeta and Goku through the Patera earrings, a warrior hailed as the strongest in history. As for Bu discerning his intentions, Broly remains indifferent. At his level, he no longer requires the interference of mere mortals in his endeavors. Now, it is time for me to launch my assault. Bu lifted his spirits, a boundless smile gracing his face, radiating an air of confidence. It must be noted that after absorbing Gohan, he had somehow brought forth Gohan's essence within him. Broly waved at Bu. Humph, are you provoking me at this point? Bu let out a fierce shout and charged towards Broly. Bang, bang, bang. Bu launched a fierce assault on Broly, landing blow after blow, leaving Broly seemingly unable to defend himself. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, upon witnessing such a heart-stopping scene through the crystal ball, Vegeta's body trembled even more violently. How absurd, he scoffed. The King of Hell has left my corporeal form intact, yet it serves no purpose. With my current strength, going back would be tantamount to seeking death. Vegeta, already deeply affected, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Goku, you have been in the mortal realm for a day now, haven't you? The Elder Kai inquired. Indeed, Elder Kai, Goku nodded. Thus, I can no longer return. Not to worry, if you take my life, you can be revived and return to your world, the Elder Kai stated solemnly. Goku was taken aback. Elder, please reconsider, the Elder Kai urged hastily. If Goku is to be revived, it should be through the sacrifice of someone like me, a younger generation. You are still young, with a long road ahead. I am old and can live at most another 100 years. The Elder Kai smiled faintly, then his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The halo atop Goku's head gradually faded away. Elder Kai, Goku, along with Shin and Jebet, mourned the Elder Kai's passing. All right, let us proceed to the next item. The Elder Kai suddenly rose from the ground, addressing Goku. Goku and the others were astonished, and upon closer inspection, they noticed a new halo atop the Elder Kai's head. To defeat Broly and Bu, there is only one way left, the Potera fusion. The Elder Kai sighed. What does Potera fusion entail? Goku asked, perplexed. The earrings possess immense power, and once fused, the resulting warrior becomes even stronger, the Elder Kai explained. Removing the 2 Potera earrings from his ears, he instructed Goku to place one on his left ear. Oh, Goku said, momentarily stunned, and promptly donned the earring. Is this all there is to it? Vegeta placed the earring on his right ear. The Elder Kai handed the earring to Vegeta. Humph, even in death, I refuse to fuse with a guy like Kakarot. Vegeta retorted coldly, dismissing the idea. Vegeta, this is the only way to defeat them. Goku insisted earnestly. So what? Vegeta sneered, setting aside whether fusion would actually defeat them. The mere thought of merging with you makes me nauseous. Vegeta, do you not wish for Bulma and Trunks to be revived? Goku pressed, gritting his teeth. Vegeta's expression faltered, and he fell silent. Do you not realize that Bulma and the others have been turned into chocolate and consumed by Bu? And as you just witnessed, Bu has also absorbed Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. Goku pleaded, raising his voice. Do you not want them back? Vegeta trembled violently. And then there is Broly. His power surpasses our imagination. Regardless of who wins, we must defeat them, Goku declared emphatically. Vegeta's pupils contracted, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Hey, look. It seems Broly is struggling to withstand the onslaught. Shin suddenly shouted. Today's episode of Dragon Ball Super has concluded. Did you witness it? It was quite enlightening. Angel Whis actually resurrected Frieza. The Dragon Balls of Earth, the Dragon Balls of Namek. What use are they? Vegeta and Goku both turned their gaze towards the crystal ball. Inside, Buu's attack speed increased rapidly, his figure becoming somewhat blurred. Glancing back at Broly, it appeared he was left with little more than a defensive stance, lacking any strength for a counterattack. Is Bu about to claim victory? Shin pondered. It's hard to say. Buu's absorption of Gotenks, the Super Saiyan 3rd grade, seems to last only a brief moment. Goku shook his head. Once that time elapses, I fear Broly will begin to retaliate. The earth, a vast and desolate expanse, was now in ruins, engulfed in flames and upheaval. As the battle raged on, Bu grew more and more emboldened. His arrogance was palpable, and his smug smile appeared almost inviting a challenge. Ha ha ha, Broly, if you surrender now and beg for mercy, I might just grant you a quick end. Bu let out a hearty laugh. Whoosh. Broly swiftly leaned back, creating distance between himself and Bu. Subsequently, he cast a cheerful glance at Bu and took a deep breath. Why have you not yet knelt down and begged for mercy? Bu let out a cold, chilling smile. Huh. Broly took a deep breath once more. Even though your energy is continuously rising, there must be a limit. right? This time, during our battle, it seems that your energy has ceased to increase. Of course, there has been a slight enhancement, but regrettably, the extent of that increase is minimal. Boo said with a smile, swish. Broly smiled, and the yellow-green radiance enveloping him was suddenly drawn back into his being. So, you no longer wish to fight? Boo was momentarily taken aback, noticing that the yellow-green radiance had ceased to flicker around Broly's form, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Very well, let us begin anew. Broly smiled gently. What do you mean? Boo is perplexed and will soon understand. Broly is too lazy to explain. Humph, it seems you are quite confident. Boo let out a cold laugh from his nose. Have you already forgotten my terrifying presence? Broly uttered no superfluous words. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a powerful punch. This strike traversed a distance of approximately 100 meters to reach Boo. Upon the impact of this blow, the air was visibly compressed and distorted as the void warped and a piercing whistle surged forth with great velocity. Boo could not help but widen his eyes as he suddenly sensed a vast surge of energy rushing towards him. Broly's thunderous punch did not make direct contact, yet the terrifying force of his fist pierced through Boo's heart. Fortunately, Boo, being a product of cellular synthesis, lacks vital organs such as a heart, allowing him to regenerate even after such a devastating blow. Nonetheless, Boo doubled over, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boo wiped away the blue blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Broly. Alas, what a pity. Broly gently shook his head. What do you mean? Boo was filled with a sense of dread. The mere act of throwing a punch, accompanied by the sheer force of his fist, could penetrate his very being. To what extent must Broly's power reach for such an extraordinary individual to exist in this world? After all, Boo had absorbed Gotenks and go on. He found himself at a loss, unable to fathom a solution no matter how hard he pondered. It seemed his only recourse was to seek an opportunity to absorb him. If he could successfully absorb Broly, he would undoubtedly become the mightiest warrior in the entire universe. A wave of exhilaration surged through Boo as he began to devise his future plans. What did you mean by saying it's a pity just now? Boo, with a cold expression, inquired. I once believed you possessed great strength, warranting my earnest attention. Alas, I was mistaken. You are merely a glutton. The disappointment in Broly's gaze was unmistakable as he sighed and shook his head. This profoundly impacted Boo's supreme confidence, which had only just begun to form, now completely shattered. Wah! I am furious. Majin Buu bellowed furiously as he soared toward Broly at great speed. Bang! 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 In response, Buu was met with 3 resounding thuds. Upon closer inspection, Buu's form was grotesquely contorted, deeply indented, and utterly transformed. I stated, you are merely a glutton. Have I erred in my assertion? Broly said coldly. Buu's expression turned stern. Bang! With the simplest of fists, Broly struck Buu squarely in the face. Instantly, Buu's nose caved in deeply, with the imprint of Broly's fist even seeping from the back of his head. Then, Buu let out a painful scream, followed by a copious spurt of blood. Do you believe I have erred in my account? Broly bellowed fiercely. Bang! Upon uttering these words, Broly delivered a powerful punch to Buu's abdomen. Instantly, Buu's midsection was pierced by Broly's blow. The force of the punch howled, soaring into the heavens. With a resounding crack, the punch cleaved through the void, leaving a shimmering black imprint in the sky, adorned with flickering arcs of electricity. As if the very heavens were on the brink of collapse, Buu seemed to have heard a terrifying sound behind him, unable to resist the urge to glance back. Upon witnessing such a bizarre scene, his eyes widened in astonishment and fear. It was dreadful, indeed too dreadful. Was this creature a monster? A sudden wave of helplessness washed over Buu. Not only did he feel an unprecedented terror, but even the 2 Supreme Kais and Goku and Vegeta were wide-eyed, utterly shocked. A single punch had pierced through Buu's body, the force of the blow shattering the sky. What immense power this must possess! Vegeta spoke solemnly. Goku fell silent, now uncertain whether, after merging with Vegeta, they could truly contend with this Broly. Why has the radiance surrounding Broly vanished? Xian inquired, perplexed. And Goku, did you notice that Broly's aura has diminished significantly, incomparable to before? Yet, his strength has surged dramatically. Indeed, I have pondered this as well, Goku nodded. Having noted that after the yellow-green flames enveloping Broly dissipated, the sensed aura had weakened considerably. Previously, Goku had thought that Broly might be surrendering after witnessing such a sight. To his disbelief, Although Broly's aura had diminished, his strength had increased tremendously, not by a small margin. That is energy convergence, the old Kai side. Broly is a prodigy. He understands that a massive energy explosion can enhance combat power, but it also results in excessive energy being wasted. By converging the energy within himself, he retains it, thereby unleashing a far more formidable strength. What is energy convergence? Goku and the others in the Supreme Kai realm had never encountered such a term before. In fact, while the old Kai was enhancing Gohan's energy, Broly had not been idle. He had an epiphany regarding energy convergence. Before his journey through time, Broly had observed in the Dragon Ball Super manga how Goku had converged the divine power of Super Saiyan Blue within himself, resulting in a drastic increase in strength, easily overpowering the fused Zamasu and Black Goku. Of course, in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Goku was not a match for the fused Zamasu with the Patera earrings. Broly understood that the manga and anime of Dragon Ball Super represented different realms, akin to parallel universes, and thus, there was nothing astonishing about it. Hence, he resolved to experiment with converging his own, outwardly expressed energy within himself, curious about the outcome. To his surprise, this endeavor indeed revealed a significant enhancement of his own power. Moreover, Broly possessed the soul of a deity, combined with rigorous training of his body. After energy convergence, he experienced no adverse reactions. However, Broly also discovered that although his strength had greatly increased post-convergence, the energy consumption was also immensely high. Even though Broly was endowed with the legendary Super Saiyan physiology, granting him a remarkable body capable of continuously amplifying energy during battle, the energy expenditure after convergence far exceeded the energy generated. Initially, Broly had hesitated to employ this technique, as just moments ago, an overwhelming surge of energy had flooded into his body while facing the Bu who had absorbed Gotenks. Broly was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. However, upon further contemplation, he realized, could it be that it was his birthday? Indeed, this seemed a plausible possibility. Each time Broly encountered his own birthday, he would receive a tangible gift akin to an energy booster that would significantly amplify his power. Under normal circumstances, Broly,